Zhou Ran, right? Zhou Ran was confused and didn't understand why Lin Yu was looking for him at this moment, but he still stepped over the crowd and stood in front of Lin Yu. Is there something you want to tell me? After a day of working together, the other 8 members of Zhou Ran's team had all become familiar with each other. They exchanged glances and gradually moved closer to his side. Seeing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. It seemed that everyone in Zhou Ran's team was good-hearted. If they were hired to farm, it would be very easy to manage. Lin Yu nodded slightly and said, I have something I want to discuss with you. Zhou Ran paused and focused on what she was about to say. Us? Yes. I'm thinking of hiring you to help me farm. We will pay you wages. The pay is roughly 10 jin of rice per person each month, 5 large cabbages, 1 jin of pork, and 50 liters of drinking water. If you do a good job, we will also provide some water for daily use later, but it must not be wasted. Everyone, including Zhou Ran, widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Are you saying you want us to help you farm? Zhou Ran was so shocked that he even used a respectful form of address for Lin Yu. The generous wages Lin Yu offered made Zhou Ran think of many things. How much wealth would someone need to be able to offer such conditions? If these terms had existed before the apocalypse, no one would have paid attention to Lin Yu. They might even think she was crazy. Who pays only 10 jin of rice, 5 cabbages, 1 jin of pork, and 50 liters of water each month? It sounds impossible. But now, this is the end of the world. Zombies are everywhere, and underground water and soil are polluted. Under these circumstances, such wages are quite generous. 10 jin of rice, cooked, becomes nearly 20 jin, and more than enough for one person to eat for a month. Plus the cabbages and pork, just boiling them in hot water makes delicious dishes like pickled cabbage or pork stew. The smell alone is tempting. They haven't eaten pork in a long time. Just hearing Lin Yu's description made their mouths water. Going out every day to kill zombies for crystal cores to exchange for food means constant fear, worried about being bitten and turning into a zombie. No one wants to face zombies. If they don't kill zombies, they risk starving or encountering zombies while searching for food. No one can guarantee they'll always be lucky. But now, a better offer is right in front of them. You don't need to go out and fight zombies to get food. You don't have to worry about starving or constantly fear being bitten by zombies. Just focus on farming seriously, and you can survive well in this end-of-the-world situation. Seeing Zhou Ran silent for a long time, Lin Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, How about it? Are you unwilling? As soon as she said that, it was like poking a hornet's nest. Other survivors outside the villa hurriedly spoke up. He's not willing, but I am. Miss Lin, maybe you should consider me? I have strong muscles and am definitely good at farming. I think you don't even know how to farm. Miss Lin, pick me. I'm great at farming. No, I think you misunderstood. I am 100% willing. Choose me. I'm better. Go away. You're just a young girl with thin arms and legs. You look like you can't handle the hardships of farming. Listen to my brother's advice. Farming is complicated. You might not handle it well, so let me do it. Such voices kept coming, buzzing like flies around her ears. Lin Yu frowned and said sharply, Be quiet. Except for Zhou Ran and a few nearby people who quieted down, others were still arguing loudly, almost coming to blows over the farming job. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a dangerous look appearing in her eyes. She raised her voice. Everyone, be quiet. The people still arguing suddenly felt a chill behind them and gradually stopped, all eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Zhou Ran was truly scared of them. In just a moment of distraction, the job almost slipped away. He hurriedly spoke again, repeating what he had just shouted among the crowd. I want to clarify, I am definitely willing. Zhou Ran paused, looking hesitant, unsure whether to ask. Seeing this, Lin Yu asked, What's wrong? I just wanted to ask if you plan to hire everyone in our small team? The 8 people standing beside Zhou Ran looked nervous. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Yes. After hearing her confirmation, the group's joy was obvious. This made others jealous, but since Lin Yu was the villa owner's spokesperson, No one dared to say anything. Even though Lin Yu said she would hire Zhou Ran and the others for farming, some still held on to hope. They wondered, what if? What if Lin Yu needed more people to help with farming? Although everyone knew this was unlikely, what if? If I said something to offend her, then there would really be no hope left. Maybe she wouldn't even be able to stay near the villa anymore. Qingling, hidden in the crowd, flicked his eyes. He was still thinking about how to find a reason to approach Lin Yu and gain her trust to enter the villa. Unexpectedly, the opportunity was now right in front of him. Qingling smiled slightly, determined to get this job. Just as he was about to speak, the girl who was mocked for having a thin build pushed her way through the crowd to stand in front of Lin Yu. It happened quickly. Before Qingling could open his mouth, the girl spoke first. "Miss Lin, I want to ask if you still need help with farming. If so, I hope you will consider me. I used to deliver gas tanks to customers, so I have no problem with physical work." Qingling was confident, but he didn't think Lin Yu would choose her. So he stayed calm, watching quietly, planning to wait and see the joke. Lin Yu looked up at the girl in front of her. The t-shirt she wore was so dirty that its original color was hard to see. Her greasy bangs stuck to her forehead, and her face was covered in black dust, but her eyes were bright and firm. It's said that eyes are the window to a person's soul. Even though this girl was in her 20s and looked disheveled, she showed no sign of resentment about her situation. Instead, she was trying hard to get the job. Calmly, Lin Yu looked at her hands and saw thick calluses. She was just one person short, so Lin Yu nodded and said, "All right, it's you." Lin Yu thought she was pretty good. She had experience with physical work before, so letting her try was fine. "If you don't believe me, I can move the gas tank right now."
Huh?
Yao Xiaoning froze in place, feeling dizzy and stunned. She couldn't believe she had gotten this job so easily. Everyone around seemed to stare at her as if they could burn a hole through her. Yao Xiaoning snapped back to herself and quickly thanked Lin Yu, her voice full of gratitude. "Thank you for giving me this chance. I won't let you down." As she spoke, Yao Xiaoning's nose tingled with emotion. Her parents had sacrificed themselves to fight zombies so she could survive. She promised to live well for their sake. Having experienced the hardships of the end times, she would cherish this job even more. At this moment, Qingling, who was confident he would get the job, suddenly looked very unhappy. His face darkened, almost as if he could drip water. He glared at Yao Xiaoning with a sneaky look. However, because he was mostly jealous and envious of Yao Xiaoning, his gaze blended into the crowd and was not noticeable. She didn't realize anything was wrong. At this moment, Lin Yu, who was facing the crowd, seemed to sense something. She looked quietly at the people around her. When her eyes landed on Qingling, who was lowering her head, her gaze paused briefly, then quickly shifted away. The others, seeing that Yao Xiaoning succeeded, felt deep regret. They wished they had the courage to compete with Lin Yu for the job. Otherwise, they would be the ones envied now. But it wasn't too late. In just a moment, everyone started rushing toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu guessed what they were about to do. She spoke first before they could say anything. "This time, I will only hire 10 people to help me farm. If there's a chance in the future, I will consider everyone first. Also, the deal to exchange crystal cores for food and water still stands." After saying that, she turned to Zhou Ran, Yao Xiaoning, and others. "Come with me." She had already contacted the system to grant these 10 people access to the safe zone. They wouldn't be attacked or rejected when entering the villa. Before they could say anything, Lin Yu finished and then directly turned and entered the villa. Seeing the harmless golden light shield, Zhou Ran's face changed. He was worried it might attack everyone. He clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and strode inside. If this was also a test from Lin Yu, he would accept it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The expected pain and resistance didn't come from the shield.
Huh?
Zhou Ren suddenly opened his eyes, looked around, and found that he had entered the area covered by the shield without being attacked. What kind of ability was this? It was simply too terrifying. Seeing that Zhou Ran was fine, the others quickly followed inside. Yao Xiaoning also went in right after them. The people outside the villa saw that they weren't attacked and entered, feeling regret to the fullest. Qinling's face looked even worse. He regretted not showing his supernatural ability earlier. If he had, Linyu would have treated him as a guest of honor, and she wouldn't have been so kind to those useless people. His eyes grew darker, but he suppressed his ambition. After 10 people entered the villa, the first thing that caught their eyes were 3 huge trucks that looked like giant beasts. Due to the light shield, even though it was already nighttime, the glow still clearly revealed everything inside the villa. However, this golden light didn't seem as bright as it appeared outside. It was very soft and gentle, not hurting the eyes. What surprised everyone even more was that one of the trucks had golden tires, as if they were made of gold. This realization shocked everyone deeply. But without Linyu's instructions, no one dared to run around. They just took a quick look and then looked away, obediently following Linyu to a place with an open doorway but no door. "Come with me. Be careful where you step. Don't step on the rice." Hearing this, everyone immediately became alert and carefully watched their steps. Once inside the farm, a lush green rice field appeared before them. Actually, before entering the villa, someone had already noticed this unusual farmland. It was empty in the afternoon, but now it was almost harvest time. It was truly hard to believe. Even though they had seen it outside, seeing it up close was still shocking. Everyone remained silent for a moment, but no one asked Linyu any questions. After all, it was the end of the world now, and nothing could be understood by normal rules. Just like before the apocalypse, no one believed zombies would appear one day. Their job was to farm, and they shouldn't ask unnecessary questions, so they wouldn't even know how they might lose their lives. At this moment, the big white dog following her had become alert, looking around at the 10 people present with a scrutinizing gaze. Next, Linyu explained the daily work they needed to do and the precautions for farming. Growing crops in the farm was very easy to keep alive, even for those without farming experience, so she didn't consider that when hiring staff. After confirming everyone understood, she paused and warned, "Farm well. I won't treat you badly. But if anyone has bad intentions, well." Lin Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of deadly intent. Xiren and the others couldn't help but shiver, fully believing her words. They quickly responded, "Miss Lin, don't worry. Even if someone gave us 100 courage, we wouldn't dare do anything untrustworthy. From now on, we promise to take good care of this farm for you." She simply nodded lightly, showing no strong opinion. If anyone thought life was too long, they could try it. There is a little time before the rice is ready. You can rest here for a while, but remember, you can't go inside the villa, just stay in the yard. Everyone quickly agreed yes. At the same moment, a pleasant system notification sounded in her ear. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed side quest 3. As a qualified farm owner, you shouldn't do everything yourself. Recruiting 10 workers for the farm has been achieved. You earned 1,000 gold coins and a small harvester that can be upgraded. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Harvester? Reward has been sent. Please check. Lin Yu didn't expect that after completing this task, the reward would be a small harvester. It wasn't that she didn't want to buy a harvester after rebirth, but she needed a farm machinery driving license. Reluctantly, she only bought some tools that didn't require a license, planning to wait until the apocalypse to buy things for free. But all her plans were interrupted by that rain. Unexpectedly, the harvester ended up in her hands in this way. But she hadn't overlooked one thing. Was the harvester from the system upgradable? Lin Yu thought, claim the harvester. Suddenly, she felt as if a harvester appeared in her space. But if she really had a harvester, wouldn't she need fewer people to farm? Just as she had this thought, the system suddenly spoke. It's best for the host to check the harvester first. She opened the system panel, went into her backpack, and found the harvester. She looked at it and was speechless. She didn't know where the system found such a harvester. It was called a small harvester, but it was only as big as a trimmer. Using it for harvesting would waste fuel and wouldn't harvest much rice in a day. The cost was far higher than hiring people. No wonder it was labeled upgradable. She asked about the conditions for upgrading the harvesting machine. The result was that the upgrade required workers to spend time working on the farm. Lin Yu. She thought upgrading might need some special crystals, but using work hours to upgrade? What kind of thing is that? The system cleared its throat. Everything is for the balance of the farm. Host, don't be discouraged. Thinking that the system's products can't be judged by normal rules, just like finished houses in a building materials store, Lin Yu sighed and decided not to dwell on it. Looking on the bright side, the upgrade time for the harvesting machine is just a bit longer, and it doesn't consume crystals. No matter how you look at it, it's very cost-effective. Suddenly, a curious voice sounded in her ear. Senior sister Lin Yu, who are they? She turned around and saw Pei Linlang with a look of surprise. Pei Yan and Xiangbei were also there. Lin Yu could clearly feel that Pei Yan's aura had grown much stronger. She withdrew her gaze and said to Pei Yan, "Congratulations." A faint smile appeared in Pei Yan's eyes. "Thank you." Lin Yu nodded and then explained to Pei Linlang, "They are employees I hired to plant and harvest crops on the farm." Pei Linlang's eyes lit up immediately. "Then, Sister Lin Yu, I won't have to farm anymore? That's great." In her eyes, farming was such hard work that it didn't suit the beautiful Lin Yu. So she usually helped with farming and never complained. Lin Yu felt a bit amused and speechless. Shouldn't she be happy that she won't have to farm in the future? Why was she happy for her instead? The adorable Pei Linlang made her feel very happy. Yes, from now on, we don't have to farm. We will focus on improving our supernatural abilities. Yao Xiaoning felt a bit confused. She meant that this young girl, who looked so small, also had supernatural powers? Yao Xiaoning was surprised and a little envious. If she awakened her own ability, could she protect her parents from being harmed by zombies? All of this was unknown to Lin Yu. She briefly introduced Zhou Ran and Yao Xiaoning to Pei Linlang and the others. The first person they noticed was Pei Yan. There was no way around it, because Pei Yan's cold and fierce aura was too hard to ignore. Everyone was guessing in their hearts whether he was the owner of this villa. But they only dared to guess silently and didn't dare to say it out loud. Lin Yu thought of side quest 7, to let more people know the name Qingquan Farm. She already has some ideas for this task. Since there is still some time before the rice on the farm matures and Xiangbei is also here, it would be better to hang a sign that says Qingquan Farm at the villa entrance. This way, when people think of the villa, they won't just think of villa, but of Qingquan Farm. Moreover, the survivors outside have been saying that Qingquan Farm can exchange crystals for food and water. This reputation will spread. Once it reaches a certain level, the task will be complete. This is the best plan Lin you can think of at this stage. She simply took a piece of metal from her space, carved the words Qingquan Farm on it with a water blade, and then handed it to Xiangbei for reinforcement. Xiangbei patted his chest to promise that after giving it to her tomorrow, Lin Yu wouldn't need to worry anymore. Thinking that this was her employee's first time working, she didn't leave, but took out a water tank and filled it in the yard. Since their time going out to kill zombies would be less after working on the farm, she decided to give each person a pound of rice first. Everyone was a bit surprised. They didn't expect Miss Lin to give them pay before they even started working. They couldn't help but feel that agreeing to her was the best decision they had ever made. Yao Xiaoning looked at the small bag of rice and swallowed hard. She really wanted to accept it, but she wondered if it was okay to take an advance on her salary before doing any work. Seeing everyone's concern, Lin Yu spoke up, "Just take it. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work." Everyone thought about it and realized it made sense. What if they didn't eat enough, and Lin Yu looked down on them? Zhou Ran was the first to take his bag of rice. With someone leading, others followed suit. Since the electricity in the villa hadn't been cut off, Lin Yu simply lent them the rice cooker and also gave them a pot of water to cook rice. It was a kind of employee benefit. "Thank you, Miss Lin." Everyone quickly thanked her, feeling so touched they didn't know what to say. Lin Yu frowned slightly, not used to being called Miss Lin. "Just call me by my name from now on." The others didn't dare to call her by her first name directly. After thinking for a moment, they decided to call her Boss Lin. Compared to Miss Lin, Lin Yu felt that boss was easier for her to accept, so she went along with their choice. Zoran and the others discussed with Yao Xiaoning. Each of them took out 1 or 2 meters of water. Since water was scarce, Even though Lin Yu offered free water for cooking, they still didn't want to waste it. They didn't even wash the rice, just put it directly into the rice cooker to cook. After the rice was cooked, everyone received a bowl of fragrant white rice. Although there was no side dish, everyone ate happily. Not long after they finished eating, the system indicated that the rice was ready. Lin Yu handed out a sickle and a pair of gloves to each person. She also brought out the electric threshing machine, the power socket, and other tools they would need later, placing them aside. Worried that someone might not know how to harvest, she personally demonstrated the process. As everyone gradually got the hang of it, she reminded Dubai to watch over them, then she went back upstairs. They also needed to start preparing for enhancing their special abilities. Actually, Lin Yu had bought 2 types of threshing machines at the beginning of the apocalypse. One was electric, and the other was foot-operated, where a person stood in front of it and used their foot to thresh. She bought 5 of each to avoid running out of parts later. Later, she even stored many spare parts in her space. But now that Xiangbei could strengthen and repair equipment, those spare parts became useless. Since there was no power outage yet, she decided to use the electric threshing machine. Under Dubai's supervision, no one dared to slack off. Everyone had clear roles. 5 people were responsible for cutting the rice, 2 for handing over the rice heads, 2 for standing in front of the electric threshing machine to thresh, and 1 person for collecting the rice grains into baskets. The task of handing over rice heads was the easiest and most lightweight. Everyone tacitly agreed to let the only girl among them, Yao Xiaoning, do that part. The other was Zhou Ran. Yao Xiaoning pursed her lips, wanting to say that they didn't need to take care of her, but everyone had already started cutting rice quickly. Dubai didn't care how they divided the work, but if they tried to chat while working, that was definitely not allowed. Its gaze became serious. Yao Xiaoning didn't know why Lin Yu left a big, white goose to watch over them, but she could guess it wasn't an ordinary goose just by thinking about it. She swallowed her words, planning to speak after they finished working. Dubai thought for a moment, flapped its wings, and easily flew onto a flat piece of metal on the threshing machine. This height is enough to see everyone's actions clearly, whether they are being lazy or hiding rice. The white goose's movements amazed everyone present. If it hadn't kept its sharp gaze nearby, someone might have already started talking to others. It was late in the evening now, but the entire villa was brightly lit under the golden glow. The other villa areas in Clear Spring Mountain were in darkness, giving the feeling that monsters could jump out at any moment from the dark clusters of houses to attack people. In the night, the faint light emitted from the villas made people feel strangely safe. This made everyone hesitant to go too far from the villas. Although the protective light shield outside the villas posed some danger of attack, people still naturally moved closer. After all, the closer they got to the golden light, the safer they felt. As long as they were careful and didn't touch the light, there would be no problem. Everyone had been busy outside all day, so it was impossible for them not to feel tired. Some people, while fighting zombies outside, specifically went into other villa areas to find some blankets. Now, they laid them on the ground to sleep. Just as the lucky group outside the villas was about to rest, the humming sound of the grain harvester came through the wall, reaching outside the villas. This made them feel angry, but unable to complain. Some, exhausted, closed their eyes and fell asleep instantly. The noise from the harvester didn't affect them at all. Others, disturbed by the noise and unable to sleep, got up and looked toward the direction of the sound. Everyone still admired the few people who entered the villas with Lin Yu, thinking they might have a good place to rest, with food and shelter, no need to fight zombies, and their safety and basic needs fully secured, on the path to success. But they didn't expect work to start in the middle of the night. Still, this didn't change their feelings of envy. Although staying near the light shield was relatively safe, it couldn't compare to the safety inside the villas. Zhou Ran and the others didn't care at all about what the people outside thought. They were busy working with great enthusiasm. They had already tasted the sweetness of farming. They hadn't eaten normal rice for many days, and when they finally ate steaming, fragrant, soft white rice, they were so moved they almost cried. With rice as motivation, and knowing they would soon have vegetables and meat, everyone felt full of energy. About 20 minutes or so have passed, and the rice thresher suddenly stopped working. Everyone looked confused. Zhou Ran didn't know what was happening. Under the intense gaze of the white figure, he felt a sudden chill at the back of his head, as if it was just his imagination. He quickly told everyone, "Keep harvesting, don't stop. I'll check it and come back." After saying this, he felt the cool sensation at the back of his head disappear. He didn't want to waste time, so he hurried to check the rice thresher. Nearby, Yao Xiaoning saw this and silently picked up her gloves and sickle, which were next to the machine, and joined the harvesting team. The white figure was pleased with her quick thinking. Zhou Ren carefully examined the rice thresher and found no problems. When he looked at the power socket, he noticed the light was off and muttered, "No way. Is the socket broken?" Just as he was about to check the socket, he looked up and saw that the second floor of the villa, which was lit, was also completely dark. The light from the lampshade had made him unaware of the darkness upstairs. His heart suddenly sank with a bad feeling.
Could it be
a power outage? This made him feel heavy-hearted. With zombies everywhere, could the power be fixed?
Or
will this hopeless end of the world ever come to an end? Will everything return to normal? Lin Yu didn't know if it could be restored. She stood up in the darkness and muttered, "The whole city has lost power." Soon, the gas and water would also stop, but underground water was already contaminated by the zombie virus, so whether it stopped or not didn't matter much now. Things were already at their worst. She sighed but didn't take out her flashlight from her space. Since the power was out, it was better not to use a flashlight if it wasn't necessary. She pulled back the blackout curtains, and the golden light from the safe zone instantly illuminated the room. Lin Yu used the light to walk out of the room. When she reached the staircase, she saw Pei Linling going upstairs, guided by the light from the safe zone. "Lin Yu, the power's out," Pei Linling said. Lin Yu nodded slightly. "I know. I was about to go downstairs. Just stay in your room and focus on improving your abilities. Don't run around." Pei Linling nodded.
"Got it.
Also, I came to tell you that my brother just went out." Pei Yan went out? Pei Linling nodded again and said, "My brother wants to check his second-level strength. He told me not to worry and just wander around Qingquan Mountain to clear out the zombies." Originally, Pei Linling didn't plan to mention this, but when the power suddenly went out, she was worried about Lin Yu and came upstairs. Seeing that she was unaffected by the blackout, she was afraid that Sister Lin Yu would ask about Pei Yan's whereabouts later, so she decided to tell her. Lin Yu was confident in Pei Yan's strength. After all, his lightning powers were very strong, and in his previous life, he had also built the Dawn base. She didn't think much about it, and just acknowledged she knew, then hurriedly went downstairs. Lin Yu reminded them not to enter the villa. Just as Zhou Ran was about to shout loudly, she came out of the villa. Zhou Ran breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss Lin, you're out? I was just about to call you. I don't know why the power went out and the threshing machine can't be used." Lin Yu nodded slightly. "I understand." She focused her mind and entered the space, taking out an old-fashioned foot-operated threshing machine and placing it on the farm. Then she unplugged another threshing machine and stored it in the space. "From now on, you can use this threshing machine." Such old-fashioned threshing machines are very rare now. Lin Yu had to visit several stores to buy it, and for a long time, they could only use this foot-powered machine. At least until Pei Yan figured out how to use his lightning powers to power various appliances, this would be their only option. Zhou Ran's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe such an old-fashioned foot threshing machine existed. He hesitated for a moment and thought, could Boss Lin, or rather, the owner of the villa, have received some news from above? Did they know the apocalypse was coming and prepare early? Could the zombie virus have been developed by some country's research? He withdrew his thoughts and sighed. Boss Lin is really well prepared. But then, a troubled expression appeared on his face. "I might need to trouble Boss Lin to teach me and Xiaoning how to use this threshing machine." Lin Yu nodded. With her past experience, she had bought many supplies after her rebirth, including tablets. She bought several tablets and downloaded all kinds of resources, movies, entertainment, popular online novels, and educational videos, filling the tablets completely. She planned to take them out whenever she was bored to pass the time. Lin Yu called Yao Xiaoning over, showed them how to operate the grain harvester, and then the two quickly took over. Seeing that they had started, Lin Yu took out her phone and checked, only to find the network signal had already been cut off. She pursed her lips, unsure whether her online post, the End-of-World Survival Guide, had caught the attention of the authorities. After all, for the impending natural disaster, even Lin Yu was not confident she could survive, let alone ordinary people. In her previous life, the capital base was only established half a month after the apocalypse began. But because it was too far from Yun province, Lin Yu chose the closest and largest southwestern base, the Dawn base. If the government had paid attention to her End-of-World Survival Guide, they would have responded quickly, understanding some features of zombies and mutants, and could have built the base faster. This would have increased the chances of survival for many ordinary people. In such a disaster, it's hard to rely on oneself alone. Lin Yu hoped the capital base could be built quickly so more ordinary people could have a chance to survive. Her past experiences made her somewhat cold-hearted, but she still hoped her country would do well. She turned off her phone, took out a radio from her space, and tuned it to channel 77. Listening carefully, she found only static noise coming from the radio. She sighed but didn't put the radio into her space. Instead, she carried it with her. Zhou Ran and the others worked at the farm for 3 or 4 hours before they finished harvesting all the rice, turning it into individual grains. But that wasn't the end. After finishing, they had to replant seeds in the farm. Thinking about the pork Lin Yu promised, everyone suddenly felt energized again. Because there were many people, they only took about 50 minutes to plant rice seeds across the entire farm. At this moment, Lin Yu, prompted by the system, had already woken up from her sleep. She looked at the panting group and handed each of them a liter of mineral water. At that time, Zhou Ran and the others didn't know that the farm's crops would mature every 12 hours. They only thought Lin Yu was very kind to them. But now, with no electricity, cooking food became difficult. Lin Yu thought that the natural gas would run out soon. Leaving it unused would be a waste, so she simply asked Zhou Ran to choose someone to cook. Fortunately, when Lin Yu was renovating the villa, she had already thought about cooking in the yard. There is an outdoor kitchen near the left wall, so they don't need to go inside the villa to cook anymore. Lin Yu isn't worried about what to do if the natural gas runs out, because her main task is to recruit 10 superpower users. Later, she plans to recruit a fire-type superpower user who is good at cooking and let him or her handle the cooking. She doesn't need to waste time on it. As for the energy she sensed from Qinling, Lin Yu doesn't plan to consider him. Her sixth sense doesn't favor Qinling at all. Moreover, she didn't miss the fleeting look of hostility on Qinling's face when she agreed to let Yao Xiaoning farm. It's obvious even without thinking that he isn't happy. But Lin Yu isn't afraid. If Qinling really wants to die, she will just let him do it. She stored the rice in her space and didn't bother with Zhou Ran and the others. She turned back to her room to continue enhancing her superpower. She could feel the temperature rising again. Even wearing short sleeves, she felt very hot. A strong sense of urgency grew in her heart. Pei Yan was currently clearing the fork in the Qingquan mountain road and fighting zombies on the roadside.
Roar.
Ah! The howling of zombies and the thunderstorm's roar intertwined, creating a haunting melody. From afar, the zombie horde looked like they were in the middle of a sea of lightning. In no time, the zombies surrounding Pei Yan, covered in rotten flesh, turned black and even had black particles falling off. Pei Yan frowned. After reaching level 2, his superpower became even stronger. He could use his power to turn level 1 zombies into mummies with a single strike. But his mood wasn't any lighter, because these zombies were close to reaching level 2. Pei Yan felt heavy-hearted. If he left these zombies unchecked, they would soon evolve into level 3, or even level 4. After killing a large group of zombies with his superpower, Pei Yan didn't use it again. He drew his big sword with one hand and faced the approaching zombies. About 10 kilometers away, a bus was speeding toward him. Above the bus, a level 2 zombie eagle was chasing, constantly spitting fireballs at the bus. Quick, dodge to the right. The others inside the bus kept watching the zombie eagle in the sky. Seeing its movements, they nervously warned the driver. "Quick, get away. It's spitting fireballs again."
It.
Ji Mingshu, who was driving the bus, quickly swerved to avoid the attack, causing the tires to screech loudly on the road. Because of his quick maneuver, the already damaged bus became even more unstable. The windows were shattered in several places, all caused by the sharp claws of the relentless zombie eagle. The metal roof was badly dented and pitted from repeated hits. Broken glass covered in zombie flesh fragments emitted a disgusting smell, almost making people. But Ji Mingshu ignored it all and pressed the gas pedal to the floor. The bus could not withstand another hit from the zombie eagle. If it struck again, the metal roof might be torn off, exposing everyone inside to the creature. At that moment, the people inside the bus were like food on a buffet, helplessly at the mercy of the eagle's attacks. Someone on the bus suddenly started crying. "What do we do? We finally escaped from that hellish place in Qingquan City. Are we really going to die here, killed by that monster?" A feeling of despair filled the entire carriage. There were only 7 people left on the bus now. 2 girls, 2 men, an elderly couple, and Ji Mingshu, who was driving. The crying woman was the wife of the elderly couple. Her sharp, high-pitched voice made Li He, already irritated, even more annoyed. He said impatiently, "Enough, shut up. Don't disturb the little brother's driving, or I won't let you go." Li He was tall and strong, with a fierce look on his face, which made him seem intimidating. The woman was so frightened she immediately froze, covering her face and silently crying. They all lived in the same neighborhood, but didn't know each other. When the apocalypse broke out, they were lucky to be at home. When the monsters started attacking outside, everyone stayed inside their rooms, afraid to go out. This way, they narrowly escaped harm. Ji Mingshu was even lucky enough to awaken a fire element ability. But when a fireball suddenly appeared in his hand, he was startled. Before he could get used to it, a heavy rainstorm started on the day the apocalypse began. That night, the whole city was filled with mournful crying. He hid behind the curtains and saw with his own eyes that people in the neighborhood who had been caught in the rain almost instantly turned into zombies. He was so scared that he didn't dare to go outside. Ji Mingshu nervously slept all day, but the next day, many small cockroaches crawled into his room through the pipes. The cockroaches looked a bit different in color than before. Out of caution, he burned them with fire. Not long after burning the cockroaches, he heard loud, terrifying screams from the next door, along with creepy, rustling, chewing sounds. Ji Mingshu immediately had a bad feeling and quickly gathered whatever food he could find at home. As he was choosing a weapon, a swarm of cockroaches crawled out of the kitchen, looking much larger than before. It was enough to make his sanity drop sharply. They also left bloodstains on the floor where they crawled, which made him suspect something. Could they have come from the next door? The screams from next door had stopped. Did these cockroaches eat the people there? Ji Mingshu's scalp went numb. He threw fireballs at them while frantically running to the underground parking lot. Just as he was heading downstairs, he ran into Li He and the others. Many people were running to the parking lot. Almost everyone in the neighborhood had come out. Those who didn't escape were either eaten by the cockroaches or turned into zombies. Some people among those running hid the fact that they had been scratched by monsters, which later caused big problems. Many people died in the parking lot. Ji Mingshu and the others didn't dare to stay. After driving out, they found that the normally clear roads were all blocked. They had no choice but to get out of the car and walk. People who escaped from the same neighborhood saw him conjure fireballs and naturally followed him. Just as they boarded a bus to escape from Qingquan City, they encountered a zombie eagle.
Boom.
Suddenly, the bus trembled. Then, a pair of sharp claws pierced through the roof of the bus. The woman couldn't hold back her fear and screamed loudly.
Ah.
It seemed her scream confirmed her location to the eagle, and its claws reached through the roof to grab her. The people on the bus shrank back in shock, quickly moving away from the woman. The woman's face turned pale, and as she looked at the claws reaching for her, her first instinct was to push her husband sitting beside her toward the eagle's claws. A terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. The elderly man was suddenly grabbed and lifted out of the car by a sharp claw. The metal roof was sliced open, cutting into his body. Blood flowed down his body and dripped onto the ground, landing on the elderly woman's head. He stared with wide eyes at the woman, seeming unable to believe that his lifelong companion would push him toward death. Li Shaoqin you. Before he could finish, the zombie eagle twisted its body into a strange curve and swallowed him whole. Flesh and blood fell from above, splattering all over the highway. The 2 men and 2 women in the car looked at the woman with fear and also became cautious. They worried that the next person might push them out to block the attack. They kept a distance from each other, intentionally or unintentionally. The woman paused, mechanically wiped her face, and looked at the bloodstains on her hand. She muttered, "I didn't mean to. I didn't." As she spoke, her face twisted into a fierce expression, and her pupils turned red. "Serves you right, ha-ha, who told you to get pregnant by another woman when you were young, ha-ha, serves you right."
Bang.
Her head was suddenly severed, and all her sounds stopped immediately. It was Li He who cut off her head with a fireman's axe. He noticed something was wrong with her and acted quickly, chopping off her head before she fully turned into a zombie, to prevent everyone in the car from dying because of his hesitation. The zombie eagle's claw had pierced the elderly man's skin, and when it was pulled out, the blood that flowed contained the zombie virus. When it dripped into the woman's eyes, she was infected. Li He looked grim. The zombie virus is spreading faster in the body now. The others looked worried and tense, their caution towards Li He increasing. Ji Mingshu didn't speak, staring tightly at the fuel gauge that was about to run out. His heart was filled with despair. "We can only go 10 more kilometers." His trembling voice echoed inside the car. Li He suddenly looked up at Ji Mingshu, who was driving. "What did you say?" Ji Mingshu's tone was full of helplessness. "I hope we can shake off that eagle overhead in these 10 kilometers. Is it possible?" Even he thought it was impossible, and saying it was just to comfort himself. Everyone was shocked. "How can we run out of fuel?" After the panic, one girl with a ponytail on the bus quickly calmed down and asked, "Is there a gas station nearby?" Ji Mingshu shook his head, looking bitter. "The gas station is 20 kilometers away. The bus can't reach that far." If the bus's fuel tank were enough for him to drive close to the station, he would take a risk and try, even if it meant risking his life.
But now,
the girl with the high ponytail, Jiang He, pursed her lips and said, "I hope that old man can help us stop that monster from moving forward." As soon as she finished speaking, the bus was hit hard again. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they silently scattered. Ji Mingshu looked grim, pressing the gas pedal hard. He thought, if things get really bad, he might up the remaining fuel in the tank with a fireball to take the zombie with him. He would rather die in an explosion than become a monster like a zombie. Pei Yan finished the last zombie on the road. He kicked the zombie's chest with his long leg, knocking its lower body aside. He retracted his sword and squinted at a black in the sky. "What is that? Is it a zombie bird or some mutated animal?" The zombie eagle's attention was focused entirely on the speeding bus below and didn't notice Pei Yan in the distance. It had swooped down several times from above, crashing heavily onto the bus roof. Everyone on the bus, except for Ji Mingshu, was an ordinary person. The first-level zombies were manageable, but second-level zombies were just for show. And that zombie could fly and even spit fireballs to attack. Even if Ji Mingshu's powers had risen to the second level, he might not be able to fight it, let alone now, when his abilities were weak. Li He felt a bit regretful. He wished he had listened to his father and gotten his driver's license. If he could drive, maybe Ji Mingshu could focus on attacking that eagle. Perhaps they could slow down the zombie eagle, and they wouldn't be in such a terrible situation now. As for Jiang He and the other girl in the second class, they had just started and didn't even know how to start the car, let alone drive the bus. That was just causing trouble. The other man on the bus was a typical overworked employee, with less than 5,000 in savings, struggling to afford food and drinks. He had no extra money to get a driver's license. Li He knew he could no longer sit and wait for death. The zombie eagle in the sky was spitting fireballs, and he couldn't do anything about it. But if it stretched out its claws to grab someone, he could try to block it a little. However, he had to be careful not to get scratched by its claws. He gathered his courage, tightly gripping the fire axe, ready to attack at any moment. After his supernatural ability increased to the second level, Pei Yan's strength and perception improved greatly. As the black dots in the sky got closer, he could clearly see that they weren't mutated animals, but a second-level zombie eagle. He paused for a moment and suddenly remembered Lin Yu's bright, sparkling eyes when she saw the crystal core. He slightly smiled. A second-level zombie's crystal core? She would definitely like it. Pei Yan's original goal was to clear out zombies for their crystal cores, since Lin Yu seemed to need them a lot. As for testing his ability limit after reaching the second level, that was just a side thought. Although Pei Yan wasn't very good at chasing girls, he knew one thing for sure: you have to give her something she loves. Lin Yu liked crystal cores quite a lot. So, the first step in chasing her was to start by giving her a crystal core. Pei Yan clenched his knife and quietly waited for the second-level zombie eagle to arrive. The tense atmosphere inside the car was in stark contrast to Pei Yan's calmness. Just now, He had seized the opportunity and cut at the eagle's claws. Unfortunately, the fire axe only scraped a bit of its skin, causing no real harm. Instead, it angered the eagle, which spat out a long stream of fire. He couldn't believe it. How is that possible? Feeling the intense heat coming from the roof, Ji Mingshu felt uneasy. He didn't want to die before reaching the most desperate point, so he focused on driving the car forward. The fire snake swept over the roof. Even though the roof was made of highly fire-resistant material, it still crackled with the sound of burning. Sparks even fell through the large hole in the roof into the bus. Everyone hurriedly tore clothes from the deceased and to try to put out the fire, but all their efforts were in vain. The fire even set her clothes ablaze. Since the energy fueling the flames came from supernatural power, only other supernatural users could extinguish the fire. Ji Mingshu looked at the scene inside the car through the rearview mirror and felt a wave of despair. Just as he planned to wait for the zombie eagle to land on the roof again and then up the bus to die together, a figure suddenly appeared about a kilometer ahead. Due to the urgent situation, Ji Mingshu ignored the disorganized, headless bodies lying around near Pei Yan and desperately honked the horn. Ji Mingshu didn't want innocent people to die. He dared not stick his head out, so he only rolled down the window a little, regardless of whether Pei Yan could hear him, and shouted loudly at the figure. "Quick, get out of the way. Hide before that zombie eagle up there notices you." Seeing Pei Yan standing there foolishly without moving, Ji Mingshu was frantic. Was this person so scared that he froze? Idiot. Never mind. He had already warned him. If the zombie eagle noticed later, it wouldn't be his fault. It was Pei Yan who was standing there stupidly, not moving. Ji Mingshu then changed course to the right and said aloud, "I will up the bus soon. I'll open the front and back doors in advance. When the zombie eagle hits the roof, everyone run in different directions. Whether we survive depends on luck." Everyone grew tense, knowing that only by splitting up could they have a chance to live. Anyway, it was a matter of life or death, so they might as well try. He nodded seriously. "Everyone, take care." Jiang he nodded. "Take care. Take care." Because Pei Yan was standing right in front, Ji Mingshu didn't want to accidentally cause his death, so he continued driving forward for half a kilometer. When he warned that the eagle was about to hit the roof, Ji Mingshu stopped the bus and opened the front and rear doors. Everyone split into two groups, exiting through the front and back doors, and desperately ran in all directions. At the first moment he got off, Ji Mingshu threw a fireball at the fuel tank, then didn't look back and sprinted away.
Boom.
In an instant, a blast of hot air from the explosion hit him. Ji Mingshu protected his head with his hands and ran forward with all his might. Coincidentally, his running direction faced Pei Yan. Ji Mingshu saw that after witnessing the explosion and the terrifying zombie eagle, the man not only didn't run away, but even moved toward the explosion. His eyes widened. Stupid. Next, he sensed a sharp wind blowing, accompanied by a strong smell of decay like that of a dead fish that had been rotten for a long time. Because Ji Mingshu was too shocked, Pei Yan did not run away, but instead moved toward him, stopping his steps slightly, which blocked the path of the lightning attack. If the attack failed, the zombie eagle flying high above would become very difficult to deal with. In a flash of quick decision, Pei Yan's electric arc narrowly brushed his right arm and struck the zombie eagle's sharp claws, attacking Ji Mingshu. He felt his arm go numb instantly, then smelled an indescribable burnt flesh odor.
Bang!
The zombie eagle's body fell heavily to the ground, splattering blood and meat that had been scorched by electricity. Ji Mingshu heard a loud thud behind him. He stiffened and turned around, seeing the zombie eagle, which had been impossible for him to defeat just moments ago, lying like a dead water patch on the highway, with black smoke constantly billowing from its body. His pupils suddenly contracted, and Ji Mingshu realized what had happened in those few seconds. He felt the wave of fear. Almost, he would have turned into a monster like the zombie eagle. Pain from his right arm struck him repeatedly. Sweat beads formed on his forehead. He bit his tongue hard and barely managed to stay conscious without fainting from pain. He knew the man in front of him had definitely held back, or else his arm would now be like the black smoke-emitting zombie eagle on the ground. This pain was nothing compared to turning into a zombie. Ji Mingshu felt a wave of relief. That arc just now. It should have the same power as his fireball, but for some reason his ability was much stronger, capable of killing instantly.
It was terrifying.
Meanwhile, Zhang He and others also noticed the strange situation here. They forced themselves to look back despite their fear, and the few people who had been running away suddenly stopped. When their eyes saw the burnt, eagle-like shape on the highway, they were all shocked. Could a zombie eagle, so tough that even a fire axe couldn't break through, really be dead? Li He swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry and unable to speak. They had only been focused on escaping and heard the loud roar behind them, but they didn't see the scene of Pei Yan's instant kill. But this didn't stop everyone from thinking about Pei Yan, especially another girl, Lu Ran. After seeing Pei Yan's face clearly, her eyes lit up. She reached out and let down her big, wavy hair that she had for an easier escape. She flicked her fingers through her hair, then took out a lipstick from her jeans pocket and applied it to her lips based on her feeling. If she had better conditions, she could have dressed more beautifully, but for now, she had to make do. After all, her natural look was pretty good, and with some makeup, flirting a little or accidentally touching a man could make those men unable to resist. This trick had worked perfectly before the apocalypse. Jiang He pursed her lips, reached out, and gently shook her head at Lu Ran, signaling her not to have any thoughts about that man. From the expressions on Ji Mingshu's face, gratitude, relief, shock, it was obvious that the man had killed the zombie eagle. If Lu Ran angered him, she probably wouldn't even have a chance to regret it. Lu Ran impatiently shook off Jiang He's hand, giving her a disdainful look that said her eyes and nose didn't belong to her. What? Want to fight over the man with me? Do you even have the right? After saying that, she puffed up her chest proudly. Jiang He sneered and let go. There was no point in trying to persuade this stubborn girl anymore. Fine, if Lu Ran wanted to die, let her go ahead. Her earlier reminder was her way of thanking Lu Ran for pulling her up when she fell while being chased by zombies. After all, human nature is very complicated, especially for love-struck fools who can't walk away when they see a man or woman. Never try to understand their thought process. She had just taken a few steps toward Ji Mingshu when Lu Ran saw Jiang He follow behind her. Lu Ran sneered lightly. Where's that proud attitude from earlier? Jiang He felt speechless inside. Out of basic politeness, she thought she should say thank you after being saved, right? But if she told Lu Ran that, she might think something else. Jiang He ignored her and walked straight past with a cold face. Ji Mingshu was very relieved that he had managed to curse idiot just now, or he might have had to worry about his own safety. Honestly, it was understandable he thought that way. Who wouldn't run for their life when danger appears? Instead, they just stand there foolishly? No, he quickly changed his mind. How can the word standing foolishly be used to describe a skilled person? He must have been waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Looking at the dazed and distracted Jiming-shu, Pei Yan felt a flicker of apology in his eyes. I'm sorry I hurt you. I didn't expect you to suddenly stop just now. Jiming-shu shook his head repeatedly. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. I should thank you for saving me. Pei Yan nodded slightly and swung his big sword, cutting off the zombie eagle's head, carefully searching the charred meat for the crystal core. Jiming-shu didn't know what Pei Yan was doing inside the zombie eagle's head. He rubbed his right arm and stepped forward. Handsome guy, thank you for saving us. Pei Yan? He thought Jiming-shu might have misunderstood something. He wasn't trying to save anyone. He just wanted the crystal core inside the zombie's head. Just as Pei Yan was about to say you misunderstood, a bright red color appeared. Pei Yan's lips curled slightly. He didn't care about what Jiming-shu was saying. Just as he was about to use his sword to take out the second-level crystal core from the zombie eagle's head, a pair of dark claws snatched the core from the charred meat first. At the same time, a pretentious voice sounded in Pei Yan's ear. Hey, handsome, are you looking for this?
Oh.
What is this? So pretty. The brain matter and blood inside the zombie eagle's head had turned into a powdery, charred substance, so there was no disgusting brain mixture sticking to it. The bright red crystal core was clear and shiny, reflecting dazzling light under the morning sun. Pei Yan's face instantly darkened, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Hand it over. Pei Yan now regretted killing that zombie eagle. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted Lu Ran, whose mind seemed as muddled as water. Lu Ran didn't fear his murderous gaze at all. After all, many men looked cold and aloof on the outside, but were secretly passionate inside. She enjoyed making those men, who pretended to be cold, fall at her feet and become her loyal followers. Men, isn't that what they love? She not only wasn't afraid, but also deliberately pulled down her t-shirt collar, revealing a sweet and cute smile she thought was charming. Hey, handsome, you're so fierce, greater than over equal to omega less than over equal to / you're such an idiot. Jiming-shu's forehead veins bulged as he cursed inwardly. What was Lu Ran's problem? Does she have any brains at all? How did I not see earlier that she is this kind of person? Trying to men without considering the situation. She almost caused my death. Jiming-shu quickly shouted. Lu Ran, what are you doing? Hurry up and give that, red stone to this brother, or don't blame me if my fireball gets out of control. At this moment, Li He, Jiang He, and the 996 worker also came over. They heard Lu Ran's exaggerated voice from afar. Seeing Pei Yan's increasingly dark expression, they hurriedly spoke. Lu Ran, are you crazy? If you want to die, don't drag us into it. Li He tried to grab the crystal core from her hand, but Lu Ran had already prepared. She dodged him easily. She blinked and coquettishly said, Brotherly, what are you doing? Li He saw this and quickly clarified to Pei Yan, Sir, don't get me wrong. I don't know this crazy woman. I just met her while running for my life. I have nothing to do with her. Jiming-shu, Jiang He, and the 996 worker also hurriedly disclaimed, saying they didn't know her at all. Lu Ran watched their anxious faces and secretly hated them. Once she captured this man in front of her, she would definitely throw them all to feed the zombies. Pei Yan's expression had calmed now. His pupils were pitch black, so dark that no light could be seen, giving off a dangerous feeling. If someone familiar with Pei Yan were here, they would recognize this as the sign before he gets angry. He looked coldly at Lu Ran and said slowly, I'll say it again. Give me the crystal core. Lu Ran didn't take it seriously and was about to say something. But in the next moment, a sharp, spasming pain shot through her from all sides. Her vision went black, and she collapsed to the ground instantly. She convulsed with pain, foam at her mouth, unable to hold the small stone called the crystal core, which slipped from her hand. Lu Ran finally realized she was scared. She stared at Pei Yan with wide eyes, her mouth slightly open, as if she wanted to say something. But Pei Yan no longer wanted to listen. Within seconds, Lu Ran lost her breath and turned into a pile of charred remains, like a zombie eagle corpse. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The other 4 people never expected Pei Yan to kill Lu Ran without warning, with no signs at all. Jiming Shu couldn't help but swallow hard. As someone who deeply understood the taste of lightning, he had the right to speak. Luckily, Pei Yan's original intention was only to kill zombies, not to target him. Otherwise, even though he had long suspected that Lu Ran would suffer a lot on this trip, she didn't expect him to actually kill someone. But she didn't feel sorry for Lu Ran. All of this was her own fault. Moreover, she had kindly warned Lu Ran, but he didn't believe her. She took her kindness for granted, even biting back at her. Now that the world has ended, the government agencies still haven't given a clear explanation. The situation must be quite bad. The government hasn't been able to return to normal, and the laws they made before are falling apart even more. In the end of the world, no one will reason with you. Fists are the only truth. If you don't hold back, you'll die one day at someone else's hands. Lu Ran's situation also served as a warning to Jiang He. The overworked 996 employee's body trembled like a sieve. The harshest thing he could think of was insulting others. If it weren't for the end of the world, and if he hadn't just watched a living person die right in front of him, his mental defenses would have already collapsed. He desperately covered his mouth, afraid to make a sound, worried that Pei Yan might kill him if he was displeased. Pei Yan's actions left a deep psychological shadow on the overworked employee, so much so that for a long time afterward, he dared not look directly at him. Li He's heart was pounding wildly, so fast it felt like it might jump out of his chest. Everyone present had killed someone infected with the zombie virus, and they had prepared mentally for it. But if they really had to kill someone, no matter how bad that person was, no one could act without hesitation. After all, they had been taught the rule of law since childhood. However, they couldn't really blame Pei Yan for his actions. He had given Lu Ran a chance. She just insisted on rushing to her own death. Everyone sighed inwardly. Pei Yan didn't care about what the other 4 were thinking. Although he was annoyed that Lu Ran had touched the second stage crystal core, he still bent down, picked up the crystal core, and then turned and left without looking back. Lin Yu had just come out of her room in the morning when she saw Qing Xiangbei waiting in the living room on the first floor. "You're awake? Come see the plaque I enhanced." Lin Yu nodded, casually took a box of milk from her space, and sipped through a straw. She also handed him a box of milk. Qing Xiangbei chuckled softly twice, then turned the plaque that was facing Lin Yu around. It bore 4 large characters, Qingquan Farm. Thanks to Qing Xiangbei's supernatural ability enhancement, the plaque turned into a shiny gold color, looking like gold from afar. The writing was neat, but not particularly beautiful. But for Lin Yu, it was enough to be eye-catching. Not bad.
Just leave it there for now.
I'll hang it up later. Qing Xiangbei was a bit puzzled. By the way, why did the big sister suddenly decide to make this? Lin Yu smiled slightly. Of course, it's so others can easily find me to trade food for crystal cores. When she mentioned this, Qing Xiangbei was stunned. When they first returned, the farmland outside the villa had only a few rice plants near the wall. He watched Lin Yu harvest and then replant the rice. Less than a day later, the new rice was already ripe. It was truly unheard of and unseen. Qing Xiangbei was filled with admiration. Everyone had awakened supernatural abilities, but the differences were so big. At that moment, Pei Linling rubbed her eyes and came down from the second floor. Seeing the 2 people in the living room, her eyes lit up. "Big sister Lin Yu, brother Qing, good morning." "Morning. Good morning." Lin Yu also took a box of milk from her space and handed it to Pei Linling. She casually asked, "What do you want for breakfast?" "I can eat anything." Lin Yu took 3 bags of whole wheat bread and divided them among everyone. After eating and drinking enough, she took the shiny plaque and left the villa. "I'll help you." Seeing this, Qing Xiangbei quickly stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth. Choking so badly, he rolled his eyes and spoke unclearly. Lin Yu refused his kindness. "It's okay. You eat first. I can hang it up myself." She paused slightly and reminded him, "Don't forget there are 3 trucks in the yard waiting for you to strengthen." Chung Xiangbei stiffened and sighed faintly.
Got it.
"If you need help later, just call me." He had a strange feeling that unless he first strengthened a truck, Lin Yu might not even let him step outside the villa door. Whoa, I want to cry. Lin Yu ignored him after saying this. With a thought, the plaque in her hand entered her space. Holding the plaque wasn't heavy, but it was quite tiring for one person. The space was very useful. Since awakening her supernatural ability, Pei Linlong's appetite has greatly increased. She used to eat only 2 or 3 slices of bread to feel full, but now she can easily finish an entire bag of whole wheat bread. Pei Linlang quickly swallowed the milk and the whole bag of bread, giving Chung Xiangbei a sympathetic look, then jogged to catch up with Lin Yu. When Lin Yu left the villa, most of the survivors outside had already woken up and were shouting to go hunt zombies. Noticing her presence, the noisy surroundings gradually fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at her curiously. Lin Yu nodded slightly to everyone, then went to the gate to observe. She decided to hang the sign for Qingquan Farm on the wall above the left side of the villa's gate. She took a golden sign from her space, used her supernatural ability to make 4 holes in it, then lifted the sign with her water-based power. After placing it neatly, she used her ability to drive nails and fix the sign onto the wall. Pei Linlang, who had just come out, saw this scene. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise. Her water ability can be used like that? Lin Yu really knows how to make her powers creative. She moved closer to Lin Yu and softly read the words on the sign. Qingquan Farm? Oh my, that sign might be made of gold. It's so shiny. It blinded my eyes.
Well,
Even if it's made of gold, what good does that do? Can gold exchange for food? That's true. The surviving onlookers nearby discussed excitedly. Lin Yu chuckled softly and explained, to make it easier for everyone to refer to, from now on, this place will be called Qingquan Farm. It seemed she was explaining for Pei Linlang, but actually she was telling everyone that the villa was officially named Qingquan Farm. After saying this, Lin Yu turned to face forward directly. Everyone, don't worry. The previous agreement about trading food for crystal cores still stands.
I have just one request.
Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened. Could she be planning to raise the prices? Even if Lin Yu wanted to raise prices, it wouldn't be unreasonable. They couldn't blame her. Food is the most precious resource in the apocalypse. While everyone was lost in thought, Lin Yu spoke again. When you're outside hunting zombies and looking for crystal cores, if you happen to meet other people, please help spread the word about Qingquan Farm. Let them know that they can exchange crystal cores for food here. The Clear Spring Farm has enough food, so everyone doesn't need to worry about running out. After thinking for a moment, she added, in this way, whenever you bring back someone who hasn't exchanged food with Clear Spring Farm, each person will earn a bottle of 500 milliliters water. Since it concerns everyone's interests, it's just a verbal agreement. No one might truly do their best. But if there's a reward, the outcome will naturally be different. Pei Linlang didn't know her real goal. Hearing this, she felt that there was no one kinder than Lin Yu in the world. Her kindness was based on her own strength to help others, unlike her situation in Linchuan City, where her brother and Lin Yu's sister helped rescue people. Pei Linlang suddenly understood. Maybe. This is the difference between kindness and saintliness. Can I really get a bottle of 500 milliliters water for bringing back each person? Lin Yu nodded. Of course. Everyone was a bit worried about her generosity and wondered what her real purpose was. After hesitating, they finally voiced their doubts. But, may I ask why you're doing this? Sorry, I can't tell you. Although they had already guessed Lin Yu wouldn't reveal her reasons, they still felt a little disappointed. Some people looked thoughtful, secretly pondering whether exchanging one person for a bottle of water was possible. Liurge suddenly had a strange idea. Maybe.
Try it?
There's nothing to lose anyway. If it works, they could easily get a bottle of water. In a situation where water resources are polluted, no one would complain about having too much water. Everyone saw clearly that Zhou Ran and the others harvested rice last night and then planted new crops. If the soil was contaminated by rainwater, Linyu probably wouldn't bother to ask others to help plant crops. Although no one knew why that land wasn't polluted by rainwater, they all understood what it might mean. Perhaps Clear Spring Farm could be the only place in Long Country, or even on Earth, still able to grow food normally? Looking at it this way, it seems Clear Spring Farm really doesn't need to worry about food. But all crops have a growing cycle, ranging from a month or two to half a year or longer. How could Linyu, or the owner of the villa, guarantee that they could exchange food with hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of people using crystal cores without risking their own safety? Even a few hundred acres of farmland might not be enough, right? When someone asked this question, Linyu just chuckled softly and said, "All you need to do is help promote or not promote Qingquan Farm. As for everything else, it's not your concern." Having assured everyone like this, many couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Hidden among the crowd, Qin silently watched Linyu and the little girl beside her, his eyes flickering. Pei Yan returned at this moment. Pei was the first to notice her brother and happily waved at him. When she saw his pale face, her smile froze. Does brother look very angry? What's going on with him? Ignoring everyone's thoughts, since some would agree just for the sake of drinking water, the rest could be left to time. At this point, Linyu had already turned around, so she didn't see Pei Yan beside the crowd, nor could she notice his strange expression. Pei didn't go into the villa, but waited at the door for him to come over. When Pei Yan reached the villa entrance, Pei nervously circled around him, carefully observing his face with concern in her eyes. "Brother, are you hurt?" Pei Yan's tense face eased a little when he saw his sister's care and worry. He didn't want her to worry, so he suppressed his expression and gently touched her head. "I'm not hurt, don't worry." Pei cautiously looked up. "But your face didn't look very good just now. Did something happen?" Pei Yan shook his head. "You saw it wrong. Have you eaten breakfast? By the way, what did Sister Lin you just tell everyone?" He spoke as he walked forward. "Don't try to change the subject. I clearly saw you with a stiff face just now." Pei glared fiercely at Pei Yan, but he was walking too fast, and now she could only see his back. This made Pei even more certain that something had happened to Pei Yan. Just as she was about to catch up, a tall figure appeared in front of her. The man's face looked like a masterpiece carved by a divine hand. Sharp features like a chiseled sculpture, a high nose, eyebrows like distant mountains, and eyes like black obsidian, shining deep and bright. When he casually lifted the corner of his eye, a hint of charm was revealed. With broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs, he looks like walking charm. Of course, this is only true if you ignore his hair, which is so greasy it could be used for cooking. Unfortunately, his charm was wasted on the wrong person. Pei didn't even bother to give him a glance. She was most concerned about her brother's condition. This was the first time she saw Pei Yan show such a disgusted expression, like he had swallowed something foul. She frowned and sidestepped the man. But as she moved, Qin also shifted. Impatient, Pei raised her head. "What are you doing? You're blocking my way." Qin chuckled softly, his eyes bright like stars. "Little sister, I'm here to apply for a job." Pei ignored him. "Sorry, Sister Linyu has already hired enough staff. We're not hiring anyone else. Please move aside." A cold glint flashed in Qin eyes. Usually, when he smiled, everyone, young or old, was charmed. But this girl clearly didn't appreciate it. Thinking about his plan, Qin suppressed his anger. He slightly lowered his eyelashes, giving a pitiful look. "I haven't eaten in many days. Please, little sister, just tell Sister Lin that I want to work on the farm. I know you're kindest of all, and I'm sure you wouldn't want anyone to go hungry, right?" Pei looked annoyed, feeling as uncomfortable as if she had swallowed something bad. What was this man doing? He spoke as if not letting him work on the farm would cause him to starve. "Don't think she's easy to fool just because she's young." He said he hadn't eaten in days, but Pei could smell the fiery aroma of hot pot on his breath. It was truly surprising. Pei Linlong's face turned cold. "I'm not your sister. Don't call me that."
She paused.
Next time, before pretending to be pitiful to deceive, Wash your teeth first.
And
Your pretentious attitude is really disgusting. Without giving him a chance to respond, she strode quickly into the villa, as if some fierce beast was chasing her. Qinling's face darkened instantly, almost unable to contain the murderous intent boiling inside him.
how dare she? How dare she?
Pfft! Somewhere in the crowd, a mocking laugh rang out. Qinling's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with killing intent. He turned to look at the crowd, as if trying to find the person who was laughing at him. He didn't notice any unusual expressions on everyone's faces, so he couldn't tell who was laughing. However, he could feel the strange gazes shifting onto him. Qinling's face turned pale. He didn't want to stay here being mocked. He glared at everyone fiercely and hurriedly left the villa in a sorry state. When he was sure Qinling was no longer visible, a few people burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, that was so funny. That little girl is really interesting. Oh, dear. She's going to starve. Crazy person. I remember that person changed to spicy and sour noodles before, right? Maybe they saw the little girl as easy to fool and planned to use her to sneak into the villa. Exactly. That girl spoke really well. So disgusting. But on the other hand, should we tell Linyu about this so she can be prepared? I think it's better not to. If you tell her, she might not believe you, or even suspect that you're up to something. Everyone thought this person's words made some sense and immediately dismissed the idea. Unbeknownst to them, this person planned to tell Linyu alone, hoping to keep the praise or benefits for himself. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Pei Yan left without looking back, Ji Mingshu, Li He, Zhang He, and the overworked employees of 996 looked at each other for a long time. Finally, the overworked one nervously spoke. Where should we go next? Ji Mingshu's eyes showed a hint of confusion. I don't know either. Zhang He looked around and saw corpses of zombies everywhere on the road, each with a big hole in their heads. Thinking about the red little stone Lu Ran took earlier, she had some faint guesses. The zombies around here are probably all cleared by that person earlier. We should be safe for now, but we can't stay here forever. We also need to be careful. Plus, our food and water are running out. Li He hated Lu Ran for risking their lives. Otherwise, they could have asked that man for some information. At least, they wouldn't be stuck in such a difficult situation. The three of them fell into silence. Deep down, everyone knew the best plan was to leave in the direction Pei Yan had gone, since he was so strong. If they encountered zombies along the way, he could easily kill them.
But
they were afraid Pei Yan would blame them because of Lu Ran. Zhang He pursed her lips, a determined look finally flashing in her eyes. We should follow them. If that man was going to blame us, he would have acted already. As long as we don't provoke him, he probably won't attack us.
Linyu.
Pei Yan called out to the figure ahead. Not long after entering the villa, Linyu heard a cold, sharp voice. She turned around and saw him smile faintly. You're back? Pei Yan's face was now completely calm, especially after seeing the slight smile at the corner of Linyu's lips. His mood improved a lot. He strode forward and slowly opened his palm, revealing a bright red crystal core resting quietly inside. Linyu was surprised at first, then quickly reacted and asked, a second-level fire-type crystal core? Yes, I found a second-level zombie eagle while clearing zombies. Maybe because he hadn't slept all night, Pei Yan's voice sounded a bit low and tired. He spoke casually, but Linyu knew how dangerous that calm tone really was. Plus, the zombie eagle could fly, making it much harder to kill than land zombies. No wonder he was the man who built the Dawn base. Out of politeness, Linyu asked, Are you okay? Pei Yan's face was slightly red. Was she worried about him being hurt? Although she probably only asked out of courtesy, it still made Pei Yan feel better. He tried to answer calmly, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Linyu nodded and hesitated. Then, what about this? A faint blush appeared at the roots of Pei Yan's ears, but he kept his expression calm. He coughed lightly and handed her a backpack, which was full of first-level attribute-less crystal cores. This second-level fire-type crystal core and all the crystal cores in the backpack are for our future living expenses for me and Linling. It's hard not to feel moved. After all, Linyu really needs crystal cores. Especially since the main task of building the base requires many crystal cores. Not only do they need crystal cores to establish safe zones, but after the base is built, they can't just let the survivors live openly in the open. They need a proper place for food, drink, and rest, and that's the most important part. In the past few days, Linyu has been exchanging food with survivors outside the villa for crystal cores, accumulating over 200 first-level cores. But that's still far from enough. Besides using crystals to build the base, expanding the farmland also requires many crystals, so she really couldn't refuse. Linyu was worried he might not understand the value of a second-level fire crystal, so she explained to Pei Yan, "Are you sure you want to give me a second-level fire crystal? I think you might not fully understand its value. If an elemental user with fire abilities absorbs the energy from this crystal, their power level can immediately rise to the second level. The ratio of crystals: 1 level elemental ability equals 10 1-level ordinary, second level ability equals 10 second level ordinary, third level ability equals 10 third level ordinary, and so on. So, second level ordinary equals 101 level ordinary, third level ordinary equals 100, second level ordinary equals 10,000 1-level ordinary." Pei Yan watched Linyu earnestly explain the value of the second-level fire crystal, and he forcibly resisted the urge to ruffle her hair. He clearly knew the value of the second-level fire crystal. Even if having another second-level fire ability user was helpful, it was far less important than her. Even if the crystal in Pei Yan's hand was a thunder crystal, as long as Linyu needed it, he wouldn't hesitate for a moment. Only Pei Yan himself knew how intense his feelings were right now. He didn't want her to distance herself from him because of this. He kept all his emotions hidden inside and spoke in a calm voice. "I understand. It's okay, I'll give it all to you." Linyu felt as if a punch had hit cotton. After a moment of silence, she decided not to argue further and said decisively, "Fine. Since you understand the value of the second-level fire crystal, I won't be polite anymore." She took the second-level fire crystal and the backpack from Pei Yan, weighing them briefly. "Probably in the next 6 months, neither you nor Linlang will need to pay for accommodation anymore." Pei Yan's pupils dilated slightly. He didn't catch everything Linyu said afterward, but he felt as if a fire was burning where her fingertips touched. When Pei Linlang entered with a sullen face, she saw this scene. Linyu was smiling and talking to her brother, who was staring blankly, lost in thought. Pei Linlang quickly forgot her earlier bad mood, feeling truly disappointed. Pei Yan really should cherish his opportunities. Why was he just standing there dazed? At this moment, Cheng Xiangbei was reinforcing the large truck in the yard. He wasn't blind. He could see Linyu and Pei Yan, but he didn't go over to bother them. Instead, he seemed to be working on the truck, though secretly, his ears had already pricked up. While he was still thinking about how to subtly remind Pei Linlang, she had already tiptoed away quietly from the other side. Although Pei Linlang was quite annoyed that things weren't going smoothly, she didn't want to ruin the good atmosphere between them. She planned to talk to Linyu later about Qin Ling. Linyu, who had just received a batch of crystal cores, was in a very good mood. A faint smile appeared on her face. "Want breakfast?" Pei Yan glanced casually over her head. Although he tried to hide it, his lips curled up slightly. She clearly liked crystal cores very much. She probably didn't realize how cute she looked with her eyes shining so brightly. Pei Yan completely forgot the unpleasant feelings caused by Lu Ran. He nodded and said, "Yes, I want some." What Pei Yan understood and what Linyu meant were completely different. Linyu was happy because, as a tenant, let's call her that, she paid some rent, so she thoughtfully prepared several types of breakfast for Pei Yan to choose from. There was bread, milk, cookies, century egg, and lean pork porridge, seafood mushroom porridge, and so on. As for the porridge, they were all instant foods that just needed hot water to be ready to eat. She told him to pick whatever he wanted, and then she carried her backpack to the side to count the crystal cores. Pei Yan was in a great mood looking at the abundant breakfast. Crystal cores really seemed to be the thing that made her happiest. He casually tore open a bag of bread and ate it slowly. Meanwhile, Linyu had already opened her system panel to check her task progress. Unfortunately, The side quest 10 still showed 0% progress. Whether it was the crystal cores she traded with other survivors or the ones Pei Yan used to pay for accommodation, none of these counted toward her task progress. It seemed only the zombies she personally killed could count toward her task progress. After counting the crystal cores at her backpack, Linyu stored them all in her space. She planned to go clear out the zombies near Qingquan Mountain today and also complete side quest 10. As for these crystal cores, she didn't plan to use them for now. Firstly, they wouldn't be enough to build a base. Secondly, she could buy ordinary, attribute-less crystal cores for finished houses. Using second-level fire element crystal cores for this would be a waste. It would be better to save them to exchange later with others for crystal cores that matched her own abilities. Or perhaps it will be used later by the fire element abilities in the team. She has indeed considered recruiting a fire ability user who is good at cooking to join the base, but she won't provide crystal cores for free. After all, a second-level fire crystal core is equivalent to 1,000 ordinary non-elemental crystal cores. As for expanding the farmland, Linyu thinks it's better to take it slow. If they expand the farmland too quickly, 10 people might not be enough to handle it. Then they would need to hire more workers, and at that point, Dubai, the goose, might not be able to keep up. You can't become fat in one bite, so it's better to take it step by step. After counting all the crystal cores, Pei Yan was still eating breakfast. Linyu mentioned the number and told him that for the next 7 months, neither he nor Pei Linlang would need to pay for accommodation. Pei Yan nodded silently, not saying anything on the surface, but internally he decided to hunt more zombies. Just then, someone outside was calling for her. Linyu told him she needed to go out for a while. Pei Yan didn't think much of it, assuming it was the group of survivors coming to exchange food, and simply nodded to show he understood. After leaving the villa, he realized that the people outside weren't there to exchange food, but to ask about the reward of one 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water for each person brought back. After clarifying their doubts, Linyu found Zhou Ran and Yao Xiaoning and others. She told them that the rice in the farm would be ready around 3 p.m., so they should remember to go to work on time. As for the farming tools and rice seeds, she had already placed them next to the wall outside the farm entrance. After granting them access, Zhou Ran and the others no longer needed to go through the villa's main gate to enter the farm. They could go directly from outside to work, saving Pei Linlang or Pei Yan the trouble of opening the door for them. Having finished all the arrangements, Linyu left the villa, leaving the 10 people behind, looking disorganized in the wind. Originally, Zhou Ran wanted to tell Linyu about Qinling tricking Pei Linlang recently, but the shock from what Linyu had told them was too great, leaving them blank and forgetting what they wanted to say. "Brother Zhou, what did Lin boss say? Did I hear that right?" Yao Xiaoning looked surprised. "I remember. We only planted the rice seeds this morning at dawn. Could I be remembering things wrong?" The tall, thin guy scratched his head. "That can't be. My hands are still sore and weak from working." Zhou Ran was also confused. He reached out and pinched his thigh, and the pain made him shiver all over. "Not a dream." The tall, thin man hesitated.
Could it be
"That boss Lin is joking with us?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt 9 pairs of eyes turn to him. The meaning was clear. "Do you think that's possible?" Yao Xiaoning seemed to have an idea and was filled with shock. He looked at the villa with awe. Could this be the ability of the owner of the villa? No. The Qingquan Farm? Just a few hours ago? Less than 24 hours? And those seeds have already grown? That's just too incredible. The tall, thin man suddenly became excited. No wonder Boss Lin told everyone not to worry about food today. With such a miraculous ability, even if thousands of people came to exchange food at Qingquan Farm, they could handle it. Everyone had different thoughts, but no matter what, they were all determined to firmly cling to Linyu's support. In their eyes, holding on to Linyu was like holding on to the owner of Qingquan Farm. As long as they didn't do anything stupid, they could work on farming forever. In the future, they wouldn't have to worry about food or drink, and they wouldn't need to fight zombies every day, risking their lives. Except for the hard work during farming, there was nothing fundamentally wrong. Compared to other survivors who still had to kill zombies and earn crystal cores to survive each day, they were already very lucky. Because the tall, thin man was too surprised, he didn't lower his voice during the conversation, which led to some people overhearing him. By the time Zhou Ran realized it, it was too late. The survivors outside the villa had flickering eyes, with some thoughts running through their minds. As for what everyone was really thinking, Lin Yu didn't care. She never intended to hide anything because the system's original purpose was to help her build a base. Otherwise, the safe zone wouldn't emit a strong golden light to attract attention. As long as those survivors stayed outside the villa long enough, they would eventually discover these things. She just needed to maintain absolute strength and steadily upgrade the farm's level. When the time came, no one could come and challenge her. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had already left the villa, frowned. She stopped and turned around to look at the power line pole 5 meters away. A faint, dangerous glow appeared at the corner of her eyes. Who? Are you ready? Xiongzhan was caught and immediately stopped hiding his figure. The main reason was that the electric pole couldn't hide his somewhat round body. He came out from behind the roadside electric pole and hurriedly explained, "Well, Boss Lin, please don't misunderstand. I have something I want to tell you." Lin Yu saw that his eyes were bright and clear. Although he was a bit plump, his eyebrows and eyes were even and kind, not like a villain. She decided to listen to what he had to say and raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh, Xiongzhan didn't exaggerate or add extra details. He directly told her about Qinling coming to see Pei Linling today. She looked thoughtful. Qinling? It seemed her sixth sense was right. She guessed that he was eyeing the villa. Yes. The tall, thin, green tea-looking young man. I understand. Thank you for telling me. Lin Yu didn't want to owe favors. She thought for a moment, then took out a 4-liter bottle of Nongfu Spring from her space and handed it to him. But Xiongzhan shook his head and said, "Boss Lin, I'm not hiding anything. I'm telling you this not to get any benefit from you. I just hope that if you need workers for farming in the future, you can consider me first. Oh, by the way, my name is Xiongzhan." Lin Yu was a bit surprised and looked at him. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by a rough voice. "Xiongzhan, you old six." Wang Hui was very angry inside. He didn't expect that just a step behind, Xiongzhan, that old six, beat him to tell Lin Yu about this matter. Especially after seeing the 4-liter Nongfu Spring bottle in Lin Yu's hand, he was so jealous that his eyes turned red. If he hadn't stayed outside the villa out of curiosity to listen to some gossip, that big bottle of mineral water would have been his. Now, with this strange weather, the temperature was rising day by day. He was so hot that he couldn't bear it even with his shirt off. He guessed the temperature was probably close to 40 degrees Celsius. When it gets hot, he can't help but want to drink water. But every time he drinks, he doesn't dare to drink it all at once. He first wets his lips, then takes a small sip and keeps it in his mouth for several minutes before finally swallowing. If it weren't for Xiongzhan, he would have been able to drink happily today. Thinking of this, his eyes turned even redder, looking like they could shoot fire at any moment. Wang Hui was the one who previously encouraged everyone not to tell Lin Yu that Qinling was pretending to be weak in front of Pei Linling, wanting to keep the benefits or favors for himself. Although Bear Warrior looks simple and honest, his mind is quite sharp. As his thoughts turned, he quickly understood what was going on. King Hui, that troublemaker, pretended to prevent others from telling Lin Yu, but in fact, he just wanted to keep the benefits for himself. He first misled others with bad intentions, so it's no surprise if someone else took the advantage. After all, everyone relies on their own skills. Especially with King Hui's attitude, he seemed as if he thought he had been robbed of his benefits. Bear Warrior looked at him strangely and said, "King Hui, be clear. Why do you call me old 6 foot? Are you afraid Lin Boss might suspect you're up to something? Are you not allowed to let others speak? I think you just want to keep all the benefits for yourself." King Hui was angry and anxious, quickly trying to explain, "No, Lin Boss, don't listen to him. I didn't mean that. He hesitated for a long time without finishing his sentence. From his actions since he appeared, Lin Yu could guess some of his thoughts. She didn't really like or dislike his behavior. In a world where many people knew certain news, it was normal that whoever said it first might get more benefits. But the truth was, Bear Warrior was the first to tell her this news. Compared to King Hui, who looked jealous, her impression of Bear Warrior was better. From their brief conversation, Lin Yu guessed the real situation and saw no need to listen to his explanation anymore. She took back the bottled water from her space and nodded at Bear Warrior. "If I need help later, I will consider you first." After saying that, she took out her upgraded Hummer and sped away. Bear Warrior felt like he was floating on cloud 9, completely surprised that Lin Boss really promised to consider him first. King Hui's heart was full of hatred. "What did Lin Boss promise you? What will she consider you first?" Bear Warrior snapped out of his thoughts and nonchalantly cleaned his ear, then pretended to sigh deeply.
Ah.
Some people hesitate and worry about being suspected by Lin Boss. If not, maybe in the end, she would consider someone else first. Bear Warrior's ability to stir up trouble was incredible. Hearing this, King Hui's eyes turned red with anger. "I'm fighting you. Look behind you. There are zombies." King Hui believed him and turned around to look, but behind him was an empty space. There were no zombies anywhere. He immediately realized he had been tricked by the scoundrel Wang Biao and Bear Zhan. When he turned around again, Bear Zhan had already run far away. Wang Hui was almost too angry to breathe and was too distracted to notice Lin Yu leaving in a vehicle that looked like it was made of pure gold. Lin Yu didn't care about what happened between Wang Hui and Bear Zhan. She was driving and took out a temperature gauge from her space to place on the passenger seat. After a few minutes, she checked the thermometer and saw the temperature had reached 36 degrees Celsius. Since she got in the car, she felt that the inside should be a couple of degrees cooler than outside. Maybe because the Hummer had been kept in her space, or perhaps because her special powers made the vehicle block some heat. The inside temperature was only 36 degrees Celsius. Outside, it was probably between 38 degrees Celsius and 39 degrees Celsius. It was still morning, so the hottest part of the day hadn't come yet. In the afternoon, the temperature might rise even more. If things continued like this, disasters would become unavoidable. Lin Yu put the thermometer back into her space and took out a radio, placing it on the dashboard. The radio still crackled with static noise. Lin Yu pursed her lips and pressed the accelerator harder. She could see some survivors heading out from Qingquan Farm, but the fast-moving Hummer quickly left them behind. Soon, 4 figures appeared in her sight. They were Jiang He, Ji Mingshu, Li He, and the 996 worker, all heading in the same direction as Pei Yan. They only knew the general direction Pei Yan had gone, but not his exact location. Later, attracted by a flash of golden light ahead, they discussed and decided to go see what it was. Coincidentally, they met Lin Yu in her speeding Hummer. When they saw the suddenly appearing golden Hummer, their eyes widened in surprise. By the time they wanted to wave and ask about it, the Hummer had already disappeared from their view, leaving only the sound of its engine roaring away. This made Jiang He feel uneasy. Li He touched his mouth and said, "What a luxury. To see a vehicle made of pure gold in the end times. If I'm not mistaken, even the tires seem to be gold." Jiang He looked serious. That Hummer just now seemed to come from the direction of Jingguang. It was moving so fast. Could there be a horde of zombies chasing behind? Everyone was startled, realizing this was possible. They no longer admired the off-road vehicle and looked very serious. "Should we go over there?" Before Jiang He could hesitate for long, a small team of 5 appeared ahead. After Lin Yu announced that one head was exchanged for 500 milliliters of water, they immediately set out from Qingquan Farm. Because they had no transportation, Lin Yu, who was behind, finally caught up with them. Coincidentally, they met Jiang He and the others at this time. The members of the team were tall and strong, with a faint fierce look on their faces, clearly not easy to mess with. When they saw Jiang He and the others, they recalled that they hadn't seen these 4 people near the villa. Their eyes glowed green. The leader of the men smiled widely. "Looks like the early bird catches the worm, right?" At this moment, Jiang He and the others appeared to them as 4 bottles of 500 milliliters clean drinking water. Ji Mingshu's eyes flashed with caution, and a fireball was ready in his hand. Everyone looked alert, making the five-person team realize they didn't seem like good people. Seeing this, the leader slightly restrained himself, smiled at them, and spoke in the gentlest tone he could manage. "We mean no harm. You don't need to be afraid. Sorry, we forgot to introduce ourselves. We are survivors near Qingquan Farm. At Qingquan Farm, you can exchange crystal cores for food and clean water. You all look so thirsty. Would you like to come with us to Qingquan Farm?" The other team members. The captain probably shouldn't speak and should just keep quiet. Hearing this, it sounded even less like they were good people. No wonder these four wouldn't want to go back with them. Jiang He exchanged a subtle glance with the three beside her, pretending to be curious. Qingquan Farm. What is that? She seemed to be asking about Qingquan Farm, but if you looked closely, you could see her body was tense, clearly on guard against the five men in front of her. The members of the five-person team all sensed something was wrong. The captain, however, was too excited about the 4 bottles of 500 milliliters drinking water he was about to get for free. He ignored the suspicion on Jiang He and the others' faces and kept showing his relentless spirit. He turned around and pointed behind him. "Did you see the golden light over there? That's Qingquan Farm. It's very safe there, no zombies or mutated animals and plants." Before he could finish speaking, a team member nudged his arm. "Brother, stop talking. You're scaring them all away." The captain's face darkened successfully. "Then why are you just standing there? Chase after them. We absolutely can't let those 4 bottles of water escape." When they heard the man compare them to water, Jiang He and the others ran even faster. It was easy to guess that those men had bad intentions. They probably planned to lure them to the so-called Qingquan Farm, then tie them up to eat and drink their blood. No wonder they called the water 4 bottles. No surprise, Jiang He imagined all sorts of things. Any normal person wouldn't believe their one-sided story. Good things like that don't just fall from the sky. Plus, when these 5 saw them, their eyes glowed green and they couldn't walk straight. It was obvious something was wrong. So, on the road, a scene like this unfolded. Jiang He, Ji Mingshu, Li He, and the overworked employee of 996 were desperately running ahead, while the 5-person team chased behind. She ran, he chased, and they all found it hard to escape. Because the zombies near the road had been cleared by Pei Yan, there were only decayed zombie corpses on the ground, with nothing else. Linyu drove for a long stretch before she saw any zombies. When she spotted the zombies, Linyu stopped the car, put on her combat suit and boots inside the vehicle, and then stored the Hummer in her space. Holding a knife in one hand, she quietly looked at the small group of zombies rushing toward her. About 20 zombies led the charge, and further behind, more zombies heard the noise and rushed toward her direction. Linyu wasn't just killing zombies to complete her system task, she also wanted to use the zombies to train her supernatural power. Only by fighting could her ability improve steadily. She stayed still, quietly waiting for the dozen or so low-level zombies to gather. Then, a huge water blade appeared out of nowhere in front of her. With a thought, Linyu directed the water blade to slash toward the zombies' heads.
Bang, 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 bang.
In an instant, countless headless bodies and severed heads fell heavily onto the road, causing decayed flesh, fragments, and disgusting brain matter to scatter everywhere. Linyu's expression remained calm. After dealing with the first wave of zombies, she single-handedly drew her sword and charged toward the second wave approaching her. Clang!
Boom!
She fought by slashing, chopping, stabbing, or using her supernatural powers. Whatever move was easiest, Linyu used it. She alternated between her abilities and her sword rapidly. In just about 10 minutes, a small mountain of corpses and a sea of blood had piled up behind her. The foul smell of decay hit her face, but her expression stayed steady. She focused all her attention on the zombies. While she was killing zombies, the progress of her main mission, clearing zombies within a 10-kilometer radius of Qingquan Mountain, was slowly advancing. 0.01%, 0.15%, 0.17%, 0.21%, 0.25%, 0.32%, 0.51%, 0.8%. Lin Yu completely lost track of time. She didn't know how long she had been fighting. Her heavy combat suit was soaked with sweat. Because of the intense activity, her chest rose and fell rapidly. Her short hair was wet and stuck to her scalp, her face flushed red, and large drops of sweat rolled down her forehead into her eyes before falling heavily onto the ground covered with zombie remains. To avoid infection, even in the nearly 40 degrees Celsius heat, Lin Yu kept herself fully covered. Thanks to her water element supernatural power, she wasn't very afraid of the high temperature, so she could maintain intense fighting without overheating. To minimize her clothes-absorbing heat, she changed into a white combat suit and white combat boots. She had purchased many sets of these before the apocalypse, in both white and black, mainly to prevent being scratched or bitten by zombies during close combat. Although awakened supernaturalists can somewhat resist the zombie virus, multiple bites or scratches could still lead to infection. So, she changed into her combat gear before leaving the vehicle. As she moved forward, a huge pile of zombies had already gathered behind her. I don't know why, but she kept encountering zombies that were just about to advance from the first to the second stage. She hadn't even met a second stage zombie, or else she wouldn't have been so relaxed. Lin Yu casually defeated a zombie that lunged at her. Suddenly, a strong wave of heat surged through her body, and she instinctively threw out a water blade about 3 meters long. The water blade swept forward, cutting off the heads of all zombies within 10 meters in front of her, creating a clear space. At this moment, a pleasant system notification sounded in her ear. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed side mission 4. Your ability level has increased to level 2. You received 200 gold coins and a temperature control system. The previous system message was normal, but when she heard the last part, she froze in place. A temperature control system? Lin Yu's breathing grew slightly heavier. The system's reward came just in time. With the temperature control device, the villa area could stay around 20 degrees Celsius all year round, like spring in every season. This gave Lin Yu more confidence to face possible upcoming natural disasters. Accept/decline reward? Accept. Just as her mind made the decision, several zombies lunged toward her with claws and teeth. Lin Yu didn't have time to think about the temperature system. She quickly drew her sword and smoothly eliminated the remaining dozens of zombies. She let out a breath, looked back at the mountain of zombie corpses, and immediately abandoned the idea of collecting all their crystal cores. It was better to just gather the cores here, to avoid dirtying and stinking up the villa. She slowly opened her palm, and her ability transformed into a white light that swept forward. Countless rotten flesh and limbs within 10 meters were washed away by a huge water flow, revealing the crystal core inside. Lin Yu looked down at her palm. Since reaching level 2, her ability was much stronger than before. Was it because of her rebirth? She couldn't figure it out, so she decided not to think about it. Instead, she focused all her attention on the crystal core. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she said accept, the entire area covered by the safe zone suddenly experienced a temperature drop of over 10 degrees, stabilizing around 24 degrees Celsius. Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei, who were awake, immediately sensed the change caused by the temperature decrease. Pei Linlang's eyes were full of surprise. Was it just her imagination? Why did she suddenly feel the temperature drop so much? At this moment, Pei Yan was already asleep. She didn't want to disturb him, so she ran quickly to the front yard to find Cheng Xiangbei, who looked confused. Seeing her expression, Cheng Xiangbei immediately understood that Pei Linlang also felt the change in temperature. Linlang, did you feel it too? Pei Linlang nodded. Why did the temperature suddenly drop so much? Cheng Xiangbei shook his head. I don't know either. The two looked at each other, both trying to confirm whether it was just their feeling. They decided to go outside and check. As soon as they stepped out of the villa, a wave of heat hit them like they were standing in a furnace. The group of survivors outside was nowhere to be seen. Maybe because it was too hot, they had gone to nearby residential areas to escape the heat. Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei seemed to have planned this in advance. At the same time, they pulled back their steps and returned to the villa. The familiar coolness wrapped around them, and they both stared wide-eyed. Qing Xiangbei was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. Wow, what the heck? He stubbornly took another step outside. The heat wave hit him instantly, and he felt like his shoes were about to melt into the ground. He quickly pulled his foot back. He looked up at the blazing sun high in the sky, feeling a strange urge rise in his heart. Could it be that Lin Yu's ability had upgraded again? Otherwise, he couldn't understand why the temperature inside the protective shield was different from outside. Let's wait until Sister Lin Yu comes back and ask her what's going on. Pei Linling also thought this was very possible. She paused, her eyes filled with worry. It's so hot outside, and I wonder if Sister Lin Yu found a place to escape the heat. She originally planned to tell her about Qinling after her brother and Lin Yu finished talking, but in just a short while, she had already gone out. Most importantly, she didn't take her along. Pei Linling was now used to going out with her to fight zombies. Seeing this, Qing Xiangbei comforted her. Don't worry. Sister Lin Yu isn't stupid. If it's hot, she'll find a place to hide. Maybe she'll be back soon. Since witnessing the wonders of the protective shield and the farm, Qing Xiangbei trusted Lin Yu completely. He believed no one in this world could harm someone with her abilities. From this, it was clear how powerful she was, able to form a shield that could protect against zombies and mutated animals and plants. Pei Linlong's worry did not lessen much because of this. Seeing her like this, Qing Xiangbei hesitated for a moment and said, if Lin Yu still doesn't come back later, let's wake Pei Yan and go look for her. Pei Linling nodded at this.
Woof.
Dabai, who had somehow arrived at the villa door, suddenly made a sound, startling both of them. When they saw it was Dabai, Qing Xiangbei sighed and said, Dabai, can you walk more quietly?
You scared me.
Dabai glared at him and then swaggered out confidently. Pei Linling quickly asked, Dabai, what are you going to do?
Woof.
Dabai responded, but since they couldn't understand each other, Pei Linling had no idea what it meant. In the blink of an eye, Dabai was gone. Considering Dabai's strength, the two of them relaxed a little. About half an hour later, Dabai returned with Zhou Rand and the others. Only then did Pei Linling and Qing Xiangbei realize that Dabai had gone out to find someone to harvest rice. As soon as they entered Qingquan Farm, a cool breeze hit them, and they were all stunned speechless. Not only because the temperature at Qingquan Farm was completely different from outside, but also because of the vast golden rice fields. Everything in front of them was changing their understanding of the world. Wow, it turns out what Boss Lin said about the rice ripening in the afternoon is true. Look at this.
This
is too unbelievable. So cool. Oh my god. Did Boss Lin install air conditioning across the whole farm? Qingquan Farm seems to be outdoors, right? It shouldn't be possible to have air conditioning that works outside, right? Everyone was talking excitedly. Dabai impatiently woofed, seeming to urge everyone to work quickly and not to waste time chatting. Zhou Rand and the others immediately silenced themselves, holding back their curiosity and grabbing tools to work in the fields. Dabai was very responsible for the tasks assigned by Lin Yu. It was worried that its 10 workers might be late, so it went ahead to find them half an hour before the rice was ready to harvest. Zhou Rand and the others knew their limits. After finishing their work at the farm, they didn't stay long. After all, they were just employees hired by Boss Lin to farm. Boss Lin provided them with food and drinks, and they were already very grateful. They didn't dare to ask for anything more. If the weather hadn't been so hot, they would have stayed outside the villa and wouldn't have left this place for a moment. Zhou and the others originally planned to find an empty villa nearby to rest and wait until the right time to go to the farm. They left the villa to look for a cool place, mainly because Zhou had a watch to check the time, so they weren't worried about delaying their work. Unexpectedly, Dabai arrived early. The farm was so cool that everyone didn't want to leave, wishing they could stay there all day. They didn't know the exact temperature, but it was definitely over 40 degrees Celsius. Since the power was out and they had no generator, they couldn't use air conditioning or fans, and even cooling water was unavailable because the tap water was contaminated. Having experienced the heat of over 40 degrees without cooling devices, everyone found it hard to bear. Compared to the coolness of the farm, It was like night and day, and no one wanted to leave. Although everyone had this thought, no one slowed down their work on purpose just to stay cooler longer. They knew that losing this hard-earned job because of slow work would leave them with nowhere to cry. Dabai easily jumped onto the threshing machine, controlling the scene with his eyes. Seeing that no one was deliberately slowing down because of the cool environment, he felt a bit satisfied. In Linchuan City, hundreds of survivors were hiding inside a large supermarket warehouse. Since the warehouse stored a lot of food, they weren't lacking supplies. The door was locked from the inside, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. All their eating, drinking, and bathroom needs were met inside. Fortunately, the supermarket usually sold pet supplies, so they had plenty of cat litter, preventing the place from being covered in waste. They had been in the warehouse for a week. Despite having cat litter, the air still carried an indescribable smell. The scent of waste and food packaging mixed together, not pleasant at all, but they had gotten used to it. A little foul smell was better than dying outside. The warehouse was dark, with only a single light in the middle. Tang Shi frowned as he looked at the young woman adjusting the radio. "Xiao Xia, how is it? Can you pick up a signal?" Xia Yunxue pursed her lips. "Let me try again." Shortly after the end of the world, the internet was cut off. Everyone lost contact with the outside world and was left in the dark. A few days later, even the power went out. At this moment, Xia Yunxue was constantly adjusting the radio in her hand, which was everyone's only hope. Tang Shi is a retired soldier. After the disaster, he was trapped inside Linchuan City. As a soldier, he helped save some survivors during his escape. Later, while searching for food, he encountered another group of survivors in a supermarket. He initially planned to take some food and leave, but the noise of everyone fighting for food attracted zombies. He had no choice but to hide in a warehouse. Tang Shi wanted to organize people to clear the zombies outside the warehouse so they could leave easily. However, the city's tourism bureau cultural leader rejected this idea. He believed there was no need to risk it because there was food inside the warehouse. The survivors inside the warehouse were divided into two groups. One was the group Tang Shi rescued, about 20 people. The other was led by the cultural leader of the tourism bureau, with over 70 people. The smaller group had to stay inside the warehouse, as most people followed the majority. Both groups kept their distance, but everyone's eyes were on the girl in the middle of the warehouse, who was constantly adjusting the radio channel. Xia Yunxue bit her lip, ready to give up, when a steady male voice came from the radio. Crackle.
Crackle.
Attention, citizens. This is the Dragon Country Capital Military District. The address is in the suburbs of capital city S. I am Military District Leader Li Zhenhua. The Dragon Country capital base has been established. All survivors can come here. We will ensure everyone's safety. Please do not panic if you encounter zombies. Focus on attacking their heads. Avoid being scratched or bitten. Tap water contains the virus, so only drink sealed food and bottled water. The base location will be played repeatedly. Please listen carefully. The male voice on the radio kept repeating the location of the capital military base. Everyone in the warehouse remained silent, listening quietly to the message. Tang Shi smoked 3 cigarettes in a row, thinking for a long time. Finally, he decided to go to the capital military base. The armed forces there were undoubtedly strong, with plenty of supplies and capable of ensuring everyone's safety. Many others shared his idea, but the first problem was to deal with the zombies outside the warehouse. On the other side, Lin Yu, who had collected the crystal core, also heard news from the capital military district. According to the timeline, the establishment of the capital military base was about half a month earlier than in her previous life, likely due to the end of the World Survival Guide. Soon after the base was formed, some unaffected military districts responded by setting up their own bases to shelter survivors. Additionally, many individual groups or civilian organizations built their own bases to protect survivors. However, some groups did not treat ordinary people kindly. Those without special abilities were often used as currency, especially beautiful women. After the chaos, people's evil thoughts grew stronger. Acts like killing and arson became normal. Those who lost their moral boundaries would do anything. Lin Yu sighed softly. She knew she couldn't solve everything immediately. All she could do was ensure her base treated ordinary people fairly and didn't use them as currency. As long as she didn't cause trouble herself, everyone could work hard to earn food. Lin Yu looked into the distance. In her previous life, she died before natural disasters arrived, so the end of the world survival guide didn't mention them. Even now, she wanted to warn the capital military district, but she felt powerless. The capital was too far from Linchuan City, and she had no equipment or knowledge about such things. She could only wait a few days until she went to Linchuan City for a mission and checked the radio and TV stations. All she could do was try her best and leave the rest to fate. She hoped the military district would prepare early by noticing the rising temperatures. Lin Yu withdrew her gaze and drove toward Qingquan Mountain. She remembered the zombies she encountered along the way. After pondering for a moment, she asked the system aloud. "System, I want to ask you something. I noticed that the zombies killed near Qingquan Mountain are all approaching the critical point between first and second stage. Could this be related to the safe zone? The current safe zones haven't reached this level yet. To ensure the safety of the host and the farm, the system has used energy interference to slow down the growth of zombies within 10 kilometers of Qingquan Mountain. Until the host's abilities reach the second stage, zombies within 10 kilometers will remain at the first stage." Lin Yu thought of many possibilities, but didn't consider that it might be due to the system's protective mechanism. The system was really thoughtful, wasn't it? "Boss, I really love you." Lin Yu remembered Pei Yan's accommodation fee and looked suspicious. By the way, what was that 2-star zombie eagle earlier? Did it come from somewhere else? Although the system can slow down the growth of zombies around Qingquan Mountain, it can't stop higher-level zombies from entering the area. The 2-star zombie eagle you mentioned probably came from elsewhere. She thought for a moment. "I see. Boss, after I upgraded my abilities, does the system still suppress the growth of nearby zombies?" "Yes, so please complete your tasks quickly." Lin Yu nodded and then opened the system panel to check. Doomsday Farm host info. Lin Yu, water element ability, level 2, farm level. Level 1, can expand farmland, safe zone. Level 1, activated, number of farmlands, 20, about 0.75 acres, system shop. Unlocked, see details in the shop, gold balance, 2,792 system warehouse. Unlocked, see details in the warehouse. Over the past few days, after completing several tasks and harvesting rice on the farm, her gold balance has grown quickly, soon surpassing 3,000. Her eyes continued to scan downward. Main quest, build a base with at least 500 ordinary people and 10 ability users. Current progress, ordinary people, 0/500, ability users, April 10th. Side quest 1. As a good farm owner, you should have large farmland. Expand farmland to reach 50 plots. Current progress, 0. Side quest 2. How can a farm not produce food? Quickly produce 2,000 gene of rice, 1,000 gene of wheat, 200 gene of vegetables, and 100 gene of fruit. Side quest 5. Rescue 100 survivors. Current progress, 35 out of 100. Side quest 6. Collect 1 ton of supplies from Linchuan City. Note: any type of supplies is acceptable. Side quest 7. Make more people aware of the name Qingquan Farm. Side quest 8. Kill 10 2-star zombies in Linchuan City. Current progress, January 10th. Side quest 9. Clear zombies within 10 miles of Qingquan Mountain to create a safer farming environment. Current progress, 0.8% per 100%. Side quest 10. Collect 1,000 first-level crystal cores. Current progress, 896/1000. Lin Yu noticed that her completed side quests were not displayed on the system panel, and the remaining unfinished quests remained unchanged. Her gaze lingered on side quest 10. She needed to kill over 100 more zombies to complete it. Thinking about the rewards after her supernatural ability upgrade, Lin Yu felt a strong sense of anticipation. She wondered what rewards the system would give her after completing this task. However, given her current state, it was clear she was no longer suitable for continuing to kill zombies. The temperature had risen several degrees since morning, and the system had said that after her ability upgrade, the suppression of zombie growth would disappear. There was a risk of encountering groups of second-level zombies. Linyu decided to return to the villa to rest first. She also planned not to wait any longer. She intended to have Qingquan quickly strengthen a large truck with her ability, so she could drive to Linchuan City to gather supplies. The longer she delayed, the worse the situation in the city would become, and the more terrifying the zombie hordes might be. After all, Linchuan City wouldn't have a system to help suppress zombie growth. Just as Pei Linlang and Qingquan prepared to wake Pei Yan and go look for someone, they heard the roar of a car engine. Pei Linlang recognized the sound as Linyu's Hummer and hurried to the door to greet her. Big sister Linyu. She quickly stored the Hummer in her space and greeted with a smile. As she entered the villa, a cool breeze greeted her. On the way back, Linyu's body temperature had already dropped. Her face was less flushed, and her sweat-soaked hair was nearly dry. She went straight into the villa, not worried about catching a cooling sickness or paralysis. Seeing her combat suit covered in zombie flesh, Pei Linlang looked worried. Big sister Linyu, why didn't you ask me to help when you went out to kill zombies? She waved her fist. I'm pretty strong too. Linyu smiled gently and reached out to pat her head. Okay, I'll take you next time. Qingquan. He wanted to speak several times but couldn't get a word in, so he stayed silent and listened. Oh, big sister Linyu. The temperature inside the shield suddenly dropped by more than 10 degrees. It's not hot at all now, just like being in an air-conditioned room. Do you know what's going on? Qingquan was also curious, looking eager to learn and waiting for her to explain. Since entering the villa, Linyu had noticed the sudden drop in temperature inside the safe zone. She wasn't afraid of extreme weather, but she preferred it to be cool and refreshing. No one liked feeling sweaty all over. Facing their curious gazes, Linyu just smiled mysteriously and softly said 2 words, secret. They only received this vague answer. After a moment of silence, they understood that this matter was related to Linyu. They stopped pressing further. Pei Linlang then brought up what happened that morning. Linyu's eyes turned cold. I already know about that. Next time Qinling comes to find you, ignore him. He has also awakened his special ability. Pei Linlang gasped in surprise. That person also awakened his ability. Linyu nodded. Yes. When he came to exchange food with me last time, I accidentally sensed it. Qingquan had been focused on strengthening the big truck in the yard. It was only after hearing Pei Linlang mention it that he realized what was going on, feeling very scared. If Qinling had really tried to do something to Pei Linlang back then, she might have been caught off guard and harmed. Qingquan always saw Pei Linlang as a little sister. If someone wanted to hurt her, they wouldn't even ask for his opinion. If he comes again next time, just call me. I'll break his legs. Pei Linlang nodded, but I think Qinling isn't trying to hit on me, but... She looked up at Linyu. Her meaning was very clear. Qingquan understood it too. He sneered inwardly and said confidently, if he's looking for trouble, let him come. My big sister isn't someone to mess with. As Qingquan said, as long as others didn't bother her, Linyu wouldn't kill without reason. But if Qinling targeted the villa and took action, she would definitely fight back without hesitation. Seeing that Linyu was aware of the situation, Pei Linlang didn't continue to dwell on the topic. She pleaded with both of them. By the way, don't tell my brother about this. When he wakes up, I'll tell him myself. Earlier that morning, after learning that Linyu had gone out, Pei Linlang had wanted to tell her brother, but seeing him look tired, she decided to wait a little longer and only now brought it up. They both nodded in agreement. Then, Linyu took a bag of crystal cores from the space and handed it to Qingquan. Try to strengthen one big truck first. Don't hold back on crystal cores. Let me know when you're done. Spend what needs to be spent. Qingquan was momentarily stunned, then realized, are you planning to go out? Linyu simply nodded and said, once you finish strengthening the big truck, I plan to go to Linchuan City. The city center is crowded and dangerous, no doubt. But Qingquan had no reason to oppose her going to Linchuan City, so he decided to go with her. After all, Linyu saved his life. If they face real danger, he would repay her kindness with his life. Pei Yan quickly agreed, I'll go too. However, when they both said they wanted to go to Qingquan City, Lin Yu refused. Stay behind with Lin Ling. This time, Lin Yu only planned to bring Pei Yan with her to Qingquan City. Xiangbei and Pei Ling would stay at the villa to watch the house, since their business of exchanging food and other supplies for crystal cores couldn't stop. Both of their abilities are still at level 1, and going to Qingquan City is extremely dangerous. There might already be level 3 zombies there. Her ability combined with Pei Yan's could help them escape even if they couldn't defeat level 3 zombies. If they encountered danger, they definitely couldn't take care of Xiangbei and Pei Ling. So Lin Yu didn't plan to take them along.
Huh?
Pei Linlong's face immediately fell, and she pouted as she clung to Lin Yu's arm. Big sister Lin Yu, please take me. My ability can help at critical moments. Lin Yu spread her hands. But if you come along, there will be no one to watch the house. And I also want to ask you to help me exchange food for crystal cores when I leave. Although Pei Ling had awakened a stealth ability, she was still just a teenage girl. Because of her age, she was easily underestimated. Lin Yu was worried she might encounter danger, so she planned to have Xiangbei keep an eye on her.
But
I worry that big sister Lin Yu might get into danger. Pei Ling looked up at her. Her black and white eyes reflected the image of the short-haired girl. In those eyes, she saw concern for herself. And Xiangbei looked anxious too. Lin Yu didn't know why, but suddenly her nose felt a little sore. It's so good. It's really good to know them. Lin Yu couldn't help blinking her eyes and took a moment to calm her emotions. After a few seconds, she bent down, her gaze level with Pei Linlong's. There is a cute little Lin Ling waiting for me at home, so don't worry. I will come back safely. Is it really necessary to go? Yes, it is necessary. Pei Ling was silent for a long time before finding her voice again. Okay, I will obediently wait for you at home. Then please take care of the business for me, Lin Ling. Pei Ling nodded heavily, her expression gradually changing from worry to determination. She knew deep down that Sister Lin Yu didn't take her to Qingquan City because she was too weak. If that was the case, there was no point in holding her back. Instead, she should quietly improve her abilities and surprise everyone. One day, she would stand beside Lin Yu, becoming someone she could trust and rely on, fighting alongside her. Pei Ling agreed, but Xiangbei was still trying to persuade her. Big sister, the city center is crowded, and there are many infected with the zombie virus. I will go with you. Xiangbei's words were suddenly interrupted by a clear, crisp voice. The three of them turned around and saw Pei Yan at the doorway of the living room, not knowing how long he had been listening. Pei Yan strode toward them and stopped in front of Lin Yu. He looked serious. You're worried about danger and might not be able to take care of Lin Ling and Xiangbei, but I am different. He paused, seeming to imply something. My abilities have now advanced to the 2nd level. Also, water can conduct electricity. We are the best team and the best partners. Of course, there was one thing Pei Yan didn't say. Water can conduct electricity, and he and she are a natural match. But if he said that, he would be asking for trouble, so he only mentioned the first part. Lin Yu was still thinking about how to persuade Pei Yan to go with her to the city, but she didn't expect him to volunteer. Her eyes curved slightly as she looked at Pei Ling and Xiangbei, saying, Now you can rest assured, right? Xiangbei sighed and said softly, Big sister, I feel like you're implying that we're holding you back. Don't worry, it's not just your imagination. Lin Yu mentally replied, then awkwardly cleared her throat and jokingly said, No way. You're overthinking. I just don't want to worry about the business at home.
anyway,
If you're free, try to upgrade the big truck soon. Now, Xiangbei had even more reason to believe that Lin Yu disliked him and Pei Ling for holding her back. However, his fighting ability was clearly weaker compared to Lin Yu and Pei Yan. Instead of feeling resentful here, he decided to focus on strengthening the large truck and improving his supernatural powers. So, that was decided. After about 2 days, with Lin Yu continuously feeding it crystal cores, a shiny, golden truck was fully upgraded. Lin Yu took many supplies out of her space, all for trading with survivors, especially clean drinking water. She even cleared several guest rooms and filled the villa with water tanks. She reminded Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei not to go out wandering unless necessary, and even when trading with other survivors, they should stay inside the protective shield. She also added more food and fruits into Debai's space, told it to watch over the staff, and stored the harvested rice inside her space, waiting to give it to her when she returned. Additionally, she prepared the seeds needed for Zhou Ran's farming and handed them over to Debai early. Once everything was arranged, Lin Yu took the large truck out of her space, planning to go to Linchuan City with Pei Yan. Pei Linlang stood at the villa door, tearful as she saw them off, and didn't forget to remind Pei Yan, "Brother, you must protect Sister Lin Yu and make sure she doesn't get hurt. If she loses even a strand of hair, I'll hold you accountable." Pei Yan's forehead twitched. Was she really his sister? He paused silently, then nodded and said, "Don't worry." Pei Linlang kept chattering, saying a lot, but besides telling him to protect Lin Yu, she didn't say anything about herself. It was as if she was just an extra. His face darkened successfully, and a slight dangerous glint appeared in his eyes as he narrowed them slightly. "Is there nothing you want to tell your brother?" Tears welled up in Pei Linlang's eyes, looking like they might fall at any moment, but she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she said seriously, "I already said that just now." Lin Yu couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, reaching out to pinch her face. Cheng Xiangbei's mouth twitched. Only a real sister could do something like that. Sisters, after all, are better when someone else is raising them. Pei Yan's eyes were full of helplessness. His voice softened as he gently patted her head. "Remember to listen to Sister Lin Yu and stay in the villa. Don't run around." Pei Linlang tilted her head, avoiding his hand. "I know, just don't mess up my hair." Pei Yan. It's funny. Lin Yu can pet her head and pinch her cheeks without issue, but just touching her hair causes chaos? The sadness of parting was suddenly swept away. Lin Yu looked at Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Linlang. "Let's go back. No need to see us off anymore." She turned and entered the big truck. After a short while, Pei Yan also got on from the other side of the truck and sat in the front passenger seat. Pei Linlang still looked up, reluctant to leave Sister Lin Yu. Lin Yu rolled down the window and looked at Pei Linlang. "Hurry back. We'll be back soon." After speaking, she no longer hesitated and started the big truck. Pei Linlang took 3 steps back and looked longingly at the truck disappearing into the distance, reluctant to turn away. Until she could no longer see the shining, golden truck, she finally turned her head. Pei Linlang looked tired and listless, as if her spirit had left with the truck. Cheng Xiangbei turned his head, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Let's go back. We need to do what Sister Lin Yu asked us. Also, improving our abilities is urgent." He paused briefly. "Stay strong. If we don't want to be the ones left behind to watch the place next time, we need to raise our powers quickly." Pei Linlang understood this, but her sudden departure from Lin Yu made her feel a bit uncomfortable. At the gas station, when her abilities were about to run out, Lin Yu suddenly appeared and quickly took care of the zombies. Without her, she might have died. That's why Lin Yu was special in Pei Linlang's heart. She liked her big sister very much. But Cheng Xiangbei was right. Pei Linlang snapped back to reality, her eyes growing firm. "Let's go back and protect Sister Lin Yu's home." Because the daytime temperature was too high, Lin Yu chose to leave at dusk. Although the enhanced truck was not afraid of driving in the heat, being under the sun for a long time would be the people inside. Fortunately, Qingquan Mountain was not far from Linchuan City, and if all went well, they could arrive by morning. The group of people who had been outside the villa clearly noticed that many had gone missing, probably unable to bear the hot weather and seeking coolness near the Qingquan Farm villa area. The loud noise of the large trucks caught the attention of the survivors still outside the villa. Everyone looked different, watching as the trucks drove away. This scene was also noticed by Qinling, who kept his distance near Qingquan Farm and did not get too close. He looked up at the farm, glowing golden in the night like a guiding light, his eyes uncertain, lost in thought. Inside the cab of the Dongfeng heavy truck, Pei Yan quietly watched Lin Yu's movements. Noticing his gaze, Lin Yu deliberately slowed down a bit and carefully explained the key points to him. When the truck reached the highway, Pei Yan volunteered to try driving. Lin Yu nodded. Okay, give it a try. They didn't get out of the truck, but swapped places directly inside the cab, which meant some physical contact. As they passed by each other, Pei Yan smelled her peach-scented body wash.
That it was very nice.
Lin Yu quickly swapped places with Pei Yan. Seeing his slightly dazed expression, she thought he didn't know how to drive and repeated the instructions. Her voice was clear and pure, like a spring hitting a jade stone. When she called his name, her tone lifted slightly, adding a touch of closeness. Pei Yan's heart beat faster. He lowered his eyelashes and softly responded. Lin Yu didn't notice anything unusual and took out a matcha-flavored ice cream from her bag, tearing open the wrapper. The night wasn't as hot as daytime, but it was still warm. Lin Yu wasn't afraid of the heat, but when she had the chance to enjoy comfort, she saw no reason to suffer. She waved her ice cream at Pei Yan. What flavor do you want? She took a bite, her eyes narrowing into a pretty arc. Pei Yan looked at her. But I'll be driving later. Lin Yu nodded slowly, yeah. Just as she was about to say, then never mind, Pei Yan's eyes lit up with a smile. Next time, give it to me.
Okay.
Lin Yu didn't think there was a problem and nodded in agreement. Then Pei Yan started the Dongfeng heavy truck. Maybe he was not used to it. At first, Lin Yu clearly felt the cabin shake noticeably. But Pei Yan drove very slowly, able to stop before any accidents happened. Pei Yan quietly said sorry, then slowly drove forward for a while. After about 2 minutes, he got the hang of it and sped up. Since he has a C1 driving license, even though big trucks are different from cars, the skills are somewhat related. Lin Yu then relaxed and ate her matcha-flavored ice cream. After finishing the ice cream quickly, she took out a supply list. This list was made during the past 2 days, while Cheng Xiangbei was strengthening his big truck. The list mainly included items like rubber boats, cold weather clothing, electric blankets, and coal. There were no food-related supplies on the list. Because Lin Yu has a farm and the system shop offers many kinds of grain seeds that can be bought with coins, she didn't worry about food. Before unlocking the ranch, the frozen meat she collected from the Qingquan logistics warehouse was enough for her for a long time. Therefore, she focused all her attention on supplies that could be useful during various natural disasters. Lin Yu wouldn't specifically search for food, but if she came across supplies useful during disasters, she wouldn't ignore them. If she didn't take them, when the floodwaters entered the city, leaving supplies behind would be a waste. The recent sudden rise in temperature warned Lin Yu that a disaster might be coming, so she had to prepare in advance. The extreme heat could cause glaciers to melt, leading to tsunamis. Mutant sea creatures or zombie sea monsters might also be carried into the city by the waves, arriving with the floods across the Dragon Country. At that time, the city would be flooded everywhere. Even if Cheng Xiangbei's abilities immediately reach level 10 and his upgraded big truck, it would still be unable to drive in water. The most important thing would be water transportation tools. Rubber boats and boats are the lowest tier supplies, as there could be zombies or mutated beasts beneath the floodwaters. Rubber boats are slow, and boats are fast but almost completely open on 3 sides, making them unable to block zombies. However, they should be suitable for traveling near Qingquan Mountain. The best supplies would be ships or submarines. If she could find these, she could upgrade them after returning home, making them much better than rubber boats or boats. Considering the extreme heat and cold, she also couldn't ignore the need for appropriate gear. If the flood hasn't receded yet, extreme cold will arrive. At that time, all the streets will freeze over, so skating shoes should be prepared early. Pei Yan has good eyesight and quickly glanced at the list. When he saw the items, he looked a bit surprised. Ships? Submarines? Skating shoes? Coal? Are you going to Linchuan City just to gather these supplies? Lin Yu snapped out of her thoughts and softly replied, yeah, more or less. Pei Yan looked thoughtful. Since he hadn't seen the full details on the list, he asked, how did you suddenly think of collecting these supplies? Lin Yu didn't answer directly. She just shook her head lightly. Pei Yan didn't press further. He glanced at Lin Yu out of the corner of his eye. She was hanging her head, her whole body seeming shrouded in darkness. Her hair fell over her face, hiding her expression. Pei Yan paused slightly and asked, "Can I see the items on the list later?" "Of course, no problem." There was a hint of hesitation in Lin Yu's eyes. Although she had listed a long list of supplies, she hadn't experienced natural disasters in the end times. Now that the internet was cut off, she couldn't look up what was needed for different types of disasters, so she was worried she might have missed something. She hesitated whether to tell Pei Yan, thinking maybe he knew a lot about this. "Isn't it said that 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang?" Lin Yu tilted her head to look at Pei Yan. His side profile was sharp. Sensing her gaze, Pei Yan turned slightly and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, but then made up her mind. There was no need to keep worrying about trivial things here. Wasn't there enough explanation for the strange things happening in the safe zone? Everyone seemed to believe her, but secretly, they probably doubted her a little. And even if she didn't say anything now, when the disasters come, Pei Yan would definitely guess she was hiding something based on the supplies she collected. Unless she went alone and faced Lin Chuan's city by herself. But with her current strength, she couldn't do that. Lin Yu felt a bit resigned and gave up trying to control everything. She organized her words and then asked, "I have a question for you." Pei Yan guessed her question might be related to the items on the list. He nodded quickly and said, "Go ahead." "Have you noticed that the temperature has been rising lately?" In a flash, Pei Yan suddenly thought of something, and his face visibly grew serious.
"Are you saying?"
After a moment, Pei Yan forced a small smile, with a bitter look on his lips. "Yes." Before the end of the world arrived, no one believed that day would come. The talk about glaciers melting was around even before the apocalypse. Now that the disaster has started, it seems possible that the melting ice could trigger tsunamis because of the extreme heat. "No wonder you're collecting ships." Pei Yan's tone grew even heavier. "If the heat becomes extreme, we need to prepare early. Since the heat is here, other natural disasters might happen too. Extreme cold, earthquakes, tornadoes, acid rain, and even nuclear accidents caused by military bases falling apart due to disasters. All of these are possible." Pei Yan frowned, as if thinking about what supplies to prepare. Lin Yu was silent, surprised at how clever Pei Yan was. She had only mentioned that the temperature was rising, but he had already connected it to all these possibilities. It was almost frightening. If Lin Yu didn't have the advantage of rebirth and her system, she wouldn't stand a chance against Pei Yan. Her expression changed slightly, and she instinctively shifted her position toward the car window, eyes full of caution.
"You."
All of Pei Yan's words stopped abruptly when he saw her guarded eyes. He stiffened, his breath catching, and felt a bit regretful for showing too much in front of her, making her build a strong wall. Pei Yan's lips pressed into a thin line. He knew she had secrets, but he never intended to get them. Like that mysterious villa, the farm that matures in just a few hours, or the sudden drop in temperature inside the protective shield after he woke up. And Lin Yu's familiarity with the end of the world, zombies, and supernatural powers. She said she learned all this from an online survival guide for the apocalypse, so he believed her. He was willing to wait until she liked him, wait until she opened her heart. He didn't care about those secrets. If Lin Yu wanted to share, he would listen well. If she didn't want to say, he would accept that too. He simply liked Lin Yu as a person, not her secrets, nor did he approach her because of those secrets. He initially planned to pursue Lin Yu slowly, like boiling a frog in warm water, and had already seen some results. However, because he appeared too clever, Lin Yu became wary and immediately shut that window of opportunity. He could only pretend not to notice her suspicion, maintaining a normal expression and asking, "Are you worried about missing something, so you want me to give some advice?" Lin Yu didn't speak because her attention was fully on the system. If the host is worried, you can quickly build the safe zone and have Pei Yan join your base to create a double layer of protection. This way, not only Pei Yan but everyone in the base cannot attack or hurt the host. If they do, they will be blacklisted by the system and lose the protection of the safe zone. They will never have another chance to join the base. What could Lin Yu say? She could only say the system is the best. She forever loves her system. There's no other system in the world as caring as hers. Lin Yu remained silent. Pei Yan thought he had scared her, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Maybe he should have shown himself gradually, instead of startling her suddenly and making her hide inside her shell. He sighed inwardly. Lin Yu? Only then did Lin Yu snap back to herself and exclaim, "Ah, where did I leave off? Oh, right, I want you to help check if I missed any supplies on my list." To save time, she unfolded the list and tilted her head to ask Pei Yan, "Can I just read it out loud to you? Is that okay?" After getting his approval, Lin Yu began reading the list of supplies. Pei Yan supported the steering wheel with one hand, his eyes focused on the road. From his occasional nodding, it was clear he was listening carefully to the list. It took about 5 minutes to finish reading all the supplies. Pei Yan tapped his finger lightly on the dashboard, not rushing to answer but thinking quietly for a moment before speaking. Earthquake and fire emergency kits, extreme cold weather clothing, waterproof jackets, sleeping bags, tents, climbing ropes, binoculars, waterproof flashlights, lighters, large-capacity solar chargers, and so on. Also, the rescue boat needs diesel. It's best to stop at any gas stations we encounter along the way. The water and electricity have now stopped, and they might consider using a glass kerosene lamp. Pei Yan carefully added many supplies to the list. A good memory isn't as reliable as taking notes, so Lin Yu held down the paper with her left hand to keep it from slipping, while her pen almost danced out of ink trying to keep up with his speech. She bit the pen cap and spoke unclearly. "Speak slower." Only then did Pei Yan breathe a little easier, slowing his speech, so Lin Yu could ride along. It took about 7 or 8 minutes before she completed adding all the missing supplies to the back of the list. Looking at the dense writing, she realized she had missed so many items. Lin Yu exhaled in relief, feeling very glad about her decision earlier. If they only discovered they forgot something when a disaster struck and they needed it, there would be no place left to cry. After all, she wasn't a god and could easily overlook things, especially since she had no memory of natural disasters from her previous life. Carefully, Lin Yu folded the list and stored it in her space. On this journey, Lin Yu and Pei Yan had cleared out many zombies. Aside from a few scattered zombies on the road, they rarely saw large groups, and the big truck moved smoothly all the way. However, after traveling a bit further, the number of zombies on the highway visibly increased. They had already left the 10-kilometer radius around Qingquan Farm, and 2 days had passed since Lin Yu's supernatural ability upgraded. On the road, they encountered many second-level zombies. Second-level zombies are much faster and more capable than first-level zombies. The loud roar of the truck attracted the wandering zombies on the highway, who roared and lunged at it with claws bared. Pei Yan sped up and quickly left the zombies behind. Some zombies blocking the road couldn't dodge in time and were crushed into meat by the truck. Lin Yu glanced sideways, watching the zombies falling far behind in the rearview mirror. She saw several zombies jump nearly 2 meters high and then leap forward by stepping on the heads of other zombies. Despite the truck being reinforced and glowing with a golden sheen, it didn't affect her vision, so she could observe the scene behind her through the rearview mirror even without opening the window. Ordinary people can handle first-level zombies easily, but encountering second-level or higher zombies is a different story. They are almost impossible to fight and only lead to death. Lin Yu had no intention of attacking the zombies. She just glanced at them and then looked away. She kept the pistol she had taken from Chern Hu, and she wouldn't use it unless it was a critical moment. Before leaving, Chung Xiangbei gave her 2 pistols enhanced with special abilities, along with more than 70 bullets. These could definitely save her life in a dangerous situation. If she aimed well, the pistol could even kill a second-level zombie with a single shot. Plus, both the bullets and the pistols were strengthened with a special metal ability. Although one shot might not always kill a third-level zombie, it could definitely slow it down. The only problem was that shooting made a loud noise, which could attract many zombies. But in the face of the chance to kill a second-level zombie, this drawback didn't seem so important. After shaking off the zombies behind her, more appeared ahead. Driving a large truck made it easy to crush them all. No zombie could stop the truck from moving forward.
Bang! Bang! Bang. Bang.
Sounds of zombies being hit and thrown aside came from outside the window. The front windshield was quickly splattered with zombie flesh. Pei Yan turned on the windshield wipers to keep his view clear. Their journey into Qingquan City was not smooth. They encountered several mutated plants along the way. Luckily, Xiangbei had strengthened the tires with his special ability. Otherwise, the sharp, mutated plants would have punctured the tires. To prevent these plants from growing back and damaging the truck tires on the return trip, Pei Yan stopped the truck and used his ability to zap the plants and their roots, making them burn. Only then did he feel safe to leave. They passed a highway service station, but it was empty. Everything had been looted, including the fuel in the nearby parked cars. They had to give up on that station. Lin Yu and Pei Yan took turns driving the truck. As long as they didn't encounter a gas station or service area, they didn't stop. Finally, just after midnight, the truck arrived at the toll entrance of Qingquan City. After the power outage, Qingquan City was completely dark, silent, and still. Countless zombies hid among the shadows, like monsters waiting to attack. They could open their sharp claws at any moment and devour everything in the darkness. Under the bright headlights of the large truck, the entrance to the city toll booth was clearly visible. The barrier and toll booth were wrecked, and dried dark brown bloodstains and unclear remains, either human limbs or zombie parts, were scattered everywhere. The two did not immediately get out of the vehicle. They stopped and silently observed the surroundings using the truck's lights. After confirming there was no danger, Pei Yan tilted his head to Lin Yu and quietly asked, "Should we get out?" The loud roar of the truck could be heard from far away. Without knowing the situation in Qingquan City, rushing into the city might attract a large group of zombies. If only first- or second-tier zombies appeared, it would be manageable. But if third-tier zombies showed up, collecting supplies along the way would be impossible. Lin Yu nodded. After getting out, she took out an electric bike from her space. The electric bike was quiet, a good way to get around, and it could easily navigate narrow roads. Lin Yu turned the key and signaled to Pei Yan to hurry and get on. Once seated, the warm wind from the moving bike brushed Pei Yan's face. He was a bit surprised. Seems like there's nothing Lin Yu doesn't know. Lin Yu was very familiar with Qingquan City. She knew where to find the supplies she wanted and drove the bike deep into the city with Pei Yan. As long as the apocalypse continued, gasoline would become more and more precious. Whenever they encountered cars, Lin Yu would stop and use a pump to siphon the fuel from the tanks. Although some cars didn't have much fuel, Lin Yu didn't want to waste a single drop. If the apocalypse kept going, supplies like gasoline and diesel would become increasingly valuable. If they didn't siphon the fuel before the floods came, it would all be washed away and wasted. Most of these cars were abandoned because they broke down, and Lin Yu had no reason to leave them behind. To avoid making noise that could attract zombies, Pei Yan gave up using his supernatural powers. He tightly gripped his big knife and protected Lin Yu from behind while she siphoned fuel, like a guardian. This reassured Lin Yu greatly. She worked faster and quickly drained the fuel from several cars along the roadside. Lin Yu and Pei Yan didn't talk much. With just a glance, Pei Yan understood that she was telling him to get on the bike. He quickly dug out the zombie's core and then hurried onto the bike. The electric scooter silently moves through the dark night. Perhaps because it is still near the edge of the city, no survivors have been encountered. Since she has already come to Qingquan City, Lin Yu does not plan to leave empty-handed. If conditions permit, she would also complete side missions 5, 6, and 8, rescue survivors and, at the same time, bring some new members to the base. Of course, only if those survivors are helpful and sane. Otherwise, whether they live or die doesn't matter to her. Additionally, she still needs to eliminate 9 second-level zombies within Qingquan City. Thinking of this, Lin Yu lowers her voice. "If we encounter a second-level zombie later, leave the final to me." Her breath brushes against his ear, causing Pei Yan's face to flush slightly, but in the dark night, it's hardly noticeable. He doesn't ask why, just nods. Okay. Until 3 a.m., Lin Yu and Pei Yan traveled without incident, except for encountering one second-level zombie, which was quickly dealt with. Because Linyu was constantly refueling while entering the city, her speed slowed down quite a bit. Finally, at 3 a.m., the electric scooter reached her first stop, a shop that sells small boats. Linyu, with a flashlight on her forehead, clearly sees that the shop door is wide open. The interior is messy, and fresh bloodstains are on the floor, indicating a fight happened here a few hours ago. Be careful. Pei Yan also notices the bloodstains on the floor, lowers his voice to warn, and quietly approaches Linyu, alert to his surroundings. The zombies, sensing human scent, start to growl. Soon, several dull footsteps come from inside the dark shop. They are zombies. The flashlight reveals 4 zombies, their gray-white faces and chests covered in blood. One zombie even has half of its intestines hanging from its mouth, bleeding as it tries to escape, stuck in its teeth. Disgusting. Among them, one is a second-level zombie. Linyu frowns and exchanges a glance with Pei Yan. They both understand each other's intent. Quickly, to finish the fight, to avoid making too much noise and attracting other zombies, Linyu used her special power, and instantly the heads of 3 first-level zombies fell to the ground. Pei Yan, holding a sword, blocked the path of a second-level zombie. His movements were quick, and he soon cut off the zombie's legs to prevent it from smashing through the floor and escaping. The zombie's bloodshot eyes were full of madness. It was only its body now, twisting wildly as it crawled toward Linyu and Pei Yan. After Linyu finished dealing with the zombie, she used her tang sword to cut off its head.
Ding.
You have killed a second-level zombie. The shop was silent. Linyu ignored the system prompt in her ear and simply said, "You mine the crystal core. I'll collect the boat." Linyu didn't even look at the boat. She directly stored all the boats, kayaks, and other items from the shop into her space. Everything inside was taken as if a swarm of locusts had passed through, leaving nothing behind. In the following time, Linyu kept rushing to gather supplies into her space. Cold weather gear? Stored in space. Ice skates? Stored in space. Gas canisters? Stored in space.
Coal?
Earthquake and fire emergency kits? Insulated jackets? Tents? Sleeping bags? Flashlights? Solar chargers? In short, she collected everything. She didn't leave a single item behind. Linyu didn't know exactly how much she had collected. Every time she finished looting a shop, it was so clean that not even a hair remained. After gathering each type of item, she would check it off her list, making it easier to see what was still missing. But collecting supplies wasn't always safe. Linyu encountered many zombies. Her tang sword was covered in blood, and she didn't even have time to clean it with her powers. It wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, but the sky was already bright. A bright red sun hung high in the sky, shining with blinding light. The weather was getting hotter, and the nights were getting shorter. At this time, Linyu and Pei Yan were gradually approaching the edge of the central street of Linchuan City. The number of zombies they encountered along the way increased, so many that it was impossible to kill them all. Linyu didn't even have time to mine the crystal cores. As they passed, the zombies behind her lost their heads instantly.
She didn't care about that now.
Her priority was to collect all the zombie heads into her space before dealing with the crystal cores. To prevent the virus in the zombies' blood and flesh from contaminating the stored food in her space, she even asked the system to help create an absolutely sealed compartment.
Roar.
The zombie horde sensed the living person's scent and instantly became frantic. Its rotting arm reached out to grab Linyu. Linyu quickly sidestepped and kicked, slicing the zombie in half with his knife. When he activated his special power, a wave of energy spread out, and transparent water blades kept forming from his fingertips. Each water blade cut through a zombie's head as it passed by. Meanwhile, Pei Yan remained calm, holding his knife in one hand and swiftly spinning among the zombies. With a powerful swing, his sharp blade easily cut through a zombie's neck. The cut was clean, and the heads of many zombies were sliced off instantly. In one smooth move, Pei Yan finished off the remaining zombies.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
On the rooftop of a nearby skyscraper, a scruffy man with messy hair and a beard, holding binoculars, watched the scene. He couldn't help but shout in surprise. He found it hard to believe such a scene could happen in real life. Down below, a man and a woman worked together seamlessly, their knife skills flowing like water, as if killing zombies was as easy as eating or drinking. The girl, with sharp eyes and a fierce aura, waved her transparent water blades effortlessly, which deeply impressed the man. What kind of power was that? Could it be that the man and woman downstairs were hidden descendants of an ancient martial arts family, who only appeared when truly in danger? Next to the man, 3 women and another man leaned over the rooftop, looking down. But the building was so tall that without binoculars, they could only see a few dark spots below. Hearing his voice, they hurriedly asked Brother Wang, "What did you see? Are the firefighters coming to rescue us?" The scruffy man, Wang Yijie, turned his head and looked at the 4 eager faces. He slowly shook his head and handed the binoculars to the woman beside him. "Take a look yourself." This skyscraper was where he worked. On the day the apocalypse broke out, Wang Yijie was just taking a lunch break. When he was awakened by the piercing screams, it was already too late to escape. The elevators and stairs were blocked by panicked colleagues trying to flee. Just as he grabbed a fire extinguisher and ran downstairs, there was a loud bang from the elevator. Something had gone wrong, and it stopped working. The stairwell also echoed with screams, and the crowd rushing downwards suddenly turned back and ran in the opposite direction. He quickly made a decision, grabbed his backpack, and rushed to the rooftop. On the way up, he met many people, but in the end, only 5 of them survived. Fortunately, they were lucky because that day, a company was having team-building activities on the rooftop, including a barbecue party. There was plenty of food and water, which helped them survive. At first, there were about a dozen people who escaped with them to the rooftop, but because many had been caught in the rain that night when the apocalypse started, they turned into monsters. The 5 of Wang Yijie and his friends hid in an attic on the rooftop and narrowly escaped. No one dared to touch the food that had been soaked in rain, and there was very little edible food left. As a result, everyone became very thin, almost skin and bones. They thought about going out to find more food, but the entire building was full of zombies. The rooftop door had been locked from inside since the night the disaster began. To go out, they would have to break the lock, but that would attract all the zombies in the building with the noise. They had no choice but to give up. The weather had been getting hotter these days, and their food supplies were down to 3 packs of biscuits, 2 bottles of water, a piece of chocolate, and half an orange. If no help arrived, they would starve to death on the rooftop. They tried to signal for help by hanging clothes with SOS on them, but after many days, no rescue team appeared. Just when everyone was losing hope, Lin Yu and Pei Yan showed up. Wang Yijie felt as if he saw a glimmer of hope for survival in them. The other 4 took turns using binoculars to look at a man and a woman downstairs. Their eyes shone almost like they could turn into solid light. Seeing how impressive their strength was, everyone quickly realized that maybe the man and woman downstairs could help them. Feeling excited, they hurriedly found the brightest, most eye-catching red t-shirt from their SOS signal and held it up. They stuck their heads out and shouted loudly, "Hey, handsome guy and beautiful girl, look here. We are on the rooftop of Yujing building. Please help us." The 5 on the rooftop each held a brightly colored, eye-catching short-sleeved shirt, waving and shouting loudly to attract Lin Yu and Pei Yan's attention. A few people's voices carried very far away. They were so happy they forgot that talking loudly could attract zombies. Soon, the sound of zombies knocking and scratching at the rooftop door came from the top of the building. Everyone looked back in fear, their faces turning pale instantly. "Brother Wang, what should we do?" Lin Yu looked up and saw the flag fluttering on the rooftop ahead. She cursed softly. "Idiots." To avoid attracting the attention of high-level zombies in the city, Pei Yan usually used a knife to kill zombies. She used her water-based powers freely because they made no sound. Now, those fools on the rooftop were shouting so loudly that probably all the zombies in Linchuan City heard them. They really seemed afraid of dying too quickly. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Yu heard the howling of zombies coming from all directions. She didn't dare delay. She kicked a zombie's head off, took out the armored vehicle from her space, and hurriedly told Pei Yan to get in quickly. She pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car sped up to 180 miles per hour, heading in the opposite direction. The 5 people on the rooftop were stunned by what they saw. They were so anxious they almost wanted to jump off the building and beg to leave with them. Especially one girl wearing glasses, who instantly broke down. Tears and snot flowed freely, and she shouted sharply, "Stop. Stop right now.
Save us."
Her voice pierced through the sky. Behind her, the sound of zombies banging on the door grew even louder. Wang Yijie looked grim and turned to slap her. "If you don't want to die, shut up right now." The girl was stunned by the slap. She covered her swollen right cheek and looked at Wang Yijie in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe he had hit her. As the banging on the door grew louder, the girl suddenly seemed to wake up. Her face lost all color, turning pale as snow. With her gaunt, starved look, she looked more like a walking corpse than a zombie. She stammered with trembling lips, tears falling in big drops down her cheeks. "What should we do? Brother Wang, what should we do?" At that moment, endless zombies appeared below the building's roof, pouring in from all sides as if they were inexhaustible. Wang Yijie gasped, a look of despair flashing in his eyes. Was it true that hope should not be placed in others? He dared not look down again, afraid of attracting the attention of the zombies below. The gaze quickly swept around the area and finally fixed on a rotting zombie corpse in a corner of the rooftop, emitting a foul, sour smell. He silently uttered 3 words, "Follow me." About a minute later, the 5 of them were covered in the zombies' decayed flesh. To avoid infection, they only smeared a layer of it on the outside of their clothes. No one spoke. They simply sat quietly in the corner, staring intently at the locked door. Perhaps the zombie flesh had some effect, as the sound of zombies banging on the door gradually stopped. Everyone let out a long breath of relief. But just as they relaxed, the locked door was suddenly broken open, and a group of strong men in firefighter uniforms leapt out from behind it. The 5 were stunned for a moment, then burst into tears of joy, not noticing anything unusual and rushing forward to greet them. "Thank goodness, you finally came to save us." Just as intense pain hit them, a faint clarity appeared in their minds. They looked at the creature biting and gnawing at their bodies, their eyes filled with deep horror. They didn't even have time to scream before their throats were silenced. Crunch, crunch. In a short time, the 5 had been completely devoured by the zombies that had broken through the door, leaving only bones behind. The ground was stained with a mess of internal organs and blood, turning dark red. Behind this group of zombies, a zombie with a sweet face silently watched everything unfold. Judging by her height and appearance, she was probably quite young before turning into a zombie. After a moment, she let out a sharp cry. Zombies, who had never known fear and only retained their instinct to eat, now showed a look of terror in her eyes. This fear came from the dominance of higher-level zombies over lower-level ones. She was a 3rd-level psychic zombie capable of creating illusions and paralyzing prey's senses. Ignoring the deathly pale color of 3rd-level zombies, their appearance was almost indistinguishable from humans. 3rd-level zombies had evolved the ability to think and could command hordes of zombies to attack bases. This level of zombie was already troublesome enough, and being a psychic type made it even more dangerous. As long as her level didn't exceed her, she could hide her position from others. If she wasn't eliminated before reaching the 4th or 5th level, she could easily destroy a large base when she grew stronger. At this moment, Linyu didn't realize that the loud shouting of a few fools on the rooftop had attracted a 3rd-level mental zombie. Otherwise, she would only be grateful for her quick decision-making. Otherwise, her body might already be cold. When she sensed the 2nd-level zombie nearby had advanced to the 3rd level, the mental zombie used its sharp finger to pierce the newly promoted 3rd-level zombie's head, from which a bloody, transparent crystal core was extracted. It expressionlessly swallowed it. The extremely hard crystal core was as fragile as paper in its mouth, and it was quickly chewed into pieces. It looked up and gazed in the direction where Linyu had left, showing a hint of caution in its eyes. After hesitating for a moment, it chose not to follow. Lin Yu's palms were sweaty. After driving nearly 20 kilometers in the Hummer, she finally stopped beside a hotel on the roadside. She took some time to clear out the zombies inside the hotel before taking out the cold noodles and happy soy, a type of soda she bought before the apocalypse from her space. She enjoyed them happily. The cold noodles had shredded cucumber and fried peanuts added, with a sour, spicy, and numbing flavor, very appetizing in this weather. She and Pei Yan each ate 3 bowls of cold noodles, their stomachs round and full. After taking a sip of cola, Lin Yu finally felt alive again. The only downside was that the cola wasn't cold enough. In such hot weather, eating cold noodles with ice-cold cola would be the real pleasure. Unfortunately, she had returned too late in time, either shopping or familiarizing herself with the route. There was no time to put all the drinks into the fridge. After filling her stomach, Lin Yu took out a thermometer to measure the temperature. She found that the indoor temperature was 40 degrees Celsius, outdoor was 42 degrees Celsius, and the ground surface temperature reached an astonishing 50 degrees Celsius.
And it was only 9 a.m. now.
It might get even hotter in the afternoon. Yesterday, when she set out, the hottest time was no more than this temperature at noon. Although 42 degrees Celsius is very hot, it was still within Lin Yu's body tolerance. She worried that it might be even hotter tomorrow and asked Pei Yan, "How are you? Can you still hold on?" A man couldn't say he couldn't. He thought for a moment and replied instinctively, "I'm fine." Pei Yan also saw the number on the thermometer and guessed what Lin Yu was planning. He proactively said, "Maybe we should go out again?" Pei Yan's idea matched Lin Yu's, and they immediately decided to go out once more. However, they did not leave the hotel far away. They stayed nearby collecting supplies. It wasn't until noon, when the temperature rose to 46 degrees Celsius, that they returned to the hotel. A whole night of intense fighting and non-stop supply gathering left Lin Yu exhausted. She decided not to go out in the afternoon and to rest at the hotel instead. When evening came and the temperature dropped, she planned to go out and do activities. Qingquan Farm. Pei Linlang absent-mindedly picked at her rice, thinking about whether Sister Lin Yu had safely reached Linchuan City and if she had encountered any danger. She hoped her brother could protect Sister Lin Yu well. Cheng Xiangbei also shared the same worry. But then he thought about Lin Yu and Pei Yan being together, and that they even brought a gun enhanced with special abilities, which made him feel a bit more at ease. He looked at Pei Linlang and comforted her, saying Lin Yu and Pei Yan are lucky. They will come back safe and sound. Don't worry. He then added, after you finish eating, don't run around. Stay in the villa and practice your abilities. Even if customers come to buy food, stay behind the door. I'm going to reinforce the big truck.
Call me if you need anything.
Although the survivors outside were wary of Qingquan Farm, no one could be sure if they would develop other plans after discovering that Lin Yu hadn't appeared for several days. What if they took advantage of the strongest fighters being away, tricked Pei Linlang out of the villa, and kidnapped her to threaten Lin Yu into surrendering Qingquan Farm? Especially thinking about Qinling, who had approached Pei Linlang with ill intentions, Cheng Xiangbei felt this possibility was even greater. He had to be cautious. After some thought, he still felt uneasy and changed his mind, saying, "If someone comes to buy something, call me." Although Pei Linlang was worried about Lin Yu and Pei Yan, she understood the importance of the situation. She nodded and said, "Brother Cheng, I understand." In a villa halfway up Qingquan Mountain, Jiang He looked suspiciously at the leader of the 5-person team. "Are you saying that Qingquan Farm can really use the crystal cores from zombie brains to buy food and clean drinking water?" The man wiped his sweat with his hand and gasped, "Yes, really. I wouldn't lie to you. If it weren't for the fact that bringing each person back to Qingquan Farm to spend could earn rewards, I wouldn't chase after you in this hot weather." The 5-person team chased Jiang He all day. These people are really fast runners. He had thought about giving up several times, but every time he remembered the time spent on them, he felt unwilling to stop. He couldn't just run all this way for nothing and end up empty-handed. If he gave up now and saw others leading these 4 people to Qingquan Farm for a deal, he would be furious. Fortunately, luck was on their side. At noon, the temperature rose, and they dared not go outside under the blazing sun. This gave them a chance. The team leader really didn't want to watch for bottles of water slip away. To gain trust, he decided to tell them directly about Lin Yu's words. He explained that for each person brought to Qingquan Farm for a trade, they would be rewarded with a 500 milliliters bottle of clean drinking water for the new person. To make this seem more believable, the leader even showed them a shiny crystal core and some food bought from Qingquan Farm. This led to a conversation between two people. Jiang He fell into deep thought. Ji Ming-shu thought these 5 people didn't seem like good folks, especially in the end times. Who would be foolish enough to carry food around? He was worried Jiang He might believe the leader's words, so he gently grabbed her wrist and shook her head. Don't go. Jiang He looked down at the hand holding her wrist, then pushed it away after a moment. Once the weather cools down, I'll go see for myself with you guys. Jiang He. She looked up and said clearly, do we have any other options?
Yimin's Husaid. Yes.
There's no village in front, no shop behind, and the bus they escaped in has already been destroyed. They still had some food, but no clean water. In this hot weather, not drinking water could really be deadly. They had searched around Qingquan Mountain and nearby residential areas, but everything edible had been looted. Seeing the temperature rise more and more, staying outside could cause heatstroke. So they found an abandoned villa to hide from the scorching sun. But inside, it was just as hot as outside, like a steamer. After a short while, sweat started pouring out uncontrollably, soaking their clothes instantly. Soon after, the heat inside dried them out again. They found some clean clothes in the villa to change into, but everyone still smelled like rotten odor, looking very disheveled. It seemed they had no other options besides trusting the 5 people in front of them. Jiang He squinted and said, I can go with you to Qingquan Farm, but we want half of the water. What? That's impossible. He rejected immediately without thinking. They spent a whole day just to get 4 bottles of water for their group, which wasn't enough for their team. Now Jiang He wanted to take half. It's like cutting into his own flesh and blood. The team leader definitely wouldn't agree. The other 4 team members also looked unhappy, their expressions not even trying to hide it. Jiang He looked thoughtful and suggested, half is not possible, then just 1 bottle. Or you can find someone else. We definitely won't go to Qingquan Farm with you. His offer was painful to accept, but not completely unacceptable. He was very likely to agree. The team leader's face kept changing colors, red and pale. If he gave Jiang He 1 bottle of water, he wouldn't want to do it at all. But if he didn't give it, they would waste a whole day for nothing, ending up with nothing. He clenched his teeth and said, fine, 1 bottle. When the temperature drops outside, you can go with me to Qingquan Farm. Jiang He smiled. Lin Yu only slept for a little over 5 hours before waking up from the heat. The first thing she did was gather a big ball of water and drink it happily, then rinsed her face with water, feeling alive again. She and Pei Yan agreed that whoever woke up first would wake the others. She knocked lightly on the locked door next door. After a few seconds, a sweaty Pei Yan opened the door. Want to wash your face with cold water? A water ball appeared in Lin Yu's open palm, giving a cool feeling that was strangely refreshing. It seemed she had just washed her face, with water droplets on her eyelashes, nose bridge, and cheeks. Pei Yan even saw a drop of water slide down her cheek onto her white collarbone and then disappear. Pei Yan's fingers, holding the door handle, twitched slightly with an itchy feeling. Noticing his gaze lingering too long on her face, Lin Yu looked at him with curiosity. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Pei Yan quickly shifted his gaze away, his voice low and slightly hoarse from just waking up.
No.
That's good. Didn't you ask if I wanted to wash my face? Lin Yu let out a small ah and then controlled a water ball to stop in front of Pei Yan. All right, go ahead. A faint, barely noticeable hint of regret flashed in Pei Yan's eyes. He thought. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, he reached out and scooped a handful of water from the water ball to splash on his face. His fingers were slender and well-shaped, and every movement looked pleasing to the eye. Lin Yu was momentarily distracted by his gentle movements, thinking only, his hands are really nice. Ahem. Lin Yu quickly pulled her thoughts back and took out some prepared food from her space, garlic pork slices, cucumber slices, pickled peppers and century eggs, and cooked rice stored earlier. The system's space has a preservation function. Food remains as fresh as when stored. Since the system rewarded her with a storage space, Lin Yu bought many ready-made dishes in Qingquan City, Chinese, Western, or Japanese cuisine, as well as tasty street snacks, fried chicken, and other cooked foods, all stored in her space. When she wanted to eat, she could just take them out, which was very convenient. Because the weather was so hot, she wanted to eat some refreshing side dishes. Lin Yu handed Pei Yan a bowl and chopsticks from her space. Eat quickly, and after you're done, we can get to work. Pei Yan didn't ask where all these ready-made dishes came from. He just smiled and took the bowl and chopsticks, saying, okay. Sometimes, Lin Yu had to admit that being around clever people made her feel very comfortable. Pei Yan not questioning where the food came from made her feel relaxed. Pei Yan's gaze subtly flicked over her relaxed shoulders, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his lips. After eating and drinking enough, the scorching sun still showed no signs of fading, hanging high in the sky. Lin Yu took out a thermometer to check the temperature, still 46 degrees Celsius. But the ground temperature after a day of intense sunlight was shockingly high, hot enough to cook an egg instantly. The outside temperature was too high for going out now. Lin Yu stayed in the hotel, not leaving, but instead split up to search inside with Pei Yan. While cleaning the hotel, she only killed all the zombies inside. She hadn't checked the supplies yet. Although there might not be many, it was better than nothing. It was more productive than doing nothing. The hotel has 6 floors. Lin Yu took 2 woven bags to Pei Yan. He was responsible for searching the supplies on the 3 floors below, while she searched floors 4 to 6. They searched room by room, and Lin Yu found many valuables that guests had not had time to take with them. However, since money is useless in the end times, she didn't bother to look at it. In addition, she found some open cosmetics, toiletries, snacks, and water in the hotel room suitcases. Lin Yu stored everything in her space. When the time comes to clear out and sell these items at a lower price, it will be a good choice. She also put the beds, wardrobes, and other furniture into her space. Her space is big enough, so she's not worried about fitting everything. When the cold arrives, these items will be very useful. She can sell the quilts and beds together. After about 2 hours, Lin Yu finished cleaning all the usable items in the hotel. At this moment, the system sent a pleasant notification tone. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed side mission 6. Go to Qingquan City to collect 1 ton of supplies. You earned 500 gold coins and 1 farmland. The system's announcement surprised her. She didn't expect that after completing side mission 6, she would be rewarded with a piece of farmland. The reward was unexpectedly generous. Thinking for a moment, Lin Yu asked the system in her mind, System, will the farmland rewarded after completing the mission count towards side mission 1, which involves expanding to 50 farmland plots? No, the reward does not count toward that. I see. But why is this reward so generous this time? The reward is linked to the difficulty of the mission. Lin Yu pondered. Maybe because side mission 6 required her to go to the dangerous Qingquan City to collect 1 ton of supplies, she was rewarded with a piece of farmland this time. Although the reward doesn't count toward her main tasks, Lin Yu is quite satisfied. Having an extra farmland means she can grow more food, which will generate more crystal core income. She has completed side mission 6, but she still needs many more items from the list and hasn't finished killing second-level zombies or rescuing people. So, she won't leave Qingquan City immediately. Regarding rescuing people, if those few on the rooftop had spoken more quietly, Lin Yu might have helped them, considering her mission. They decided to jump directly from the rooftop. She would use a large net to cushion their fall from space, and just before hitting the ground, she would transform her water powers into a water column to catch them, ensuring everyone landed safely. However, those people were so foolish that they shouted loudly, attracting zombies. Naturally, Lin Yu couldn't risk her own safety to save them. As for what would happen to those people, Lin Yu didn't care. They were adults and should take responsibility for their actions. Whether they lived or died, they had to accept the consequences. She stopped thinking about the people calling for help on the rooftop and closed her system panel. She took out her phone to check the time. It was already 8 o'clock. The sun hadn't set yet, but she could clearly feel the temperature dropping a bit. After measuring a 2-degree decrease with a thermometer, Linyu decided not to stay at the hotel any longer. She called Pei Yan and set out to find supplies. Actually, Linyu really wanted to get a boat, but she couldn't find any shops selling boats in the city. She would have to take a detour to the other side of Linchuan City, by the river, to try her luck. If she was lucky, she might find a ferry docked by the river. But Linyu remembered there was a subway station nearby, which was much more dangerous, several times more risky. So even if she was tempted, she had to give up unless she didn't want to live anymore. Meanwhile, at Qingquan Farm, Zhou Ran and others had just finished planting rice seeds and were about to leave when they discovered an extra empty plot of farmland. 10 people stared in disbelief, rubbing their eyes as if they saw ghosts, confirming they weren't mistaken. After a long moment of shock, they couldn't speak. They were sure they had already planted rice on every empty piece of land in the farm. There was no way they missed any. Zhou Ran, what's going on? Should we keep planting? Zhou Ran looked at the suddenly appearing patch of farmland and was silent for a moment before speaking. Keep planting. He didn't understand how a perfectly normal farm suddenly had an extra piece of black land about 20 square meters. But Zhou Ran knew one thing: don't ask questions you shouldn't. Anyway, the sun was still shining outside, and they could stay in the cool farm for a while working on the fields. Thinking about how the people living with them looked at him like a fool when they went out today, Zhou Ran couldn't help but laugh. Who is not a fish? How would they know the joy of fish? During that time, some people did inquire about the farm or related matters with Mr. Lin, but everyone knew not to talk about it openly. This job in the end of the world was like a protective shield for them, priceless and worth guarding closely. When it wasn't so hot anymore and dusk was approaching, the team leader quickly took Jiang He and the others outside Qingquan Farm. Besides them, many people had gathered outside the farm. As the daytime grew hotter, everyone preferred to stay active at night, resting in the housing area of Qingquan Mountain during the day. As evening approached and the weather cooled down, everyone came out to buy from Linyu. Jiang He and the others looked curiously at the shining villa and the 10 people busy in the dark land. Is this Qingquan Farm? Looking around, it seemed there were no zombies in sight, making it feel very safe. Hearing the nearby discussion, Jiming Shu finally believed the man's words. He just wanted to bring them here to buy things and get 4 bottles of water as a reward. Glancing at the supplies written on the blackboard, Jiming Shu suddenly widened his eyes.
Look.
They're actually selling pork? Just seeing the words pork, Jiming Shu's mouth was already watering. Survivors around them heard Jiming Shu's exclamation and couldn't help but look at the 5-person team with envy. The 5-person team quickly took on a protective stance, shielding the 4 people, afraid that if they weren't careful, the 4 bottles of water would slip away right in front of them. Initially, he wanted to use the crystal cores obtained from hunting zombies to buy supplies for Jiang He, hoping for a reward, but unexpectedly, Jiming Shu took out 3 clear, shiny crystal cores himself, so he abandoned that plan. Soon, Pei Linling, accompanied by Cheng Xiangbei, opened the villa door. Everyone was already lined up. They didn't see Lin Yu's familiar face. Instead, a young girl and a handsome man appeared at the villa entrance, which surprised everyone. Could it be that Mr. Lin hadn't returned last night? Someone wondered aloud, "Little girl, why are you here? Where is Mr. Lin?" Pei Linling just smiled softly and didn't answer. "Hello, what would you like to buy?" she asked. Seeing she didn't want to speak, the person had no choice but to hold back their curiosity. "I want 2 bottles of 500 milliliters water. No, give me 4 bottles." Pei Linling had already memorized the prices of all the supplies listed on the blackboard. Chenghui, 2 crystal cores. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils widened in surprise and he exclaimed, "Wow, it's so cool here." After paying with the crystal cores, she handed the water to the man and said, "Next." Since Pei Linling didn't go outside to trade, the man had to walk to the villa's door to get what he needed. When he felt the cool air coming from inside, He was stunned. His words caused a stir among the crowd. Everyone was curious about how the place stayed so cool and hurriedly urged the man to finish buying water so the next person could come. He quickly regained his composure and wanted to stay a little longer at the villa door, but after meeting the sharp gazes of the two people, he could only leave reluctantly. The person behind him, upon feeling the cool air from the villa's door, rolled his eyes and spoke slowly on purpose, trying to enjoy the air conditioning a bit longer. Pei Yan frowned and said, "Guest, please don't delay everyone's time." At her reminder, the conversation returned to normal speed. If it weren't for the fear of the farm's owner, he wouldn't want to leave. Next, every time someone made a purchase, everyone would be shocked by the cool air emanating from the villa, and some even deliberately slowed down to enjoy the breeze. After Qingquan warned a few people who were being particularly excessive, everyone returned to normal. Soon, it was Jiang He and his group's turn. Since the four of them, apart from their clean clothes, had dirty hair and faces that looked almost unrecognizable compared to the surrounding survivors, it was hard to tell if they were new faces just by looking at their faces. The leader of the small team had to grit his teeth, take 4 crumpled tissues, drip a little water on them to wet them, and then have them wipe their faces clean. Pei Yan had already recognized the regular survivors who traded at the farm a few days ago. The 4 people wiping their faces with tissues indeed looked like new faces. Thinking of Lin Yu's instructions, Pei Yan's smile became a bit more genuine. "Hello, what would you like to buy?" Jin Mingshu and the others discussed briefly and used all their crystal cores to buy water. After they finished shopping, Pei Yan happily handed the head reward to the team leader. Seeing someone actually receive the head reward, the surrounding survivors grew even more envious and became more determined to bring people back. After sending off a group of people, Pei Yan finally had time to rest, but she soon became busy again. Most people chose to do activities at night, and soon new faces appeared. She and Qingquan were extremely busy. However, they gained a lot in return. Seeing the steady influx of crystal cores and recalling how Sister Lin Yu's eyes lit up when she saw them, Pei Yan felt a strong sense of achievement. When she was busy, she forgot her sadness. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Pei Yan also started working hard. On her way to find supplies, she deliberately looked for second-stage zombies to fight. Later, she didn't even need to look. Almost all the zombies she encountered along the way were second stage. Lin Yu and Pei Yan worked together perfectly. Apart from the zombies' roars when they were discovered, no extra sounds were made during the fight, and they efficiently took down the zombies. Following their usual method, she collected all the zombie heads into a separate container meant for zombie remains, planning to deal with the crystal cores after leaving Linchuan City. The system notification kept ringing in her ears. Lin Yu was used to the system's occasional sounds and instinctively ignored it, treating it as white noise. Tang Dao cut off the last zombie's head. Just as Lin Yu was about to start the electric scooter to leave with Pei Yan. Suddenly, bang! A gunshot sounded nearby. The noise was deafening. As the gunshot echoed through the quiet city, it seemed to bring the city to life. Countless zombies were attracted by the sound and rushed toward the direction of the gunfire. The gunshot was accompanied by the roar of car engines. It was still daytime, and Lin Yu could clearly see 2 Wuling Hongguang vehicles frantically fleeing on the street. Behind them, a third-stage zombie was chasing closely. The distance between the third-stage zombie and the cars was shrinking. After reaching third stage, the zombie's speed and attack power increased, but it still couldn't catch up with the fast-moving cars. Lin Yu reacted quickly, immediately recognizing that this was a third-stage zombie with speed abilities. She stored her electric scooter in her space, and in less than 5 seconds, a golden shining Hummer appeared in front of her. From taking out the Hummer to starting it, only about 5 seconds passed. Someone had already fired a shot beforehand, and the loud gunshot was enough to attract most of the city's zombies. Staying here was clearly unwise. She and Pei Yan worked together, thinking they might have a chance to defeat the third-level speed zombie, but at that moment, they would be surrounded by countless zombies. Lin Yu had an idea, and a golden shining pistol fell into Pei Yan's hands, remaining calm even in the dangerous situation. Use the gun to stop the third-level zombie behind us if necessary, she said. Pei Yan nodded calmly. You focus on driving, and I'll handle the rest. The shiny Hummer was very eye-catching, drawing the attention of the two Wuling Hongguang vehicles behind it. Seeing the suddenly appearing Hummer ahead, the driver of the Wuling Hongguang, which was a bit behind, shouted with excitement. There's someone up front. Let's follow. Each Wuling Hongguang carried at least a dozen people, which meant not everyone had a seat. To avoid being thrown out by the fast-moving vehicle, those without seats had to hold tightly onto anything they could, including other people. The inside of the car was very dark and chaotic. Xia Yunxue didn't know who she was holding onto tightly, but she clenched her teeth to stop herself from crying out loud. Lin Yu thought that the direction they came from might also have attracted zombies from the rooftop, possibly even more difficult to deal with than the third-level speed zombies. They were trapped in front and chased from behind. If they turned left, they would eventually reach the Zhonghuan Bridge. Near the bridge was a busy subway station entrance and exit, which was very dangerous. Therefore, Lin Yu chose not to go forward, backward, or left. Behind the Hummer, the driver of the Wuling Hongguang, Tang Shi, looked in the rearview mirror and saw the growing army of zombies behind, his face turning pale. He was almost unable to contain his rising anger and shouted loudly at the man in the front passenger seat. Who told you to shoot? Yue, who was scolded, looked very pale and felt very wronged. I just wanted to slow down that zombie. I didn't mean to attract more zombies, he said. Yue was a sharpshooter from a shooting club, confident in his skills. When he saw the gun near Tang Shi's waist, he eagerly grabbed it and shot at the pursuing zombies behind them. But he missed, and instead, his gunfire attracted even more zombies. Tang Shi was about to laugh out of frustration. After hearing the news from the capital base on the radio, he thought for a long time and decided to head to the capital. 1/3 of his supporters believed the capital was too far away and the journey would be dangerous. They decided to stay in the warehouse, enjoying food and drinks without worry, questioning why they should suffer the hardships of the trip. Tang Shi didn't force them. He took along those willing to follow him to the capital base and cleared out the zombies outside the supermarket warehouse before setting off. Another group of survivors, led by the City Tourism Bureau's cultural leader, was also tempted to seek refuge at the capital base and asked Tang Shi to take them along. This caused a split in the Tourism Bureau's leadership. The leader obviously wouldn't agree, especially since Tang Shi and his group planned to take some food from the warehouse. If Tang Shi hadn't pulled out his gun and pressed it against the leader's forehead, he would never have allowed his people to follow him to the capital base. Yue was among those who supported the leader. Tang Shi now deeply regretted bringing them along. His original team had over 30 people, but some foolish individuals had caused many to die from zombie attacks. After Yue stole his gun and shot at the zombies, Tang Shi regretted softening his heart and trying to save people. But now, regret was useless. He kept a serious face and said, "All right, enough of that. Give me back my gun." Yue clenched his grip on the pistol, but didn't return it as Tang Shi asked. Instead, he stared at the gun with a dark, unfathomable expression. A warning bell rang in Tang Shi's mind. Something was wrong. Suddenly, the gun was pointed directly at him. Yue's face twisted in anger. "Drive carefully or I'll shoot you." The sudden turn of events stunned everyone inside the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lin Yu drove about a kilometer forward, then suddenly turned the car around and headed right. Just as she moved, she spotted a very muscular third-level zombie charging from the right side. She could tell from the ground tremors caused by its running that it was a zombie with awakened abilities, likely a power type. Behind it, countless second-level zombies blocked the road almost completely. A Hummer wouldn't stand a chance against such an attack. Lin Yu's face changed slightly. She quickly braked, then had to turn the car around, reluctantly heading toward the least desirable route, the Huanjiang Bridge. Pei Yan loaded his gun and pulled the trigger, firing at the nearby third-level power zombie's limbs. All around are zombies, but it doesn't matter whether we shoot or not. If we don't stop them from moving forward, we'll be caught, and we'll definitely die.
Bang! Bang!
Pei Yan's aim is steady. As 2 bullets hit the zombie's joints with dull sounds, You can clearly feel its steps pause for a moment. When it moves again, its movements are much more sluggish than before. Squeak, tang, she quickly changes lanes. The tires screech on the road, making a grating sound. He doesn't care about Yue pointing a gun at him, because a zombie suddenly rushed out from the right side, crashing into the Wuling Hongguang. He frantically turns the steering wheel, following a Hummer that had just drifted and changed direction ahead. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, and if Pei Yan hadn't shot the zombie's joints, he definitely wouldn't have had a chance to escape. He would have been stopped in the middle of the road by the suddenly appearing zombie. The Wuling Hongguang narrowly avoided the zombie's sharp claws. The car shook violently. If he hadn't been clutching someone's leg tightly, Xia Yunxiue would have been thrown out. The sudden attack by the zombie made everyone forget about the chaos inside the car. Fortunately, Yue understood the urgency and calmed down. But the car behind Tang Shi, the Wuling Hongguang, was less lucky. The driver couldn't change lanes in time and could only watch helplessly as it crashed into the roadside greenery.
Bang!
The car made a loud crash. It only took a moment. Because of inertia, the zombie that had been rushing forward didn't hit Tang Shi's car but reacted just in time. It extended its rotten claws and deformed the roof of the Wuling Hongguang, easily tearing it off. A piercing scream came from inside the car. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. If they weren't still rational and knew that getting out would mean certain death, they might have already pushed open the door and run. In an instant, two men sitting in the back row of the Wuling Hongguang were grabbed and bitten by the zombie. "Help me.
Save me."
The two men looked terrified. Their instinct to survive made them call out for help to the people inside the car. The screams of terror filled the air. Behind them, the zombies were devouring them. The driver was desperately trying to stay calm in this environment. His eyes were red, bloodshot, and he pressed the accelerator furiously, muttering nonstop, "Hurry! Start quickly!" Finally, just before the zombies' claws reached them, Wuling Hongguang sped out of the greenery like an arrow shot from a bow. The Wuling Hongguang with its roof torn off fled in the wind, making everyone feel unsafe. Especially after the zombies had just grabbed someone from the back seat and eaten them, the scene was shocking and frightening, causing cold sweat to run down their backs. The survivors sitting in the last row pushed desperately toward the front, hoping it would make them feel safer. They didn't dare sit near the back, afraid they might be the next to be dragged out and attacked by zombies. "Why are you doing this?" Suddenly, a woman's thigh was grabbed. Already scared, she screamed in terror, shrank to the side, and kicked wildly at the hand holding her leg. "Get away! I told you to get away!" Her eyes widened with rage, thinking the man holding her leg had been infected by the zombies. After the man explained he wasn't infected, everyone in the car relaxed and wiped their sweat. It was hard to imagine what would happen if someone inside the car really caught the zombie virus. Would they survive? Most people now looked at Tang Shi with resentment. It was his fault. Why did he suddenly want to go to the capital military district? If it weren't for him, everyone would still be safe, eating and sleeping in the warehouse, not risking their lives on this dangerous journey. Several times, they almost lost their lives. Tang Shi didn't realize he was being blamed. He kept his eyes fixed on the Hummer ahead, noticing that the vehicle seemed very familiar with the roads around Linchuan City. He had a strange feeling if he wanted to survive the zombie siege, hope might be in that Hummer. Tang Shi knew very well that the Hummer was in trouble because of him. If Yue hadn't shot to attract the zombies, they wouldn't be surrounded by zombies from all sides. He silently apologized to the people in front. He wanted to live, so even though he knew the people in the Hummer might dislike him, he still followed behind the vehicle with a brave face. Thinking about everything that had happened, Tang Shi's face was tight with worry. All of this. It was probably the price he paid for having too much compassion and trying to save everyone. Tang Shijuan, a former soldier, feels a strong sense of responsibility to protect the weak. However, this sense of duty often holds him back. In the end-of-the-world scenario, someone always teaches him how to grow. But the lessons are not always worth thanking for. Pei Yan rolled down the car window, stuck his head out, and looked at the horde of zombies far behind them. Suddenly, He shifted the gun in his hand slightly to the left, aiming it directly at the tire of the Wuling Hongguang car that was still chasing them. He is not a saint. The zombie horde was caused by those people. If they hadn't suddenly started shooting, he and Linyu wouldn't have been forced to leave and end up trapped with zombies closing in from all sides. Their actions not only threatened his and Linyu's safety, but also caused big trouble. Pei Yan narrowed his eyes slightly, with less than 0.1 centimeters between his finger and the trigger.
Pei Yan.
Linyu spoke to stop him from pulling the trigger. She knew what Pei Yan wanted to do, but wasting a shot on the zombies behind to stop them was not a good idea now. A good sword should be used on the right target. The situation at Huanjiang Bridge was uncertain, possibly more dangerous than the zombies chasing from behind. Just the two of them, she and Pei Yan, might not be able to cross the bridge alone. Instead of shooting to burst their tires now, it would be better to save the bullets for when they reach Huanjiang Bridge and use the others as shields. Whether they survive depends on their skills. This mess started because they shot first. Since they decided to follow behind, they have to accept the consequences. Linyu didn't think she was doing anything wrong. The system mission was important, but she always put her safety first. Only if she was alive could she hope to complete the task given by the system. If she died, she would have nothing left. Linyu's face was calm, with a slight smile on her lips. Save it for Huanjiang Bridge. Pei Yan looked thoughtful, seeming to understand her meaning, and slowly lowered his gun. Tang Shijuan broke out in a cold sweat. When he saw the shiny gold gun being pulled back inside the Hummer window, he immediately let out a breath of relief. In that moment, he truly felt the breath of death. Luckily, that man put the gun away at the last second. If the tire had been shot and burst, they would have definitely died. Tang Shijuan's back was covered in sweat, and he felt like he had just been pulled out of water. I glanced at Yue beside me. He quietly exhaled a dull breath, feeling very relieved inside. Luckily, that fool Yue kept staring at me, guarding against me stealing his gun, so he didn't notice the pistol sticking out from the front of the Hummer. Otherwise, I really fear he might do something reckless. Just thinking about it, I know that once the people ahead hear gunfire, they'll realize we have guns. Even knowing this, they still want to burst the tires of the Wuling Hongguang car without fear. From this, it's easy to guess that the people inside the Hummer aren't afraid that, after they pop the tires, the other side might panic and shoot at them. It shows how terrifying their strength must be. Although I tend to be sympathetic, I'm not stupid. Everyone's eyes are focused on the monster making the sonic boom behind us. Except for Pei Yan, no one notices that a crisis is quietly fading away. In the endless darkness, 3 cars turn into streaks of light rushing through the city, chased closely by countless zombies. The 3-stage zombie is so fast it leaves after images, running ahead while letting out strange, high-pitched shrieks, as if calling more zombies from nearby. If someone looked down from above, they would see endless zombies pouring out from streets and alleys all over the city. Right in front of those 3 cars, many blacks gather aimlessly near the Ring River Bridge, wandering around. Without the 2 3-stage zombies, the 2nd and 1st-stage zombies wouldn't be able to catch the cars and would give up soon. But because the 3-stage zombies can summon a horde, even if they can't catch up, they keep following the zombie army slowly. Along the way, the 3-stage zombies also gather many other zombies, making the scene very frightening. So much so that there are hardly any zombies nearby on this road. Even if there are some, they move very slowly and can't hurt anyone, making it quite safe. Suddenly, as Linyu was speeding toward the Ring River Bridge, a system notification suddenly sounded in his ear. DB, congratulations. You have completed Side Mission 5, rescuing 100 survivors. Your current progress is 100 out of 100. Rewards have been granted. A hint of surprise appeared in Linyu's eyes. She didn't carefully listen to the reward for completing the mission, unsure how she managed to finish Side Mission 3 while fleeing wildly. The system beep-beep explained in her ear, but she had no time to pay attention, as the Ring River Bridge was just ahead. Under the car lights, her view was almost filled with the figures of zombies. The entire Ring River Bridge was jammed with vehicles, surrounded by countless zombies, leaving hardly any space to breathe. Even the rooftops had zombies. When the lights shone on the zombies, they seemed to come alive, roaring loudly and snarling as they rushed toward them. Because there were so many zombies, Lin Yu saw several of them trampled to the ground, unable to get up again, with their heads crushed beneath their feet. This scene was truly chilling. A heavy feeling settled in Lin Yu's heart. The massive zombies made it hard to see if there were any hidden third-level zombies among them. Without hesitation, she suddenly slammed the brakes, stopping the vehicle about 20 meters from the zombies, then quickly pulled out a backpack filled with crystal cores from her space and threw it to Pei Yan. Right after, rain began to fall from the sky. More precisely, it was rain condensed by Lin Yu's supernatural power. In just a few seconds, the zombies still dozens of meters away reached their front. She shouted sharply, "Pei Yan!" During the days of battle, Pei Yan had developed a high level of understanding with her. Sometimes, just a glance from Lin Yu was enough for him to know what she wanted. As soon as her voice fell, Pei Yan activated his supernatural power instantly, unleashing a large bolt of lightning toward the zombies. In an instant, within 20 meters in front of the Hummer, the zombies affected by Lin Yu's power were struck by lightning and knocked down, creating a clear zone free of zombies. The dark night sky was illuminated by the lightning, making it look as bright as daytime. Without wasting time admiring the power of the lightning, Lin Yu and Pei Yan simultaneously opened their car doors and got out. Under Lin Yu's mental command, the reinforced truck from the north appeared instantly beside the Hummer. "Get on the roof." Lin Yu summarized her thoughts briefly. She supported herself with one hand on the back of the Hummer and quickly jumped onto the roof. Then she took a running start and leapt toward the top of the large truck's cargo area. As she jumped, a flash of transparent water shimmered beneath her feet. Using her supernatural power, she condensed a soft, water-based platform to step on, landing safely on the truck's roof. The water was gentle yet firm. This was a technique Lin Yu had figured out during her free time some time ago. After she reached the top, the water platform she created did not disappear. Pei Yan followed closely behind her, stepping onto the still-glowing water platform and reaching the truck's roof. They leaned their backs against each other, holding their tang swords, alert to their surroundings. The truck was tall enough that only 3-stage zombies could jump onto it. Lower-level zombies rarely could. As long as they killed the 2 3-stage zombies, they could stay safe. Behind them, 2 Wuling Hongguang vehicles stopped. Seeing this scene, several panicked people almost fainted from fear. Their escape route was blocked, and in front of them were countless zombies. Just thinking about what was coming next made their vision go dark, and they felt hopeless. Some even wet their pants out of fear. They had never seen such a scene before. After the apocalypse broke out, the worst they had experienced was being chased by dozens of zombies. But now, the number of zombies was nearly 100,000. How could they possibly escape? In panic, they started blaming Tang Shi. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't said we should go to the capital military district, we would still be safe in the warehouse. We wouldn't be facing so many zombies. It's all your fault." Amid the chaos, they didn't care how the large, shining truck had appeared out of nowhere. Tang Shi's face was grim, and he felt disappointed. He hadn't expected to be saved by such a group of people. They had begged him to take them along. But the current situation made it hard for Tang Shi to focus on their accusations. He quickly opened the door and got out of the truck. Before Lin Yu could store the Hummer in her space, he mimicked her, stepping onto the still-glowing water platform and climbing onto the truck's roof. A few clever people followed his lead and also climbed onto the truck's roof. Of course, all of this was only possible with Lin Yu's permission. Otherwise, as soon as Tang Shi touched the Hummer, she would have already stored the vehicle into her space. Although second-tier zombies can't jump up, she couldn't be sure if there were still third-tier zombies hiding nearby. She wanted to attract some attention away from herself and Pei Yan, so that even if third-tier zombies attacked, she would have enough time to react. Once 7 people had gathered, the numbers were about right. Too many people would hinder their performance. Lin Yu quickly made a decision. Her water sphere and the Hummer pressed against the large truck disappeared instantly, preventing anyone from climbing onto the truck's roof. After everyone reacted, there was no time to criticize Tang Shi. The most important thing was to stay alive, so they all scrambled to climb onto the truck's cabin.
But
It was too late. Yue Wei was one of them. When Lin Yu withdrew everything, he suddenly stepped on nothing and fell from a height of 3 meters. The feeling of falling made Yue Wei's eyes fill with fear. He narrowly grabbed the fence of the truck, hanging onto it with one hand. If he fell and got hurt, he would have no chance to survive anymore. Yue Wei tightly held his gun, treating it as his life-saving tool. The gun gave him a little comfort. He looked up toward the roof, a flash of resentment crossing his eyes. But he couldn't shoot at the person responsible from his position. His eyes were full of regret, yet he had to give up. Lin Yu ignored the people below the truck or those screaming and cursing loudly. Instead, she pushed the 7 people on the roof toward the back of the truck. She pointed her Tang sword directly at them. "Stay there and fight the zombies if you want to live. Don't try to get close to me." She paused, her expression fierce and cruel. "I can let you get on the truck, but I can also make you get off." Just a little delay, and countless zombies flooded toward the large truck. Lin Yu didn't speak. She formed a huge water ball with her fingertips and smashed it down on the zombies approaching from all directions. Pei Yan's lightning powers followed closely behind.
bang!
Lightning struck the zombies all around, exploding into beautiful fireworks and illuminating half the sky. All the survivors on the roof stared with wide-open mouths, stunned and unable to recover for a long time. There was still a chance to survive on the roof. If they were forced off the car, the 7 lucky ones on the roof saw this scene and felt a chill, their eyes filled with shock and fear. No one dared to say a word of protest. Everyone held their weapons tightly and formed a circle, nervously watching their surroundings. The weapons in their hands were collected when they left the supermarket. The supermarket storage was very well stocked. Almost everyone who left there had a weapon: fire axes, kitchen knives, mops, steel bars, and all kinds of weapons, so there was no need to worry about lacking weapons. Although Lin Yu used her supernatural power to deal with many zombies, some still managed to slip through and reach the big truck. Soon screams and Yue Wei's gunfire sounded. But before he could fire twice, a second-level zombie jumped up and grabbed his leg. Its sharp, dark gray claws pierced his skin, easily tearing off his foot. The flesh around the wound quickly turned a strange blue-gray color. Within seconds, the zombie virus invaded his nervous system. Yue Wei's eyes turned bright red instantly. Just as his fingers loosened and his gun was about to fall, a transparent water curtain caught it. In the next moment, the pistol disappeared into thin air. Except for Lin Yu and Pei Yan, no one else saw this happen. She planned to have Cheng Xiangbei strengthen it later and stored the pistol in her space, so she didn't pay more attention. To maximize the effectiveness of her supernatural power, Lin Yu didn't use her power to create water blades to attack the zombies. Instead, she kept controlling the rain to fall. Water blades could only kill a few zombies, far less effective than splashing water on the zombies and then having Pei Yan use his lightning power to attack. This method also saved her supernatural energy and increased its attack power. Raindrops started falling gently from the sky. At first, they were small, but soon they became like a heavy rain, precisely hitting the zombie horde. The rain was so dense that it formed a thick curtain, blocking the big truck from view. Snick! White lightning followed closely, and the sound of electric currents crackling through the zombies was heard. The stench of rotting flesh mixed with the smell of scorched corpses reached everyone's noses, making the first person to smell it almost. With a flash of lightning hitting the zombies, Lin Yu saw the scene around her clearly. She frowned deeply. The 2 third-level zombies that had been chasing them disappeared. Or rather, they had hidden within the zombie horde, waiting patiently. When the survivors on the field showed signs of exhaustion, they would deliver the final. At this moment, a few survivors who couldn't climb onto the truck's roof used the lightning's glow to see the vast sea of zombies gathering in the distance. Everyone's faces turned increasingly pale. Zombies were everywhere, and driving out through them was impossible. Realizing that fighting alone would only lead to quicker death, The survivors who had regained their senses shouted desperately at those still staring blankly. "Why are you just standing there? Everyone come together and fight the zombies as a team. Only then do we have a chance to survive." The survivors below the truck were startled by the shout. Their faces remained pale, but their eyes grew more determined. They quickly gathered everyone, then swiftly moved 2 vans next to the big truck. The height of the vans was just enough to block the gaps in the truck's chassis, preventing zombies from crawling underneath and biting people. Except for 3 unlucky individuals who were chased by zombies and fell behind, everyone else who hadn't climbed onto the truck's roof managed to gather in one place. Linyu ignored those people and kept using her supernatural powers to create a rain curtain that fell among the zombies. The sound of lightning cracking loudly in the zombie horde never stopped, mixing with the zombies' roars. Everyone felt their ears almost deafened. Soon, Linyu realized that her water-based electric attack, which had been unstoppable, was no longer effective. Actually, it wasn't entirely useless. The real problem was that there were just too many zombies. Every time Linyu and Pei Yan killed a group of zombies with their powers, even more zombies quickly filled the gaps. They kept coming, stepping over countless charred bodies of their peers, climbing upward with fierce determination. The pile of corpses grew rapidly from a few centimeters to several meters high. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the pile reached the same height as the top of the truck's cabin. Some zombies even lay down on the mountain of bodies to serve as stepping stones, hoping to help their comrades climb higher. Clearly, the zombie horde was definitely under the command of those 2 third-level zombies. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so frenzied. Linyu's eyes darkened slightly as she searched the zombie horde for the location of those 2 third-level zombies. However, after scanning the area, she found no sign of where they might be hiding. Linyu's eyes paused slightly. With a thought, several abandoned cars in the space suddenly fell from the sky and landed among the zombies. The force of their landing instantly crushed the nearby zombies into flesh and blood. She repeated the process, controlling the space with her mind. Countless cars and sedans fell from above, smashing into the frenzied zombie horde rushing forward. Linyu shouted, "Pei Yan, them up!"
Boom, boom, boom.
Immediately, a series of continuous explosions rang out nearby, causing the buildings near the Liangjiang Bridge to shake. The limbs and broken arms of many zombies were blown into the air. Those at the center of the explosions were directly melted away by the intense heat produced. The flames from the explosions reflected on Linyu's face, highlighting her delicate and beautiful features, making her look especially captivating. Pei Yan's throat went slightly dry, which was a bit inappropriate at this moment. But he quickly looked away and focused on fighting the zombies in front of him. Linyu deliberately threw the abandoned cars in her space about 100 meters away from the large truck, so the distant explosions didn't affect the truck, only causing its body to shake slightly. Even so, all the survivors present were slightly stunned. If they hadn't quickly regained their senses, they might have been scratched by the zombies. Linyu didn't know how many zombies the previous wave of car explosions had killed, but she could clearly feel that the speed at which the zombies filled the gaps had slowed down significantly, greatly easing the pressure. She kept gathering her supernatural power to make it rain among the zombies while wielding a tang sword, killing the second-stage zombies trying to jump onto the truck by smashing through the zombie wall made of their bodies. The 7 people pushed to the back of the truck were also busy, continuously attacking the zombies with their weapons. Compared to Linyu's ease, they were struggling a bit. If it weren't for Tang Shi, who still retained his fighting instinct and was the main force killing zombies, the 7 survivors at the rear would soon be overwhelmed. The survivors under the truck were in a worse situation. Although they relied on the large truck for protection, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming number of zombies. None of them had much combat experience, relying only on their desperate will to survive, which led to many injuries. Before they could be infected by the zombie virus, they were eaten alive by countless zombies, emitting terrible screams. He continuously used his special power for 2 hours. The energy was starting to run low. Linyu immediately put her left hand into her backpack filled with crystal cores. Within a few seconds, All the crystal cores in her bag turned into powder. Not enough, still not enough. She was far from fully restoring her energy. She took out 2 more packs of crystal cores from her bag, barely enough to fully restore her power. Actually, it's not that she needs so many crystal cores to recover her energy, but because all the cores she used are first level, attribute less crystals. Plus, due to her rebirth, her powers are much stronger than before, so it took her 3 large packs of crystal cores to fully recover. As for the few second-level zombies she killed along the way, Linyu kept a few second-level, attribute-less crystal cores in her space for later use. But now, the situation isn't the most dangerous yet, so she doesn't plan to use them for now. She'll wait until the moment of greatest crisis. After all, those 2 third-level zombies haven't appeared yet. And Linyu had another idea. She wanted to use this chance to raise her power to the 3rd level. Fighting is the fastest way to improve strength, and with the few second-level, attribute-less crystal cores in her space, she thought it should be enough. Linyu refocused and continued fighting the zombies. Qingquan, fighting with a large truck, had no sense of time. He didn't know how long it had been. All he knew was that people kept falling around him, and no one could fill the empty spots left behind. The zombies around him seemed endless, as if they would never run out. He felt dizzy, his whole body sluggish, and his arms holding the fire axe grew weak and sore. Maybe because he had just been through intense fighting, his body felt hotter and hotter. The heat seemed to burn into his mind, threatening to destroy his rationality. Qingquan kept swinging his weapon without stopping, unaware that another cut, about 3 centimeters long, had appeared on his ankle, with the skin around it turning faintly black. It looked like he had been scratched by a zombie's claw at some point. His eyes gradually turned bright red. Thinking of his parents waiting for him in Province A, he bit his tongue hard, and a moment of clarity appeared in his eyes. Yes, he couldn't die here. His parents were still waiting for him in Province A. They must be very scared. He couldn't die. A fierce will to survive erupted in Qingquan's eyes. Miraculously, the heat inside him, which seemed to want to destroy everything, began to fade away. When he finally emerged from that state, he realized that all the people around him had somehow died, leaving only himself. Just then, a zombie charged toward him. Qingquan instinctively wanted to swing his fire axe to attack the zombie, but for some reason, green vines suddenly appeared on his hand and wrapped around him. Qingquan was momentarily stunned. He could feel that he could control and retract the vines from his hand, but he didn't do it because the vines wrapping him into a ball seemed to protect him. About a minute later, Qingquan noticed the hot flow moving toward his hand had stopped. His heart sank further. After a second, Qingquan saw that the vines hadn't disappeared and the zombies didn't seem to attack them. His mood soared like a roller coaster. Was he safe? Linyu didn't know what had happened to Qingquan. With her and Pei Yan working together nonstop, they had almost eliminated 3/4 of the zombie horde on the Hujiang Bridge. All her first-level crystal cores had been used up, fully dedicated to restoring their powers. Only the second-level fire-type crystal core, which was incompatible with her attributes, remained unused. Linyu didn't know how much time had passed. Her combat suit was covered in zombie blood and rotten flesh, and she had no time to clean it. She used her powers efficiently, focusing entirely on killing zombies. She spent the whole night constantly releasing her abilities, squeezing out all her energy each time before absorbing energy from the crystal cores to restore her powers. In fact, Linyu had already met the conditions for an upgrade, but she suppressed her desire to upgrade immediately. The second-level crystal core quietly appeared inside the sleeve of her combat suit. She could make objects in her space appear anywhere she wished, so it was normal for the crystal core to be in her sleeve. Looking up at the sky, she saw a streak of red on the horizon. A huge red sun was slowly rising. The sky was bright again. No longer needing the light from lightning, she could clearly see her surroundings. Everywhere in sight was filled with the bodies of zombies, the ground raised several meters by the piled-up corpses. Lin Yu's eyes casually glanced into the distance, and her mind momentarily froze. A look of joy appeared in her eyes. Although she could see through Pei Yan's psychic power explosion and the light it created at night, she could only see about 40 meters around her and couldn't see far away clearly. Now that it was daytime, Lin Yu no longer needed to rely on Pei Yan's abilities. She clearly saw 3 ships stopped near the riverbank, and it seemed there was another ship stuck beneath the bridge. It was probably because after the apocalypse broke out, the people on the ships tried to escape, but something went wrong along the way. Lin Yu's eyes were full of surprise. However, the third-level zombies hadn't appeared yet, so she had to put the ships aside for now. Still, those 2 third-level zombies should be showing up soon. Lin Yu narrowed her eyes slightly and exchanged a quiet look with Pei Yan. Pei Yan immediately understood, and his chest heaved heavily, as if his breath was hot. He supported his sword with one hand, panting, his body swaying dangerously. If Lin Yu hadn't noticed his condition in time and grabbed his hand, he might have fallen from the top of the carriage. In a place where no one could see, Lin Yu used their recent contact to secretly place 3 transparent, non-elemental second-level crystal cores into Pei Yan's hand. Pei Yan calmly slipped the cores into his combat uniform, and at that moment, Lin Yu let go, her eyes full of concern. "Are you okay?" Although she knew all this was a deliberate act to attract zombies, the memory of touching his delicate skin made Pei Yan's mind wander, and his voice became a little hoarse. "Thank you just now." Just then, a swift rushing sound appeared behind them. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. She was about to absorb the energy from the second-level crystal cores, which was almost finished, when an invisible wave suddenly radiated from her body.
Boom! 2 sounds almost at the same time.
Feeling the psychic wave from Pei Yan's body, Lin Yu was surprised. He had actually advanced to the 3rd level of psychic power. By the time the 3rd-level speed zombie realized something was wrong, it was too late. Lin Yu and Pei Yan quickly sealed off the surroundings, preventing the zombie from using its full strength. Whoosh! A water blade sliced through its neck, and its head instantly fell off. Lin Yu immediately stored it in her space, planning to use it on Bai later. After advancing to the 3rd level of psychic power, the remaining zombies on the field were no longer a threat to Lin Yu. Now is the time to take action. Find the other powerful zombie. Zombies have no intelligence, only the instinct to eat. Even if thousands of their kind die right in front of them, they won't feel fear. As long as there are living people nearby, they will be attracted by their scent. To zombies, the scent of living humans is like a delicious nectar. The surrounding horde of corpses continues to charge tirelessly toward the big truck. Lin Yu stands quietly on top of the truck's cargo area. She is straight and tall. After a night of fighting, her eyes are filled with a fierce, bloodthirsty look that makes it hard to meet her gaze. Suddenly, her gaze stops at a certain spot. The wind blows her hair to the side, and at this moment, the girl slightly curves her lips. "I found you." In the next moment, countless water blades appear nearly 20 meters away in the zombie horde. To ensure she could kill the zombie without any accidents, Lin Yu gathers several water blades, sealing off all escape routes of the 3rd-level power-type zombie. Fortunately, that zombie doesn't plan to run. The scent of living humans is just too tempting for zombies. A 3rd-level zombie only has the ability to think. It hasn't fully regained its intelligence from before it turned into a zombie. It still has a long way to go to evolve behaviors like assessing danger or fleeing when overwhelmed. Unless a zombie awakens a mental ability related to intelligence, it cannot suppress its instinct to eat. At this moment, Lin Yu doesn't know that earlier, some people on the rooftop of the Yujiang building had attracted a 3rd-level mental-type zombie by shouting loudly, and because they sensed a chilling aura from her, they retreated. She withdraws her thoughts and lightly opens her lips.
Cut.
As she speaks, countless water blades simultaneously strike the zombie's neck, arms, waist, abdomen, and thighs. Water usually appears soft and gentle, but under Lin Yu's continuous control of her powers, the seemingly ordinary water blades are under immense pressure, reaching over 1,000 kilograms. Therefore, when Lin Yu's ability advances to the 3rd level and she finds the hiding place of the 3rd-level power-type zombie, the battle is over. That mutated power-type zombie is only very strong. It is not a soil-type ability focused on defense. So, at the moment she recited the word slash, the hidden third-tier zombie with power abilities was instantly torn apart into 5 pieces. After dealing with the power-type zombie, killing the remaining zombies on the field became much easier. There was no need for Pei Yan. Lin Yu swung out several water blades, and where they passed, no grass remained. Lin Yu withdrew her supernatural ability. She looked down at her palm and clearly felt that when killing zombies of the same level, the water blades could easily break through their defenses and cut off their heads. This feeling became especially strong after her ability advanced to the 3rd tier. In her mind, Lin Yu felt this might be related to her rebirth, but she couldn't clearly explain the details. She guessed it might have something to do with her soul or similar aspects. After all, she hadn't eaten pork but had seen pigs run, so she wondered if she could do the same. She had read many examples in novels where the protagonist, after rebirth, gained memories from the previous life, making their attributes far superior to others their age. She thought her situation was probably similar. Lin Yu looked around. Most of the zombies had been cleared out. Only a few first-tier zombies on the bridge deck were caught by cars and couldn't come over. Thinking of the ship docked by the riverbank, all the hardships on this journey suddenly felt worthwhile. At this moment, she couldn't help but praise the system for its thoughtfulness. The system's storage for food was like an endless space. No matter the size of the items, they could be stored inside. Picking up and putting down things was incredibly convenient. Otherwise, she would just be staring at the few ships, lost in thought about how to get them back. She turned her gaze to Pei Yan, her eyes shining brightly. "Let's get off the car and retrieve the ships." Pei Yan looked at her for a moment before softly laughing. Okay. However, there was nowhere to step down, as the zombie corpses piled up to nearly half the height of the truck bed. Lin Yu didn't want to step into the rotting flesh pile. Instead, she moved her mind and directly stored all the zombie corpses into her space. The system's warehouse could only hold dead objects, so some zombies that hadn't fully died remained where they were. Their legs and arms were broken, and their bodies twisted on the ground, covered in rotten zombie flesh, looking extremely disgusting. The reason she collected the zombie bodies along with the crystal cores into her space was to prevent any remaining zombies from still being alive. As expected by Lin Yu, her quick action completely eliminated those zombies that hadn't died properly.
However,
Lin Yu's gaze drifted over the green spherical shape made of vines, and she showed a hint of surprise. She thought that those who hadn't come up were all dead, but unexpectedly, they had awakened plant-based powers. The 7 lucky ones at the back of the vehicle went from shock and despair to being speechless. They had thought they would definitely die this time, but to their surprise, no one was hurt, and everyone was alive and well. Lin Yu and Pei Yan's strength was almost inhuman, and their incredible group attack skills made everyone doubt what they knew. The sudden appearance of water blades, lightning, and other powers aside, what about the cars that suddenly fell from the sky during the zombie fight? And the ability to make countless zombie remains vanish with a wave of the hand was simply astonishing. Every event seemed impossible for ordinary people to achieve. Everyone silently thought, prosperity, democracy, science. With science. Can science really explain what's happening right now? Especially Tang Shi, who felt that everything he had learned was being overturned by reality. He couldn't help but start questioning life. He had served in the army for years and had never heard any information about such things from his superiors. Lin Yu didn't care about everyone's thoughts. In that moment, not acting could mean death, so they naturally didn't bother about whether to keep their composure or not. They could only say they were incredibly lucky. Seeing Lin Yu and Pei Yan seem ready to go down, Tang Shi wanted to speak several times, but hesitated. After a while, he stopped them. About last night. I'm sorry. It was my fault. I didn't hold my gun properly, and while driving, someone else took it from me. I'm sorry for the danger this caused you. Although the gun was fired by Yue, Tang Shi didn't think it had nothing to do with him. If he had been more alert, Yue wouldn't have been able to take the gun away. The worst outcome would have been being chased by a few zombies, not being trapped in a sea of tens of thousands of zombies. He didn't want to experience that kind of despair again. Tang Shi put down his backpack and unzipped it. Inside, there were filled bottles of water and high-calorie food. I am very grateful that you two saved me. I hope you can accept these foods and water and not hold it against us. Lin Yu paused, then turned back quickly. Is that your gun? Tang Shi thought Lin Yu wanted his gun. He looked a bit sorry. Guns are good for survival in the end times. They might not always kill zombies, but they can scare people. It's my gun. However, Yue took it from me. It's likely he's already lost it. If the gun was still in Tang Shi's hands, Lin Yu wanted it. He would give it without hesitation. But since Yue took it, he could only apologize. The other 6 lucky people looked at each other, then handed their backpacks to Lin Yu, trembling as they said, "Thank you for saving us." We can confirm what Big Brother Tang said. Yue took the gun while Big Brother Tang was driving and shot behind us at the pursuing zombies. We collected some food and water. That's all we can offer as thanks. Please accept it. Pei Yan watched them coldly. His deep eyes, hidden behind messy hair, showed strong displeasure. Lin Yu silently observed Tang Shi. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, a darker skin tone, and bright, sharp eyes. When she looked him over, his body instinctively straightened. She started to have some guesses. She didn't say anything. Instead, she took their backpacks, put all the food into her space, then returned the backpacks to him. Tang Shi, still holding the heavy backpack, was stunned. When he opened it, he saw the food inside was gone, but the water was still there, still a full bottle. He hurriedly asked, "Miss, what's going on?" Lin Yu didn't turn around. She simply condensed a water-like staircase and stepped down from the vehicle. She left 4 words: hurry and get off. The other 6 also saw that although the water in Lin Yu's return backpack was less than in Tang Shi's, there were still 2 bottles. They felt relieved, though they couldn't tell if they were more grateful to Lin Yu or more afraid. Pei Yan sighed softly, then followed Lin Yu off the vehicle. He liked the girl very much. She was truly kind. But he liked Lin Yu no matter what she did. Even if she killed someone, he would still like her. Perhaps, even if Lin Yu really had killed them, Pei Yan would still think she was kind. Pei Yan clearly understood that Lin Yu's willingness to forgive this time was based on their sense of gratitude. If they tried to guilt-trip Lin Yu morally, it might have resulted in the death of all 7 people. In fact, it was because of this understanding that Lin Yu was not a reckless killer. She carefully observed their expressions. During their conversation, she saw fatigue, fear, awe, relief after surviving, anger at Yue for shooting, but she saw no guilt. She already held the gun in her hand. Therefore, she accepted the food, which served as both an apology and a thank you. Considering their attitude and the fact that she didn't lack water, she left 2 bottles of water for everyone except Tang Shi, who was a soldier. From now on, whether they live or die had nothing to do with Lin Yu. If they didn't appreciate her kindness, then it was their own fault for her having to take action. After everyone on the truck got off, Lin Yu stored the truck into her space and headed toward the Huanjiang Bridge. Although she had collected all the corpses on the road into her space, the surface still had various rotting flesh sticking to it. It was not only disgusting but also easy to slip on, and the entire road reeked with a strong, foul smell. Pei Yan watched her walk carefully in front of him, worried she might fall, and quickly caught up, reaching out to support her elbow. To avoid making her suspicious, he kept a neutral expression, stared straight ahead, and even said seriously, "The road is slippery. Supporting each other makes it less likely to fall." Lin Yu. Although she knew Pei Yan's words were correct, she remembered that normally, when Pei Yan spoke, he didn't look so righteous and serious. She looked at his profile with suspicion but didn't say anything. Pei Yan kept his eyes on the road ahead, but his peripheral vision was always on Lin Yu. Feeling her gaze, he couldn't help but blush a little. Especially when his palm touched her elbow, it felt incredibly hot, and within a short time, his hand was sweaty. It wasn't because of heat, but because of nervousness. Fortunately, Lin Yu was wearing combat gear. Since the weather was already hot, even though Pei Yan's palms were sweaty from nervousness, she didn't notice. Lin Yu stared at him for a long time, but his face was normal, and she couldn't see any clues from his expression. Only then did she look away. Still, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The two of them walked forward in silence. Maybe because the atmosphere was a bit awkward, and also because Linyu wasn't used to someone holding her elbow, she took the initiative to break the silence. "Are you not curious why I forgive them?" But as soon as she asked, Linyu regretted it. It seemed to make the atmosphere even more strange. It would have been better to stay silent like before. "You must have your reasons for doing that." Just as Linyu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Pei Yan spoke again. "Moreover, I know your character. As long as someone doesn't deliberately provoke you, you won't kill them just because you dislike them. I think you probably judged that what they said was true, and because those few people were polite, and because they were also involved with Yue, you accepted their food and sent a message that you hold no grudges." Pei Yan looked at her with a serious expression she had never seen before. "Linyu, do you know? Sometimes you're really easy to talk to." This statement had no hidden meaning, but for some reason, Linyu felt something was off, though she couldn't quite say what.
And
Are she and Pei Yan really that close? When did he get to know her so well? Linyu thought carefully. It seemed that the atmosphere started to feel strange from the moment Pei Yan held her elbow. She looked down at his large hand resting on her elbow and, after a long pause, managed to say, "Oh." Pei Yan only felt an even stronger itch in his heart, wanting to reach out and pat her head and tell her to be good. But he only dared to think that silently. Linyu thought that if the atmosphere was awkward, so be it. It was better than falling onto the ground covered with zombie flesh. Their thoughts diverged, and in a short while, they left the ground stained with zombie blood and flesh. After clearing all the zombies from the Jiangliang Bridge, Linyu finally felt at ease and stored the 3 ships docked on the riverbank into her space. At that moment, several splashes sounded on the river. It was zombies falling into the water from the ships. The zombies flailed on the surface for a few moments before sinking. But sinking into the water wouldn't kill them. Instead, they drifted along with the current. Linyu glanced at the zombies but didn't bother with them. She quickly stored another ship stuck under the bridge into her space. Luckily, besides some dark brown bloodstains, the ship was not damaged. She could have Qing Xiangbei use his psychic abilities to reinforce it later. After storing the ship, Linyu finally had time to check her side mission rewards. She opened the system panel. Doomsday Farm Host Info. Linyu, Water Elemental Ability Level 3, Farm Level 1, can expand farmland, safe zone. Level 1, already activated, number of farmlands, 27, about 1 acre in size, system shop. Unlocked, click for details, gold balance. 5950 system warehouse. Unlocked, click for details. Her basic attributes didn't change much, but the number of farmlands suddenly increased by 5. She checked her message history and found that the new farmland came after completing side missions, rescuing 100 survivors, killing 10 second-level zombies in Linchuan City, and obtaining 1,000 first-level crystal cores. Each of these 3 tasks rewarded her with 2 additional farmlands. Her gold increased partly because of rewards from completing the missions, and partly from the gold earned by harvesting crops in her farm. Although the amounts weren't large, they added up over time. The increase in farmland was a bonus, but what truly excited Linyu was that after rescuing 100 survivors, the system rewarded her with a trial opportunity for an energy conversion tower. Energy conversion tower, as the name suggests, it turns energy into usable power. She carefully examined its details and wished she could hug her thoughtful system and give it 2 kisses. She was also worried about how to deal with the pile of zombie corpses stored in her space, nearly 100,000 zombies, with their crystal cores still unextracted. Manually processing them would be a huge task. The energy conversion tower could solve this problem perfectly. She only needed to throw the corpses into the tower, set the parameters, and selectively absorb energy from the zombies' blood, flesh, and crystal cores, converting it into usable energy such as water, electricity, or fuel. If she doesn't want the crystal cores to be converted into energy, she can simply set the parameters to only absorb zombie corpses. Then she will directly obtain a bunch of clean crystal cores. Thinking carefully, She believes that completing side quest 5 was probably because she was chased by a third-level zombie and had to run toward the Huanjiang Bridge, attracting many zombies along the way. This indirectly eased the pressure on the remaining survivors in Linchuan City. Otherwise, Lin Yu really can't understand how the task was completed so quickly. Even if the people in the van hadn't died, the numbers wouldn't match. Only her system is so thoughtful, indirectly saving people and thus completing the task. She wonders if the system can be even more considerate. Lin Yu clears her throat and silently says, "System, you're so beautiful, generous, lovely, and adorable. Maybe you could turn the energy conversion tower's trial opportunity into a permanent one ahem." Well, Lin Yu feels very lucky to have a system so good. But today, she especially wants to praise her system. System.
Host, don't worry.
After you complete the main task, the system will unlock the ability to purchase the energy conversion tower for you. The system pauses briefly, then seriously adds, "Also, don't flatter me." Lin Yu blinks, feeling completely unashamed. "I'm not flattering you. I just think you're beautiful, adorable, understanding, and thoughtful. Stop flattering me, or I will cancel your trial of the energy conversion tower." Lin Yu. She closes the system panel with a look of frustration. Thinking that she now has no usable crystal cores and still hasn't collected some supplies, she hesitates for a moment and silently says, "Use the energy conversion tower opportunity. Please set the parameters." After adjusting the settings, Lin Yu confirms. Soon after, the tens of thousands of zombies in the space disappear completely, leaving no trace, as if they had never existed. About 10 minutes later, a mechanical electronic voice sounds in her ear. This conversion involved a total of 100,812 zombies, yielding 246 units of electricity. The energy has been stored and will be available after the host completes the main task. As soon as the words fell, the space previously used to store zombie bodies was filled with countless colorful crystal cores, stretching out of sight. Among them, a blue and a yellow-brown crystal core stood out the most. All the crystal cores Lin Yu had collected were used up in last night's fierce battle with Pei Yan. Except for the second-tier fire element crystal core that Pei Yan gave her, she had none left. After using the energy conversion tower, she went from having almost nothing to suddenly becoming wealthy overnight. Originally, she and Pei Yan and Pei Linling agreed that she would keep most of the crystal cores, while they would take the supplies. But last night's fight was too dangerous. Without Pei Yan's help, she wouldn't have been able to reach third-tier abilities on her own. So, Lin Yu decided to split the crystal cores with Pei Yan, giving him half. She would give him the crystal cores, but in several small portions, not all at once, or he might notice something unusual. After all, she couldn't explain how she cleared nearly 100,000 zombies overnight. Once she understood, Lin Yu carefully moved the crystal cores into her hiking bag using her mental control. She placed a total of 200 first-tier crystal cores inside. There weren't many second-tier crystal cores. She only put in 10. These could quickly replenish her abilities and could save her life in dangerous moments. After hesitating, Lin Yu took out the second-tier crystal cores from the bag, planning to give them to him tonight. The second-tier cores she had obtained earlier had already been used up during the zombie fight. She could explain later that she had cleaned them after waking up from her nap in the afternoon. She was about to hand the bag to Pei Yan when she suddenly met his deep eyes. The gentle light in his eyes almost seemed to drown her. She was momentarily stunned. When she blinked and looked again, Pei Yan's eyes had become calm, as if the tenderness she saw just now was her illusion. "What's wrong?" Pei Yan asked quietly, but inside, he was thinking about how happy Lin Yu seemed after finding the boat. He didn't realize he had misunderstood. She was happy because of the energy conversion tower rewarded by the system. Shaking her head lightly, she handed the backpack to him. "Keep these crystal cores for now, just in case. The zombie bodies in the safe zone, I cleared them out when I had free time, and I will give half of them to you. I need to use the third-level speed crystal core, so I will give you the third-level strength crystal core. Is that okay?" Pei Yan was about to say he didn't need it, but Lin Yu interrupted. "Don't rush to refuse me. If it weren't for you this time, I wouldn't have been able to get so many crystal cores. Lin Yu paused and looked serious. If you refuse, I won't work with you to gather supplies in the future. Okay. I'll ask to buy and Qingquan. What? What did you say? Pei Yan's eyes darkened. I said okay. He took the hiking bag from Lin Yu. I'll accept it. After accepting, he could also return it to her in another way later. Anyway, Lin Yu saved him, and he would never want to leave her behind. Lin Yu didn't know his true thoughts. She nodded slightly and said, okay. Near the Huanjiang Bridge, most of the zombies had been summoned by the 2 third-level zombies, including those near the subway station by the bridge. Otherwise, the number of zombies wouldn't be so high. So, the environment nearby was quite safe. The temperature was rising, and Lin Yu didn't want to bother anymore. She found a hotel by the roadside to stay in. Tang Shi and the others had been following them at a moderate distance. When they saw Lin Yu and Pei Yan enter the hotel, everyone hesitated. One reason was that the temperature was rising after dawn, making outdoor activities uncomfortable and travel difficult. The other was that after experiencing the zombie siege last night, everyone was deeply confused. Just in Linchuan City, the danger was clear, not to mention the capital military district was hundreds of thousands of miles away. Without navigation, could they really travel safely to the capital military district? Tang Shi's lips were bitter. Only now did he realize how reckless his plan to go to the capital military district was. Not to mention the fuel needed for the car on the way, the zombies in Linchuan City alone were enough to kill him hundreds of times. Actually, Tang Shi couldn't be blamed. Since the apocalypse broke out, he had only saved a few survivors and had to hide in a supermarket warehouse while looking for supplies. He hadn't truly seen how cruel the end of the world could be. Now, he didn't know that the zombies were just beginning. Xia Yunshua's lips were chapped and dry. She licked her lips and asked, Brother Tang? Shall we go to the hotel first to rest? Maybe we can also look for some food inside the hotel.
Tang Si not that silenti.
Qingquan Farm. Ever since Lin Yu and Pei Yan left, more unfamiliar faces have been coming to buy food and water at Qingquan Farm. Pei Linlang has been very busy these days. Besides preparing supplies, she also has to deal with all kinds of difficult, demanding people. Basically, if you're weak, you have a reason. If you're strong, you should help the weak. Pei Linlang frowns and looks expressionless at the ant who is causing trouble at the villa entrance. The ant is about 50 years old, with a crooked eye and a face full of flesh, clearly not someone easy to get along with. Miss, I'm not trying to bother you, but it's so hot outside and the villa is so cool. Why can't I just come in for a little while to cool off? And I see your farm has so much rice. Why do you make us go out and kill zombies, using crystal cores to buy things? If you share some of your grain with us, what's the problem? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. The ant arrived at Qingquan Mountain at 7 in the morning. When she saw the ripe rice in the farm, she couldn't wait to rush in and take the rice for herself. Unsurprisingly, she was immediately warned with an electric shock. Pei Linlang and Qingquan had just gone to bed when they were awakened by a loud scream. When they came out, the ant immediately demanded compensation, asking for 1,000 jin of rice. She really dares to think that way. Pei Linlang sneered inwardly and didn't give her a good look, telling her to get lost. Just then, a survivor, taking advantage of the cool night, went out to kill zombies and returned. As soon as he arrived, he eagerly looked for Pei Linlang to buy supplies. Pei Linlang ignored the unreasonable ant and handed over the food and water the customer needed. Somehow, the ant also followed the survivor to the villa entrance. When Pei Linlang opened the door, a rush of cold air hit her face. This was a big problem. The ant had completely clung to them. She didn't care about compensation anymore. She just wanted to get inside the villa to cool off. The ant thought that once inside, everything there would belong to her. Pei Linlang saw through her little plan long ago. She didn't want to bother with her and kept arguing at the door. She even started eyeing the villa itself. Before Lin Yu left, she told her to take good care of the house, which Pei Linlang couldn't tolerate. She shot her a cold look. I'll ask you again, are you leaving or not? The young girl's foul language was unacceptable. She wouldn't be wanted by any man in the future. Pei Linlang regretted wasting time arguing with such a person. She simply rolled up her sleeves, grabbed a reinforced wolf-tooth club, and went out. The older woman's first reaction to seeing the wolf-tooth club was not fear but excitement.
Gold. Gold.
Wow, who would be so extravagant as to make a wolf-tooth club out of gold, which isn't even pretty? Seeing the club, the older woman became even more determined to enter the villa. Pei Linlang almost laughed out of anger. Seeing the stubborn look on the woman's face, she raised the club and swung it directly at her leg. When she saw that Pei was serious, the older woman quickly dodged to the side, then started shouting harsh words at her. "You little harlot, I really—" Pei Linlang's face turned cold. She kicked her hard at the knee and slapped her twice across the face. "Mind your language. You dare hit me." The older woman was stunned. She immediately reached to grab Pei's hair, but after slapping her, she stepped back, realizing her attack was useless. "You're just a disrespectful old woman," Pei said coldly. In just a short time outside, Pei was sweating heavily. She thought about the upcoming high temperatures and sneered inwardly. Once morning came, the temperature would rise sharply. If she wasn't afraid of death, she might as well stay at the villa entrance and see if she'd get heatstroke outside. She was too tired to argue with the older woman anymore. She called over the robot, White, and ordered, "White, if she starts yelling again, just take her away." White nodded and stared fiercely at the older woman, ready to act at any moment. Pei Linlang was exhausted. After giving instructions to White, she memorized the faces of these people, planning to blacklist them at the farm and refuse to sell them even a grain of rice. No crystal cores either. The older woman was about to follow Pei into the villa, but hesitated when she remembered the electric shock she had received, lingering in place. She looked at the white goose at the villa entrance, her eyes flickering. She waved at it and then forced a seemingly friendly smile. "Your name is White, right? Come over here, Auntie." Before Pei Linlang closed the villa door, she heard her aunt say something, causing her to pause. She couldn't believe her aunt still dared to think about White. It's simply so foolish. Sure enough, in the next moment, her aunt's heartbreaking scream rang out nearby. Pei Linlang's lips curled slightly. She didn't turn around but walked straight into the room. "Stupid goose, do you think you're immortal? Soon I'll peel your skin and eat you."
Ah.
Pain, pain, pain. Soon, her aunt stopped shouting because her face was badly scratched and swollen from White's wings, looking like a pig's head. The most frustrating part was how fast White was, so quick that her aunt could only see a blur of wings flapping. By the time her aunt moved her hand, White had already slapped her face. After a series of quick slaps, her aunt finally shut her mouth. This scene was clearly seen by Qin Ling, hiding in the shadows with binoculars. His greasy hair covered his eyes, which looked dark and unreadable. After a while, he smiled slightly. Good. From these days of observation, he was pretty sure that Lin Yu and Pei Yan hadn't returned since they left that day. Only two people who weren't very strong remained in the villa, aside from the suspiciously mutated white goose that needed watching. Everyone else was no threat. Qin Ling didn't know if it was because he had awakened fire abilities, but as the temperature rose, his body constantly felt hot and uncomfortable, especially irritating, filled with a restless urge to kill. He had heard survivors talk about some high-tech devices in the villa that kept it very cool, so cool that just standing at the door, you could feel the cold air. There was also that black land, said to produce a batch of rice in just one day, and a golden protective shield that kept zombies out. All of this made his heart race with excitement. But when he thought of Pei Linlang, his face instantly turned icy cold. If it weren't for her, he might already have infiltrated the villa, waiting for Lin Yu and the others to leave so he could take over. He didn't need other mutants to share the spoils. Qin Ling knew he couldn't trick Pei Linlang alone. He had to find someone to work with him. First, he would deceive her, tie her up, and force her to reveal how to enter the villa. Even if she didn't talk, he could wait until Lin Yu returned to threaten them. Thinking of this, Qin Ling turned to warn the woman beside him. You should gradually build your relationship with Pei Linlang, avoid acting too boldly, and be careful not to reveal your true thoughts. The woman sweetly responded, "Brother Qin, I already know." After saying that, she gave him a flirtatious look. Qinling's breathing became heavy, but he forced himself to stay calm and said in a deep voice, "Weilan, I warned you not to use your powers on me." Weilan was not afraid of his cold expression. Instead, she smiled playfully, pouting at him. She rested her arm on his neck and lightly traced circles on his chest with her fingertips. "Don't be so fierce. I just like you too much." Afterward, she tiptoed and kissed his chin. Qinling's eyes darkened slightly. "Weilan, you brought this on yourself." Weilan chuckled softly and simply replied, About half an hour later, Weilan was washing her body with clean water. In a time of water shortage, her hair was not greasy and her face was clean and fresh. After the apocalypse, Weilan awakened a harmony-type ability. As long as she shows a smile to someone, that person will naturally develop feelings for her. Over time, those affected by her power often become very obedient to her. Thanks to her ability, Weilan's life after the apocalypse was quite good. Both men and women would give her their supplies first, and they kept her protected when they went out. Thinking of those people, a trace of regret flickered in Weilan's eyes. If they hadn't died trying to save her during the escape, her life would have been much better. But Qinling was also good. At least he was much stronger than ordinary people. It was easy for a person with powers to kill zombies. In just 2 days of knowing him, Qinling had already given her dozens of crystal cores, allowing her to buy food and water from survivors. Life became much more comfortable. Thinking of the news she heard from Qinling about Qingquan Farm, a determined light appeared in Weilan's eyes. She wouldn't be satisfied with just the current situation. Huanjiang Bridge, Happiness Hotel. At 6 p.m., Linyu woke up covered in sweat. Her short hair was soaked, and the sweat made her feel uncomfortable. She decided to use her powers to take a quick shower. After changing into clean clothes, she knocked on Pei Yan's door. Pei Yan opened the door very quickly. Less than 10 seconds later, the door was already open from inside. He was awakened by the heat before 4 o'clock and couldn't fall back asleep. He quietly stayed in his room, not disturbing Linyu, and waited for her to call him. So, when Linyu knocked on the door just a little while later, he opened it immediately. As soon as she saw him, Linyu reached out her hand. "Hand me the hiking bag." "Wait a moment." Pei Yan didn't ask what she was going to do and turned to walk into the room. Because it was too hot, he had taken off his combat uniform while sleeping. Now, he only wore a tank top, with his smooth muscles hidden under the thin fabric, looking very attractive. Attractive? Lin Yu's breath caught, and she quickly shook off her messy thoughts. Soon, Pei Yan returned, carrying the hiking bag with one hand. Lin Yu opened the bag and replaced all the core crystals inside with second-level, non-elemental crystals. To prevent Pei Yan from overthinking, she explained, "After I woke up from a heat, I thought it was still early, so I cleared out some zombies. Second-level crystals are better than first-level ones, so I replaced them first. As for the first-level crystals, I'll put them in my space and give them to you when we get back." Pei Yan had no objection and glanced at her face, implying, "Next time you mine crystals, call me." He felt it was too slow for one person to do it alone, but mainly he just wanted to stay with Lin Yu all the time. Lin Yu didn't understand his meaning and nodded calmly, saying, "Okay, I'll call you next time." After dinner and filling their stomachs, they each went back to their rooms, changed into new combat suits, grabbed their weapons, and prepared to go out. Tang Shi and the others had woken up early because of the heat. When they heard the noise from Lin Yu and the others, Tang Shi initially wanted to ask for the name of their savior. But as he approached their door, he smelled the aroma of food. He wisely chose not to disturb them. Perhaps because the hotel was close to the subway station, the food in the hotel was still there, with no signs of survivors searching. Unsurprisingly, the dishes in the hotel kitchen had rotted and smelled terrible, but luckily, they found sealed water and bread in the hotel storage. Seeing Lin Yu and the others, it seemed they had no intention of collecting supplies from the hotel. Tang Shi decided to find the hotel's spare key and searched all the rooms at Happiness Hotel. He found some water bottles used by guests and expired food. In the apocalypse, no one minded much about these things. As long as it filled their stomachs, it was enough. She gathered the food and planned to divide 9/10 of it to Lin Yu after they woke up, leaving just a little for emergencies. Although food was very precious in the end times, it could never repay the life-saving help they received in surviving the zombie horde. The small amount of food given in the morning was not enough. Therefore, Shi's idea was agreed upon by everyone, especially Qingquan, who was very curious about the vine that suddenly appeared in his palm. What are your names? Shi called out to Lin Yu and Pei Yan. By the way, I found some food and water in the hotel storage room. We only kept enough for ourselves. You can take the rest, he added. Lin Yu paused a steps, seemingly annoyed that Shi was ignoring him. Pei Yan glared at Shi, clearly knowing he was good at persuading Lin Yu with softness rather than force. Sure enough, the next second Lin Yu spoke. Lin Yu, you can keep the other food.
I don't need it, he said.
Shi thought Lin Yu was shy and changed his words. There's a lot of food and water in the storage. Even if we fill the van, we can't take everything, Shi explained. He had seen large trucks and mountains of corpses disappear before his eyes. Although he didn't understand what ability that was, he instinctively felt Lin Yu could somehow take them all. Lin Yu hesitated briefly, then decisively said, "Lead the way." Shi took them outside the storage room. There were at least 50 boxes of mineral water, and the hotel's vending machines with drinks had been moved over and stacked together. There were nearly 20 bottles of 19.4-liter bottled water, along with some miscellaneous items. As he predicted, they couldn't take everything. Lin Yu asked a question, confirming they had gathered all the supplies they needed. Then, with a thought, he stored them in his space. Even though everyone had seen Lin Yu make objects disappear before, they still felt shocked. Especially Qingquan, who couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing that they had finished their serious tasks, Qingquan weakly raised his hand. Ms. Lin, I want to ask if you know what kind of plant this vine on my hand is? Qingquan held out his palm, revealing a green vine. This is a special ability. What's a special ability? Lin Yu briefly explained some knowledge related to zombies and special abilities. After hearing her, Qingquan felt only fear. Luckily, he remembered that his parents had managed to hold on, or he would have been infected by the zombie virus and turned into a zombie. Everyone was silent, still admiring that the vine on Qingquan's palm could save his life. They didn't expect the process of obtaining the vine to be so dangerous. One wrong move, and they could easily become zombies. Just thinking about that possibility made everyone feel scared, and they no longer envied Qingquan for awakening his ability. After Lin Yu finished speaking, she ignored the expressions of the others and glanced at Pei Yan. "We're leaving." The others opened their mouths, feeling a bit shy to speak. Just as they were about to step out of the hotel, Shi finally spoke up and stopped her. "Lin Yu, can we follow behind you by car when you leave? I'm not leaving Linchuan City for now. If you're not afraid, just follow along." Admittedly, Lin Yu's impression of them improved because Shi took the initiative to give her supplies, but she wouldn't specifically take them out of Linchuan City just because of those supplies. Once her mission was complete, she might take them along as a favor for the supplies, but she couldn't guarantee their safety or survival. Like Pei Yan said, she was more likely to be persuaded by softness than by force. She agreed they could follow her, but that was all. After receiving her answer, everyone was overjoyed and didn't think it was a big deal that Lin Yu wasn't planning to leave Linchuan City immediately. After all, her strength was obvious. Who else could survive in a swarm of tens of thousands of zombies? Even if she didn't care about their lives, following her was definitely safer than going alone, unless they were as arrogant and reckless as Yue, who might cause trouble. Moreover, the internet was cut off, and there were no offline maps on the car to help them leave the city. They were like headless flies wandering around blindly. If they encountered another zombie tide, luck wouldn't be on their side. Everyone was afraid that if they fell behind, Lin Yu would change her mind. They hurriedly packed all their luggage into the van. Because there was so much stuff, the trunk couldn't hold it all. Everyone had to work together to find ropes and securely pack the remaining supplies into metal boxes, then tie them to the roof of the car. As for the other vehicle, a Wuling Hongguang, Half of its body was damaged by zombies, and no one wanted to move the supplies onto it. That would mean splitting from the main group, which could be risky if someone fell behind. Having more people around always feels safer. While everyone was loading supplies, she worked quickly. In a short time, he drained the fuel from the other vehicle and poured it into plastic containers. Lin Yu had already taken out the Hummer from the storage space, filled its gas tank, and handed the keys to Pei Yan. "Please drive, I'll check what supplies are still missing." Pei Yan nodded in response. Qingquan watched the Hummer appear out of nowhere and couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. His plant-based superpower seemed mostly useless, except for giving him a tough shell, which made him feel weak compared to these two powerful people whose abilities looked really cool. Especially the ability to shoot lightning just by raising a hand. He dreamed of having that. Sadly, fate was not on his side. After sighing for a while, Qingquan quickly adjusted his mood. Envy wouldn't help. He should be content. At least his plant ability allowed him to survive zombie attacks, right? Lin Yu's ability had now advanced to the 3rd level, and she still had tens of thousands of crystal cores in her space. Her confidence was stronger than when she first arrived in Qingquan City. They didn't know exactly when the flood of disasters would come, so it was better to gather as many supplies as possible for potential use during the catastrophe. She didn't let Pei Yan turn back, but instead told him to drive toward the Huanjiang Bridge. She bit the cap of her pen and drew several circles on the paper with her red ballpoint pen. Still missing potassium iodide tablets, snow fungus capsules, and aluminum phosphate gel. These medicines can protect against nuclear radiation. No one knew when other countries' nuclear weapons might malfunction, so it's wise to prepare in advance. Although the safe zone can block radiation, it's only a level 1 zone, capable of defending against and repelling 4th-level zombies. If this trend continues, it's possible that 5th, 6th, or even higher-level zombies, 7th or 10th level, could appear. The safe zone is not completely invincible. To raise its level to the highest, she must complete the tasks given by the system. Lin Yu can't stay inside forever. If the nuclear weapon really goes out of control, iodine tablets could help her when she goes outside. As for whether Qingxiangbei's special abilities can prevent radiation, Lin Yu hasn't tested it, so she doesn't know. It's safer to stock up on more supplies in this area. Also, protective clothing and goggles are always good to have in plenty. Next, every time Lin Yu passes a pharmacy, she asks Pei Yan to stop and collect various medicines. Tang Shi and others quietly follow behind. Seeing Lin Yu stop to gather supplies, they quickly get out of the car to find parked vehicles on the roadside and siphon out the fuel, so the car won't run out of gas. When collecting supplies, everyone waits until Lin Yu comes out of the shops before searching for items she doesn't need. Seeing Lin Yu frantically stockpile medicines, everyone also takes a few things and puts them in their bags. Lin Yu rests during the day and collects supplies at night, also clearing out zombies she encounters along the way. The list of needed supplies is gradually being completed. 5 days pass in the blink of an eye. Today isn't very dark, so she can clearly see her surroundings. Lin Yu checks off the last item on her list. Just as she puts the list into her space and prepares to head back, she casually looks up and sees the golden lettering of Linqing City TV station in the distance. She stops in her tracks and immediately changes direction toward the TV station. Tang Shi drives behind her, watching as Lin Yu heads toward the station. When he sees the golden words Linqing City TV station, he pauses in surprise, as if remembering something, and his eyes light up with excitement. Right, the TV station. Although the internet is down now, they can still hear news from the Capital Military District on the radio, which means the satellite signal isn't cut off yet, and they can send messages to the Capital Military District. Thinking of this, Tang Shi's eyes show a hint of confusion.
But
what message does Lin Yu want to send out? Even he doesn't know what exactly she plans to tell the Capital Military District. Is she asking them to send someone to take him away from Linchuan City? Don't be like that. I'm not a very important scientist or researcher, just an ordinary retired soldier. Tang, she doesn't think he's worth risking for the Capital Military District. Pei Yan watches Lin Yu's back thoughtfully, then quickly follows. Are you trying to warn the country about an upcoming natural disaster? Lin Yu nods. The capital military district has many talented people. Someone might have guessed the disaster was coming because of the recent abnormal heat. But I'm just worried in case. Since I'm already here, I might as well remind them. Pei Yan is speechless for a long time. He doesn't even realize that when he looks at Lin Yu, his eyes are surprisingly gentle. How could he not love her? His throat feels tight, and he struggles to suppress his feelings. He hears himself softly say, "Okay." Lin Yu responds softly with an her eyes showing some seriousness. She hopes the capital military district can respond quickly and survive the upcoming disaster. If even the capital military district falls, she can't understand which base could survive the combination of zombies and natural disasters. If that happens, she might face the terrible consequence, probably only her own base and no other allies. Surrounded by zombies, just thinking about it makes her feel suffocated. That would be a terrifying number, billions of zombies, enough to wear her down completely. Lin Yu's gaze toward the Linchuan City TV station becomes firm. She pulls out her sword from its sheath and walks straight into the station. Hearing their conversation, Tang Shi and others feel their heads pounding. What did they hear? Zombies alone are hard enough to deal with, and now they're told there might be natural disasters too? Their conversation is like a heavy bomb dropped into their hearts, shattering the little hope they had of escaping the hellish Linchuan City. Everyone falls silent, and the atmosphere becomes very gloomy. Is it really possible for them to survive this terrifying end of the world? At this moment, everyone's heart sinks deeply, feeling cold all over, like being in an ice cave. Even under the bright sunlight, the gloom in their hearts cannot be dispelled. Everyone's face was filled with despair. Tang Shi clenched his lips tightly and couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lin, are you saying there will be a natural disaster?" His face showed disbelief. But how is that possible? Lin Yu paused her steps. Before the end of the world arrives, no one would believe that the day of the apocalypse is coming. Don't you think the recent temperatures are unusually high? Of course, this is just our guess. Since we're at the TV station, I want to remind the capital military district. Hearing this, Pei Yan's lips curled up slightly. It seems his worries were unnecessary. He knew Lin Yu had secrets, and the coming disaster probably wasn't just a guess. But she's smart. She only told them she inferred the possibility of a disaster from the recent abnormal weather, so no one would suspect her. After all, everyone can imagine that high temperatures, melting glaciers, and causing tsunamis would lead to a series of events. Tang Shi forced a smile that was even more unpleasant than crying. People don't feel so hopeless when facing zombies, but human strength is too small against natural disasters. There's no way to fight them. For them, those unstoppable, powerful zombies become very weak under the disaster. After saying this, Lin Yu took out her sword and charged at the zombies wearing TV station uniforms that were rushing toward her. Pei Yan followed closely behind. Until the sound of zombies' growls reached their ears, everyone suddenly woke up as if from a dream, hurriedly grabbing their weapons and chasing after them. Their lives had been saved by luck, and no one could predict what would happen next. Living one more day was enough. It took about 10 minutes for Lin Yu to clear all the zombies inside the TV station. Although she and Pei Yan led the way, some zombies still rushed toward Tang Shi and the others behind them. Fortunately, under Chun Chen's control of plant abilities, the 8 of them worked well together and no one was hurt. Lin Yu only collected the zombies she and Pei Yan had killed into her space. She didn't bother with the zombies Tang Shi and the others had killed. Over the past few days, everyone learned about the use of crystal cores. Every time they killed zombies, the cores were divided based on how much effort each person put in. Tang Shi and Chun Chun did the most work, so they naturally got the biggest share. The other 6 shared the cores according to their contributions. After quickly removing the crystal core from the zombie's head, a few people hurried to catch up with the 2 in front. At this time, Lin Yu had already entered the radio and television station. Pei Yan, after confirming it was safe inside, did not stay in the station. He reached the door, standing with his large sword planted on the ground, leaning against the wall, lazily glancing at the people in the corridor. Tang Shi paused a steps, immediately understanding Pei Yan's message, and quickly raised his hand to stop everyone from moving forward. Let's stay here and not get closer. All their questions were answered once they saw Pei Yan's cold, indifferent eyes, so everyone stopped. No one dared to go further. Because of Pei Yan's previous attempt to shoot and burst the tire, Tang Shi had a very deep impression of him and felt quite wary. To reassure Pei Yan at the door, Tang Shi even led everyone to step back several meters. Pei Yan squinted and looked at them, realizing that these survivors still had some good qualities. His coldness gradually faded from his eyes. Seeing Pei Yan guarding the door, Lin Yu felt a warm glow in her heart. She relaxed and prepared to contact the capital military district. All the equipment inside the radio and television station was powered off and unusable. Lin Yu took out a diesel generator from her space, connected it to the equipment, checked everything, and found all was intact. This saved her a lot of effort. She let out a barely audible sigh of relief. When she was in college, Lin Yu had attended a lecture about broadcasting, which she found very interesting. After returning, she searched for related knowledge, which greatly helped her. She adjusted the equipment, then took out a radio from her space, tuned it to channel 77 and called the capital military district. Wearing her headphones, she repeated, Qingquan City TV station calling the capital military district. Please respond on radio channel 77. The girl's voice was cold and clear. Even though the radio crackled with static, she remained calm, with no hint of impatience in her tone. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed. Just as Pei Yan, standing at the door, decided to let Lin Yu rest for a while, the radio suddenly transmitted a slightly confused female voice. This is the capital military district. We have received a call from Qingquan City TV station. Do you require assistance from the capital military district? I'm sorry, but the capital military district is overwhelmed and unable to assist. Please have the survivors from the TV station go directly to the capital military district or seek shelter in nearby military zones that have not fallen yet. Lin Yu did not answer any questions, but instead pointed out the most important point. The natural disaster is coming soon. I hope the capital military district can prepare quickly. Inside the capital military district, Jiang Fu was surprised when talking with Lin Yu. She quickly realized and asked urgently, Can you tell me more? What kind of disaster? How do you know it's coming? Lin Yu asked back, Are you in charge? Jiang Fu was surprised again. As she said, she really couldn't make decisions. Since Commander Li used satellite signals to send out important news about the base and the zombie situation, Jiang Fu took over this work. Her goal was to contact survivors across the country. She wanted to give survivors hope and strength, so some might survive because of it. Disasters are very serious, and Jiang Fu couldn't decide on them. But now, the defenses at the capital military district are tight. If they go to the leader over an uncertain message, isn't that too hasty? She bit her lip lightly. Her voice came through the radio. I hope the lady can tell me more details about the disaster. I will pass the message to the higher-ups. Lin Yu frowned, worried that the operator might not take this seriously. She took a deep breath and said, The recent abnormal temperatures are obvious. You probably know that if this continues, the melting glaciers will cause terrible consequences. The temperature has been rising more and more. The military base is expanding underground. Jiang Fu felt the extreme heat, but she didn't think much about it. She didn't want to think about it. Because zombies alone are enough trouble, and if a disaster happens too, the consequences are unimaginable. Jiang Fu almost blurted out impossible, but for some reason, images from disaster movies she watched before the end of the world suddenly appeared in her mind. I don't have time for jokes. Please send someone who can make decisions at the capital military district quickly. Lin Yu's tone was steady and commanding, filled with a force that made people want to believe her. Jiang Fu obediently replied, Okay. After hearing the accurate response from the radio, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. When she realized what she had just said, she felt like she was going crazy. She had only agreed because the girl opposite her guessed the recent temperature. What if the capital military district truly believed Lin Yu's words and sent a large number of soldiers to prepare defenses, only for the disaster to not happen? Then she would be the first person to be questioned. Her brother, who had assigned her to this easy position, might also be blamed because of her. She thought she was crazy, completely crazy. Even though she might be held responsible by the capital, Jiang Fu still secretly hoped that the disaster would really come. She clenched her teeth and said in a low voice, "Wait for me 10 minutes. Okay, I'll wait for your news." Lin Yu's fingertips curled slightly, silently tapping the table. She took out her phone from her pocket to check the time. It was 7:11 p.m. Hopefully, she could finish her last task in Linchuan City before it got completely dark. Capital Military District. Jiang Fu hurriedly stood up, even accidentally kicking over the stool beside her as she left. She didn't bother to pick it up, rushing straight to the gate of the Capital Military District. Along the way, she saw many ragged survivors, looking as miserable as refugees. Their eyes showed fear, numbness, or cruelty, indicating they had been checked and were seeking shelter at the military district. At the entrance, long lines of vehicles were waiting. Soldiers with guns were inspecting the survivors, checking for bites or injuries caused by zombies. Jiang Fu, dressed neatly with clean hair, quickly passed the inspection and entered the military district, earning the envy of other survivors. She ignored their gazes. The hot wind blowing as she ran made her mouth dry, and a burning sensation spread through her chest. It seemed today was a little hotter than yesterday. Her mind involuntarily recalled Lin Yu's words, and her steps quickened. When she saw the tall man in military uniform at the gate, Jiang Fu slowed down. "Brother." Jiang Yichen thought it was just the heat causing hallucinations, so he was surprised to hear his sister's voice. His brother reached out and gently pulled Jiang Yichen aside. "Brother Yi, your sister came to see you." Jiang Yichen finally realized it wasn't a hallucination. Seeing Jiang Fu's small face through the window, her chest rising and falling quickly, he was startled. He told the person beside him and hurriedly pulled her into a shady spot. He looked serious. "Jiang Fu, why are you here instead of staying at the radio station? Do you not want to work anymore?" Jiang Yichen was frustrated. "Do you know how many favors I had to call in to get you into the radio station?" Even though he said that, seeing Jiang Fu gasping for breath, Jiang Yichen reluctantly took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to her. "Drink some water." Jiang Fu shook her head quickly, speaking urgently. "Brother, you need to take me to see Director Li Zhenhua. I have something very important to tell him." With her status, if she went directly to see Director Li, she might not even get past the gate and would be stopped outside. So Jiang Fu didn't hesitate and came straight to her brother. Jiang Yichen frowned, immediately thinking that Jiang Fu was a very serious worker. If nothing serious had happened, she wouldn't leave the radio station for no reason. Did something happen at the station? Jiang Fu shook her head, looking nervous as she recounted everything that had just happened. Hearing this, Jiang Yichen relaxed a little, a smile appearing on his face. "Just for this?"
Jiang Fu looked confused. "Yes."
"What are you waiting for? Hurry and take me to see the leader. This is a matter that concerns the safety of all humanity." Jiang Yichen reached out and flicked her forehead softly, lowering his voice to her ear. "Don't worry. The higher-ups in the Capital Military District aren't just a bunch of fools who only eat and sleep. They already noticed the abnormal weather. They're just worried about causing panic, so they're only spreading some rumors within the military. You must not tell anyone. After all, just the existence of zombies was enough to cause panic. If news of a natural disaster got out, people's hearts might completely collapse. That's why the Capital Military District chose to keep it secret." Jiang Fu was stunned after hearing this. So the military district had already prepared for this. She had been worried for nothing all this time. "All right, don't worry. Drink some water first. Then I'll take you to see Director Li. Brother, you said the military district was prepared. Why do I still need to see Director Li?" Jiang Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of sharpness passing through his eyes. He really wanted to take Director Li to meet the girl Jiang Fu mentioned. This is interesting. Linchuan City TV station? Although he has never been to Linchuan City and is not familiar with the specific road conditions there, it seems that most TV stations are located in the city center, right? So, How did that girl overcome many difficulties, enter the city center alone, and successfully find the TV station to deliver the possible news of a coming disaster to the capital military district? That is quite intriguing. Thinking of the secret document placed in the conference room of the capital military district, Jiang Yichen's eyes flickered. Could that girl be the reborn person who wrote the end-of-world survival guide? Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, Jiang Yichen thought such articles were nonsense. Now, people would do anything to gain fame. But when the disaster actually happened and zombies, mutants, and plants appeared that matched the descriptions, he couldn't help but believe. Jiang Yichen withdrew his thoughts and looked at his sister with a hint of disdain.
Don't overthink.
Only your brother wouldn't mind if you're a bit slow. You're the slow one. Does a little sharp tongue really kill you? Jiang Fuo was anxious and stomped her foot, feeling both love and hate for her brother. Things are good when they're nice, but when he's sarcastic, it really makes her teeth itch. She irritably shoved a bottle of mineral water into his arms. Then take me quickly. Don't let her wait so impatiently. The TV station in Linchuan City might be quite dangerous, right? Jiang Yichen's eyes grew deeper as he softly muttered, that might not be the case. Jiang Fuo didn't hear clearly and couldn't help but ask again. What did you say? Nothing. Let's go. I'll take you to see Commander Li. Led by Jiang Yichen, Jiang Fuo easily met the highest leader of the capital military district, Li Zhenhua. Worried that the girl waiting at the TV station might be in danger, she didn't want to delay time. As soon as she saw Commander Li, she quickly focused on the main point and relayed Lin Yu's words. Li Zhenhua and Jiang Yichen exchanged a glance, a hint of sharpness in their eyes, and their admiration for Jiang Fuo was evident. You did very well, Xiaofu. If there's similar news next time, come straight to my office. Jiang Fuo blushed for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, then mustered her courage and urged, Commander, let's go now. The city is very dangerous. Li Zhenhua laughed loudly and patted Jiang Yichen's shoulder. Your sister is well taught. Thank you, sir, Jiang Yichen replied modestly. Li Zhenhua no longer spoke much. He quickly turned around, opened the safe in his office, and took out a secret document, then looked at the two people. Let's go to the radio station. After leaving the office, the three of them headed straight toward the radio station. Along the way, they met many soldiers preparing to leave at night to clear zombies and search for supplies, who greeted Li Zhenhua. Hello, Commander. Hello, Commander Li. Li Zhenhua nodded in response. After about 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at the radio station. Jiang Fu fixed the chair she had accidentally knocked over earlier and hurriedly asked Lin Yu to confirm her safety. This is the capital military district base.
Hello, ma'am.
Are you still there? Jiang Fu anxiously waited for Lin Yu's reply. At 7:25, a familiar gentle female voice came from the radio. It was only 4 minutes different from the time Jiang Fu and Lin Yu agreed upon, which also showed her strong professional skills. Lin Yu chuckled softly. Thank you for your concern. I am safe. When the girl's cold voice came through the headset, Jiang Fu finally relaxed and explained, Ma'am, I have brought Commander Li Zhenhua from the capital military district. He can make decisions. You can now safely talk with him. After speaking, she handed the headset to Li Zhenhua. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. Did the operator really manage to bring Commander Li over? Lin Yu had heard of Li Zhenhua before. He was the top leader of the capital military district base. In this life, he remained the highest leader of the base. Compared to her previous life, it seemed unchanged, but Lin Yu knew clearly that the moment she was reborn, everything was different. Lin Yu lowered her eyelashes. In the next moment, a calm and kind male voice came from the radio. I am Li Zhenhua, the leader of the capital military district base. Ma'am, may I ask your name? So the military can properly acknowledge you. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment, and suddenly a face appeared in her mind. She spoke without any guilt, giving a name. My name is Qin Ro. Qin Ling is my younger brother. At the entrance of the radio station, Pei Yan heard Lin Yu's words. Her shoulders shook twice, almost unable to hold back a laugh. Was she planning to cause trouble? But Qin Ling really deserved it. Pei Yan's gaze turned cold. How dare he have ideas about Lin Lang and Lin Yu? He better pray he lives longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Lin Yu announced the name Qin Ro, Qin Ling had just pressed Wei Lan down, and suddenly he felt a chill on his back, causing him to sneeze twice. For some reason, he felt a very bad premonition in his heart. Wei Lan looked at him with confusion. Brother Qin? That feeling came quickly and went just as fast. Qin Ling snapped back to himself, shook his head slightly to show he was fine. Wei Lan once again wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. Back to the main topic. Her voice, mixed with the roar of the generator, was transmitted through the headset to Li Zhenhua's ears. Her identity was now more convincingly confirmed. He didn't believe it was just a coincidence that there happened to be a diesel generator at the TV station in Qingquan City. Compared to that, he believed more that Qin Ro was an awakened space-type ability user. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how an ordinary person could wait at the radio and TV station for 10 minutes after Jiang Fu and come out unharmed. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but the voice sounded a little young. What surprised him even more was that Qin Ro was completely fearless and directly revealed her name. Li Zhenhua looked down at the confidential documents in his hand.
Qin Ro was so confident. Could it be?
He guessed wrong? Or did she just give a fake name?
And
why did she specifically mention her younger brother's name? Worried that the upcoming conversation might not be suitable for Jiang Fu to hear, Jiang Yichen signaled Jiang Fu to wait outside somewhere casually. Jiang Fu didn't say much, carefully closed the door and then left. Li Zhenhua pondered thoughtfully for a moment and then said, I've already heard from Jiang Fu about the recent natural disasters. First, as a member of the military, I am very grateful that Ms. Qin provided us with such valuable information. But I have a question that I must ask. Why do you associate recent weather with natural disasters? Don't misunderstand. I mean, ordinary people wouldn't think of this. Li Zhenhua paused deliberately, then reached out to open the confidential file. Inside, there was a printed end-of-world survival guide on A4 paper. He gently traced the first few words with his fingertips and read aloud, I come from the end of the world. Lin Yu was startled but quickly calmed down. She was sure Li Zhenhua was just testing her. He really was a clever fox. If it were her, when someone reminded her that a natural disaster was coming, she would also think along those lines. Lin Yu kept silent, but a hint of relief appeared in her eyes. Having a competent leader to guide everyone during the end of the world is a good thing. It allows more ordinary people to survive. After Li Zhenhua finished reading a paragraph, Lin Yu interrupted him, taking control of the situation and steering the conversation herself. Sorry to interrupt, sir. I don't think you need to continue reading. I've already seen this End of the World Survival Guide article before the disaster broke out. Li Zhenhua's eyes showed more surprise. You've read this article? Honestly, sir, I really did read it and I believed in it deeply. I even bought some supplies to stockpile at home, thinking I wouldn't lose anything. Now, looking back, I'm glad I trusted that article. As for my suspicion that a disaster might happen, it was because of the rising temperatures in recent days and also because of that end-of-the-world survival guide. Lin Yu's tone was calm. I think, before the disaster broke out, no one would believe that the end of the world could really come one day. At first, no one paid attention to this disaster, just like the end-of-the-world survival guide. Everyone treated it as a joke. In fact, it eventually disappeared from all major platforms, didn't it?
So,
why not make a bold assumption and carefully verify it? Extreme heat can cause glaciers to melt, leading to a series of problems that could trigger countless disasters. I hope you, sir, will take this seriously. Li Zhenhua could sense that she had no malicious intent from her tone. He could feel her sincerity. Whether Qin Ro was the person who posted the End of the World Survival Guide was still up for debate. If she really was the one who published that article, would she be so generous as to admit she had read it and even mention it proactively? Li Zhenhua couldn't be sure about this. But one thing was certain. She was worried that the higher-ups might overlook the recent strange weather, so she deliberately gave them a warning. As for whether she was the person who posted the article, Li Zhenhua wasn't in a hurry to find out. He always felt there would be more chances to interact with Qingro in the future. Li Zhenhua smiled and said, "The capital military district has already taken some measures, but I still appreciate Ms. Qin risking a lot to contact the city and inform us. This is very valuable." Lin Yu heard this and didn't show much surprise. After all, recent weather has been very unusual. If even the top military district in Longwa can't detect a possible natural disaster from abnormal weather, then Longwa might not need to exist at all. The higher-ups are so foolish that destruction is only a matter of time. At first, Lin Yu thought her trip might not lead to the local TV station in Linchuan City, but unexpectedly, she met them just before returning. Since she was already here, giving a warning wouldn't cost much, just a little delay. However, knowing that the capital military district had already prepared for this made Lin Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Li Zhenhua paused for a moment and then asked, "By the way, I'm curious. Why did Ms. Qin mention your brother's name when introducing herself?" Lin Yu slightly curled her lips, a faint light flickering in her eyes. "Remember this, my brother's name is Qin Ling. He is a fire-type ability user." As she finished speaking, Lin Yu got up and turned off the diesel generator. She had already given most of the necessary warnings. Li Zhenhua also told her that the military district was prepared, so there was no need to continue the conversation. The reason for mentioning Qin Ling's name was to deliberately let him come to protect her and to confuse the military's attention. If he was lucky and survived, the first person the military would look for later would be him. No matter how many excuses he made, he couldn't explain suddenly having a sister out of nowhere. With his help to shield her, she could relax for a long time. While talking with Li Zhenhua, Lin Yu deliberately spoke in a husky voice, and the constant roar of the diesel generator in the broadcast room made her voice sound a bit distorted. After turning off the generator, her voice returned to normal. She propped her chin with her hands and looked around at the equipment in the broadcast room. Thinking that this equipment might be useful someday, she decisively gathered everything into her space. Walking out of the broadcast room, she saw Pei Yan standing against the wall. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, Pei Yan turned his head to look at her. He overheard her conversation with Li Zhenhua at the door, so he didn't ask about the outcome. Instead, he asked, "Is everything settled?" Lin Yu nodded and smiled broadly at him. "Yes, we're heading home now." Pei Yan forced himself to hold back from pinching her face and replied softly, "All right." Perhaps because Lin Yu attracted many zombies, since they left Linchuan City, they encountered many survivors. There were cars, buses, motorcycles, electric bikes, bicycles, various kinds of transportation. Some people walking away begged Lin Yu to take them along after seeing a shining, golden Hummer. But Lin Yu ignored them all. Tang Shi and the others followed behind Lin Yu safely out of the city. However, once outside, everyone looked at the dark road ahead and felt confused, unsure of where to go. By instinct, they all looked at the Hummer in front of them. Its golden glow shone like a street lamp in the night, guiding their way. After hesitating several times, Tang Shi finally decided to follow Lin Yu. He was nervous all the way, but when he realized Lin Yu didn't seem to stop them, he quietly let out a small breath of relief. When they reached Qingquan Mountain, it was exactly 11:30 at night. The golden light coming from the Qingquan Farm became especially bright after dark, like a guiding lamp. Seeing the golden glow from the mountain top, Lin Yu felt a deep sense of warmth. Finally, they were almost home. He wondered how Pei Linlang, Chung Xiangbei, and Dabai had been these past few days, whether they had been improving their abilities. Pei Yan glanced at her from the corner of his eye and saw Lin Yu's eager expression. He said nothing, just pressed the accelerator and sped up. Because the daytime temperature was too high, everyone chose to go out at night. Along the way, they saw many survivors heading toward Qingquan Farm or coming out from it. Most of these survivors arrived at Qingquan Mountain after Lin Yu left, so they hadn't seen the golden Hummer before. Anyone who saw the golden glow of the Hummer couldn't help but feel envy. As more people are attracted by the golden glow emitted from the Clear Spring Farm safe zone, many new supernatural beings begin to appear. Through their explanations, everyone understands what kind of existence these powers are. Among them are some who have awakened gold-type abilities. The golden light emitted by that Hummer looks exactly like the aura released by someone with gold powers.
Wow.
The whole car is enhanced with gold abilities. Isn't that a bit much? They must be very strong. I wonder if the boss still needs some leg accessories. Go to sleep now. You can dream about anything. So, the golden Hummer moves forward, admired by passers-by. Lin Yu doesn't pay much attention to the gossip, focusing instead on the number of pedestrians. There are many new faces today. It seems that after returning, she can start preparing to build the base. Since she's been out, Lin Yu is practically rolling in wealth. The number of crystal cores she has accumulated is enough for her to enjoy for a long time. Thinking about the rewards from upgrading the farm, Lin Yu smiles so brightly her eyes almost close. Soon, the silhouette of a villa appears in front of her. At first glance, a long line of people can be seen outside the villa, all waiting to buy food and water from Clear Spring Farm. Lin Yu quietly observes from her car and notices everyone is lining up politely, with no one cutting in line. She raises an eyebrow, thinking that during her absence, Pei Linlang has managed the farm's business very well. Suddenly, a vehicle appears in the line of waiting survivors. It doesn't seem to intend to stop, and some newcomers to the farm think they might have escaped from somewhere else. They assume these newcomers don't know the rules here. A few kind-hearted people in line warn, "Hey, the car in front, please stop. Don't go any further. If you upset Boss Pei, don't say I didn't warn you. Oh my, stop that car. If you anger Boss Pei, she won't sell you food anymore." But instead of stopping, the people inside the vehicle speed up and drive straight toward the villa entrance. Everyone shakes their heads, wondering why they don't listen. It looks like tonight, another person will be added to the list of those who can't buy food and will be blacklisted by Boss Pei. Inside the car, Lin Yu heard the words of the survivors, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Not bad. That young girl, Lin Lang, has become Boss Pei's assistant. It seems that Pei Linlang truly has a talent for this kind of work. Lin Yu understands well that if you can't lead a team, you have to work your own. Her mind was filled with many thoughts. She was already considering handing this task over to Pei Linlang. Soon, the Hummer arrived at the villa gate. Then a man and a woman got out of the car. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was delicate and beautiful. They both looked very clean. Literally clean. Both had fair skin, fresh-looking hair, and no greasy appearance, as if they had just washed their hair. From their hair to their nails, everything was spotless, without a single stain. It was like normal people before the apocalypse happened.
But how could that be?
Even powerful mutants couldn't stay so clean, unless their eyes revealed a sharpness that didn't look like someone who had been through the end of the world. However, Qingquan Farm was not a place where just anyone could cause trouble. Everyone watched the two calmly, silently waiting to see what would happen. What was surprising was that Boss Pei, Pei Linlang, who usually kept things professional, didn't get angry when she saw they didn't follow the farm's rules. Instead, in disbelief, she rubbed her eyes. What happened next stunned everyone in place. They saw Boss Pei look upset and throw herself into the arms of the short-haired girl with delicate features. "Lin Yu, you're finally back. I missed you so much." Pei Linlang looked stern and raised her head. "Next time, don't leave me alone at the villa when you go out." This scene was so shocking that everyone's jaws dropped. They wondered about the identities of the two. Feeling the soft touch of the fluffy head, Lin Yu's heart softened completely. She couldn't help but pinch Pei Linlang's face. Yes, my little boss Pei has worked hard. Look, we're safe now, right? I promise to take you with us next time. Pei Yan. Does that mean he's just invisible? And he hadn't even hugged Lin Yu, but that little girl Pei Linlang had already beaten him to it. Pei Yan's face visibly darkened more and more. Cheng Xiangbei, standing nearby, almost burst out laughing but held it in, pressing his fist to his lips to hide his smile. He then said, "Lin Yu, Pei Yan, it's so good that you all came back safely." Pei Linlang suddenly woke up like from a dream. She hurriedly lifted her head from Lin Yu's embrace, eager to tell the people waiting in line that today they would close the shop for a day off and reopen tomorrow. But when she thought about how much Lin Yu valued this business, she hesitated before speaking. Lin Yu, however, was less cautious. She took out a large speaker from her space. Qingquan Farm is closing for a day tonight. Everyone can come back tomorrow. We will have new supplies then. Also, Qingquan Farm will announce some news tomorrow. Please share this message if you haven't heard it. The crowd immediately erupted. Who are you? Boss Pei hasn't said anything. Spreading rumors like this isn't good.
Exactly.
It's almost my turn, and I haven't bought water yet. If I die of thirst tomorrow, is that your responsibility? Why are you closing suddenly? Pei Linlong's expression darkened. She took the speaker from Linyu. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Sister Linyu is the real owner of Qingquan Farm. I am only acting as the boss temporarily while she's away. If I hear anyone speak badly again, I will add them to Qingquan Farm's blacklist. No discussion. Her slightly childish voice came through the speaker to everyone. When they heard her say that the short-haired girl was the true owner of Qingquan Farm, everyone was surprised and quieted down. Linyu gave her a thumbs up. During her absence, Pei Linlang had visibly grown a lot. Pei Linlang blushed with a shy smile. Suddenly, a system voice sounded in her ear. Ding! Detected that the host's crystal core assets have met the conditions for establishing a base. Would you like to spend 10,000 first-level crystal cores to unlock a 1,000 square meter level 0 safe zone? Linyu didn't hesitate at all. She silently thought. Yes. Unlock successful. Please name your base. Let's call it Qingquan Base. Congratulations. Qingquan Base has been successfully established. In an instant, a golden shield covering 1,000 square meters rose up beside the villa. Qingquan Base and Qingquan Farm are positioned on opposite sides of the villa, one on the left and one on the right, protecting the villa in the middle. From afar, it looks like guardians. Although the safe zone was quietly established, many survivors still found themselves inside the area when the safe zone expanded outward. Everyone was feeling upset, but suddenly, they were pushed out by a strong force. People gasped in surprise. What's going on? Someone's pushing me. Hey, what are you doing? Don't push me. The crowd quickly became noisy and chaotic. Just as those who thought they had been pushed turned around to look, they found no one behind them. Only a layer of golden light was attached to their backs. Everyone's scalp tingled, almost scaring them into wetting their pants. What kind of strange thing is that? However, survivors who had experienced the first expansion of the farm were not panicked at all. Instead, they comforted those who didn't understand what was happening. It must be the farm owner's special ability upgrading again. Everyone stay calm, and it's best not to resist. That way, no one will get hurt. Hearing this, all the survivors present were shocked. They hurriedly looked toward the 2 men and 2 women in front, secretly guessing who might be the real owner of Qingquan Farm. Even though Pei Linlang had just loudly announced that Linyu was the true boss of Qingquan Farm, many still believed that boss and owner had different meanings. Cheng Xiangbei looked at Linyu, then at the panicked crowd nearby. He wasn't surprised at all. This kind of thing happening to a big shot was very normal. He had long since become used to it. Next to him, Pei Linlang looked in the same direction. Her eyes widened as she pointed at the rising Qingquan base beside the villa, looking incredulous. Linyu, what's going on? Why is the shield expanding outward again?
Could it be?
Pei Linlang seemed to have thought of something. Her gaze instantly became intense. She was happier than when her own ability advanced, smiling broadly. Congratulations, Linyu. Linyu smiled slightly and nodded at her. Seeing Pei Linlong's eyes shining like stars, Linyu felt a bit of itchiness in her palm. She decided not to hold back and gently rubbed her soft face. The corners of Pei Linlong's eyes crinkled even more, but as she smiled, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. She looked up and saw her brother's deep eyes. She suddenly stiffened, as if she just remembered that she had only been focused on caring for Sister Linyu and hadn't noticed Pei Yan's presence at all. She touched her nose, forced a smile, and casually asked, Brother, Sister Linyu, are you hungry? Pei Yan chuckled softly. Now he remembered he had a brother? He definitely wouldn't admit it was because Pei Linlang did something he wanted to do, like hugging or rubbing his face. Pei Yan straightened up and said seriously, That's enough. Don't bother Sister Linyu. Let her rest for a while. Pei Linlang responded with an "oh," but inside, she was secretly criticizing her own brother. She had good reason to believe that Pei Yan was just saying things to hide his true feelings, like pretending to be indifferent. Pei Yan didn't notice her thoughts. He gave her a warning look, signaling her not to cause trouble, then turned his attention to Lin Yu. Unlike his serious look when looking at Pei Linlang, his eyes were warm and full of gentle smiles, almost overflowing with kindness. But the moment he looked into Lin Yu's eyes, he returned to calm. "Congratulations." Lin Yu nodded. She had planned to use her crystal core to buy things right after unlocking the safe zone, but she couldn't settle down because of the noisy surroundings, so she gave up the idea for now. She stored her Hummer in her space, and the four of them entered the villa one after another. Outside, a long line of survivors couldn't help but look at them with envy. The golden protective shield didn't repel or attack the man and woman inside. It seemed the owner of Qingquan Farm was among them. The survivors watched their backs, thoughtful, recalling what young boss Pei had just said. "Congratulations." Everyone felt a bit surprised.
Could it be?
They guessed wrong? Could it be that the man with a cold, stern look, who seemed difficult to approach, wasn't the farm owner at all, but Lin Yu, who everyone initially overlooked? Their expressions subtly changed, and even several men who thought they looked good started to have some thoughts. In the darkness, Qin Ling clenched her fists tightly, almost crushing them. Seeing Wei Lan approaching Pei Linlang, they suddenly returned at this moment. Lin Yu, who had already entered the villa, suddenly stopped. It seemed she sensed the malicious looks around her. She turned her head and looked back at the dark crowd. Qin Ling was instantly alarmed. Her perception was so sharp that she could sense this much. Afraid of being discovered, she quickly lowered her eyes and hid among the crowd, not daring to look in Lin Yu's direction again. "What's wrong?" Pei Yan noticed her gaze and looked in that direction. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, a white shadow shot toward her like a cannonball. Lin Yu only sensed a malicious gaze silently watching her from the crowd, but there were too many people in line outside. Her location was relatively flat, and when she looked into the crowd, she only saw a mass of heads. Interrupting the scene with White's familiar gaga sound, Lin Yu gently shook her head and said, "Nothing." Gaga gaga. Within seconds, White had already reached Lin Yu, its small, black eyes full of excitement. It looked like it was saying, "Food ticket, you finally came back."
White.
Right after Lin Yu spoke, the excitement in White's eyes visibly turned into a sad, pitiful expression, as if it was looking at a traitor. Lin Yu was stunned by this look. Thinking carefully, she remembered that she had prepared enough food and water for White before leaving. She also specifically told it that if the food wasn't enough, it could eat the farm's produce. She hadn't mistreated it at all. White felt very wronged, lowering its head into a curved shape, gently touching the feathers on its neck with its flat beak. Its throat was about to burst from strain.
Gaga.
White's eyes were full of resentment. Although it had space, the space wasn't unlimited. During the days Lin Yu was away from the farm, White had to be on high alert, watching over the workers she hired to farm, not allowing even a tiny bit of laziness. It also had to store the ripe rice into its space. Normally, White's space could hold thousands of jean of grain easily, but the crops on the farm matured every 12 hours. White always remembered Lin Yu's instructions, storing all the rice into its space, which was almost bursting. When White saw Lin Yu, it couldn't wait to open its mouth and take out rice. From a distance, it looked like a pea shooter. It seemed like White was spitting out the rice from its beak, but in fact, the rice never touched White's mouth during the process. It came directly from its space. Because its beak was actually its space. During Debai's frantic effort to grab rice outside, Lin Yu finally understood the reason behind Debai's sad and helpless look. "Foolish Debai, I told you to stay in the space, and you just stay there, right?" Sometimes Debai's stubbornness made Lin Yu both amused and touched. She reached out and patted Debai's head gently. "Good Debai, you've worked hard." Thinking about the harvest from her trip to Linchuan City, a smile appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. With a flick of her mind, a bright blue crystal core suddenly appeared in her smooth palm.
Debai, look.
"I brought something back for you." Debai's small eyes casually glanced at her hand, and immediately, it became excited.
Wow.
Such strong energy. Do you like it? It's for you. Pei Linlang stared blankly. The color of the crystal core in her hand was purer than any she had seen before. Including the two-stage speed-type zombie she saw outside Qingquan Logistics warehouse. Suddenly, Pei Linlang had an answer in her mind. If there was anything in the world that was even purer than a two-stage crystal core, there was only one possibility. That was. If her guess was correct, she couldn't believe what kind of danger Lin Yu had encountered in Linchuan City. Pei Linlang opened her mouth, but took a long time to find her voice again. Lin Yu, could this be a three-stage crystal core? Lin Yu nodded lightly. Yes, my and your brother's abilities have now advanced to the third stage. Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei instantly fell into silence. Although her tone was casual, neither Pei Linlang nor Cheng Xiangbei was foolish. They could tell how much danger was hidden behind her seemingly light words. Although Cheng Xiangbei understood that, based on Lin Yu's strength, the zombies in Linchuan City couldn't really threaten her. After all, the shield and the farm proved everything, but logic was one thing, feelings were another. Even knowing she was very strong, they couldn't help but worry. Cheng Xiangbei didn't know that the safe zone came from the system and wasn't Lin Yu's ability. Their mood instantly became very heavy. Seeing their worried expressions, Lin Yu smiled and broke the tense atmosphere. Don't worry, aren't we doing well now? She paused and looked at Cheng Xiangbei. By the way, have you finished strengthening the remaining 2 trucks?
I brought back some good stuff for you.
Do you want to take a look? Cheng Xiangbei understood clearly in his heart that Lin Yu didn't want to worry them, so she changed the subject. He simply followed her lead and continued the conversation. What's going on? Is it a gun again? Lin Yu shook her head slightly. Is it a big truck?
No.
Then what is it? Cheng Xiangbei's curiosity was piqued. Lin Yu parted her lips slightly and said 2 words. Ship.
A ship?
A ship can only sail on water, and the nearby area is all flat land.
Wait.
Cheng Xiangbei suddenly realized something. A flash of insight crossed his mind. When a ship and high temperatures appeared together, it seemed strange. His eyes showed shock.
Could it be?
Lin Yu looked around, then stored the parked, reinforced, golden glowing truck in the space, along with the rice that White had brought out. With a thought, for ships suddenly appeared in the yard. Next, Lin Yu took out a large bag of miscellaneous supplies from the space. Kayaks, speedboats, protective goggles, protective suits, ice skates. Soon, these supplies filled the entire yard. Seeing Cheng Xiangbei's pale face, Lin Yu stepped forward and patted his shoulder kindly, saying seriously, I believe in you. Cheng Xiangbei. Please, just be a person. All these supplies need to be reinforced by him? Cheng Xiangbei felt dizzy. He had just managed to reinforce the big truck yesterday, planning to rest afterward. But now he was back to square one. No, even worse than before. He didn't know how long it would take to reinforce everything. He wanted to cry. Pei Linlang looked at the mountain of supplies, feeling very fortunate. Luckily, she had awakened an invisibility ability. Otherwise, she would have become a tool person for reinforcing all these materials. She couldn't help but shed a sympathetic tear for him. Lin Yu smiled and said, Don't worry, I will pay you with crystal cores as a reward. Cheng Xiangbei. But he really wanted to cry. What should he do? Once everything around finally quieted down, Lin Yu took a shower and eagerly opened the system panel. She entered the building materials mall and started shopping mode. A finished house? Buy it. In an instant, 10 second-level crystal cores and 1,000 first-level crystal cores were deducted from the space. But compared to the more than 50,000 crystal cores she had left after sharing half with Pei Yan, it was just a drop in the bucket. There are only 10 second-tier crystal cores and 1,000 first-tier crystal cores. She can afford this small amount of money. In the past, when she first linked to the farm, even 100 crystal cores for the forest fish would give her a headache. Now, with 1,000 crystal cores, she gives them without hesitation. After all, she is no longer the same person. She is now a wealthy woman with assets of 50,000. Since establishing the safe zone, a small castle icon has appeared on the system panel. Clicking it allows management of the base area. Lin Yu checked the finished houses. Each building has 15 floors, all equipped with elevators. Each floor has 20 double rooms, each able to accommodate 2 people. Each room contains 2 single wooden beds, along with a toilet and a shower. Apart from being a bit simple, there are no major issues. Because Lin Yu bought the cheapest finished house, the walls are not painted, just plain cement. Besides the wooden beds, there are no sheets, blankets, pillows, or other bedding items. The survivors of Qingquan base need to find their own solutions. Perhaps to keep the overall style uniform, the system thoughtfully provided black curtains, which work well to block out light. Lin Yu slid her finger across the system panel, and the layout of the toilet and shower room appeared on the screen. It included a squat toilet and a small compartment just big enough for one person's feet, with only a shower head inside, nothing else. Since the system said that after completing the main tasks, she would unlock the ability to purchase an energy conversion tower, and water and electricity are just details, she wasn't worried about that. What she was concerned about was how everyone's waste would be handled. They couldn't possibly dig out sewage pipes themselves, right?
Host, don't worry.
When the finished houses are installed, the system will automatically handle the sewage pipe issues, the system replied. Lin Yu finally relaxed. But after inspecting everything again, she felt something was off. Why are there no lights in the rooms? Because you bought the cheapest house, lighting and similar items are not included. Would you like to buy a more complete finished house with better furniture? Suddenly, the system turned into a salesperson, making Lin Yu's mouth twitch. Considering that one floor has 20 double rooms and there are 15 floors, accommodating 500 people is definitely enough. She decided to wait and think about it later. Since everyone's ability to earn money is not very strong now, luxurious villas or 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom finished houses will have to wait until there are more mutants in the base. After visiting the interior, Lin Yu then looked at the outside of the building. The exterior wall is made of black alloy, giving a high-tech mechanical feel that fits the post-apocalyptic atmosphere. Before anyone moves in, Lin Yu can control each room directly through the system panel. Once someone lives there, she can no longer control the room, ensuring absolute privacy for tenants. Thinking ahead to avoid future trouble, Lin Yu decided to go to the building material shop and spend 100 first-level crystal cores to install simple incandescent lights in the entire building. To make it easier to identify later, Lin Yu named the building Qingquan Base, Building Number 1. Naming successful. Would you like to deploy Qingquan Base Building Number 1 within the safe zone? Without hesitation, Lin Yu chose yes.
Processing. Boom.
Lin Yu clearly felt the ground tremble. She got up and went to the window, looking outside. In just a few seconds, a 15-story black alloy building rose from the foundation within the newly established safe zone. The golden light emitted from the safe zone shone on the tall building, covering it with a mysterious aura. Qingquan Base Building Number 1 successfully deployed. Please recruit survivors to join Qingquan Base as soon as possible. For easier management, you can set rules yourself or have the system help create entry rules. Lin Yu thought the system's rules would be more comprehensive and perfect, so she decided to let the system handle it. About a minute later, several rules appeared on the system panel, roughly as follows. 1. Each room in building number 1 can only accommodate 2 people, no visiting other rooms. 2. Members must not damage any items inside the base. 3. Rent, water, and electricity must be paid on time. 4. Water and electricity in building number 1 are for personal use only. No taking outside, lending, or wasting. 5. Fighting or brawling inside the base is forbidden. Any violation will result in permanent blacklisting from Qingquan Base and being randomly teleported out, losing all protection within the safe zone, with no chance to rejoin. Lin Yu carefully read through all the rules and felt the system was very considerate, covering everything she could think of. To ensure that every survivor who joins the Clear Spring base can see the rules for the past few days, Lin Yu had the system paint these 5 rules in white spray paint on each room's door. Another issue was the rent. Linyu thought carefully for a long time and finally set the rent at 41st level crystal cores per month for each double room, with water and electricity costs paid separately. If sharing with others, it only costs 20 crystal cores per month, which is very affordable. By the way, Tongzi, does the safety zone also have a constant temperature and decoration? Yes, but because the zone is level 0, the temperature control isn't very effective, and the temperature stays around 31 degrees. Linyu nodded. Compared to the outside temperature of over 40 degrees, 31 degrees is already quite cool. Many people would be willing to join the base. Now, everything is ready, just waiting for the final push. Linyu closed the base map and checked the progress of main and side quests. Besides recruiting ordinary people and mutants into the base, expanding 50 plots of farmland, producing 2,000 gene of rice, 1,000 gene of wheat, 200 gene of vegetables, and 100 gene of fruit, and making more people aware of Qingquan Farm. The other side quests, 1, 2, 7, 9, have all been successfully completed. Completing these 5 tasks will upgrade the farm to level 2, unlock the ranch, start selling tasks, improve living quality, and greatly increase the safety of his own. Thinking about it makes Linyu feel very happy. He glanced at his gold balance and saw it had surpassed 6,000, approaching 7,000. Each expansion of farmland only costs 10 first-level crystal cores plus 100 gold coins. Seeing the ample balance, Linyu casually took out 500 first-level crystal cores and 5,000 gold coins, loudly calling out to the system, Tongzi, I want to expand 50 plots of farmland. Later, crystal cores, 500, gold coins, 5,000. Expansion successful. Ding ding, congratulations. The main side quest 1 has been completed. As a qualified farm owner, you should have vast farmland. The expansion has reached 50 plots. You receive 500 gold coins and a mutated fire-breathing willow tree. Listening to the system prompts echoing in his ears, Linyu felt a surge of satisfaction inside. I guess I experienced a feeling of being extremely wealthy and powerful. However, when her gaze slowly shifted to the reward section, Linyu's eyes showed a hint of hesitation. The system's reward, a mutated fire-breathing willow tree, probably wouldn't attack her, right? Produced by the system, definitely a high-quality item. Rest assured, host, there will never be the situation you worry about. Only then did Linyu feel relieved. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to accept the reward. Suddenly, a tall willow tree appeared in the room. Unlike the green willow trees along the streets before the apocalypse, probably because of its mutation, the leaves and branches of the mutated willow tree are all bright red. After the willow tree appeared, it waved its branches carefully, trying to approach Linyu. Since she wanted to see what the willow tree was planning, she didn't refuse its approach. Not noticing her resistance, the willow's branches quickly wrapped around her fingertips, gently rubbing against them. If you ignore the rough feeling of the willow leaves, it felt a bit like being rubbed by a cat. Linyu. She observed the mutated willow tree for a while before speaking. Little willow, breathe fire, so I can see. The willow twisted its branches into a braid-like shape, which looked surprisingly shy. This idea made Linyu fall into silence. Shyness? From a tree? Surely, the world is too fantastical. Just as she had this thought, a huffing sound came from her ear, and then the braided branches shot out a small fireball. It was indeed a tiny fireball, probably only as big as an egg. Linyu. Mutated willow. They looked at each other in silence. Linyu couldn't help but look at the system again, falling into silence. Maybe she had spoken too confidently earlier, because now the weak little mutated willow had proved her wrong. The system coughed lightly and quickly tried to fix it. I think little willow needs to recharge its energy. Host, you can try feeding it some zombies or crystal cores. That way, its fireball will become much more powerful. Fortunately, she still had some zombie corpses in her space. She didn't want her room to get too messy, so she picked a relatively complete leg from her space and threw it to Little Willow. She was thinking that once she finished the main task of establishing the base, she could unlock the opportunity to buy an energy conversion tower. By feeding zombie flesh and crystal cores into the tower, she could generate energy. Since she cleared out the 100,000 zombie bodies in her space, Linyu has been consciously collecting zombie blood and flesh. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. When Linyu took out a zombie thigh, the mutated willow tree visibly became excited, its branches twisting into a spiral shape. If it could speak, Linyu wouldn't doubt that it would be so excited it would start talking. Numerous fiery red branches wrapped around the zombie thigh, and soon, a faint creaking sound like the mutated willow tree was eating could be heard. After a few seconds, the bright red willow branches wrapped around Linyu's fingertips again. Probably because she fed it, the affectionate feeling transmitted through the mutated willow branches was even stronger than before. As if eager to show itself off, the willow branches twisted into a spiral again and spat out a fireball. After eating a zombie thigh, the fireball was indeed a bit larger than before. Linyu raised an eyebrow and thought that the upgraded mutated willow tree was quite useful. It could be used to make fire, cook, keep warm. It could also kill zombies and clean up the contaminated environment. Truly great. Just as the water and electricity were cut off, Linyu thought that using Little Willow to cook or heat food should be no problem. She considered this and took out a first-level crystal core from her space to feed the mutated willow tree. She found that the fireball it spat out instantly grew to the size of 3 eggs. It seemed that the energy contained in one crystal core was several times that of zombie blood and flesh. And this was just a non-elemental crystal core. Feeding the mutated willow tree a crystal core of the same element might make the fireball even more powerful. Conveniently, she had a second-level fire element crystal core in her space. If she fed this to the mutated willow tree, its strength would increase exponentially. But for some reason, when Linyu thought about the second-level fire element crystal core stored in her space, her first reaction was not happiness at gaining a very useful helper, but hesitation. Yes, hesitation. This hesitation was quite strange. She instinctively didn't want to explore it further. Just then, there was some commotion outside, so she calmly pushed her thoughts aside. After confirming that the mutated willow tree wouldn't harm her, Linyu decided to take out a 1-meter diameter flower pot from her space and let the mutated willow tree settle inside. I found some zombie bodies in the area, along with dozens of first- and second-tier crystal cores, which I placed into a large plastic box as future food supplies. I told them not to eat too much. For now, I put aside the matter of the mutated willow trees. Suddenly, there was loud knocking on the door, accompanied by 3 worried voices outside.
Linyu.
Sister Linyu. Little sister. Are you okay? I quickly responded, then pushed open the door with my flashlight and saw Pei Yan, Pei Linlang, and Sheng Xiangbei, all looking shaken. Seeing the scene outside, I immediately understood what had happened. It seemed like a long time had passed, but actually only about 2 minutes had gone by since I set up the finished shelter and expanded the farmland for rewards. That was just enough time for them to wake up and rush upstairs. The 3 of them had messy hair, breathing quickly. Using the faint light of my flashlight, I even noticed that Pei Yan had run over without even wearing shoes. I pressed my lips together, feeling strange because the emotions I had suppressed seemed to be surfacing again. Seeing that I was safe and sound, Pei Yan finally relaxed. I'm glad you're okay. Is there an earthquake outside? I was so scared. They had been sleeping peacefully, but were awakened suddenly by the ground shaking. The moment Pei Yan was startled awake, he thought of a disaster happening above. He was so worried he didn't care to check what was going on. He jumped out of bed quickly, rushing out without even putting on his slippers. Just then, Pei Linlang was also awakened by the tremor. Pei Yan knocked on her door and got a response, then headed straight for the 3rd-floor room of the villa. Seeing that I was safe, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at their worried faces, I couldn't help but feel touched. They probably thought the tremor was caused by an earthquake, which was triggered by the safety zone setup in the finished shelter. Their first reaction to the tremor was not to run away, but to wake themselves up quickly, afraid they might sleep too deeply and not notice the earthquake. I forcibly held back the sour feeling in my nose and said, I'm fine. I think you might have misunderstood. It wasn't an earthquake.
Huh?
Hearing this, all three of them were shocked. If it wasn't an earthquake, then what was it? Lin Yu smiled at the three people and said, "Follow me." The three of them looked confused and followed Lin Yu downstairs. Thinking about what she had just seen, Lin Yu slowly fell behind Pei Linlang and Qing Xiangbei by a step. She glanced at Pei Yan out of the corner of her eye. More precisely, she looked at his bare feet. After a moment of silence, Lin Yu took a pair of black slippers from her space and quietly slipped them into Pei Yan's arms, where he was holding his feet. Pei Yan looked down, staring blankly at the slippers in his hands. He gently smiled, and his eyes became deeper in the dark night when he looked at Lin Yu. Only after she put the slippers into his arms did Lin Yu feel a little regretful. Not because she regretted giving him the slippers, but because she wondered why she avoided giving them to Pei Linlang and Qing Xiangbei. After all, it wasn't something shameful. Lin Yu steadied herself, pretending to be calm as she walked ahead of Pei Yan. Maybe it was her imagination, but she felt as if a hot gaze was always watching her from behind. She also seemed to hear faint, almost inaudible, laughter. Lin Yu felt the atmosphere had become strange again, as if the awkwardness at Huanjiang Bridge was happening again. Fortunately, Pei Linlang noticed Lin Yu lagging behind and quickly turned back to call her to catch up. As for her own brother, Pei Yan, with Lin Yu, soft and fragrant, who would care about him? Besides, he was capable of catching up himself. Thanks to Pei Linlang distracting her, Lin Yu let out a barely audible sigh of relief. When she caught up, Pei Linlang, unable to hold back her curiosity, finally asked Lin Yu, "Stop teasing. Didn't there just be an earthquake outside? What was that thing that suddenly caused such a big shake?" Lin Yu hesitated. She hadn't expected the finished building to make such a loud noise. Maybe it wasn't just the people in the villa. Everyone in Qingquan Mountain was probably alarmed. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Forget it. You'll see for yourself later." Pei Linlang seemed to guess something and suddenly widened her eyes. "Lin Yu, don't tell me that the shaking just now was caused by you?" Qing Xiangbei also looked at her in surprise. Under their disbelief, Lin Yu nodded silently. "Something like that." She paused and said, "There's also something I want to tell everyone tomorrow that has a bit to do with the ground shaking just now." Pei Linlang was so surprised she didn't know what to say, but she didn't ask further. A hint of sadness rose in her heart. It seemed that Sister Lin Yu had many secrets. She was so weak. How could she protect her? But soon, Pei Linlang cheered herself up. Being weak was okay. She could push Pei Yan to become stronger. Then, even if Sister Lin Yu had secrets, no one would dare challenge her. Lin Yu saw the changing expressions on her face and found it amusing. "Are you planning something bad in your mind again?" "Of course, I want to encourage my brother to get stronger." Lin Yu was a bit surprised and didn't immediately understand her jumping thoughts. But then she remembered that a young girl her age was already entering puberty, and such quick thoughts were normal. She nodded in agreement and said, "That's true. Only by becoming stronger can you be better protected." Pei Linlang muttered softly, "That's not necessarily true." After she finished speaking, she suddenly realized she had said her true thoughts without meaning to. She instinctively looked back to see Pei Yan's reaction. Through the golden glow of the protective shield, she could faintly see his expressionless face. Pei Linlang cleared her throat. "Let's walk faster." Pei Yan was in the darkness, quietly watching their figures disappear into the distance. Until the light source in Lin Yu's hand completely vanished from sight, he finally curled his lips into a slight smile. He understood what Lin Lang had said immediately. It was probably because Lin Lang thought there were too many secrets on Lin Yu's side, and she was too weak to protect her safely. That's why she encouraged herself to get stronger. Now, he suddenly remembered he still had an older brother? A flicker of disdain appeared in Pei Yan's eyes. That small body trying to compete with him for his wife? Humph, weakling. But such things didn't need Pei Linlang to remind him. Pei Yan refused to admit he was jealous. He kept a neutral face, carefully put on his slippers and walked cautiously, afraid of stepping too hard and damaging Lin Yu's slippers. When they left the villa and reached the yard, Pei Yan didn't need a flashlight to see the scenery beside the villa clearly. Her eyes were full of shock. She pointed at the tall black building, nearly 15 stories high, made of metal panels, and almost lost her voice. Cheng Xiangbei froze instantly in place. What was that? A tall building? It's important to know that a 15-story building is not unusual. However, when this building was created by Lin Yu in just a few hours using her special abilities, it became extraordinary. Maybe she didn't even spend a full hour, perhaps just 10 or 20 minutes, to create such a tall building. This completely changed Pei Yan and Cheng Xiangbei's understanding of the world. Even if 100 construction workers were brought in, they couldn't finish building a structure in a single day, especially now that the power is out. Pei Yan was stunned. She had known Lin Yu's abilities were incredible, but she never imagined they were this extraordinary. She also noticed that the entire building was covered by a golden light shield, which was darker than the one protecting the villa. Even so, in the dark night, it was still very noticeable, like a guiding lamp. Pei Yan put on his slippers and stepped outside, witnessing the scene. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked. Cheng Xiangbei was numb. His mouth kept moving, wanting to say something, but no words came out. What could he say? He might as well tidy up and hold on to Lin Dao's leg. No, Lin Dao's leg. Isn't he just a tool for strengthening various items? Ahem, he could do that. Lin Yu glanced at the three numb people and softly said, "Let's go take a look." The three suddenly snapped out of their shock and quickly followed her. They stepped out of the villa and saw a crowd of survivors gathered outside Qingquan base. These people had been nearby all along and had witnessed the entire process, from the building appearing out of nowhere to standing firmly on the ground. Seeing Lin Yu and the others, everyone looked curious, but still made way. Because Lin Yu was the host of the Apocalypse Farm system, she could enter Qingquan base without permission. However, Pei Yan, Pei Yan, and Cheng Xiangbei couldn't enter directly. They needed to join first. Lin Yu smiled and invited the three. "Would you like to join Qingquan base?" Qingquan base. Everyone present couldn't help but repeat the words Qingquan base, and a hint of shock appeared in their eyes. At first, only a few people heard about the establishment of the Capital Military District base through the radio. Over time, the news spread quickly and more people learned about the establishment of the Capital Military Base. No one wanted to avoid the base, but the escape routes were too dangerous, and a single mistake could cost them their lives. Everyone had no choice but to give up the idea of seeking refuge at the Capital Military Base and instead followed the base's advice to find nearby military zones or new bases that hadn't fallen yet. If it weren't for the fewer zombies near Qingquan Farm, nearly half of the survivors present would have already gone to the afterlife. When news broke that Qingquan Farm had established a base, it caused a big stir. Everyone knew how strong Qingquan Farm was. Although no one understood exactly how the shimmering golden protective shield was formed, everyone knew from stories that staying near the shield was very safe, and no zombies or mutated animals or plants could get close. Some even dared to test it themselves and were instantly pushed away by the shield, which made everyone believe in its strong protection. If the daytime temperature hadn't been so high, everyone would have preferred to stay outside the villa all day long. Now, hearing the word base from Lin Yu's mouth, they all wished they could turn into Pei Yan and the others to accept the invitation to join. Ji Mingshu, Li He, Jiang He, and the 996 workaholic were also in the crowd. They had been happy because they no longer needed to worry about food. But when they saw the man next to Lin Yu, it was like being splashed with a bucket of ice water in freezing weather. Everyone felt a cold chill inside. Since Pei Yan left last time, this was the first time they saw him outside Qingquan Farm. 996 pointed tremblingly at Pei Yan and looked at Jiang He. His already unhealthy face turned even paler after seeing Pei Yan. He was terrified by the ruthless Pei Yan who showed no mercy in killing. Jiang He, the man who killed Lu Ran, is right here, and he even lives in the villa. He seems very close to those people. If He finds out we bought food at Qingquan Farm. Will he kick us out because of Lu Ran? During this time, Jiang He, who had escaped with them, relied on his abilities and had become the backbone of their small team. No matter what happens, everyone listens to her opinion. Jiang He looked up at the man outside the light shield, remained silent for a long time, then gently shook his head and comforted. Don't worry too much. As long as we don't provoke him, there shouldn't be big problems. It doesn't make sense that he didn't kill us last time, but would kill us now. The overworked employee reluctantly nodded. In his mind, zombies aren't as scary as Pei Yan. He'd rather fight zombies than face Pei Yan. Meanwhile, Tang Shi's eyes were full of shock. After leaving Linchuan City, they followed behind Lin Yu in the car, heading all the way to Qingquan Farm. Seeing the glowing light shield, he was immediately stunned. Especially after hearing from others about the light shield, Qingquan Farm, and Lin Yu, he hadn't fully processed it when he suddenly heard Lin Yu invite Pei Yan and others to join Qingquan base. This left him completely stunned. Xia Yunxue, Chen Chen, and others felt the same, relieved that they hadn't provoked Lin Yu or Pei Yan on the way. If such powerful people held a grudge against them, they wouldn't even feel safe sleeping. Lin Yu's eyes held a gentle smile as she quietly waited for their answer. The three of them were eating and drinking inside the villa. Whether they joined Qingquan base or not didn't make much difference. She didn't really need to go to such lengths. But Lin Yu thought it was better to have them all join the base for peace of mind, and it also gave the opportunity for more superpower users. As always, Lin Yu prioritized her own safety. She didn't have bad intentions toward them, but some caution was necessary. Pei Yan didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, "Of course I want to join Qingquan base." Looking into his smiling eyes, he silently added in his heart, "Wherever you are, that's where I am." Lin Lihong quickly raised his hand. "I also want to join the base." Qing Xiangbei came back to himself. "Of course I'll join my little sister's base." Dabai, who didn't know when he arrived beside Lin Yu, also made two gaga sounds, seemingly agreeing with the three of them. Then, Lin Yu heard 4 system notification sounds. Ding ding, level 3 Thunder-type superpower user, Pei Yan, has joined Qingquan base. Ding ding, level 1 Stealth-type superpower user, Lin Lihong, has joined Qingquan base. Ding ding, level 1 Metal-type superpower user, Qing Xiangbei, has joined Qingquan base. DB, a 3rd-level spatial and speed mutation animal, the Great White Goose, joins the Clear Spring base. Lin Yu's smile widened as she turned to look at the group of survivors eagerly watching her. In front of everyone's hopeful eyes, Lin Yu spoke. "Hello, survivors. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yu. I am the owner of the Clear Spring Farm and the leader of the Clear Spring base. We will accept 500 survivors into the base. Once you join, you will be protected in the safe zone. I believe you've all seen that 15-story building. It has double rooms with basic facilities. Each double room costs only 40 first-level crystal cores per month to stay. There aren't many rooms, so it's first come, first served. Also, ability users will be given priority." As soon as she finished, everyone present became very excited, and the scene quickly erupted. Everyone was eager to know if this was real, and they hurriedly asked Lin Yu questions. "Boss Lin, what exactly is the safe zone? Boss Lin, do we really only need to pay 40 first-level crystal cores per month? Boss Lin, is the building sturdy? Will it really not collapse? Boss Lin, will the temperature inside the Clear Spring base be as cool as your villa? Boss Lin, Boss Lin." Because so many people kept asking questions, the environment became noisy and chaotic. Everyone wanted to be the first to speak to Lin Yu. If Qing Xiangbei hadn't quickly used his metal ability to create a golden wall to block the crowd, a few of them might have been pushed away by the excited survivors. Lin Yu had to take out a loudspeaker from her space, calling for everyone to quiet down while answering the many questions from the survivors. It took about 5 minutes before everyone finally understood what benefits they would get after joining the Clear Spring base. They also learned what the safe zone was and that the temperature inside the base was about 10 degrees cooler than outside. Then, a new wave of excitement started again. Everyone was afraid of missing out, thinking they might not get such a good chance, and hurriedly shouted to be the first. "Look at me. I want to join the Clear Spring base. Please line up and prepare your crystal cores." To prevent someone from living alone in a double room, Lin Yu quickly emphasized, "Everyone remember, Qingquan base does not have single rooms available. For now, only double occupancy is supported." Lin Yu's current plan is simple. First, complete the main and side quests to level up the farm to level 2. After that, she will buy single-room suites or villas from the building materials store. As soon as she said this, those holding crystal cores started looking for roommates. After all, everyone's living habits are different, and living together would require careful consideration of many aspects. Some survivors still had doubts and hesitated before finally speaking up. "Boss Lin, I have a small question, if I may ask." Lin Yu looked up. "Oh." Under her dark, obsidian-like eyes, the person asking the question suddenly felt guilty, as if their little secret was exposed under her gaze. "Well, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask on behalf of my friend. Can I only join Qingquan base without living in that building? As long as I can find a place inside the base to stay, is that okay?" Many survivors shared the same idea, but no one wanted to be the first to speak up. They hoped someone else would do it for them. They didn't want to offend anyone, but they wanted to know the answer. If it was not allowed, they had nothing to lose. If it was allowed, they would benefit. Everyone pretended to be indifferent, perhaps thinking they were hiding their intentions well. But Lin Yu still noticed their subtle glances. Pei Linlong's eyes widened. She was asking for a friend, but it seemed more like making trouble for no reason. Lin Yu stared quietly at the man for a moment, then suddenly chuckled softly. Just when the man thought she might agree, Lin Yu's smile disappeared, and her tone became emotionless. "Of course not. The survivors paid crystal cores, and she provided everyone with a relatively safe place to stay. The temperature inside Qingquan base was comfortable, about 31 degrees, much cooler than the outside temperature of over 40 degrees. Everyone got what they needed. It was fair, wasn't it? Moreover, sharing a room only required each person to pay 21st-level crystal cores per month. It can be said that building one at the Clear Spring base is definitely worth the price, even far exceeding it. Wanting everything for nothing, but hoping to get a bargain, is unrealistic." Lin Yu looked around thoughtfully and said carefully, "If anyone thinks paying 41st-level crystal cores per month for a double room is too expensive, then please find another place." She spoke without deliberately looking at anyone, but everyone could sense the underlying tone of warning. The man's face instantly turned pale, and he chuckled nervously, saying, "Boss Lin, you misunderstood. I didn't mean that 40 crystal cores a month is too expensive. I was asking for a friend." Pei Linlang rolled her eyes. "Listen to that, do you really believe it?" After the man's little test, everyone suppressed their restless thoughts. Those with crystal cores lined up honestly in the spots Lin Yu designated. Those without cores were anxious, already planning to team up to hunt zombies, worried that if they hesitated, the chance to enter the base might be lost. Lin Yu didn't comment on their worries. She had said what she needed to. Whether they paid with crystal cores was up to them. She focused her attention on the waiting survivors. "This is 40 crystal cores. My girlfriend and I will pay for 1 month's rent first." At the front of the line was a couple. The man was tall and strong, and the woman had a fierce look shaped by surviving in the apocalypse, but there was also a sense of warmth between them. Lin Yu took the crystal cores, counted them, and confirmed the amount was correct. A pleasant system notification sounded. Ding. Ordinary person Song Jia has joined the Clear Spring base. Ding. Ordinary person Li Jiao Jiao has joined the Clear Spring base. Then, the system kindly informed her that permissions had been set for Song Jia and Li Jiao Jiao, so they wouldn't be rejected by the shield when entering the base, and then it lifted them up and away. Lin Yu looked at the two and said, "You can now choose your room number and floor to move in." Song Jia and Li Jiao Jiao were surprised that Boss Lin was so easy to talk to. They paused for a moment, then quickly thanked her. "Thank you, Boss Lin. Can we go in now? After choosing our rooms, we'll come back and tell you, okay?" For those who don't try to take advantage of others, Lin Yu's attitude remained very gentle. She nodded at the couple and said, "Go ahead." Remember not to damage any items inside Building 1. Please read and memorize the rules on the door carefully. Do not try to break the rules. The two nodded and tentatively stepped into the light shield. Even when one foot had already entered the safe zone, the shield did not attack them. Song Jie and Li Jiao exchanged a look, almost crying with joy. Especially after feeling the sudden drop in temperature inside the safe zone. They were so moved they almost cried out loud. It's so cool. The safe zone is really much cooler than outside. Although they didn't know exactly how Boss Lin managed this, it didn't stop their amazement from decreasing, even a little. Li Jiao looked at the black metal wall outside, feeling a bit hesitant. Jie, do you think? Is it really strong? Song Jie shook his head. I don't know. Let's go see. They were worried the building might be unstable. After nervously staying inside for a while, they found the building was not collapsing, so they finally relaxed and chose a room. After checking the overall layout of the building, Song Jie suggested, Jiao, how about we choose the 3rd floor? Although Building 1 has an elevator, it is currently out of power. If they stayed on a high floor, they would have to climb stairs. Just thinking about climbing stairs made them decide on room 1033 on the 3rd floor. Li Jiao liked high floors, but her legs were more important. The 3rd floor was just right, neither too high nor too low. Once they made their decision, they turned to find Lin Yu to tell her which room they chose. Unbeknownst to them, soon Building 1 would have water and electricity restored. Otherwise, Li Jiao, who liked high floors, would definitely regret her choice. Song Jie and Li Jiao quickly returned. After learning they chose the 3rd room on the 3rd floor of Building 1, Lin Yu operated the system panel. Instantly, a string of black totems appeared on their arms, with a large, bold number above each. 01, 1033, 719:59:59. These numbers represent that Song Jie and Li Jiao are staying in Building 1 on the 3rd floor, 3rd room, and how long they can stay in the Qingquan base. If the numbers on their arms reach 0, the system will instantly eject them from the Qingquan base. Fortunately, it was only a rejection from the base, not like breaking the rules and being instantly transported to a random place on Earth by the system. If unlucky and thrown into a zombie horde, it would be game over. The system is very strict and harsh towards everyone except Lin Yu himself. Everything follows the rules set by the system, and any violation results in no mercy. Lin Yu really enjoys this special treatment. Song Jie and Li Jiao saw the black numbers suddenly appear on their arms. They froze, stiffly looked at Lin Yu, and tremblingly pointed at their arms. Boss Lin, what is this? Don't tell me the numbers on my arms show how much time I have left to live? After a moment of speechlessness, Lin Yu finally said, Are you guys watching too many Korean dramas? Those numbers show how long you can stay in Qingquan base. If you don't want the numbers to hit 0, earn crystal cores quickly. When they learned that the numbers only indicated how long they could stay in Qingquan base and saw the base's address, they both sighed in relief. But inside, they were filled with curiosity. They reached out to touch the numbers on their arms. The sensation from their fingertips was still soft and warm, just like skin anywhere else. If it weren't for the black numbers suddenly appearing on their arms, they wouldn't feel anything strange just by touch. They didn't even know when the black numbers appeared. The high-tech in Qingquan base was truly astonishing. Song Jie felt uneasy again, worried that Lin Yu might do something to him and Jiao because of this, but the numbers were already imprinted on their arms. They were already caught, so even if they wanted to regret now, it was too late. Not only Song Jie, but even Lin Yu was seeing such advanced technology for the first time. The system far surpassed Earth's civilization. Earlier, after Song Jie and Li Jiao told her they had chosen their room, the system asked her to open the system panel and operate it herself. Lin Yu opened the system panel, followed the instructions, and found the names Song Jie and Li Jiao on the personnel list of Qingquan base. Then, based on a calculation of 30 days per month, 24 hours a day, she added the number 720 after their names. Immediately, a long string of black numbers appeared on their arms, and the countdown began. Lin Yu silently asked the system in her mind, System, What's going on here? Of course, it's to make things easier for the host. Once the main mission is completed, the system will reward an intelligent rent-collecting machine. Survivors, tenants, at Qingquan Base only need to place their crystal cores on the machine, and the subscription will automatically renew. Lin Yu. She couldn't help but feel emotional again, moved by the system's thoughtfulness. However, it must be said that the black numbers on Song Jie and Li Jiao's arms made the people waiting in line feel hesitant. Although Lin Yu said so, who can guarantee that these numbers won't monitor everyone? Originally, several people had already decided to join Qingquan Base for a month trial, even finding roommates to move in, but they were scared off by the numbers on Song Jie and Li Jiao's arms. But Tang Shi and others were unaffected. In their eyes, when they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of zombies near Linjiang Bridge in Linchuan City, Lin Yu didn't harm them. If she truly had bad intentions, she could have pushed them into the zombie horde or burst the van's tires back then. It makes no sense for her to save them and then take a long detour to harm them. Well, I feel something's not right. Maybe we should wait and see? Chen rubbed his hands secretly, quietly persuading the couple ahead of him who were hesitant, strangely sounding a bit sneaky. After hesitating for a long time, they finally couldn't resist Chen's persuasion and stepped out of the long line. Chen's eyes lit up immediately, and he quickly pulled the person beside him forward. The two were stunned, and one young man even foolishly asked why. "Didn't you say something's wrong? Why are you still in line?" Chen scratched the back of his head, pretending to be honest. "Did I say that? When did I say that?" The two. They were silent for a long time, finally realizing Chen's real intention, probably just afraid the line would be too long, and when it was their turn, the survivor spots at Qingquan Base would be full. "Old Lu, please just be a decent person." After a while, the two exchanged glances and mimicked Chen, giving kind advice to the people in front. Soon many people fell for it. But when they saw the two people trying to persuade them, not only did they not leave the long line, but they also cheerfully moved to the front, leaving everyone stunned. Lin Yu didn't know about this incident. She was still collecting crystal cores one by one. Later, seeing she was too busy, Pei Yan, Pei Linlang, Cheng Xiangbei, and others came to help. As for White, it had already gone into the Qingquan Base early to tour the rooms. Soon, it was Chen and his group's turn. Lin Yu was a bit surprised.
You.
Chen grinned, showing a row of white teeth. "Boss Lin, we meet again. You probably won't mind us, right?" Lin Yu looked at Tang Shi, hesitating. "Aren't you planning to join the capital military district?" "How come?" When collecting supplies in Linchuan City, Lin Yu overheard them mention they originally planned to go to the capital military district. She thought they would leave Linchuan City after following her and head to the capital military district. So, seeing these familiar faces now, she was naturally surprised. Tang Shi sighed with a bitter smile. "I overestimated our strength, and the capital military district is too far away." With that, Lin Yu understood their reason for switching to join the Qingquan Base. Lin Yu didn't mind the crystal cores, and her task wasn't finished yet. She nodded slightly to them. "Qingquan Base welcomes your joining." Chen quickly paid a month's rent with his chosen roommate and moved into the selected room on the designated floor. As soon as they stepped into the safety zone of the base, the temperature suddenly dropped sharply. He stared in disbelief, poked his elbow into his roommate Huan Xiu, and winked at him. "Trust me, I'm right? Huan Xiu gave him a thumbs up. "You're pretty clever, kid." If Chen hadn't come up with a quick idea to persuade those survivors who were wavering and hesitant about joining the Qingquan Base, they might still be foolishly waiting in line outside. Once they felt the coolness inside the base, both of them immediately thought the scolding looks they received earlier were worth it. But on the other hand, it's not really their fault, is it? It's because those survivors lacked strong willpower. They were just helping them build their mental strength.
Yes.
That's right. Chen quickly firmed up his mind. Out of the hundreds of thousands of zombies attacking the Liangjiang Bridge, the 7 who survived found suitable roommates. After all, they followed behind Lin Yu all the way, and most of the zombies that rushed toward them were dealt with by Lin Yu and Pei Yan. Only a few zombies attacked them. The group worked together and managed to gather some first-level crystal cores and food supplies. However, among the 8 people, the only girl, Xia Yunxue, was an exception. The team members were all boys, and her relationship with them was not close enough for cohabitation. They were just comrades in battle. Therefore, she had to look outside the Qingquan base for a girl who might be a good roommate. Perhaps because of their shared experience fighting on the Hengjiang Bridge, those who survived valued this hard-won friendship very much. As a result, Tang Shi, Chen Chen, and others shared their room and floor numbers with Xia Yunxue. Now that she had a place to stay, simply leaving supplies outside made everyone uneasy. After some discussion, they decided to move all the supplies into the rooms first, and then help Xia Yunxue find a roommate. Xia Yunxue wiped the sweat from her forehead. Just as she saw a girl alone and was about to approach to ask, someone suddenly grabbed her arm. She frowned slightly and turned to look. A small face, about the size of a palm, came into view. The girl was young, probably in her 20s. Her almond-shaped eyes were large, and when she looked at people, her eyes shimmered with a watery light, making her look bright and innocent, which naturally lowered people's guard. Xia Yunxue couldn't help but smile at her. But when she saw the girl's clean face, she instinctively felt something was off. A sense of caution rose in her heart, but when she looked into the girl's misty eyes, she suddenly forgot what she was about to say. "Miss, are you also looking for a roommate? Coincidentally, I haven't found one either. Would you like to consider sharing a room with me?" She blinked. "By the way, my name is Wei Lan." Xia Yunxue initially wanted to refuse, but for some reason, when she looked into Wei Lan's misty eyes, she inexplicably nodded in agreement.
Great.
"Then let's go register the crystal cores and move in. I heard it's very cool inside hidden in the crowd." Qin Ling saw Wei Lan's actions and couldn't help but smile slightly. He was right. Wei Lan was indeed charming. Her friendly ability was truly effective everywhere. Seeing Pei Linlang at the door made Qin Ling's temples throb painfully. He had never met someone so ungrateful before. If he hadn't suspected that Pei Linlang might have told Linyu about what happened that day, he would have already rushed over when Linyu announced the priority recruitment of ability users. Out of caution, he decided to let Wei Lan try first. He didn't expect it to be so coincidental that one of the girls from the group who had interacted with Linyu was alone. It seemed he could take his time. After about 10 minutes, Chen Chen and the others also put down their luggage. They learned that Xia Yunxue had already found a roommate, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, greeting Wei Lan with smiles. Wei Lan maintained a polite smile, quickly earning everyone's good impression. Tang Shi frowned from afar, waiting for Xia Yunxue and Wei Lan to exchange crystal cores. He deliberately lowered his voice and mentioned something to a few people. At this moment, Wei Lan had already left the group. After Chen Chen calmed down, he felt that his earlier behavior didn't seem like his usual self. His trust in Tang Shi still held sway. Chen Chen nodded and said, "Brother Tang, I understand. I'll find a chance to mention it to Xia Yunxue later." Just then, Linyu accepted the crystal cores paid by Wei Lan and Xia Yunxue. Among the system notification sounds, she immediately sensed something unusual. A first-level affinity-type ability user?
Wei Lan.
Interesting. No wonder she had felt the fluctuation of ability just now. It turned out Wei Lan was using her ability. But, as long as she joined the base, she had to follow the rules of the base. Even if she awakened an affinity-type ability, it wouldn't be allowed. If she caused trouble, she first needed to ask if the system permitted it. If she behaved herself, that was fine. But if she used her affinity ability against herself, her good days would be over. The system had told her before that anyone who joined Qingquan base couldn't attack her. Otherwise, they would be blacklisted by the system, lose protection in the safe zone, and never have a second chance to join the base. If she used her affinity ability against herself, the system would directly judge it as an attack, violating the base rules. Then Wei Lan might be randomly teleported to some place on Earth, depending on luck. Just then, Wei Lan felt Linyu's gaze. She hesitated, unsure whether to use her ability on her. If she messed up, it wouldn't be good. No one knows what other methods might exist for building such a large base and creating a safe zone. A flicker of subtle emotion crossed Lin Yu's eyes. She didn't speak, allowing Wei Lan to observe her. For some reason, Wei Lan suddenly felt a strong sense of danger from Lin Yu's calm eyes. She hesitated for a long time but finally decided not to act on her thoughts. She politely smiled at Lin Yu and said, "Boss Lin, my name is Wei Lan. Please take care of me in the future." Lin Yu glanced at her casually and repeated what she had said before. "Remember to study and memorize the rules of the clear spring base. Never try to break the rules, or you will regret it." Lin Yu's words sounded very formal, as if she was just doing her job, with no special difference. Because whenever someone paid a crystal core to join the clear spring base, she would repeat this sentence over and over. Although her words seemed normal, Wei Lan somehow sensed a deep meaning in her light tone.
Could it be?
Did she notice something? Wei Lan's heart beat faster, and her cold sweat, mixed with sweat from extreme heat, soaked her back instantly. She forced a laugh and said, "Boss Lin, you're joking. I will definitely remember the rules of the clear spring base and never break them." Lin Yu shot her a glance and said ambiguously, "You'd better." Wei Lan's face turned pale, and she froze in place, feeling a cold shiver. If her earlier suspicion was just a guess, after Lin Yu said this, she was sure that Lin Yu knew her secret.
But
how was that possible? Wei Lan believed she hadn't revealed any clues. How did Lin Yu know she was also a psychic? No matter how much she thought, she couldn't figure out that Lin Yu had a cheat system. Everything was transparent before that system. Xia Yunxue frowned and looked at her new roommate. "What's wrong? Your face looks so bad." Wei Lan snapped back to reality. Because of what Lin Yu had just said, she didn't dare to use her psychic powers casually. She just forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. Let's go check out her room." Xia Yunxue didn't say anything, just nodded. After entering the base, even a sudden drop of temperature by over 10 degrees didn't make Wei Lan feel more alert. She still absent-mindedly thought about Lin Yu's words. Pei Yan looked at the two people leaving with some thought, leaned closer to Lin Yu, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Does Wei Lan have a problem?" Lin Yu gently shook her head. "Let's wait and see." Overall, anyone who joined the Clear Spring base wouldn't cause much trouble. If they had bad intentions toward the base or her, the system would simply teleport them away without Lin Yu needing to act. Therefore, she didn't tell Pei Yan the full story. Mostly because she couldn't share these things with others. Less trouble is better, and Lin Yu thought it was best if she kept these matters to herself. As the number of survivors joining the Clear Spring base increased, various exclamations soon spread through Building 1. For example, "Wow, the base is really cool. There's even a shower in the room. Did you see the 5 rules carved on the door?" And similar comments. Ji Ming-shu didn't care about these comments. He only cared about the fact that the Clear Spring base is very cool. God knows how much pain he's been in due to the extreme heat lately. His temper has become irritable because of the high temperature, but the main issue is the torment it causes his body. He has fire elemental powers, so even in weather over 10 degrees Celsius, he doesn't feel cold wearing short sleeves. But when faced with high temperatures, it's like throwing an electric heater into a pile of firewood. Hot air surges from inside out under double attack. He doesn't know the exact temperature now, but it's probably around 40 or 50 degrees Celsius. In such an environment, his internal organs feel like they're burning, constantly tormenting his mind. Ji Ming-shu desperately wants to drink water every few minutes. His stomach swells like a balloon, but he still can't stop thirsting. He's afraid that one day he might die from water poisoning or his stomach might burst from overfilling. He heard many people say that the Clear Spring base is very cool. He no longer cared if Pei Yan would blame them because of Lu Ran. He only knew that if he didn't find a way out soon, he would eventually die from the heat. Ji Ming-shu hoarsely called out, "Jiang He." Under the golden glow of the safe zone, Jiang He saw Ji Ming-shu's flushed face clearly. He looked like he had just been pulled out of water. Recalling how his temples throbbed in the daytime, he tried hard to suppress his anger and decisively said, "We won't wait in line anymore. Let's go straight in." Didn't Boss Lin say that ability users get priority? Although the 996 corporate worker was afraid of Pei Yan, loyalty among colleagues prevailed, and he forced himself to stay calm. Okay, let's go directly. The four of them immediately broke away from the long queue, ignoring the surprised looks of the other survivors around them, and headed straight for the entrance of Qingquan base. Not long after, four figures appeared in Lin Yu's sight. Boss Lin, is it true that ability users are given priority for admission? Pei Yan's eyes sharpened instantly as he recognized who these four people were. This made him inevitably think of the foolish woman they met last time, and his face darkened immediately. The 996 worker's neck shrank back, silent as a chicken. Jiang, he looked very calm. She didn't sense any killing intent from Pei Yan, which was at least a good sign. Pei Linlang noticed Pei Yan's suddenly changed expression and looked back and forth at them. But after watching for a while, she couldn't see anything suspicious. Lin Yu, who had just looked away from the system panel, noticed Pei Yan's low pressure and turned to the 3 men and 1 woman in front of her, replying, "If any of you are ability users, you can be given priority for check-in." These 4 looked clearly like a team. No matter who among them was the awakened ability user, Lin Yu decided to prioritize their check-in first. It was a kind of benefit for ability users and their companions. After saying that, Lin Yu looked at Pei Yan and asked what's wrong. Her action made the 4 of them feel tense. Although Jiang he tried very hard to appear calm, she was just an ordinary person and couldn't help but worry. Even though Pei Yan showed no killing intent, what if she judged incorrectly? Pei Yan paused for a moment, knowing what they were worried about. Mainly that they feared he might take out his anger on them because of that fool. But he wasn't the kind of unreasonable person who would kill just because he was upset. He also didn't want Lin Yu to know about those unpleasant things, so he just shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Hearing this, the 4 of them finally relaxed. Ji Mingshu spoke hoarsely, "I am an ability user. I awakened fire-type abilities." To increase trustworthiness, he directly activated his special ability, and a small flame appeared on his fingertip. Lin Yu nodded. "Okay. Once you finish paying for the crystal core, you can go choose your room." Ji Mingshu was instantly stunned, seeming to find it hard to believe things were going so smoothly. He looked blankly at Pei Yan. Lin Yu suspiciously glanced at the 2 of them. Seeing this, Jiang he quickly reached out and pinched Ji Mingshu's waist. Ji Mingshu suddenly seemed to wake up from a dream, quickly thanking Lin Yu after regaining his senses. Things went smoothly, and Jiang he didn't dare to linger in front of Pei Yan. He hurriedly thanked Lin Yu and then called the 3 team members to enter the Clear Spring base. The moment they entered, Ji Mingshu felt the temperature suddenly drop a lot, and the fire burning in his heart seemed to go out. He let out a long breath and exchanged looks with his teammates, all of them showing relief in their eyes. Inside the base, the temperature was completely different from outside, much cooler. The overworked workers' longing for comfort was stronger than their fear of Pei Yan. He clenched his teeth and immediately decided to stay at the Clear Spring base for a long time. "Jiang he, after we pick our rooms, shall we go out and hunt zombies to earn crystal cores?" In the apocalypse, crystal cores were like money, so Jiang he naturally had no reason to refuse. Meanwhile, a survivor who had already joined the base had packed their belongings and was standing curiously at the door of their room, carefully reading the rules posted there. 1. Only 2 people per room in Building 1. No visiting other rooms. 2. Members must not damage any items inside the base. 3. Pay rent, water, and electricity on time. 4. Water and electricity in Building 1 are for personal use only. No taking outside, lending, or wasting. 5. No fighting or physical altercations inside the base. Anyone who violates these rules will be permanently blacklisted from the Clear Spring base and randomly teleported out, losing the safety zone protection and any chance to rejoin. Seeing that breaking the rules results in being blacklisted or expelled, everyone couldn't help but think, these are basically unfair terms. After all, everyone had paid with crystal cores, so they thought they should have some say. How could they just be blacklisted or expelled? What if they were teleported into a zombie horde? However, everyone only dared to think about it silently and didn't dare to say it out loud, because the silent appearance of a string of black numbers on the arm was enough to make everyone feel afraid. And what about water and electricity? Aren't they already cut off? How could this be? Everyone was full of doubts, but Linyu didn't have time to answer their questions. At this moment, too many people were lining up to join the base. Linyu wanted to ask Pei Yan if he knew the 4 people who had just entered the base, but had no choice but to set this aside for now and focus on helping everyone join the base. Even with the help of Pei Linlang, Pei Yan, and Qingquan, Linyu was busy until late at night before she finally finished. The sky gradually brightened, and as the temperature rose, fewer people were on the street. After the last survivor chose their floor and room, Linyu finally relaxed. She clapped her hands and looked at everyone. Good job. Let's go back later and have some lamb hot pot to reward everyone. Pei Linlong's eyes sparkled. Big sister Linyu, I want to take a shower. Since Linyu left, Pei Linlang didn't know when she would come back. She was worried there wouldn't be enough water left, and since the villa was quite cool and she didn't sweat much, she and Qingquan hadn't showered for a long time. Of course, no problem. Hearing this, Qingquan also felt itchy all over and quickly agreed, I want to take a shower too.
Hee.
I want one too. Linyu smiled and replied, okay, everyone can take a shower. Back at the villa, Linyu filled the water tank. Because the temperature control system isolated extreme heat, even if she placed the water outside in the yard, it wouldn't get heated by the sun. Linyu simply told Qingquan and Pei Linlang to go and boil water for their showers. Compared to hot water, Dabai preferred cold water. She directly took a large plastic basin from her space, filled it with water, and Dabai happily flapped its wings and splashed around inside. Linyu took out a rack of lamb ribs from the space, which was still frozen. Since the natural gas supply had been cut off, and Pei Linlang was boiling water with a can of gas she kept in the villa, Linyu was about to take out a can of gas from her space when she suddenly remembered the mutated willow tree she had forgotten in her room. She paused her hand and immediately abandoned the idea. Fortunately, the mutated willow tree can spit fire, and she still had some zombie corpses in her space. Making good use of everything is important. After she moved the mutated willow tree out of the room, Pei Yan, Pei Linlang, and Qingquan were no longer surprised. It's just a fire-breathing mutated willow tree. Compared to a building appearing out of nowhere, it doesn't seem like a big deal. The only concern was whether the mutated willow tree might suddenly go berserk and attack Linyu. When the 3 saw the tree behaving so well in her hands, doing whatever she asked, especially when Linyu instructed it to place a pot on its branches to cook lamb, they fell silent. In the end, the 4 of them, along with a goose, had a strange hot pot dinner around the fire-spitting mutated willow tree. During the meal, Linyu suddenly remembered Pei Yan's strange expression after seeing Ji Mingshu and others. She couldn't help asking him, Pei Yan, do you know Ji Mingshu and them? Pei Linlang, who was sniffling from the spicy water with chili, immediately perked up her ears to listen. She had wanted to ask this for a while but hadn't found the right moment and was afraid of her brother's deadly stare, so she hadn't spoken. Hearing Linyu's question, her curiosity was instantly piqued. Her brother liked Linyu very much. He would probably tell her, right? Pei Yan fell silent. Just when Linyu thought he wouldn't say anything, he suddenly spoke. With Pei Yan's simple explanation, everyone learned about Lu Ran's situation. Qingquan twitched his mouth and couldn't help but curse Lu Ran as an idiot. Pei Linlang excitedly put down her bowl. How dare some fool covet you? You can only. Under Pei Yan's deadly stare, Pei Linlang gradually quieted down, but she secretly added in her heart, only Linyu's. At this moment, Linyu didn't know what Pei Linlang was thinking. No wonder Pei Yan looked so upset when he saw Ji Mingshu, probably because he remembered that foolish idiot. Thinking about it, it's pretty frustrating. The 3 of them silently felt sympathy for Pei Yan. They were enjoying hot pot in the villa, but the survivors at the base had a hard time. The rich aroma of lamb spread into the base. The survivors living upstairs saw Linyu cooking hot pot on a mutated willow tree with a pot, and their hopes dimmed. Forget it, they thought. It's better to go out and hunt some zombies, then ask Boss Lin to sell them some lamb to satisfy their cravings. After eating and drinking enough, Linyu took a shower. She didn't care about tasks or anything else now. She had been busy all day and night without rest. All she wanted was a good sleep. She closed the door, covered herself with a quilt, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Pei Linlang, Pei Yan, and Cheng Xiangbei also went to rest. Only Da Bai was still working as a supervisor on the farm. When Zhou Ran and the others returned to the farm and prepared to start their usual workday, they were shocked to see an empty space near the edge of the farm. The area had suddenly doubled in size. He almost fainted from surprise. Can someone tell him what exactly happened? He only took a nap outside in the housing area, but when he re-entered the farm, he found it had expanded by nearly 2 times. Zhou Ran felt both pain and happiness. The pain was because he might have to spend all 24 hours on the farm planting crops. The happiness was because he could stay on the farm all day and night, avoiding the extreme heat outside. After staring in disbelief for a while, Zhou Ran sighed and had to accept this fact. What should he do? He decided to pick up and work. Maybe this is what happiness feels like, worrying about such small things. Meanwhile, the survivors living in building number 1 of the Qingquan base had all gone to bed and closed their doors. Since the extreme weather appeared, even though everyone changed their routines, being active at night and resting during the day, they still couldn't sleep well. Because it was too hot during the day, lying on the ground didn't help them sleep. Even if they managed to fall asleep, they would wake up in a few minutes from the heat. Every time they woke up, it felt like they had been pulled out of water, sticky, sweaty, and uncomfortable. Perhaps because they spent too much time outside, their bodies gradually developed heat resistance. Now, even in the 31-degree temperature of Qingquan base, everyone felt cool and comfortable. Even without mattresses or pillows, they all lay on wooden beds and slept soundly. The cool environment made Wei Lan forget about her and Xin Ling's appointment. She was resting peacefully on a simple wooden bed, even snoring softly. This made Xin Ling, hiding in a villa near Qingquan base, feel miserable. In the past, when Wei Lan was around, things were a bit better because she could help him relieve his desires. Once her needs were satisfied, he felt much better. Since Wei Lan joined the Clear Spring base less than 2 hours ago, he already feels overwhelmed. He is filled with a strong urge to act violently, and his whole body is tense and ready to explode. Now it is the time he and Wei Lan agreed to meet. He has been watching the entrance of the Clear Spring base through a telescope. There are no people, not even a shadow of a ghost. Xin Ling's eyes are bloodshot, his hands clenched into fists, and his face veins are bulging. His impatient anger suddenly flares up. He almost breaks everything he can find in the room, cursing loudly. He regrets deeply. If he had known Lin Yu would establish the base, he wouldn't have been so anxious back then. If he hadn't been afraid that the brat Pei Linlang would recognize him and he didn't dare to apply to join the Clear Spring base, he wouldn't be here enduring the heat now. Just thinking about it makes Xin Ling hate himself even more. After a moment of furious frustration, Xin Ling has to open the bottled water he bought from other survivors and pour it over his head. But it doesn't help much because the water is already hot from the sun. Xin Ling's face darkens almost to the point of dripping with gloom. Lin Yu has no idea about Xin Ling's difficult situation. She is sleeping soundly. She sleeps until around 8 p.m. before waking up. When she gets up, she finds Pei Yan and the others are already awake and have prepared food for her, leaving it on the dining table. Feeling warm inside, Lin Yu sits down to eat. Perhaps White timed it perfectly. Just after she finishes eating, White rushes in excitedly, making a gaga sound, as if calling her to follow. Are you asking me to go out with you? White nods. Lin Yu then stands up and follows White to the farm. Looking at the empty, dark land in the distance, she finally understands why White called her. 10 workers are busy working in the farm. Their faces are red, and even in a 20-degree environment, sweat keeps dripping down their foreheads, noses, and cheeks, finally falling into the black soil. She quickly expanded the farmland by 50 plots. The original 10 workers are not enough anymore. No wonder White was so anxious to find her. Lin Yu touches her nose. realizing she indeed forgot about this matter. After all, deploying building number 1 at the Clear Spring base caused a huge commotion. Later, Pei Yan and others came to find them, and outside the safe zone, there were many survivors attracted by the noise from the deployment of Building No. 1. Lin Yu had no choice but to go along with the situation. From the way Zhou Ran and the others behaved, it seemed they had been farming since morning and had not taken a break until now. Lin Yu had always noticed their attitude towards work. The Clear Spring base still needed to recruit more than 30 survivors to reach a total of 500 people. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu spoke. Zhou Ran, Yao Xiaoning. Don't farm for now. Come over and rest. I have something to tell you. Hearing her voice suddenly, everyone was a bit confused. If Lin Yu hadn't spoken suddenly, no one would have noticed when she arrived. Although they said it was painful but joyful, it was just self-mockery. Everyone truly valued this hard-earned job. Since arriving this morning, they hadn't stopped for a moment and had been working until now. When they realized Lin Yu wanted to talk to them, everyone felt strangely anxious and uneasy. They were worried she thought their wages were too high and wanted to cut costs, or she was unhappy with someone and wanted to replace an employee. No matter what they thought, everyone put down their tools and cautiously approached Lin Yu. Seeing their worried expressions, a hint of helplessness flashed in Lin Yu's eyes. Don't worry, everyone. What I'm about to say is good news. Actually, I think you're all doing a great job farming. Your monthly wages will stay the same. 10 pounds of rice, 5 large cabbages, 1 pound of pork, and 50 liters of drinking water per person. The 10 employees looked confused. Then, what about you? Lin Yu smiled lightly. What I mean is, you're all busy enough already. I plan to hire 10 more workers to help with farming. Also, we won't be planting rice and wheat for now. Instead, we'll focus on vegetables and fruits. Oh, and the 15th floor of building number 1 at the Clear Spring base still has a few double rooms available. You can choose a double room in pairs. You don't need to pay with crystal cores. It's my way of providing employee benefits. This sudden surprise left several employees stunned. They all widened their eyes, mouths forming an O, as if they couldn't believe what they had just heard. Someone couldn't help but pinch their thigh until the pain made them believe it was real. Boss Lin, you're really kind. Are we also considered to have a home at Qingquan base? A home in the end of the world. As they spoke, tears appeared in their eyes, and their voices choked with emotion. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, every place in the world could have zombies and mutated animals or plants. No place is truly safe. Having a stable and lasting home in the end times is a very luxurious idea. But now, Lin Yu has given them a safe place to stay, no longer needing to wander everywhere or worry about being killed by zombies in their sleep. Everyone was almost overwhelmed with joy. Since they started working at Qingquan Farm, they haven't seen a single zombie or mutated creature nearby, making it very safe. Everyone is very confident in the base's security. Just work hard in the future. Don't get too emotional. Go choose a room at the base. Considering that Yao Xiaoning is a girl, Lin Yu paused for a moment before speaking to her. Yao Xiaoning, you can go choose a single room first. I'll recruit another girl to share a double room with you later. Before she finished speaking, Yao Xiaoning blushed and shook her head. No need to trouble Boss Lin. Yao Xiaoning's voice was soft, like a mosquito. I can live with Zhou Ran. After saying this, she felt it might not be appropriate and quickly waved her hand. Boss Lin, don't misunderstand. I'm not refusing to hire female staff. I mean, you don't need to specially take care of me. Zhou Ran and I can share a double room. Lin Yu was stunned, her gaze shifting between Zhou Ran and Yao Xiaoning. You too. Zhou Ran grinned, showing his big front teeth, and took the initiative to speak. Boss Lin, Yao Xiaoning is my girlfriend now. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head awkwardly after saying that. Lin Yu. It seems that during her time in Linchuan City on a mission, a lot has happened between Zhou Ran and Yao Xiaoning. They are now a couple. She blinked. Congratulations. Zhou Ran, you better treat her well from now on. Zhou Ran blushed. Yes, I know. Sounds of teasing voices came from around, and both of their faces instantly turned red up to their ears, breaking the tense atmosphere from earlier. All right, go choose your rooms. Once you've picked, tell me, and then you can rest tonight. You can start working again tomorrow morning if you want. All 10 employees grinned from ear to ear and replied in unison, okay. Watching their excited expressions, Lin Yu chuckled softly, feeling amused. Having experienced farming firsthand, Lin Yu knew how tiring it could be. The 10 employees worked very diligently every day, which was impressive. Moreover, the farm will gradually expand in the future, and new facilities like a ranch will be unlocked. If they still had to feed animals manually, collect eggs, and milk cows and sheep, it would only get busier. You can't just let the horses run without letting them eat grass, right? Lin Yu considered himself a very fair boss, providing free accommodation for the staff, which was quite necessary. Soon, the 10 employees happily returned from the Clear Spring base to the farm, telling Lin Yu their chosen room numbers. Lin Yu opened the system panel, set permanent living permissions for Building 1 at the Clear Spring base for a few people, and smiled at them. All right, go rest in your rooms. Remember to follow the rules written on the door. Don't break them. The 10 quickly agreed and promised to work harder and follow the rules of the Clear Spring base. Honestly, it was rare to find a job that included free housing in the apocalypse, and they didn't have to worry about zombie attacks, unless they were really reckless. Xiren curiously looked at the string of numbers on his arm, a bit surprised. Why are the numbers on our arms different from others? The survivors living in Building 1 at the Clear Spring base had numbers indicating their building, floor, room, and how long they could stay. The first 2 matched those of other survivors, but the last part on their arms was not a number, but a strange infinity symbol. Infinity in math means infinity. But now, seeing this symbol on their arms, does it mean as long as they follow the rules and work hard, they can stay in the base forever without paying rent? Thinking about this possibility, everyone's breathing grew heavier, and their resolve to work hard strengthened. Lin Yu ignored the 10 excited workers and placed the seeds of cabbage, spinach, white radish, potatoes, watermelon, strawberries, and oranges, fruit tree saplings, in an open area of the farm. She told them to plant these when they farmed tomorrow. Then she went back to write the recruitment notice. The harvest amounts of rice and wheat had already met the required targets, and it was time to focus on vegetables and fruits. Lin Yu thought that instead of convincing others verbally, it was better to write the recruitment ad on paper and post it at the entrance of Building Number 1 at Qingquan base. Surely, those interested would come to find her. When she returned to the villa, Cheng Xiangbei was struggling to strengthen a large pile of supplies in the small yard. Seeing Lin Yu come back, he only greeted her briefly before continuing to reinforce the supplies intensively. While writing the recruitment notice, Lin Yu also added a line about cooking, hiring a fire element ability user who is good at cooking. Salary details to be discussed in person. She posted the notice on the gate of Building Number 1 at Qingquan base, then called Pei Yan and Pei Linling to go out and kill zombies, completing the task of clearing a 10-mile radius around Qingquan Mountain. When Cheng Xiangbei found out Lin Yu went out without taking him, his eyes were full of resentment. Lin Yu cleared her throat and said, "Once you've strengthened all these supplies, I'll take you with me next time." Cheng Xiangbei. He inexplicably felt like eating Lin Yu's empty promises had already filled him up. The next night, after a tenant paid rent and moved into Qingquan base, Lin Yu heard a system notification that her main quest was completed. Ding, congratulations. The main quest is complete. Establish a base with at least 500 ordinary people and 10 ability users. You have earned 10,000 gold coins, a smart rent collection machine, and unlocked the opportunity to purchase an energy conversion tower. Would you like to spend 5,000 second-level crystal cores to buy the energy conversion tower? Before Lin Yu could get excited, she saw the price of the energy conversion tower. Her smile immediately disappeared. Although she had over 50,000 crystal cores in stock, spending 5,000 would take up 1/10 of her total. And she was using second-level crystal cores, not first-level ones. Thinking about it, she felt a bit heartbroken. Inside the energy conversion tower, there is initially 1,000 units of electricity and 100 tons of water. After purchase, The owner can receive free water and electricity generated by the tower. Rest assured, the drinking water is completely clean and free of any harmful viruses. Linyu. It seems quite cost-effective. It comes with 1,000 units of electricity and 100 tons of water as a bonus. Maybe she should just buy it? Although she can produce drinking water herself, the generators she collected in the space need fuel to operate. Without proper facilities after a power outage, Linyu can only rely on generators and solar panels. Now that she has the resources, there's no reason to hold back. Since it's the end of the world, she should enjoy herself. The only problem is that it's a bit expensive. But then she thought, with zombies everywhere, she can always earn more money. The generators she collected aren't needed now. She can sell them to other bases later if she gets the chance. Linyu quickly understood this and nodded, saying, "I'll buy the energy conversion tower." In the next moment, a tall black tower about 20 meters high appeared inside Qingquan base. Everyone in the base was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes, their mouths hanging open for a long time. What is that? Am I seeing things? Was it already there? Or did it suddenly appear just now? You're not alone. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe it. Many survivors discussed excitedly, but what surprised everyone even more was yet to come. The power was out now, and at night, the faint glow from Qingquan base's safety zone barely allowed them to see. The base, which was originally dark, suddenly lit up brightly. Someone tremblingly pointed at the gate of Building 1. The power. It's back. How is there electricity? It looked so strange that people who saw it might think they were seeing a ghost. Inside Qingquan base, there was a commotion, and the villa suddenly lit up as bright as daytime. After Linyu went downstairs, she saw 3 pairs of bright eyes in the living room. The power is back. Pei Yan, Pei Linlang, and Cheng Xiangbei all said at once. Linyu smiled and said, "Yes, now we have electricity. By the way, the water in the tap is safe to use from today on." The warm yellow light shone on her face, giving her features a soft glow. The 3 were deeply impressed and somehow sensed a mysterious aura around her. It was obvious that all this was Linyu's doing. Everyone was wise enough not to ask too many questions. Pei Linling smiled and said, "That's really great. In the future, we can take a shower directly, without boiling water." Cheng Xiangbei was already looking forward to what extraordinary things might happen next. Later, Linyu went to the base to inform everyone that they could use water and electricity normally, and told the people there that the water and electricity bills would be included in next month's rent. Some people still doubted whether the water in the base was drinkable, but it was quickly confirmed after they paid rent and, being broke and desperate, obtained the answer from survivors. The water in the pipes was drinkable, and after drinking it, no one turned into a zombie even after 10 minutes. Everyone stopped worrying about where the water came from and hurried back to their rooms to take a shower, washing their dirty clothes at the same time. When hot water hit their bodies, many couldn't help but let out quiet sobs. Being able to take a shower in the apocalypse was truly a blessing. No one dared to ask how the water and electricity were supplied. They kept silent about it. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't good. It's better to live a little more blindly. After a while, everyone noticed that each room had a billing display outside for water and electricity, and they were all shocked beyond words. This feature appeared only after completing the main task. Linyu installed control system panels outside each room. Linyu ignored the excited survivors and kept some zombie bodies as food for the mutated willow trees. The rest were fed into the energy conversion tower, turning into water and electricity. In the following days, Linyu stayed with Pei Yan and Pei Linlang, clearing zombies within a 10-mile radius of Qingquan Mountain. During this time, the progress of the mission finally reached 99%, just 1% away from completing the zombie clearing task. Notably, Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Linlang both advanced to the 2nd level of their supernatural abilities. Pei Linlang's ability reached the 2nd level 4 days earlier than Cheng Xiangbei because she had been staying with Linyu killing zombies, so her progress was faster. Cheng Xiangbei upgraded to the 2nd level yesterday. After upgrading his metal-type ability to the second level, Cheng Xiangbei's speed in strengthening objects increased significantly. He spent only one night to enhance all the supplies. Just when she thought she could go out with Linyu tomorrow to fight zombies, she was shocked to learn some news from Linyu that was like a bolt from the blue. Linyu told her she needed to reinforce all the previously upgraded items again. Cheng Xiangbei was stunned. It's not entirely Linyu's fault. If possible, she would like to recruit 1 or 2 more gold element abilities to help reinforce items.
But,
strangely enough, many survivors have been attracted by the golden light emitted from the safe zone in recent days, including some with special abilities. They have various powers: speed, fire, water, earth, plant, and others, but there has been no sign of any gold element ability users. It's unclear whether those with gold abilities are hiding their powers or something else, and Linyu doesn't know. It's not that she doesn't want to take Cheng Xiangbei out to fight zombies and improve his combat skills, but because of concerns about the high temperatures causing various problems, she can only keep Cheng Xiangbei at the villa to reinforce watercraft like ships and speedboats. After Linyu finished dealing with the last third-level ice zombie within 10 miles above Qingquan, a pleasant system prompt sounded in her ear. Ding ding. Congratulations! You have completed side quest 9. Eliminate zombies within 10 miles of Qingquan Mountain, creating a safer farming environment. You have earned 1 chance to synthesize a crystal core. Linyu was stunned. What does crystal core synthesis mean? Could it be what she thought, that she can combine lower-level crystal cores into higher-level ones? Yes, do you want to immediately use the crystal core synthesis chance? It costs 1,000 first-level crystal cores to randomly synthesize 1 special ability crystal core. Linyu hesitated and asked, Master, will the synthesized crystal core be first or second level? Or third level? Third level. She was still thinking that if the synthesized crystal core was first level, it wouldn't be worth it, too low in value, practically useless, and a waste of crystal cores. Hearing the system's answer, Linyu didn't hesitate. Synthesize immediately. After all, a third-level crystal core is worth far more than 1,000 first-level crystal cores. Later. First-level crystal core, 1,000. Ding ding, synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a third-level water element crystal core. Linyu's mind instantly went blank. She actually synthesized a third-level water crystal core? After all, the system said that the synthesized core is random. She had thought of many possibilities in her mind, but she never expected it to be a third-level water-type core. The system was so considerate, saying it was like her real mother wouldn't be an exaggeration. By the way, it seems that after completing each task, the system's rewards are mostly related to the task itself, and they are usually things she needs quite a lot. Linyu didn't know how to express her love for the system enough. Pei Yan saw her staring into space and waved his hand in front of her eyes.
Linyu.
She snapped back to reality and smiled at the two of them. Let's go. Let's head back. When they arrived home, there was a long line outside the Qingquan base, survivors waiting to join. Since the first group of survivors joined, everyone had heard how good the benefits inside the base were. For example, they had electricity and water and could take showers every day. Also, the temperature inside the base was very cool, much lower than outside, though no one knew exactly how much. And there was a tall black tower in the center of the base. People said that the water and electricity came from that tower. No one knew if it was true, but the people inside the base told convincing stories. Several times, someone saw Linyu throwing zombies into the black tower. Any of these benefits were enough to make people cry out of envy. Seeing Linyu's eye-catching golden Hummer, the crowd suddenly became lively. When she got out of the car, a group of people rushed toward her. Pei Yan quietly protected Linyu and Pei Linling behind him to prevent them from being accidentally hurt by the excited crowd. The survivors kept shouting, Boss Lin, I have a core. Can I join Qingquan base? Boss Lin, look at me. I also have a core. Boss Lin, I have supernatural abilities. Can I also join the base? I heard abilities are prioritized. Exactly. Sniff, sniff, Boss Lin, please let us join Qingquan base. My dad died of heatstroke the day before yesterday. Boss Lin. These kinds of voices surrounded Lin Yu, creating a noisy scene. Fortunately, although everyone was excited, they still knew to keep their distance. They didn't push too close to Lin Yu, staying about a meter away. Lin Yu's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. Although the main mission to level 2 has been completed, there is no guarantee that after finishing the last side quest, the system won't release new tasks for her to recruit survivors into the Clear Spring base. So, after a brief thought, Lin Yu spoke. Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Unfortunately, there were too many people. Only a few who rushed to the front quieted down, while those behind kept begging Lin Yu to let them join the base. Some older women, used to getting their way, even started criticizing Lin Yu with their usual tactics. The open space at Clear Spring Base is so big. What if we live inside? We won't stay in your big building, just let us set up a mat inside. Do you know how many people might die in the heat because of your cruelty? You clearly have the ability to save us, so why don't you? Lin Yu looked up, her gaze locking on a few elderly men and women in the center of the crowd, her eyes filled with a fierce look. Is she too easy to talk to, so everyone feels they can give her advice? About morality? Sorry, she has no morals. A cold smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips as several water blades shot out from her fingertips, stopping at the necks of the 5 people who had just been criticizing her from the moral high ground. The 5 looked terrified, trying to pull away from the water blades, but besides touching water, they had no way to remove them. The water blades even sank slightly into their skin. They seemed to smell the scent of rust. Frightened, they urinated, the foul smell mixing with, causing the surrounding crowd to step back. A clear space immediately formed around the 5. They trembled and looked at Lin Yu, smiling nervously. Girl, please don't be angry. We were just joking, really. We didn't mean to criticize you. Could you please move the knives away? Miss, just treat us like a let us go. Lin Yu paid no attention to their words. She simply used her water blades to wrap around the 5 and threw them out of the crowd. Then she added their faces to the base's blacklist. Seeing this, the survivors immediately quieted down, watching silently, not daring to say a word. Lin Yu was satisfied with the effect of warning through action. Calmly, she said, as for joining the base, I will consider it. Please wait a couple of days. After saying this, she called over Pei Yan and Pei Linling to prepare to go to the villa. At that moment, a steady male voice with a hint of hesitation called out to her. Boss Lin. Pei Linling looked at the crowd with interest. She wanted to see who else was not afraid. Lin Yu turned around in response, revealing a simple, honest face. She felt that his features looked somewhat familiar, like the person who told her Qinling was bothering Pei Linling, but back then, Xiongzhan was much heavier. Uncertain, Lin Yu asked, Xiongzhan? Xiongzhan was surprised and happy. I didn't expect you to remember me. Before she could ask, Xiongzhan took the initiative to explain his reason for coming. I heard from a friend that you posted a job ad at the gate of the base. How do I look? I have a lot of strength and am good at farming. When the base was recruiting new people, Xiongzhan was outside fighting zombies. By the time he heard about the recruitment, the people at Qingquan base had already recruited 500 workers, so he missed out. He had tried to wait outside several times, but never met Lin Yu. Finally, he met her once, and he was determined to do everything he could to seize the opportunity. On the first day the job ad was posted, many people expressed willingness to work at Qingquan Farm. The pay was one reason, and providing free accommodation was another. By the next day, Lin Yu had already hired enough staff, and they had started working on the farm. Lin Yu thought for a moment, then opened the system panel to check the progress of Side Mission 7, which was to let more people know about Qingquan Farm. She saw the progress bar had reached 98%, and in about 2 days, it would be completed. After thinking, she said, come back and find me the night after tomorrow. Xiongzhan was overjoyed and, without worrying whether Lin Yu would let him work at Qingquan Farm then, expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Boss Lin, for giving me this chance. I will come back on the night after tomorrow, exactly on time. Lin Yu nodded and then entered the villa. Although the farm staff was enough for now, future upgrades would unlock a ranch. When that happens, Feeding the little animals in the farm would also be a physically demanding task. Lin Yu opened the system panel and claimed the reward for side mission 2. Previously, the farm's rice, wheat, vegetables, and fruits all met the production targets. However, she had been busy clearing zombies around Qingquan Mountain for several days, while also selling food and water. Even with Pei Yan and Pei Linling helping, they almost couldn't keep up, so she never had a chance to claim her reward. Congratulations! You have received 2,000 gold coins and 1 supernatural tree seed. Lin Yu's eyes widened immediately. What is a supernatural tree seed? Could it be what she was thinking? Just plant it, and once it matures, eating it will boost her ability once?
Correct.
However, there's one thing to add. Within the first 5 levels, eating the fruit from the supernatural tree will increase your ability by 1 level without side effects. Even now, Lin Yu felt a bit overwhelmed, her breathing becoming heavier. She hesitated and asked, and the maturity time? Is it also 12 hours? The maturity time is 1 month. Hearing this from the system, Lin Yu's excitement gradually settled. After all, within the first 5 levels, eating the fruit boosts ability without side effects, and if it truly matures in just 12 hours, that would be too incredible. A month is a normal amount of time. Lin Yu immediately grabbed her, pulled up the watermelon seedlings from the farm near the villa wall, and carefully planted the supernatural tree seed in that spot. Then she closed the access to the farmland where she planted the supernatural tree seed, so no one else could enter except herself. She patted the dirt off her hands, then caught the aroma of food coming from the kitchen. No need to guess, Pei Yan was cooking. As she expected, Pei Yan was in the kitchen wearing a pink apron, preparing delicious food. He was making dry-fried squid. Pei Yan didn't actually like the taste of seafood, but Lin Yu loved it. Just thinking of her bright, sparkling eyes, he felt that all the previously unbearable flavors seemed insignificant. He had noticed her busy days these past few days. Though he didn't say it out loud, he had already remembered it in his heart. Every day, he would cook different dishes she liked to comfort her after a tiring day. After handling her tasks, Lin Yu went to the kitchen to help out, checking if there was any vegetable that needed washing. Pei Linling finished her shower and was about to go in to help, but when she saw Lin Yu's back, she paused and decided not to. She secretly smiled, thinking it was better not to be the third wheel. When Lin Yu entered the kitchen and saw Pei Yan wearing a pink apron, she looked a bit dazed. Pei Yan, usually cold and stern, looked adorable in the pink apron. He seemed very well behaved.
It made people want to come in.
Pei Yan's greeting interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts. She calmly nodded at him. Yes, I want to see if there are any dishes I can help wash. Pei Yan hesitated. He initially wanted to say she didn't need to, that he could do it alone, but then he wanted her to stay, so he changed his mind at the last moment. Then help me peel the garlic. We'll use it for the boiled beef later. Lin Yu swallowed nervously and nodded, okay. She turned and saw the squid in the pot, her eyes lighting up because she loved it. Did you make dry pot squid? Yes. Pei Yan stirred the pot, and from her view, his lips curled slightly. So cute. But she had been so busy lately that her chin looked sharper. She needed to eat more meat to recover. Lin Yu didn't understand his thoughts at this moment and felt conflicted. Although Pei Yan's cooking was delicious, was it really appropriate for a third-tier lightning-type ability user to cook for her every day? After all, he was the leader of the Dawn base in his past life. A strange guilt grew in her heart, and she looked a little gloomy without realizing it. Why had they posted the job opening for so long, but none of the ability users who came for interviews could cook well? Now she felt guilty every time she ate Pei Yan's food. Pei Yan glanced at her and couldn't help but smile when he saw her expression. He served the dry pot squid onto a plate and suddenly spoke. Lin Yu. She looked up confused. What's wrong? Go tear down the recruitment notice posted at the entrance of Qingquan base.
Why?
Did you find a fire ability user who cooks well? That was her first thought when she heard him speak. But Pei Yan shook his head and replied, no. He paused, then looked at her with gentle eyes. From now on, I will cook for you. Cooking for you, for a lifetime. Pei Yan said every word she understood, but when put together, each word suddenly felt unfamiliar. Unintentionally, she bumped into his gentle eyes, and for some reason, her face immediately grew hot. She suddenly stood up, knocking over the peeled garlic cloves, which scattered everywhere, and in the end, she almost ran away in a panic. After Lin Yu ran out of the kitchen and slammed the door of her room, she felt the heat on her face begin to fade. When she realized what she had done, she felt that her reaction was a bit strange. Why did she run? Just like when Pei Yan told her he liked her before, she was very calm. If she didn't like him, she would just say so directly and refuse him clearly. But this time, he only said some vague words, more like a promise than a confession, and her reaction was so intense. Lin Yu touched her hot cheek, feeling her heart beating faster than usual. If she truly didn't have feelings for him, her reaction shouldn't be so big. She patted her face and carefully recalled every detail of her interactions with Pei Yan. She remembered the hesitation she felt when she wanted to give the second stage fire crystal core to the mutated willow tree. Lin Yu thought she should really take some time to think carefully. Knock, knock, knock. About 20 minutes later, someone knocked on her door. This time, she heard Pei Yan's voice. It was soft, but his tone was gentle. Suddenly, she remembered the gentle look in his eyes when he looked at her in the kitchen. Sometimes, when she looked back unintentionally, she could see those gentle eyes watching her. But she had consciously ignored them at that time. After more than 20 minutes of calming down, her emotions settled. She opened the door and saw the man in the warm orange light of the corridor. His features were sharp, with deep contours around his eyes and eyebrows. He was tall and slender, but tense with a strong sense of energy. He looked very wild. Lin Yu rarely felt such a strong sense of pressure from Pei Yan. The man looked at her and said, "Dinner is ready." His tone was still gentle, just like his eyes earlier. It seemed that the pressure Lin Yu felt from him was just her imagination. Lin Yu was deep in thought, but her face remained calm. She turned to close the door and then walked past Pei Yan directly. "Let's go." Pei Yan chuckled softly, but didn't mention what had happened earlier in the kitchen. He followed Lin Yu downstairs. During dinner, Pei Linling felt that the atmosphere at the table was strangely tense. Usually, everyone would be smiling and chatting happily while eating. Although Lin Yu was still talking to her, her expression was normal, just like any other day. How did Pei Linling notice the strange mood? She realized that Lin Yu hardly touched the fragrant boiled beef on the table. This dish was Lin Yu's favorite from Sichuan cuisine. Ever since her brother found out she liked it, it was served almost every day, and they were starting to get tired of it. But for her brother's plan to win her over, Pei Linling had to endure it silently. Pei Yan seemed fine and showed no signs of anything unusual. But Pei Linling sat directly opposite him and couldn't help but notice his seemingly casual glances toward Lin Yu. Thinking back to the figure she saw earlier in the kitchen, Pei Linling wondered if something was going on between them. Not only Pei Linling but also Qing Xiangbei felt that today's atmosphere was a bit off. But if asked what exactly felt wrong, he couldn't quite say. Even the white goose, which was eating rice from a bowl beside them, sensed something was wrong. It looked at the full bowl of rice, hesitated for a moment, then gave up the fragrant white rice, waddled under the table, and nudged Lin Yu's little leg. Feeling something unusual, Lin Yu looked down and saw the worried eyes of the white goose. She gently patted its head, signaling it to be good and eat. The white goose tilted its head in thought, then carried the rice bowl to her leg, took a bite, and looked up at her again. Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the silly actions of the white goose. She was just thinking about something, not sick or feeling unwell. This made the white goose even more nervous.
"I'm fine."
"Hurry and eat. Don't stare at me." Hearing her, the three at the table finally noticed the white goose. Everyone was amused by its funny behavior, and the tense atmosphere was broken. Pei Yan's eyes darkened slightly. He knew he needed to give Lin Yu some time and not pressure her too much. He restrained himself and didn't keep his gaze on her anymore. After finishing her meal, Pei Linling saw Lin Yu go back to her room. Quietly, She tiptoed over to Pei Yan and nudged his shoulder with hers. Brother, why did Lin Yu look at sister today? Pei Yan squinted slightly, a hint of danger flashing in his eyes. Are you free? Pei Linlang didn't notice the warning and eagerly leaned closer. Brother, just tell me. Maybe I can help you think it over.
Hand me your hand. Huh? Why?
His words stunned Pei Linlang, but she instinctively reached out her hand. Pei Yan calmly placed the cleaned dishes into her hand. If you're so free, why not wash the dishes? Pei Linlang. Sure enough, she couldn't escape being her brother's little sister. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was staring at the red crystal core in her hand, lost in thought. The crystal core was very good quality, feeling warm to the touch, similar to fine white jade. After a long while, she carefully stored the crystal core into her space. Lin Yu was sure she had genuine feelings for Pei Yan, but she wanted to stay calm and think for a while to see if her feelings were just a passing fancy. If they weren't, then there was no need to worry. She didn't want to suffer in the apocalypse. Whether it was food, shelter, or feelings, she didn't want to make things hard for herself. If her feelings weren't fleeting, then she'd give it a try. As for now, Lin Yu focused on the system panel, no longer dwelling on unnecessary thoughts. She knew she had to focus on her work. She tapped the system panel and opened the building materials shop. After browsing the items, she hesitated for a moment, then spent 1,000 first-level crystal cores and 10 second-level crystal cores to buy a 15-story building, naming it Qingquan Base No. 2. It was the usual setup, each room equipped with 2 single beds, a toilet, a shower, simple lighting, and black curtains. Suddenly, a system message popped up, naming successful. Do you want to deploy Qingquan Base No. 2 within the safe zone? Lin Yu chose yes.
Processing.
As the system prompt sounded, a familiar tremor once again shook from outside. Inside Qingquan Base, experienced survivors felt the earth tremble but remained calm. When they sensed the movement, they immediately ran to the windows to look outside. As expected, another brand-new tall building appeared, confirming everyone's guesses. People couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a miracle." Looks like more survivors will be moving into Qingquan Base soon. It's really rising out of the ground. Are the abilities of the superhumans really that powerful? That's just too unbelievable. This is truly incredible. Am I the only one who wants to have such superpowers? I don't ask for much. Just a safe zone to drive away zombies.
Dream on.
Meanwhile, outside the villas, survivors waiting in line for food and water were startled when the ground shook. Once they regained their composure, they saw the new building, Building 2, suddenly appear next to Building 1 at Qingquan Base. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. They forgot about waiting in line and rushed toward the base entrance. The addition of a new building inside Qingquan Base meant they might have a chance to join and move in. They heard that there was a steady supply of water and electricity inside, and the temperature was much cooler than outside. No one wanted to stay in the heat even for a moment. At this moment, everyone made up their minds. As long as they hadn't moved into the base, they wouldn't leave the line for even a second, not even to go to the bathroom, because missing the chance to join Qingquan Base just because they stepped away for a moment was too risky. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiangbei, still at work, calmly glanced at the tall building rising inside the base. He couldn't help it. Lin Yu's superpowers had created too many unbelievable things beyond normal logic. He had seen so much that he no longer found it surprising. Even if one day Lin Yu created a carrier or a rocket out of thin air, he wouldn't be amazed. Pei Yan stood on the open balcony on the second floor, hands resting on the railing, quietly feeling the earth tremble until it stopped. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze from the base, his deep eyes returning to normal. He turned around to enhance his abilities, to protect his beloved girl and his family in this end of the world, so they could freely pursue what they loved. His current third-level ability was far from enough. Compared to the calm of the two, Pei Linlang was still just a young girl. Even though she had already experienced many astonishing things from Lin Yu, every time she saw the same scene again, her mouth would still form an O shape, as if she could fit an egg inside. Big sister Lin Yu is really amazing. Thinking about Pei Yan's coldness, indifference, and unreasonable behavior today, Pei Linling naturally felt that her brother was a good match for Lin Yu, though only just okay. Of course, she meant her brother was just barely acceptable. Lin Yu didn't know what Pei Linling was thinking. She was just now connecting building No. 2 with the energy conversion tower in the base. Following the layout of building number 1, each room had 5 rules written on the door. After setting up building number 2, Lin Yu thought for a moment and spent 2,000 first-level crystal cores and 40 second-level crystal cores to buy another house, a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room building. She named it Qingquan Base Building Number 3. The 2-bedroom, 1-living-room building has only 14 floors. Unlike buildings number 1 and number 2, which don't have accessible rooftops, building number 3 has a large open-air platform. It is divided into 9 sections, which are included in the rent for tenants living on the 14th floor. Compared to other floors, tenants who choose to rent the top floor rooms will pay higher rent. Is the naming successful? Deploy Qingquan Base Building Number 3 immediately?
Yes.
Later. Before the survivors could be fully amazed, just seconds after building number 2 appeared out of nowhere, the ground began to shake again. A tall building wrapped in black alloy panels suddenly rose nearby. It looked slightly lower than the 2 existing buildings, but not by much.
Wow. Whoa. 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 Whoa.
Whoa. How powerful is Boss Lin's supernatural ability? Is that an open-air garden? Did I see it right? Li Jiao, who was living on the 3rd floor, regretted not choosing a higher floor as soon as the lights in Qingquan Base turned on. Especially after hearing sounds coming from that building, her heart was very tempted. She really loved open-air gardens. If she wasn't short on money, she probably would have immediately gone to find Lin Yu and ask if she could help her change rooms. Survivors queuing outside Qingquan Base saw this, and their eyes lit up with even more excitement. Another building appeared. This meant more people could join Qingquan Base and move in, reducing everyone's competition pressure. Lin Yu didn't have time to worry about everyone's thoughts. She was currently browsing furniture at a building materials store. For Building 3, she planned to go for a high-quality style, renting it to powerful psychic users. The furniture wouldn't be as simple as in Buildings 1 and 2. After all, only then could she earn crystal cores faster. Exploiting others is the way to go, right? First, she painted the walls of Building 3 with off-white putty. The curtain color remained black, unchanged. As for the bed, she bought a rustic-style bed, equipped with a mattress and matching bedding, quilt, pillow, and pillowcase. The room also had a wardrobe and a desk in the same color scheme. In the living room, she placed a TV, fabric sofa, coffee table, and a recliner. The bathroom was tiled with floor tiles, and she even bought a toilet. The 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment included a kitchen, where she could cook. Lin Yu installed a sink, a gas stove, and a double-door refrigerator. Because she bought a lot, the system gave her a package deal, which was very cheap. She spent only 5,000 first-level crystal cores to decorate the entire building. Looking at all the facilities in Building 3, Lin Yu felt very satisfied. It looked just like the decoration before the apocalypse. Charging higher rent would be unfair. She thought for a moment and set the rent for Building 3 at 200 first-level crystal cores per month. The rent for Building 2 remained unchanged. Meanwhile, about 5 kilometers from Qingquan Base, a convoy was heading toward the base. Boss, what's going on up ahead? Why is there light? The leading man shook his head and thought for a moment before saying, let's go see. Even though the 3rd-level zombie that had been chasing them and mysteriously left here, they remained cautious. 3 minutes later, the convoy stopped at the foot of Qingquan Mountain, watching the crowd ahead with suspicion. The group thought the convoy was leaving from Qingquan Base, so they didn't pay much attention and continued complaining. Ugh, I don't know what's going on lately. There are fewer zombies near the base. We have to go far away to hunt them. Stop complaining. Doesn't this mean Qingquan Base is safe? That's true. We need to hurry. I heard Boss Lin is considering recruiting survivors again, and we also need to buy food and water from Qingquan Farm. Without crystal cores, we can't survive. That's true. Let's hurry up and get back before dawn. As the crowd moved away, the man leading the convoy looked thoughtful and slowly muttered a few words. Qingquan Base? Boss Lin? Qingquan Farm? At the same time, Lin Yu also heard a pleasant system notification sound. Ding ding, congratulations. You have completed Subquest 7, making more people aware of the name Qingquan Farm. The main and side quests for the End of the World farm are all completed. The farm has been upgraded to level 2. The safe zone is level 2. The ranch has been unlocked. Selling missions are now available, and rewards have been received. Reward: 3,000 gold coins, 20 chicks, 20 rabbits, 20 ducklings, 20 goslings, 20 piglets, 20 calves, 20 lambs. Lin Yu was first surprised that she finished Quest 7 a day earlier than expected, then she was overwhelmed by the cute little creatures gifted by the system. The moment she saw the rewards, her mind immediately filled with all kinds of delicious foods. For example, lotus leaf chicken, cold chicken, dry pot chicken, spicy rabbit heads, cold eaten rabbit, sauerkraut old duck soup, iron pot goose, roasted piglet, cured meats, sausages, ham, steak, cilantro beef, roasted lamb ribs. Sizzle. Lin Yu couldn't help but wipe her lips and felt her mouth watering just thinking about those tasty dishes. Please name the ranch. Without hesitation, Lin Yu blurted out, Qingquan Ranch. Since it's part of the same series as Qingquan Farm and Qingquan Base, it's easier to remember the name. Place the ranch? Yes/no place it. Choose a location for the ranch. Lin Yu immediately thumped and went downstairs in slippers, walked around the villa, and finally decided to put the ranch next to the farm. After confirming the location, she silently thought, Boss, let's put the ranch here. Later, Qingquan Ranch has been successfully placed. Compared to deploying the base building, the ranch appeared silently beside the farm without attracting any attention. The ranch looked similar to the one in Qingquan Farm, covering about 700 square meters, surrounded by a wooden fence. At this moment, the system prompted her to use crystal cores to include the ranch within the main safe zone area. A single first-level crystal core can cover an area of 1 square meter. For now, 700 square meters is just a small amount for Lin Yu. She waved her hand and directly included the pasture into the safe zone. She reopened the system panel, and a new icon appeared on the main page. She tapped the panel lightly with her finger, then divided the 700 square meter space accordingly. After completing the task, the system rewarded her with 7 small animals of different breeds. Considering that pigs, cows, and sheep will grow larger over time, Lin Yu allocated 200 square meters of space for each of these animals. For chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, she initially assigned 25 square meters each, leaving room for future adjustments. Next, Lin Yu went to the building materials shop and bought stone troughs and water basins for feeding. She didn't spend a single crystal core, and the system kindly gifted them to her. As for nests for laying eggs or raising young, the straw stored in her space was useful. To make it easier to tell them apart, Lin Yu took out 7 wooden boards from her space and carved labels like chicken coop, duck coop, goose coop, rabbit coop, pigsty, cattle shed, and sheep pen on them with her water blade. She nailed the boards into the designated areas. It took about 10 minutes to set up everything in the pasture. Lin Yu chose to claim her reward, and soon, 100 or so quiet little chicks, ducklings, piglets, and other small animals appeared in the pasture. Each breed had 10 males and 10 females. Since she had just received the reward, the little animals huddled together. Lin Yu carefully picked each one up and placed them in their proper spots. Originally, she planned to wait until the crops in the farm were mature and harvest them, then plant grass and corn for daily feed. But plans changed unexpectedly. She had no choice but to rummage through her space, find some of Dabai's food, and put it into the stone trough. She was worried they might not eat it, but to her surprise, everyone ate happily. Cows, sheep, and piglets all enjoyed the food very much. She was a bit surprised. But then she thought, it seems that anything produced by the system is easy to raise, so she didn't mind too much. She condensed her powers, filled the water basins with water, and hurriedly went to the clear spring base, knocking on Zhou Ran's door. Zhou ran open the door and saw the visitor, looking surprised. Boss Lin, why are you here? Yao Xiaoning thought Lin Yu had something important to discuss and followed him to the door of the room, greeting cheerfully Boss Lin. Lin Yu nodded lightly in response and briefly said, after you harvest all the crops on the farm later, plant the grass seeds I left in the farm. They're in that yellow woven bag for pig feed. The grass seeds were bought by Lin Yu earlier while walking from the system shop. When she bought the seeds, she only bought vegetables, fruits, and grains, never thought about buying grass seeds for cattle and sheep. Fortunately, the system shop sold them, and they weren't expensive, so Lin Yu bought a woven bag of grass seeds. Oh, and if you know where Xiongzhan lives, please help me find him, she added. Hearing this, Zhou Ran was even more surprised. Did he hear that right? Boss Lin actually wants to plant grass seeds on the farm? Although Zhou Ran was surprised, as a good subordinate and employee, he would do whatever the boss asked. He didn't ask unnecessary questions and simply nodded. Got it. I'll ask my friend for help later. Thanks. If you find him, please bring him to the villa to see me as soon as possible, Lin Yu said while also opening access for Xiongzhan into the villa. What are you talking about, Boss Lin? No trouble at all. If you need anything from me in the future, just come find me. Lin Yu didn't refuse and joked with a smile. Then you can't complain if I come to you later. Of course not. In this dangerous post-apocalyptic world, Boss Lin not only gave him a job but also a safe home of his own, and even introduced him to a lovely girlfriend. It's like a second family. He was helping out and couldn't possibly dislike her for being troublesome. After giving instructions, Lin Yu left the base. On the way back to the villa, she encountered many people greeting her. Especially after leaving the Qingquan base, this became even more noticeable. Lin Yu found everyone was especially enthusiastic, both openly and secretly asking about Building 2 and Building 3. She thought for a moment, then quickly took out the smart rent collecting machine provided by the system. Based on the current situation of rooms in Buildings 2 and 3, a total of 1,000 people can join the Clear Spring base. After asking how to use the smart rent collecting machine, Lin Yu felt relieved. Soon, everyone just needed to place their crystal cores on the machine. The machine would automatically recognize them and record the rental duration into the system. It was almost the same as doing it manually. This way, she could free her hands and reduce her workload. Just thinking about it made her feel very happy. Lin Yu cleared her throat and announced loudly, the Clear Spring base will once again accept 1,000 new members. Building 2 still offers double rooms, and everyone can find suitable roommates on their own. The rent remains 40 first-tier crystal cores per month. Water and electricity costs are extra. Building 3 has a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, fully furnished, ready for move-in. However, the rent is higher, 200 first-tier crystal cores per month. If anyone feels capable, they can choose to rent a room in Building 3 after joining the base. Alright, now please line up to pay your rent by yourselves. It seemed she remembered something and Lin Yu added, please remember to follow the rules of the Clear Spring base and do not try to break them. Hearing her words, almost all the survivors waiting outside the base went crazy. They all wished they had been born with fewer legs so they could be the first to join the base. After everyone lined up, they suddenly realized Lin Yu was gone. The crowd looked confused. Didn't she say she would recruit 1,000 survivors? Where is Boss Lin? Could she be joking with us? It's all your fault. Maybe you acted too crazy just now and scared Boss Lin away. Who are you calling? Do you want to fight? If you're so brave, then try to beat me here. Just as a conflict seemed about to break out, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Please place the crystal core on the sensor platform. Please place the crystal core on the sensor platform. Please place the crystal core on the sensor platform. The mechanical voice repeated 3 times. No matter how big the disagreement was, it was silenced by this strange electronic sound. The people at the back tiptoed and stretched their necks forward, trying to see where the electronic sound was coming from. After a long while, they couldn't find the source and wondered silently if someone was joking around. The person at the front looked suspiciously at the black, futuristic-looking machine at the entrance of Qingquan base.
Could it be?
Was the electronic sound just now coming from this machine? Especially the first survivor, who seemed to be under some strange influence, actually wanted to place the crystal core on the machine to try it. When he finally realized what he was doing, he had already placed his backpack with the crystal core on the platform of the machine. Before he could regret it, a mechanical electronic voice sounded again. Total of 45 crystal cores. You can stay at Qingquan base for 1,584 hours. We will automatically match you with a roommate. The clear, mechanical voice confirmed that the sound was indeed coming from the black machine. Li Yundi froze in place, unable to believe what he heard. He pointed at the machine, then at himself, and struggled to speak. Did I join Qingquan base? But this time, the smart rent machine did not respond. He quickly looked at his arm and saw a string of black numbers on his skin. 02, 1079, 1583, 59. Seeing the numbers on his arm, Li Yundi finally believed he had truly joined Qingquan base. He remembered the survivors from Building 1 mentioning that the numbers on the arm indicated the room and floor. Without hesitation, he ran into the base, forgetting to take his backpack from the sensor. After crossing the golden light of the safety zone and feeling the temperature drop sharply, he felt as if he was walking on soft clouds. Any misstep could cause him to fall, leaving no trace behind. Standing dazed at the entrance for a while, he finally snapped out of it and ran toward Building 2. The elevator happened to be on the first floor. With a nervous heart, he entered and pressed the number 7. In just a few seconds, the elevator chimed and stopped at the 7th floor. Finding his room, he placed his hand on the door, which automatically opened. Li Yundi didn't bother to look around. The first thing he did after entering was rush into the shower, turn on the tap, and hold his mouth under the water, drinking eagerly without touching the faucet. Until a wave of nausea from inside her body made Li Yundi feel like he was about to suffer from water poisoning, he finally turned off the tap. He walked out of the shower room and collapsed on the ground, crying loudly. Li Yundi's accidental actions allowed the surviving people in line to learn how to use the smart rent-collecting machine, and some of them also placed crystal cores on the sensing platform to try. The smart rent-collecting machine greatly improved work efficiency. The only downside was that it couldn't let people choose their rooms. The machine assigned rooms randomly. If someone had already found a roommate, it was simple. Both of them just put their crystal cores on the sensing platform at the same time, and the machine would assign them to the same room. Most survivors were aware of their situation and chose the cheapest double rooms. A double room only cost 21st level crystal cores per month, and killing one zombie a day was enough to ensure a comfortable life. A 2-bedroom apartment cost 100 crystal cores per month, meaning at least 4 zombies needed to be killed daily to meet the requirement. For most ordinary people, this was too difficult. However, some survivors who chose to stay in Building 3 were not ordinary. They were awakened individuals with special abilities. Only a few were regular people. Everyone who stayed in Building 3 was amazed by the room arrangements. Especially after turning on the TV in the living room and discovering it could play TV dramas filmed before the apocalypse, everyone was extremely excited. They exclaimed, "This is worth every penny." Many residents behaved just like Li Yundi after moving in, some even worse. Suddenly, the base was filled with sounds of surprise or loud crying. Meanwhile, Wei Lan, with her face tightly wrapped, left the base looking impatient. But when she thought about Qin Ling still providing her with crystal cores, she suppressed her impatience. Recently, Wei Lan had been staying inside the base and hardly went outside. When she stepped out of the Qingquan base, she immediately felt a hot, stuffy air rush toward her, and sweat started pouring down her face. She frowned and had some thoughts. After meeting Qin Ling, she saw him with a gloomy face. After entering Qingquan base, is that all you heard? The rules of Qingquan base, the Black Tower, these were all things he had learned from other survivors. Wei Lan spent so many crystal cores on him, yet she only learned this little? But now is not the time to discuss that. Forget it, come with me first. Qin Ling's eyes are bloodshot, and desire is clearly visible in his gaze. Wei Lan's eyes flicker with a hint of dislike, but she remembers there was no way before, plus Qin Ling was quite generous to her, so she tolerates it. After enjoying the days at the clear spring base where she could bathe every day, the foul smell that clings to him, mixed with a burnt odor, makes her feel sick. Just as Wei Lan concentrates her affinity ability, preparing to say something, a mechanical electronic voice rings out over the clear spring base. Warning alert. The tenant of room 2041 attempted to take water out of the base. Hu Tao has been added to the base's blacklist. Crystals paid are non-refundable. The crystals have been expelled from the base and will be randomly teleported to a volcano about to erupt in a certain island country. The system, wanting to give a warning to anyone trying to break the rules, broadcasts loudly. The alarm echoes over the base, and Wei Lan hears it clearly. She quickly turns around, looking in disbelief toward the direction of the base. Expelled from the base? And randomly teleported to a volcano? That must be fake, right? Qin Ling's eyes narrow slightly. What's going on? Wei Lan's mind moves, and she sees this as a chance to escape Qin Ling's demands. Maybe I should go back and see what's really happening. After thinking carefully, Qin Ling nods. All right, go and come back immediately. Wei Lan agrees with a smile, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes. It seems this man still hasn't given up. But her immediate priority is to confirm whether the person who broke the rules really was teleported to the volcano. If it's true, even if she had 100 more guts, she wouldn't dare to have other thoughts. She's not stupid. She knows whom she can provoke and whom she can't. At this moment, the door to room 2041 is crowded with people, all wanting to confirm if Hu Tao was really sent to the volcano. But the door to room 2041 is tightly shut. No one dares knock on it, only standing nearby and looking around. After all, the rules clearly state that visiting others' rooms is forbidden. Didn't someone just break this rule earlier? Before confirming whether it's true or false, most people remain doubtful, but no one is foolish enough to test the rules themselves. What if it's real? Just thinking about it makes my heart feel cold. That is a volcano about to erupt. Meanwhile, another tenant in 2041 looks terrified. He almost had the same idea as Hu Tao, but luckily he didn't act on it in time. Otherwise, he might be the one expelled from the base. Unlike the survivors inside Building 2, who are lining up at the entrance of the Qingquan base to pay for crystal cores and prepare to enter, the survivors outside clearly see everything. Initially, no one cared about the survivors coming out of the Qingquan base, but Hu Tao took something he shouldn't have when leaving. The moment he stepped out of the safe zone, he was surrounded by a golden light from the safe zone, making it impossible for anyone not to notice. Then, a mechanical electronic voice announced that someone was breaking the rules, and the person covered in golden light disappeared instantly. This method makes everyone feel scared. The survivors who just paid their crystal cores and were about to enter the base saw this, and immediately became more determined to follow the rules. Only a few hesitated. The outside temperature was extremely high, probably over 50 degrees Celsius. Many people had already died from heat stroke. But after joining the Qingquan base, as long as they behaved honestly and followed the rules, they wouldn't die. Everyone hoped more people would hesitate and turn back. At this moment, Linyu received a system alert about someone breaking the rules by taking water out of the Qingquan base. However, she didn't rush to the scene immediately. Instead, she focused on the words volcano about to erupt. She stood up and looked out the window, observing the sky. The moon seemed blocked by clouds, and the sky was completely dark, as if nothing unusual was happening. After a long while, Linyu withdrew her gaze and muttered, "Is a natural disaster coming?" The only response was complete silence in the room. Meanwhile, Hu Tao was screaming in pain. Just a moment ago, he was inside the comfortable Qingquan base, but the next second, he heard a warning sound. When he opened his eyes and saw what was in front of him, he fainted from shock. He had actually appeared at the volcano's edge. The volcano's rumbling noise sent a signal to Hu Tao. It was about to erupt. Looking down at his feet, he was so frightened he fainted again. Because he only needed to take one step forward to fall into the volcano. There was little difference. After he fainted, due to his body's inertia, he fell directly toward the volcano. At the moment of contact with the magma, Hu Tao's body began to melt away, and his consciousness was only briefly alert for 0.0001 seconds. The scream he made was just during that 0.0001 second moment. The already active volcano erupted suddenly when Hu Tao touched it, with dark red lava bursting out amidst thick black smoke. A loud rumbling pressed outward in all directions. The red-hot rocks were pushed high into the air and then fell rapidly, leaving countless fiery streaks across the night sky. Many people on the island were awakened by this loud noise. Before they could escape, they saw the sea around the island rapidly recede like a tide, illuminated by the glowing red sky. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with despair. A tsunami came with the volcano eruption. Both the island and the sea were filled with zombies, leaving nowhere to run. The nuclear power plant on the island would also be destroyed by such a disaster, and the leakage might cause those zombies to mutate into even stranger monsters. Humans are truly too small in the face of natural disasters. Countless people were stunned in place by what they saw. Survival is human instinct, but at this moment, many forgot that instinct. Some tightly held their loved ones, expressing their love. Some broke down and cried loudly. Some took guns and shot themselves in the head. The retreating seawater, in just a few seconds, carried nearly 100-meter-high monstrous waves rushing in all directions. Many people looked up blankly, their despair reflected in their eyes as they saw meteors and towering waves. Time seemed to pause at this moment, but it also felt like everything was an illusion. Countless sounds were drowned beneath the waves. Where the waves passed, the city was flattened, buildings collapsed instantly, and both zombies and humans were submerged by the spray. Many nuclear power plants were destroyed in an instant, and the surrounding seawater turned dark black, just like the night hidden behind clouds. When everything finally calmed down, there were no survivors left on the island. The lucky ones had all turned into zombies with deformed limbs. The unlucky ones were crushed into meat by collapsing buildings, leaving not even bones behind. After a tsunami destroyed a country, it did not stop. Instead, it gathered even greater energy and headed toward land.
Qingquan Mountain.
Uncertain why, after saying that, Linyu only felt a strong sense of panic. She couldn't help but ask the system, "System, is a disaster coming?" Unexpectedly, the system did not respond immediately this time, but fell into a long silence. From the system's reaction, Linyu guessed that a disaster might really be approaching. She bit her lip and said, "I understand." Linyu forced herself to stay calm, took out the broadcast device from her space, and contacted the capital military district. This time, the operator was Jiang Fu, the same as before. Linyu didn't insist on contacting the top leaders of the military district, but hinted at it subtly. Before Jiang Fu could ask, Linyu cut off the call and then found Pei Yan, Pei Linlang, Cheng Xiangbei, and others to tell them to stay near Qingquan Mountain and not go outside recently. Although Linyu tried to act calm, Pei Yan, who was observant, noticed something was wrong. Combining her words, he quickly guessed what might be happening. Did something bad happen? He emphasized the word bad carefully. Linyu immediately understood what he meant. She opened her mouth but only pointed to her chest. "I don't know what's happening. I felt very anxious since earlier, like something bad is going to happen, so Pei Yan knew she was hiding a secret. Since she said that, it was probably a confirmed message. "Have you checked the outside temperature?" Linyu shook her head. "Not yet. I was about to go. I'll go with you." Although Pei Yan didn't comfort her, just these two simple words made her feel reassured. Linyu took a few steps forward. Before taking another step, she couldn't help but glance back. Pei Yan nodded gently at her, his gaze soft yet strong, as if she only needed to turn around to see him right behind her. This made Linyu feel very safe. She pressed her lips lightly, withdrew her gaze, and quickly headed toward the gate. The moment she stepped through the gate, she was pushed back a step by the intense heat outside. The temperature was abnormally high, much higher than when she left Qingquan Base not long ago. She had just taken out the temperature gauge when she heard distant cries for help. "Dad, wake up. Can the people in front please move aside? My dad is suffering from heat stroke and has fainted. Can we get into the Clear Spring base first? It's a matter of life and death. Honey, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Ying, hold on, don't faint. We're about to enter the base. Hey, don't push, don't push. Suddenly, the rising temperature caused many people to suffer from heat stroke. Within seconds, cries of distress could be heard from the crowd. Dad, don't scare me. Haozi and Nan are gone. You're all I have in this world.
Dad?
The woman tremblingly reached towards the man's nose, but she felt no breath. She immediately sank to the ground, overwhelmed with despair. At this moment, the temperature on the gauge had reached 62 degrees and kept rising. If it continued like this, many people would die from the heat. Thinking about the main task of upgrading from level 2 to level 3, which involved recruiting survivors for the base, Linyu no longer hesitated. She quickly unlocked the permissions for the Clear Spring base and loudly announced, "Everyone, enter the Clear Spring base for safety, but each person must pay with a first-level crystal core." A saying goes, you reap what you sow. Linyu could save people, but she couldn't do so for free. If someone was unwilling to give even that one first-level crystal core, then, sorry, they could stay outside the base and fend for themselves. The sudden rise in temperature caused countless survivors' loved ones and friends to faint from heat stroke. Chaos erupted everywhere, and no one noticed when Linyu appeared. It was only after she spoke that everyone realized she was there. Her words were like a lifeline for those drowning in despair, filling everyone with hope. Grateful and unable to speak, people hurriedly grabbed those around them and rushed toward the base. Qingling was among them. When the temperature suddenly soared, he was near the Clear Spring base. Realizing something was wrong, he instinctively moved closer to the crowd. Fire element mutants are more afraid of heat than ordinary people. Just as he felt he might melt from the heat, Linyu issued the order for everyone to enter the base. He was overjoyed. Once inside, he clearly felt the temperature drop, and his pores emitted a refreshing sensation. Qingling lay flat on the ground in a big T-shape, gasping for air. He truly believed he was going to die just now. Many survivors felt the same way. They were breathing heavily, and it took a long time before they felt alive again. Unfortunately, some people's health was already poor, and after experiencing the temperature change from 62 degrees to 31 degrees, their bodies couldn't handle the alternating cold and heat, and they suddenly collapsed and died. But no one blamed Linyu. If she hadn't kindly allowed herself to enter the Clear Spring base, they probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the outside temperature. They might have already gone to meet the Grim Reaper. No one was foolish enough to blame Linyu now. If anyone did, the next person to die from the heat would be themselves. The situation outside the Clear Spring base was a clear example. The high temperature was almost enough to cook people alive. If everyone's ability to endure the heat hadn't improved recently, they might not have lasted until Linyu announced that everyone could enter the base. So no matter what they thought inside, they suppressed those feelings. After everyone caught their breath, they voluntarily offered to give Linyu crystal cores. Linyu didn't refuse. Instead, she asked everyone to place the crystal cores on the sensing pad of the Smart Rent collection machine for self-service payment. Pei Yan had been following her, so he was also inside the Clear Spring base now. As for Pei Linlang and Xiangbei, they were still in the villa. But right now, it was clearly not safe for them to run around, so staying at home was the best choice. Suddenly, Lin Yu's eyes sharpened. She quickly checked the system panel, looking at the situation of the tenant on the 15th floor of Building 1. When she saw that Zhou Ran was still inside the base, she immediately relaxed.
Fortunately,
if Zhou Ran had perished in the extreme heat because of her request, she would have felt guilty forever. But luckily, the thing she worried about didn't happen. She was too busy to think about recruiting the bear to work on the Clear Spring Ranch. Even whether others were still alive was now a problem. If there was no shelter, surviving in over 60 degrees of heat was impossible. She slightly lifted her head, her eyes filled with complex emotions. It seemed she had underestimated the disaster. The extreme heat had already reached over 60 degrees, almost breaking 70, and by then, the cold would definitely not be lower than this temperature. Lin Yu pursed her lips, her eyes showing a complicated expression. Tonight is already so hot, and I can't even imagine how high the daytime temperatures will be. Lin Yu can't even think about it. Compared to extreme heat, extreme cold is at least a little better. In extreme cold, you can still light a fire to keep warm, but in extreme heat, there's no way to endure it, especially with the power outage worldwide. She sighs softly, unsure how to describe her current feelings. At that moment, a calm and reassuring male voice suddenly comes from nearby. "Don't worry, I am here with you." Lin Yu quickly turns around, meets Pei Yan's eyes, then soon looks away. She thinks she has figured out her feelings.
But now is not the time to talk about that.
However, just when Pei Yan thought he had scared her again, he hears a faint voice that seems not to belong to this world. The voice is so soft that he temporarily can't tell if he's imagining things. He hears Lin Yu softly say, "Is it just an illusion?" He glances at her peripheral vision, noticing her worried expression, and the words he wants to say catch in his throat. "It's not urgent. There is a long way ahead." Lin Yu doesn't have time to comfort the survivors who just entered the base because more and more survivors are coming toward Qingquan base. Since the weather has been getting hotter each day, most people choose to go out at night to search for supplies. When the temperature suddenly rises by more than 10 degrees, everyone immediately notices. They feel relieved. If the temperature had risen by over 10 degrees during the day, many might have died in their sleep. There's nowhere nearby to take refuge. The houses are so hot they are like saunas. Staying inside is doomed. It's too late to dig underground to escape the extreme heat. The only option now is to go to Qingquan base and seek help from Lin Yu. Fortunately, Lin Yu did not refuse their plea for help. After entering Qingquan base, everyone feels a sense of relief, grateful to be alive. And this is only a small number of survivors who haven't gone far from Qingquan base. Those who have left the base far behind cannot return quickly. The outcome for most is obvious. A few psychic users quickly made a decision, gathering all their strength to dig deep underground, luckily avoiding disaster. Even after entering the Clear Spring base, many people still showed signs of heatstroke. Some had been in the hot environment for too long, and their organs had become exhausted, leading to failure. The doctors were helpless to treat these cases, and Lin Yu could only look away silently, avoiding the tragic scenes of people dying. As for those with heatstroke, Lin Yu did not take out the medicine stored in the space to treat them. Instead, she hesitated briefly, gathered her water element ability, and created an artificial rain inside the base. The rest was up to them. When many felt the heavy raindrops hitting their faces, their first reaction was panic. It reminded everyone of the heavy rain on the night the apocalypse arrived. Any tiny drop of rain on the skin could infect them with the virus, turning them into zombies. They had just survived extreme heat, and now rain was falling from the sky. How could they not feel scared? Since Lin Yu had done a good deed, she naturally had a reason for not hiding it. "Everyone, don't panic. This is my ability used to cool everyone down." Hearing this, everyone felt a little more at ease. So it was Lin Boss's ability. It was quite shocking. If she hadn't explained, people might have thought the rain was infected with the zombie virus again. Realizing this, everyone quickly thanked Lin Yu, especially those who had been suffering from heatstroke. After being drenched in the rain, their symptoms eased significantly. Their gratitude towards Lin Yu grew even higher. They almost kneeled to thank her. That was exactly what Lin Yu wanted. Just a simple gesture, and she gained most people's gratitude. Sometimes this gratitude could be very useful. Whether it was buying things from her or paying rent, some people would likely repay her because of this artificial rain. Overall, Lin Yu still benefited a lot. A streak of pale light appeared on the horizon, and the distant clouds turned a strange orange red. Lin Yu took out her phone to check the time and frowned slightly. It was only 4:30 p.m.? It was already bright at 4:30 in the morning? She stood at the entrance of the base, her body still within the safe zone. She pinched one end of the thermometer and extended the other outside. When she saw the number on the thermometer, Lin Yu couldn't help but gasp in shock. The outdoor temperature has already reached 71 degrees Celsius. The ground temperature even hit an astonishing 84 degrees. If it weren't for the rebirth system binding to her, even Lin Yu wouldn't know how to survive in such a desperate situation. If it were just natural disasters or zombies appearing alone, it might not feel so hopeless. But now it's both zombies and natural disasters, and this is only the first disaster to strike. If this trend continues, almost half of the Earth's population could be wiped out. Apart from the few days after her rebirth, when events matched her previous life, since that heavy rain, her current life has no connection to her past at all. Lin Yu can't understand it. She really can't understand. Even with the butterfly effect caused by her rebirth, the course shouldn't have deviated so far. While Lin Yu was deep in thought, the system suddenly spoke. Coordinate A711-901 is the last parallel world of Blue Star, and this will be Earth's final chance to upgrade. Lin Yu recognizes every word the system says, but when they are put together, she feels like she doesn't understand any of it. Parallel world? Final chance to upgrade? She understands the idea of a parallel world, but what does it mean that Earth has one last chance to upgrade? Her pupils suddenly constricted, and many questions flooded her mind, waiting for the system to answer. Earth is a low-level planet. The end of the world is a necessary step for every low-level planet to advance. Blue Star's failed 239 times and only has one last chance. If it fails again, all life on Blue Star, including the planet itself, will be erased. Lin Yu fell silent, then spoke with difficulty. So, the end of the world is created by higher civilizations? The system seemed to sense her emotions and quickly explained, "Host, don't misunderstand. The end of the world isn't created by higher civilizations. It's a journey every planet must go through after its birth, not something made by others. Even advanced planets have evolved from lower-level planets. All planets must follow the laws of the Federation civilization, so there won't be the situation you're worried about." Learning that the end of the world isn't something higher civilizations created for some purpose, Lin Yu let out a barely audible sigh of relief. But she still harbors many doubts in her heart. For example, why does each planet have to go through this process of promotion, and where does the energy come from to help planets advance? Also, what exactly is her rebirth and the system? At this point, Lin Yu remembered something else. The system had mentioned other systems before. She wanted to learn more details, but the system seemed very secretive.
And
wasn't it true that the system never used to tell her these things? Why is it suddenly willing to share now? That's because the host successfully upgraded the Apocalypse Farm system to level 2, gaining more authority, so I can tell you all this. Lin Yu squinted and said, "Then, just tell me everything you can." The Apocalypse Farm system was sent by an advanced civilization to help Blue Star upgrade. This isn't limited to Blue Star alone. When all planets have only one last chance to upgrade, these civilizations send systems like mine to help planets complete their promotion. Those chosen as hosts will be reborn. As for the energy that promotes planetary upgrades, it involves the origin of the planets and cannot be disclosed to the host. I mentioned before that I am one of many systems helping planets upgrade. There are many types, like check-in systems, cultivation systems, fairy farming systems, shop systems. In short, many kinds. Compared to some cultivation systems, the Apocalypse Farm system's functions are somewhat lacking. Back then, because the host's level was too low, I couldn't tell you these details. But the system had one more thing it hadn't mentioned. Every year, each system undergoes a rating based on how well the host completes their tasks, which rewards them accordingly. It didn't want its host to feel too much pressure, so it kept quiet. Lin Yu felt like a vast, magnificent picture was slowly unfolding before her eyes as the system narrated.
no wonder.
What kind of dazzling world was that? Just from the description, Lin Yu felt dizzy and fascinated. Suddenly, many stories she had read online appeared in her mind, and she instinctively associated their structures with what she was hearing. Her pupils widened, and she couldn't regain her composure for a long time. She probably understood what the system meant by promotion. The apocalypse brought not only zombie evolution but also various degrees of evolution in many species on Earth, both animals and plants, and even humans. This kind of evolution was called mutation animals, mutant plants, and superpowered individuals. The changes brought by promotion are two-sided, with both good and bad aspects. However, from the system's perspective, Blue Star failed to succeed in promotion 239 times. In other words, Blue Star couldn't handle the negative side effects of promotion. Lin Yu blinked slowly.
But
Why her? Why did the system choose her? She had failed 239 times before and never succeeded. Could she really succeed this time? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Why me?
she asked.
Because the host is the host. There's no other reason, the system replied. Lin Yu fell silent, suddenly feeling an unprecedented pressure. Could she really help Blue Star succeed on her own? If she made a mistake along the way, would all the lives on Blue Star and Earth pay the price? And what exactly are the conditions for success? Is it developing a vaccine to eliminate zombies, restoring normal life, or saving all humanity? That's too heavy for her to carry, or even want to carry. The system chuckled softly, and it seemed like this was the first time Lin Yu felt such clear emotion from the system. Her eyes were full of surprise. Host, have you forgotten something? You're not fighting alone. You have the system. The post-apocalyptic farm system will always be your strong shield. Lin Yu's lips pressed tightly together, her eyes dark and unreadable. After a long pause, she suddenly spoke. System, since you say you were sent by an advanced civilization to help Blue Star, you should know what kinds of natural disasters might happen in this world, right? Misinformation could cause trouble.
So,
Lin Yu's expression was calm. Send me all the data on the 239 promotion attempts Blue Star has experienced. I think it's not difficult for you. The system didn't hesitate. It was now connected to Lin Yu, like a spider on a web. For the year-end evaluation, it would share whatever it could. But one thing needed to be clear. I will send the records of Blue Star's past experiences later, but none of those 239 failures matched the previous world. You can consider this information as a reference. Understood. When the system transmitted the data, Lin Yu did not check it immediately. Instead, she turned off the system panel and silently looked up at the strange sky outside the base. In the extreme heat, the plants on the ground visibly withered. Being dried by the high temperature was quick, just a spark could ignite them instantly. Soon, the ground started cracking and turned a dull yellow. Under such intense heat, even the mutated plants probably couldn't survive. Suddenly, a pair of large, gentle hands rested on Lin Yu's shoulders. The hands softly lifted and then lowered, carefully patting her shoulder as if silently giving her strength. Clearly, Pei Yan also saw the number on the temperature gauge. He felt very serious inside, but showed no sign of it on his face. He didn't want to add to Lin Yu's stress. Lin Yu withdrew her gaze from afar. At this temperature, no one would come over anymore. She looked at the man beside her and said, "Let's go inside first." Okay. By then, many survivors had calmed down. When they saw that Lin Yu still hadn't put away the temperature gauge, their eyes widened in shock, and one of them exclaimed, "The outside temperature has already reached 71 degrees Celsius?" Hearing this, the frightened survivors immediately looked at the person who spoke. No way. Their first reaction was disbelief. But thinking about how suffocating the heat was, as if their skin was about to cook, everyone fell silent. Still, some couldn't believe it and looked at Lin Yu, hoping for an accurate answer. During the crisis, Lin Yu had saved everyone, and she was the founder of the Clear Spring base. In the chaos, everyone saw her as the main pillar of strength. At this moment, Lin Yu had already stored the temperature gauge back into her space. Facing everyone's gaze, she softly said, "Everyone, don't go outside for now." She didn't say it directly, but everyone understood. The outside temperature might really have reached 71 degrees Celsius. After all, it wasn't strange for her to have instruments that could measure the temperature. For a moment, no one spoke. Only the moans of those suffering failure echoed in the silence. Just hearing it made people feel cold inside. The atmosphere in the base was very gloomy, especially the painful moans echoing in the air, which made people feel uncomfortable and helpless. They wanted to do something, but couldn't. This made everyone, already hopeless due to the end of the world, see only darkness ahead and no clear path for the future. Finally, someone couldn't hold back their emotions and burst into tears, crying, "God doesn't want us to live." Others quietly sobbed, asking why. Why is this happening to us?
Why?
Lin Yu ignored the survivors' outbursts and didn't try to comfort them. The most urgent task was to quickly upgrade the farm from level 2 to level 3. Only by strengthening the safety zone's defenses could they ensure their safety during upcoming disasters. She didn't know exactly how to determine if the upgrade was complete, but there was no better option now. She decided to focus on her small territory first. She let out a sigh and created a passage connecting the edge of the base to the villa. As soon as she entered, Pei Linlang, Qingquan and Dabai hurried over. "Lin Yu, are you okay? Little sister, are you alright?"
Gaga?
They had wanted to check what was happening outside after hearing the screams. But as soon as they stepped out of the villa, their skin felt like it was burning with a sharp pain. At that moment, Lin Yu and Pei Yan were already inside the base, having heard Lin Yu's call for everyone to seek refuge at Qingquan base. Thinking about the temperature inside the base, they decided to retreat and not disturb Lin Yu. They waited and waited, but didn't see her figure. If they hadn't heard her voice, they might have gone to look for her earlier. Seeing their figures, they rushed forward immediately. Lin Yu shook her head.
I'm fine.
The people who need help are the survivors outside. From her description, everyone learned that the outdoor temperature had reached 71 degrees Celsius. Seeing Lin Yu and Pei Yan's serious expressions, and hearing the groans from the next room, Qingquan guessed that the situation was very bad. He hesitated, unable to speak a complete sentence for a long time. This was just the situation for survivors near Qingquan base. Even though they rushed there immediately, many still showed signs of heatstroke or failure. I really don't know how survivors in other places manage to stay alive. I wonder how many people will die in this intense heat. After Qingquan's psychic ability advanced, a tiny flicker of hope appeared in his mind, but it was instantly shattered by the sudden bad news. At the same time, a sense of urgency grew in his heart. After saying a few words, he ran to the side to continue strengthening his equipment. Pei Linlang bit her lip, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Who knows if this end of the world will ever really end? Lin Yu patted Pei Linlang's shoulder without speaking, but her eyes were full of determination. The end of the world will come to an end, and Blue Star will succeed in advancing. Although Lin Yu didn't want to carry these burdens, since the system chose her, she couldn't escape. She also couldn't bear the consequences of failure. After returning to her room, Lin Yu hurriedly opened the record of her 239 failed attempts to advance on Blue Star. The system had turned her 239 failures into videos for easy viewing. To make it more convenient, the system's panel transformed into a rectangular screen. A faint blue glow lit up her face, and countless planets flashed past like fleeting scenes. Lin Yu saw many scenes. Her first failure was caused by a meteor hitting Blue Star, turning the entire planet into dust in the shockwave. The second failure was because humans overused their energy resources, leading to the exhaustion of Blue Star, with countless people starving to death and bodies everywhere. The third, the fourth, the fifth, and so on. With each failure, Blue Star ultimately met its doom. In this process, Lin Yu also saw what happened to Blue Star after her previous life's death. She saw billions of zombies surrounding the base, countless people fighting bravely, but falling one after another. In a dark, overwhelming scene, only one man, glowing with lightning all over his body, was still fighting. Because there were so many zombies, the man eventually fell too. Once he fell, he never got up again. Since the man was covered in lightning, his appearance was hard to see, so Lin Yu didn't know who he was. But for some reason, a name suddenly popped into her mind. Pei Yan. Could it be him? Lin Yu was jolted by this sudden thought and felt a strange heaviness in her chest. She thought that, perhaps as an observer, witnessing countless endings of the destruction of Blue Star had left her with a deep sense of helplessness that became a lasting aftereffect. She expected the video to be long, but in fact, it only took just over 3 hours to watch all of it, about the length of a movie and a half. Linyu rubbed her forehead and took a long time to calm herself down. Indeed, as the system said, in the past 239 attempts, nothing had repeated, so it could only be used as a reference. However, she still gained some insights. She roughly identified a common reason why all 239 attempts failed. The second promotion failed only when the last human on Blue Star died. Combining this with the main task issued by the system, it seems that the conditions for promotion are related to people. Linyu looked thoughtful. She then opened the system panel to check Doomsday Farm host information. Linyu, Water Elemental Ability Level 3, Farm Level 2, can expand farmland, safe zone. Level 2, activated. Number of farmland plots, 77, covering about 2.95 acres. Ranch area, 700 square meters. Clear spring base. Established, manageable, system shop. Unlocked, see details in the shop. Material store, unlocked. See details in the shop. Gold balance, 24,590. System warehouse, unlocked. See details in the warehouse. Several new attributes appeared on the system panel, and some values changed, but none of these were the most important. Her gaze shifted downward, locking onto the newly added taskbar. Main task, ensure the number of ordinary people in the Clear Spring base reaches at least 10,000, and the number of ability users reaches at least 100. Current progress, ordinary people, 1, 296/10,000, ability users, 34/100. Side task 1, harvest 1,000 eggs from chickens, 1,000 eggs from ducks, and 1,000 eggs from geese. Current progress, 0. Side task 2, expand the ranch area to 2,000 square meters. Current progress, 700/2,000. Side task 3, help various livestock on the ranch to breed, with a total of 200 males and females of each type. Current progress, 140/1,400. Side task 4, recruit 5 staff members to work on the ranch. Current progress, 0/5. Side mission 5, kill 100 tier 3 zombies. Current progress, 0 out of 100. Side mission 6, achieve sales of 10,000 crystal cores at the farm. Current progress, 0/10,000. Side mission 7, achieve sales of 10,000 crystal cores at the ranch. Current progress, 0/10,000. Side mission 8, expand the base buildings to a total of 20 structures. Current progress, March 20th. Side mission 9, the host should improve along with the farm, upgrade the supernatural ability to level 3. Current progress, 100%. Reward pending collection. Side mission 10, obtain 2,000 second-tier crystal cores. Current progress, 0/2,000. Linyu reviewed her tasks. Compared to the main mission and side missions 6 and 7, most of the tasks to upgrade the system from level 2 to level 3 are relatively easy, except for some difficulty. After the extreme heat arrives, it's uncertain how many people will succumb to the heat. It will be impossible to complete tasks quickly. That's why Linyu decided to let survivors take refuge in the base first. As a result, everyone's rate of earning crystal cores will slow down. People can't go outside, let alone fight zombies. Linyu withdrew her gaze and claimed her rewards for the side missions. Ding Ding received a Tier 3 Water Element Crystal Core ×1. Including the previous Water Element Crystal Core, she now has 2 Tier 3 Water Crystal Cores. Getting a crystal core that matches her supernatural ability is already rare, especially a Tier 3 one. Linyu should be happy, but the news from the system made her unable to feel joy. If she uses both water crystal cores now, she can quickly reach Tier 4, but this might weaken her foundation. Linyu stored the water crystal cores in her space for future use. It has been 6 hours since the tsunami occurred. The tsunami moved extremely fast, with speeds of 800 to 1,000 kilometers per hour, capable of crossing the Atlantic Ocean in just a few hours. In these 6 hours, Coastal cities have been devastated by the tsunami, with only a few survivors remaining. Countless zombies mutated by nuclear wastewater were swept into the city by the tsunami. The rushing flood carried numerous zombies and viruses, destroying everything in its path. The city was quickly flooded by a massive wave. Floating on the water were lots of trash, and the water was very muddy. Hot steam was rising from the surface. Some people trying to escape from zombies accidentally fell into the water. Their skin sizzled loudly as if they were being cooked, and they couldn't even scream before being swallowed by bigger waves behind them. Faintly, you could see rotting bodies floating along with the floodwaters. No, that's not bodies. They are zombies. The floodwaters rushing into the city, heated by extreme temperatures, made the water at least 50 degrees Celsius. Zombies don't feel pain, so even if their wounds are soaked in the hot water, they won't die. Their rotting flesh is connected to thin bones, rising and falling on the water's surface, looking terrifying and fierce. In an instant, the entire city turned into a stinky sewer, with a horrible smell filling the air. After the tsunami hit, it carried not only a terrible smell but also countless floodwaters and debris from the city. Zombies reached out from the water, trying to grab people. Many tall buildings were knocked down by the force of the flood. The screams of survivors trapped inside were drowned out by the rushing water. Mutant zombies, deformed and strange, were carried to the edges of buildings by the waves, climbing up along the walls. Some had fish bodies with lobster heads, and a few even had 10 eyes of different sizes, glowing red with a sinister light. Just one look was enough to make people's scalps tingle and their sanity drop sharply. People ran in terror toward higher ground, but it was no use. There were zombies on the rooftops, too. Above, there were zombies. Below, there was boiling floodwater and mutated zombies caused by nuclear contamination. Both the front and the back were completely blocked. There was no way out, no way to escape to heaven or earth. Countless survivors sat hopelessly on the ground, letting the zombies bite and tear at them. This was a true scene from many coastal cities during the disaster. It didn't take long before the floodwaters reached Qingquan City. Compared to the destructive power of the floodwaters near the coast, entering Qingquan City was much gentler. Qingquan Mountain is located at a high point. Survivors living in the upper floors of Qingquan Base saw the flood coming from the city and froze in place. After regaining their senses, they shouted loudly, "The flood! The flood has entered the city." Their voices caused a commotion inside Qingquan Base. Many people looked out the window and saw the floodwaters from a distance of over 20 kilometers from Qingquan Mountain. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, fearing that the flood might flood the Qingquan Base. They all felt very worried. Lin Yu heard noisy sounds from the next room and took her binoculars to go outside. She stood on the 3rd floor of the villa, watching the flood. 20 kilometers may seem far, but the flood could reach Qingquan Mountain very soon. Will the floodwaters reach the Qingquan Base? Pei Yan frowned. The flood was coming strongly. Even though he knew Lin Yu sometimes had abilities beyond his understanding, he was still worried that Qingquan Mountain might not be high enough. Lin Yu hesitated in her tone and said, "Probably not." She had just silently asked the system if it could detect where the flood might reach on Qingquan Mountain. Luckily, it only threatened about 3/4 of the mountain. Such things are hard to explain, so Lin Yu could only show hesitation. She silently said sorry in her mind. Pei Yan looked at her and simply reminded her, "If you need to go out these days, remember to tell me. Don't go alone." He paused and added, "I don't feel safe." Lin Yu also had no plans to go out. She just wanted to stay at home and complete her side missions.
But
she looked up toward the capital, with some worry in her eyes. She didn't know how the military in the capital was doing. Hopefully, the capital's military can get through this safely. Lin Yu sighed and then opened the system panel. She trusted the safety zone's protection ability. The safety zone had upgraded to level 2 along with the farm and could defend against and drive away zombies of the 5th level. It sounds very safe, but in reality, zombies above level 5 could appear at any time. The most urgent thing was to finish her missions first. There were too many zombies coming from the floodwaters, and this was a passive situation. She wasn't sure if the automatic zombie repelling function of the safety zone was still working properly. Linyu put down her binoculars, thought for a moment, and then opened the system panel. She spent 500 second-level crystal cores to upgrade the entire 1,000 square meter safety zone of Qingquan base from level 0 to level 1. The base's defenses instantly improved, now able to defend against and drive away 4th-level zombies. 500 second-level crystal cores are equivalent to 50,000 first-level crystal cores. Just looking at the number 50,000, Linyu feels quite upset, as she previously only obtained that many crystal cores in total. However, when converted to the count of second-level crystal cores, it doesn't seem so unbearable. These crystal cores are necessary to spend. After all, the main task is to recruit more survivors to join the Clear Spring base. If the defenses of the safe zone are not improved in time, and it gets attacked by zombies causing many casualties, that would be a real loss. The level 0 safe zone still feels too insecure. Now, there are already 3rd-level zombies. 4th-level zombies probably exist too, but Linyu was lucky not to encounter them. If the safe zone could only be upgraded through the farm, she would be tempted to use 3rd-level crystal cores directly to strengthen the defenses. But such thoughts are only wishful thinking. After upgrading the Clear Spring base safe zone from level 0 to level 1, the most noticeable change is that the safe zone emits a brighter golden light, and the temperature drops by 1 degree. Linyu only learned about these changes after the system prompted her. However, with a flood approaching in Linchuan City, the people in the safe zone are too distracted to notice the temperature or the glow. Everyone is nervously watching the distant flood, and no one wants to leave the base. The outside temperature is no joke. There's nowhere higher than Qingquan Mountain nearby. Even if there were, few could withstand 71 degrees Celsius heat, and the bodies of those who died from heatstroke are still inside the base. The flood will arrive soon, and in this short time, there's not enough for everyone to find a safe shelter. Besides, where could they run to after leaving? Everyone silently prays that the flood won't drown the base, or they will have no last chance to survive. Meanwhile, a team of psychic users hiding in a nearby cave to escape the heat hears the ground trembling, and distant sounds seem to be rushing toward them. One Earth-type psychic in the team has a layer of mud covering his body and bravely peeks outside. Luckily, their cave faces the direction of Linchuan City. The Earth-type psychic used a telescope to see the distant scene. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he trembled as he shouted to his teammates inside the cave. "Quick, let's go. We can't stay here. Head back to Qingquan base. The flood is coming." To save time, he didn't run into the cave himself. The heat hit suddenly, and the situation was urgent. He only remembered frantically digging deep underground. There was no time to think about anything else. Because of this, the tunnel he dug was only wide enough for one person to pass through. The few people still cooling off in the cave heard their teammates' trembling voice and immediately realized something was wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called them to return to Qingquan base, knowing the high temperature could be deadly. Everyone was sensible and decided quickly, rushing toward the outside. Before they reached the cave exit, someone shouted loudly, "Jingzi, Earth-type psychic, hurry and cast your spell. Use your crystal core to replenish your powers later." Yonggang, the Earth-type psychic, heard this and didn't hesitate. He prepared his powers, ready to cast. When he heard sounds from inside the cave, he guessed his teammates were almost out. Without delay, he threw his powers at the cave entrance and then turned and ran without looking back. Seeing Yonggang's decisive action, everyone was stunned. Then, they saw the flood rushing toward Linchuan City in a line across the sky. They had no time to be surprised. Everyone pushed themselves to run desperately toward Qingquan base. They had brought a car, but driving in this environment was suicidal. The fuel tank could explode from the heat, and then no one would survive. So, they could only run on foot. 5 minutes later, the floodwaters reached the foot of Qingquan Mountain. Even from a distance, the survivors at Qingquan base could hear the roar of the rushing flood. Everyone held their breath, some standing by windows, others looking down toward Qingquan base. The flood quickly submerged the foot of Qingquan Mountain. The water level rose rapidly, and in less than 10 seconds, It completely covered the low-lying areas. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the floodwaters rose higher than a 3-story villa, and it took less than a minute. At this moment, everyone's hearts were more nervous than ever. They stared at the rising waterline, afraid the flood would swallow the base. Suddenly, 5 figures covered in mud appeared in their view. The flood was right behind them, and at the rate the water level was rising, it could catch up in less than a minute. The people at Qingquan base couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Fortunately, as the system detected, the water level stopped rising after reaching about 3/4 of the way up Qingquan Mountain. Otherwise, the 5 of them might really have been caught by the flood. In the end, almost all of them fell into the base, their chests rising and falling quickly. They felt their legs were so heavy it was as if they weren't their own, and their bodies were so hot it felt like they might burn. But luckily, they returned to the base before the flood could catch them and before their organs were cooked by the high heat. They were all filled with fear. If Yonggang had warned them just 1 minute earlier, they might not have made it back at all. In fact, many people had noticed the flood, just like them. But those people were too far from Qingquan base, some were just ordinary folks, and even if they wanted to come back, they couldn't. Many died on the way back. Lin Yu didn't know about these people. She had already taken her Tang sword and gone downstairs, heading straight to the edge of the farm. The farm had expanded to 77 plots, just a little short of 3 acres. Although the farm was built around the villa and gradually expanded outward, it was still very spacious. This caused the flood to reach only the very edge of the farm before being blocked. Since she confirmed that her feelings for Pei Yan weren't just a passing fancy, Lin Yu stopped hiding from him. He had just said that if she wanted to go out, she should call him along, so she simply called Pei Yan. Dabai also followed closely behind them. With such a fertile farm, part of the credit was definitely due to Dabai's supervision. When Dabai heard the flood might reach the farm, it couldn't help but be worried. Its small eyes were full of concern. As for Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei, Lin Yu saw they were busy improving their powers, so she didn't disturb them. In about a minute, the 2 of them and Dabai reached the edge of the farm. What they saw stunned Lin Yu, Pei Yan, and Dabai. They all stopped and looked up in shock at the golden dome shield overhead. Lin Yu had already prepared herself for the possibility that the flood, carrying zombie virus, might pollute the farmland, but to her surprise, the golden shield completely blocked the flood outside, with not a single drop entering the farm. If someone were to stand in the air and look down, they would see that the farm surrounded by the safe zone looks like a floating balloon glowing with a golden light. The floodwaters are blocked outside and cannot enter the safe zone. Through the golden protective shield, you can clearly see the countless pieces of trash hidden in the flood and the rotten flesh fallen from zombies. Suddenly, a zombie, swollen and bloated from the flood, is pushed toward the shield and hits it with a loud bang. The zombie also sees the people inside through the shield, roars loudly, and claws at the barrier, trying to reach inside. But the shield keeps it out. Lin Yu quickly concludes that this is a first-level zombie. The safe zone has a function to drive away zombies, so normally, zombies wouldn't come near Qingquan Mountain. However, since the safe zone can only repel zombies and cannot stop the floodwaters, it can't prevent the flood from carrying zombies over due to inertia. Lin Yu doesn't react much. Instead, Dabai is startled. Noticing Dabai's aggressive move, Lin Yu quickly reaches out to stop it. Dabai, don't be impulsive. Lin Yu is worried that her reckless action might damage the protective shield, so before acting, she repeatedly confirms with the system that attacking the zombies in the flood won't break the safe zone's defenses or let the floodwaters flood into the farm. Only then does she feel safe to act. The sword is unsheathed swiftly and accurately, cutting off the zombie's head that was clinging to the shield. Lin Yu's sorting speed is so fast that by the time Pei Yan reacts, the zombie's head has already fallen to the ground. Pei Yan. Staring at the intact shield, Pei Yan is momentarily speechless, with a twitch at the corner of his eye. Just then, another zombie is carried over by the floodwaters. Pei Yan reacts quickly and draws his sword to fight. Seeing Dabai, who is eager to act nearby, Lin Yu hurriedly scolds, "Dabai, go to the side. Let us handle this." After all, Debai's attack method is using its flat mouth, and Linyu doesn't dare let it act recklessly, worried it might get infected with the zombie virus in the floodwaters. Debai looks at Linyu with sad, puppy eyes as if saying, "I just want to help. And you, unkind one, tell me to go aside."
Kaka.
Debai angrily barked twice, but seeing the flood outside the protective shield, it ultimately stepped aside. It stood there for a while, watching Linyu and Pei Yan handle the zombies mixed in the flood easily, then finally looked away. Deep down, Debai still felt uneasy about the farm. It circled around the edge of the farm, and once it confirmed that all the floodwaters and zombies were kept outside the safe zone, it finally relaxed. Linyu took a quick glance at Debai with her peripheral vision. Seeing that it was just patrolling its territory, she paid no more attention and kept killing zombies with her knife. The only regret was that after killing a zombie, she didn't have time to catch its head and store it in her space before the flood from afar swept it away. This was a big loss for Linyu, as both the zombie bodies and the crystal cores inside their heads were very useful. The bodies could be converted into energy at the base's energy conversion tower, and they also helped clean the environment. Linyu hesitated briefly, but then made a decision. "Pei Yan, you stay here and keep killing zombies. I need to go to the base." Pei Yan didn't ask what she was going to do, just nodded and warned, "Be careful. You too." Soon after, Linyu called Qingquan from the Clear Spring base. Qingquan had awakened a plant-type ability, making him perfect for retrieving bodies and crystal cores. When Linyu came to find him, Qingquan didn't hesitate and came right away, especially after hearing that helping with zombie retrieval would exempt him from water, electricity, and rent for 2 months. He was eager to help. Qingquan even recommended his roommate to join. Linyu thought for a moment and didn't refuse. There were too many zombies in the floodwaters, and just she and Pei Yan couldn't handle them all. Plus, if they kept being trapped by the flood and couldn't go out, the people at the base wouldn't be able to pay their rent. Who knew how long the flood would last? So, the best way was to teach others how to fish rather than just giving them fish. Once she understood this, Linyu relaxed and asked the system, does the base have something like a broadcast room? Host, you only need to spend 10 first-level crystal cores to speak. Then everyone in the Clear Spring base can hear you." Linyu nodded lightly, but didn't immediately choose to broadcast. Instead, she reconfigured the permissions. After all, Qingquan Base and Qingquan Farm are not connected. Now the outside is flooded, and zombies could appear at any time. The only safe way in is through the villa via Qingquan Base, then through the door Linyu opened on the wall with a water blade, leading into the farm. To prevent people from accidentally touching or stealing food from the farm, Linyu set up a direct passage from Qingquan Base to the edge of the farm inside the safe zone. The passage is also golden in color but slightly lighter, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. People who enter cannot step outside the passage, or they will be electrocuted as punishment. Touching the passage itself is safe. These features were added after the safe zone upgraded to level 2. Once everything was ready, Linyu didn't hesitate and paid 10 crystal cores immediately. In the next moment, all survivors in Qingquan Base heard a calm female voice. "Hello to all survivors in Qingquan Base. I am Linyu. I believe everyone already knows the situation outside. Floodwaters have appeared at the edge of Qingquan Farm, and many zombies have been swept over by the flood. There is a back door near the villa wall where everyone can enter directly into Qingquan Farm. Rest assured, the safe zone is very secure. The floodwaters won't enter the area protected by the golden light, and zombies can't get in. Those who want to earn crystal cores, bring your weapons. Any cores you get will go into your own pockets." She paused briefly before continuing. "Also a reminder, once you enter the passage, don't run around or you'll be electrocuted. Touching the passage is safe, but do not try to step outside the golden light area." Linyu's words weren't just heard by the people in the base. Chung Xiangbei and Pei Linling, who were upgrading their abilities in the villa, and Pei Yan, fighting zombies at the farm's edge, all heard her. Pei Yan paused, realizing she was talking about this. Meanwhile, the survivors in Qingquan Base were furious after hearing the broadcast. "What? Zombies have been swept over by the flood? Is what Lin Boss said really safe?" Or is he just tricking us into going to kill zombies? Hey, where are you going? Of course, to see for myself. You're so stupid. Didn't Lin Boss say the base is very safe? Why go risk it? Just stay in the base and wait for the flood to go away. Honestly, the base is really very cool. The woman sneered inwardly, broke free from the man's grip on her wrist, and lazily headed toward the corridor. Being trapped inside the base by floods and high temperatures meant everyone lost their income. If they couldn't pay rent and were kicked out by Boss Lin, it wouldn't be a joke. After all, Hu Tao had broken the rules by trying to take water out of the base, and many people saw it happen. When the mechanical electronic voice finished speaking, Hu Tao disappeared instantly. The Qingquan rules clearly state that rent and utilities must be paid on time. What happens if rent and utilities are not paid on time is unknown. The woman's crystal core was running low, and she dared not gamble, nor could she afford to. There are quite a few smart people like her. Although many doubted Lin Yu's words, it didn't stop them from immediately preparing to go to Qingquan base to fight zombies after hearing the broadcast. With billions of people worldwide, zombies are endless, and no one can guarantee that the so-called safe zone Lin Yu mentioned will always keep everyone safe. What if more zombies appear later and break through the safe zone? Can anyone really sleep peacefully under their own roof? Cleaning out the zombies around the base would benefit everyone. First, they could earn crystal cores to pay rent, and second, it would ensure their personal safety. In short, they should go and see for themselves. The mutants in the base also gathered in groups, following the crowd toward Qingquan Farm. At first, everyone was worried about being trapped inside the base by floods and heat, wondering how to earn crystal cores to meet their daily needs and improve their powers. But just when they were about to sleep, someone brought good news. And from Lin Yu's tone, Qingquan Farm was going to be very safe, plus the temperature there was cool, something they rarely experienced before. Yes, this was a huge blessing for those with special abilities. Usually, when going out to kill zombies and earn crystal cores, everyone had to be extremely careful. One careless moment could lead to a zombie or zombie animal attack. Wasn't every return soaked in sweat, exhausted in body and mind? Such a good opportunity. Who wouldn't want to go? Only a fool would stay behind. Soon, everyone entered the villa from the clear spring base. The passage only limited their movement, but did not change the temperature inside the villa or the farm, so as soon as they stepped inside, they felt the temperature drop sharply. After staying in a 30-degree environment for a long time, entering the 24-degree villa suddenly made many survivors shiver from the cold. Their eyes showed mixed feelings as they sighed. The villa is so cool, it's almost like having air conditioning before the apocalypse. I wonder if the farm is also at this temperature. If it is, fighting zombies there will be much easier. Are you crazy? If the farm is in this temperature, the plants might have already been killed by the heat. That's true. While talking, everyone quietly observed the layout inside the villa. They had only peeked inside when buying things, glancing from the door. It was impossible not to be curious. Now that they could look openly, they couldn't help but look around. At this moment, Lin Yu took advantage of the time gap to quickly gather all the stored food in the passage. He swiftly pulled it all into his space to prevent it from being damaged later. Countless survivors followed the passage into the farm. Honestly, this was their first time stepping onto the farm. They looked at the lush vegetables and various fruits around them. Gulp, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Strawberries, watermelons, cherries, blueberries, bananas, apples, oranges, peaches, plums. There was nothing they hadn't thought of, and nothing they hadn't seen. They hadn't tasted fruit in so long that they forgot what it was like. Although the fruits on the green shoots and trees were still green and not ripe, just looking at them made their mouths water. At this moment, many people silently made a decision. First earn enough rent for next month, then buy an apple to satisfy their craving. Survivors gradually arrived at the edge of the farm. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Pei Yan were busy killing zombies. Behind them, Chen was frantically using vines to fish zombies out of the floodwaters and collect crystal cores. Chen's face was numb. In just a few minutes, Lin Yu and Pei Yan had already killed nearly 100 zombies swept away by the flood. Because his teammates were too strong and he was too weak, He missed several times and failed to tie up the zombie's body in the water, causing the flood to carry it away to another place. When Chun saw the flood being blocked outside by a golden protective shield, his overwhelming feelings of shock were immediately overshadowed by the impact of the others' actions. At this moment, countless survivors stood in the passageway, staring blankly at the protective shield. Without this golden glow shield, based on the size of an average adult man, the flood would now reach their thighs. But in reality, the flood was kept outside, and they were inside a sort of waterproof bubble. People inside could breathe and move normally, but the flood outside wouldn't enter the bubble. Everyone was stunned by what they saw, feeling dazed. They couldn't help but look at Lin Yu. Is this really something supernatural powers can do? Most doubted it, but they wouldn't ask directly. Sometimes it's better to live a little more simply. Noticing everyone's gaze, Lin Yu didn't stop her knife for a moment. She turned her head and said, "Stay inside the golden light shield and be very careful not to be pulled out by the zombies outside. If anyone sees zombies of level 3 or higher, tell me immediately." She warned everyone for a good reason. After level 3, zombies gather a horde and move toward crowded places. If level 3 or 4 zombies are brought over by the flood and not dealt with in time, it could lead to a big problem when they summon the horde. Even if many survivors came after hearing the broadcast and could handle the flood of zombies, Lin Yu wouldn't let her guard down. Hearing this, everyone woke up from their daze, but they didn't rush to act. Instead, they silently watched Lin Yu. Once they confirmed that the zombies couldn't get in and that their claws couldn't pierce the shield, and that weapons could freely move inside without damaging the shield, they relaxed and spread out, watching carefully ahead. The passage was about a meter from the shield, giving everyone space to act. Within a few seconds, a level 1 zombie was swept over by the flood, and nearby survivors quickly attacked. But after they used a large cleaver to cut off the zombie's head through the shield, the survivor hesitated. Zombies indeed had been killed. However, the brain with the crystal core was swept into even deeper floodwaters. Reaching out to grab it? The man didn't even dare to think about it. The river and underground water were polluted on the day the apocalypse broke out. Any contact with even a little bit of water would infect someone with the zombie virus, unless he didn't want to live anymore. Soon, survivors found themselves in the same awkward situation as the man. Many could only watch helplessly as the zombie heads they worked hard to cut off sank into the deep water. After feeling heartbroken for a while, everyone decided to reflect and then looked for teammates to cooperate with. The best way was for 3 to 5 people to work together, so someone could handle killing zombies while others focused on retrieving the zombie brains. Within minutes, they formed a team. Killing zombies and avoiding the embarrassing situation of the heads sinking into the water was finally solved. Never before had killing zombies and collecting crystal cores been so easy. No worries about being bitten or scratched by zombies, and no need to fear heatstroke from staying in the sun too long. If every zombie kill could be this easy, everyone would want to spend 24 hours a day fighting zombies. Just as everyone was secretly happy, suddenly, a scream came from not far away. It turned out a young man in his 20s was too proud while fighting a zombie. His weapon got stuck in the zombie's bones when he swung it outside the safe zone. Before he could pull out his weapon, the zombie outside the shield grabbed him and the steel sword, pulling him out of the safe zone. "Let go." Unfortunately, the young man's teammate warned him to release his grip, but it was too late. His arm was already pulled into the murky floodwaters. As soon as his arm touched the water, a strange change happened instantly. His arm turned pale blue, and the blue-white color spread rapidly to other parts of his body. His palm had a tumor twisting outward, as if something was about to grow from inside, looking extremely eerie. A flash of crimson appeared in the young man's eyes, filled with a savage look, as his mind was swallowed by a desire for destruction. Seeing that the young man's expression was strange, his teammate's face turned cold. Before he could turn around, he swiftly chopped off the young man's head. Then he kicked the head into the floodwaters. The young man's teammate seemed to see something, and suddenly his pupils contracted, feeling a shiver all over his body. The man couldn't help but rub his arms. "This is so disgusting." After half of the young man's arm was pulled into the flood by the zombie, the lump of flesh that was writhing suddenly grew an eye as big as a ping-pong ball. Everything happened so quickly that just as everyone heard the scream and wanted to see what was going on, they turned around and saw a man cut off a teammate's head with a steel knife. When they saw the young man's lower body, everyone immediately understood what the man had done. When a teammate is infected with the zombie virus, if it were themselves, they would probably do the same. Although everyone understood, they couldn't help but feel a bit wary of the man. That was his teammate. 1 second he was warning him to let go, and the next he was chopping off his head, no hesitation at all. He was really ruthless. The man ignored the looks of surprise or fear from those around him. The feeling of disgust in his heart still hadn't gone away. He closed his eyes and kicked the young man's lower body into the water. Everyone looked in the direction of his gaze and noticed that the young man's right palm had grown an eye as big as a ping-pong ball. If the man's head hadn't already been cut off and the eye on his palm was staring at him intently, he might have fainted on the spot. Wow, what the heck is that? So disgusting. Many people noticed that unusual eye, and after feeling a chill in their hearts for a while, they started to have some guesses. With the flood like this, it seems the two countries in the sea might have been wiped out, right? It's not impossible that the nuclear power plant was destroyed by the tsunami, causing a leak or something. This guess made the survivors, who had been somewhat careless, become very cautious, afraid that they might accidentally follow the young man's path. After all, from the moment the disaster happened to the young man turning into a zombie, it was less than 10 seconds. Even the psychics present couldn't guarantee they would stay safe when touching the flood. Any situation where a weapon was stuck in a zombie's bones and couldn't be pulled out, everyone dared not hold on tightly like the young man did. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood. If the weapon is gone, it can be replaced, but if life is lost, it can never be regained. Lin Yu naturally noticed that scene. When the young man's arm was pulled out of the light shield by the zombie, the system immediately alerted that zombies had appeared in the safe zone. Before Lin Yu could do anything, his teammate quickly and efficiently dealt with the zombie. She watched her teammate's actions clearly and couldn't help but feel a little admiration. This was the best way to handle it at the moment. If they didn't kill the infected person immediately, the next person to be bitten would likely be a teammate nearby. However, thinking about the eyeball next to his hand, Lin Yu also felt a shiver of disgust. Fortunately, the safe zone could block nuclear radiation, or just thinking about it was terrifying. To prevent such incidents from happening again, and to avoid mistakes caused by rushing to do the right thing, Lin Yu put down her knife and took out a loudspeaker from her space. I hope everyone learns from what just happened. If anyone accidentally contacts the floodwaters, please kill any infected person immediately. Actually, everyone already knew what to do without Lin Yu's reminder, but they still agreed. The safe zone has automatic defense and attack functions, but things are different now. In the past, only the small villa and farm with 5 fields used these features, which didn't consume much energy. Now, the entire farm's perimeter is flooded, and zombies are rushing in from all directions. If they use too much energy fighting low-level zombies, they wouldn't be able to handle higher-level ones, like 4th or 5th-tier zombies. A good sword should be used where it's needed most. Fortunately, zombies couldn't damage the safe zone, so Lin Yu simply didn't activate the attack function. After that, no more incidents like the young man's happened. Everyone relaxed when their weapons were caught by zombie bones and let go immediately, avoiding injuries. By the end of the day, the survivors had collected many crystal cores. At one point, someone spotted a 3rd-tier zombie, and Lin Yu quickly took Qingquan to handle it. Everyone was exhausted, almost unable to lift their arms, but seeing the sparkling crystal cores made it all worthwhile. When counting their daily harvest, they found they had collected more crystal cores than they had earned fighting zombies as a team, which instantly comforted everyone's tired hearts. Everyone made a firm decision. Aside from sleeping and eating, all their time was spent at the farm fighting zombies. After returning to the base through the corridor, everyone immediately used the remaining crystal cores, mostly just enough to buy food, to extend their rent on the smart leasing machines. Outside, there was widespread flooding contaminated with terrifying zombie virus. Any contact, even a tiny bit, would cause instant mutation into a zombie. The floodwaters were also polluted by nuclear radiation, causing disgusting tumors to grow on the bodies of those who mutated. Just thinking about it was frightening. There was nowhere safe to go, so everyone could only stay inside the base. Staying at the base for only a few hundred hours made everyone feel very insecure. Of course, they wanted to extend their stay at Qingquan base longer to feel safer. Regarding zombie killing, Lin Yu was willing and did not force anyone to join. When survivors prepared to finish work and rest, she had no objections. Seeing everyone return safely and gain a lot of supplies, hesitant survivors at Qingquan base no longer hesitated and confidently headed toward the farm. This created a good cycle. The first group of survivors slept and rested while the second fought zombies. When the second group was tired, the first group was rested and ready. This way, there would always be people at the farm to fight zombies. Not only survivors needed rest, but Lin Yu and Pei Yan did too. However, no one knew when the third stage zombies might be swept over by the flood, so Lin Yu and Pei Yan had to leave at least one person to watch. Thinking of this, Lin Yu sheathed her dagger and looked at the man fighting beside her. Pei Yan, you should go back and rest for a while. Come back when you wake up. Pei Yan kept walking without stopping. I'm not tired. You go rest first, and I'll take over when you're done. It wasn't that she was being picky. Lin Yu just wanted Pei Yan to go rest. Then she could find a quiet spot to buy some mutated plants from the system shop to share the pressure, and also feed the young animals in the ranch. As soon as the ranch was unlocked, Lin Yu asked Zhou Rand to help find Bear Jean to come work on the ranch. But no one knew how quickly the floodwaters would arrive. It was chaotic at the time, so this matter was overlooked. Fortunately, Zhou Rand didn't go looking for Xiongzhan at that time, or he might have been in serious danger. As for whether Xiongzhan is alive or dead now, Lin Yu doesn't know. She can only handle the farm matters herself now. Why don't you go back and rest first? I have something to take care of. However, Pei Yan just smiled indifferently and said it's okay. You can come over after you're done and I can take over. Since it had come to this, pushing it further would seem a bit pretentious. Lin Yu nodded simply. All right, I'll go back and rest now. Pei Yan smiled and responded with a soft Lin Yu took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned back. She took out a pre-packed meal from before the apocalypse and 2 bottles of mineral water, placing them into Pei Yan's arms. She carefully reminded him, remember to eat. The hot meal was still steaming, and the aroma of braised pork was tempting, making nearby survivors drool. But Pei Yan's attention wasn't on the food. To make sure he didn't miss her emotions, he slightly lowered his head, keeping his gaze fixed on Lin Yu. He could see his reflection in her clear, contrasting eyes. Pei Yan's heart softened completely, his lips pressed into a thin line, and his voice was a little hoarse. Lin Yu didn't avoid his tender, slightly heated gaze. She suddenly chuckled softly. Didn't you say you'd cook for me for a lifetime? How can you do that if you don't take care of yourself? Clang. Pei Yan's eyes were full of surprise, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He couldn't believe what he had just heard. Rarely seeing Pei Yan look so stunned, Lin Yu smiled lightly and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Are you so happy and silly? A fireworks explosion seemed to go off inside Pei Yan. He could see Lin Yu's lips moving, but couldn't hear what she was saying. All he wanted at that moment was to hold her in his arms. His fingertips twitched slightly, but he forcibly suppressed his feelings. He didn't want to scare her. He needed to take things slowly.
So,
shall we try? Almost simultaneously, Pei Yan and Lin Yu spoke. Pei Yan felt a tingling sensation from his throat to his heart, but he was afraid it was just his imagination. He couldn't help but ask again to confirm. Try what? Lin Yu lowered her smile and said seriously, there's no denying that I do like you. So, I think we can try things out first. If it doesn't work, then. Before she finished, Pei Yan, looking nervous, interrupted, it won't be a problem. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Is it still too early to talk about this? Pei Yan chuckled softly. If Lin Yu didn't like him, that was fine, but now that he knew she also had feelings for him, how could he possibly let go of her? There was no need to test or doubt. He wouldn't break up with her. He wanted to be with her forever. In this difficult world, they supported each other and moved forward together. Pei Yan's eyes shone brightly. It's not too early. He paused, looking serious. Are you really sure? If you agree for me to cook for you forever, there will be no regret. Lin Yu hesitated and looked at him. If there's no regret, maybe I should think about it some more? Pei Yan's expression darkened slightly. Just when Lin Yu thought he would refuse, he said, Okay, I'll remember to eat. You should go rest and gather your strength before making a decision. I don't want you to do something you might regret out of impulse. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Aren't you worried I might change my mind after thinking it over? Of course, I am worried, but I'd rather you not force yourself. He paused, but didn't say the rest of his thoughts. He only wanted to give his little girl the best. When it came to confessing love, Pei Yan thought it was better to say it himself. Lin Yu didn't say anything else, just nodded. All right, I'll talk to you after I wake up. Pei Yan chuckled softly, rest well. Soon after Lin Yu left, Pei Linlang came over carrying 2 lunchboxes. Since she approached from a different direction than Lin Yu left, she missed her. She only saw Pei Yan alone and asked suspiciously, Brother, why are you here alone? Where's Sister Lin Yu? But Pei Yan didn't react to her question.
Brother?
Brother. Pei Linlang called twice and waved her hand in front of his eyes. Only then did Pei Yan come back to himself and look at her. Sister Lin Yu has gone back. By this time, Pei Yan had adjusted his expression and suppressed his happiness. Although his tone sounded completely normal, Pei Linlang had a gut feeling that Pei Yan was acting strangely today. It was as if he was hiding something from her. Pei Linlang squinted slightly and looked him over from top to bottom, her voice firm. You're acting suspicious. Pei Yan kept a blank expression and replied, You're overthinking it. To prevent her from dwelling on the topic, he waved the takeout bag in his hand. I'll just eat this later. You should go back now. It's dangerous here. Don't come around without a good reason. Worried that Pei Linlang might not take his words seriously, Pei Yan explained what had happened to the young man earlier. When she heard that the floodwaters contained not only zombie virus, but also nuclear radiation that could damage human DNA, and that the person's palm had even grown an eye, just imagining that scene made Pei Linlang feel a shiver run down her spine. Of course, Pei Linlang knew how to judge what was urgent. She wasn't in a rush to fight zombies or train herself at this moment. She just wanted to help Sister Lin Yu share some pressure. She thought she could wait until Lin Yu had rested before coming to help her, just being a little more careful. She quickly understood this and stopped worrying about it. After confirming that one takeout could fill her up, she turned back along the same route. After this little distraction, she forgot what she had originally wanted to say. When she stood in the villa's living room holding her lunchbox, Pei Linlang felt like she had forgotten something. But after thinking carefully, she couldn't remember what it was, so she simply pushed it aside. She searched inside and outside the villa, but didn't see Lin Yu's figure. She then went to the backyard to find Qingquan. Since Lin Yu had opened a direct path from the villa to the farm for survivors, Qingquan had shifted his focus to the backyard, mainly because he didn't like being treated like a monkey when he was just a tool person. Big brother Cheng, have you seen Sister Lin Yu? Qingquan shook his head, indicating he hadn't heard any sounds of Lin Yu returning. That's strange. Where could Sister Lin Yu have gone? Meanwhile, Lin Yu was rushing quickly toward the farm. The floodwaters arrived suddenly, causing her to set aside her work at the farm. Now, her system alert was ringing loudly in her ears. Ding ding, the farm animals are currently very hungry. Please feed them soon, or they may face danger. Basically, I need to clean the pasture at least once a day, which means sweeping away the manure. Afterwards, I also have to collect eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese and milk the cows and sheep. Just thinking about it makes my head hurt. It seems that regardless of whether the bear fight ends in victory or defeat, I can't delay hiring staff for the farm any longer. Until I find employees, everything must be done by myself. I sighed, focused my mind, and searched through the space for a while, finding tools like shovels and brooms. I rolled up my sleeves and started cleaning the pasture. It took me about half an hour to restore the pasture to perfect cleanliness. I rubbed my aching waist and decided to open the system panel next to the pasture. I entered the system shop to continue what I had not finished earlier. I was very eager to buy various mutant plant seeds sold in the shop, but my gold coin balance was limited. I could only afford seeds of a third-level mutant plant. As for higher levels, they cost at least 6 figures. I didn't dare even look at them. Compared to first or second-level mutant plant seeds, I preferred to buy third-level seeds. If I encounter a third-level zombie, I can go and deal with it, which would greatly reduce the pressure on me and Pei Yan. My eyes finally locked onto a specific item. It's a seed of a mutant cactus. The system shop not only provides detailed descriptions of the mutant cactus seed, but also shows pictures of its highest evolution form. The evolved cactus can reach a diameter of 1 kilometer, covered with 10-meter-long steel thorns, densely packed with no gaps. The most shocking part isn't the steel thorns covering the cactus, but that when it attacks, its steel-like thorns can turn into a soft, water-like liquid that wraps around enemies. At the same time, it secretes a slippery mucus, waiting for enemies to relax their guard before delivering a deadly. Just imagining being pricked by a mutant cactus like a hedgehog is incredibly intense. It's like countless enhanced versions of Rong Momo poking at Zihui. The price of the mutant cactus seed is 24,500 gold coins. My current gold balance is 24,590 coins. If the seed were just 100 coins more expensive, I wouldn't be able to afford it. Fishlin no longer hesitated and immediately decided to buy it. Gold, 24,500. Mutated cactus seed has been delivered. Please check carefully, host. At the moment the system's voice finished speaking, a seed appeared before Fishlin, about the height of 2 people, requiring 3 to hug it. A mutated cactus seed? She fell silent for a long time, then finally managed to speak. System. Is this really called a seed? Is there something wrong with that? Fishlin.
All right.
Compared to the giant mutated cactus with a diameter of 1,000 meters, calling this chubby cactus a seed is not wrong at all. Suddenly, Fishlin felt a soft thing brush against her wrist. When she looked down and saw a ring of dark green liquid wrapped around her wrist, she almost fainted. She instinctively wanted to activate her powers, but was forcibly restrained by the system's next description. Host, don't be afraid. The mutated cactus just wants to get close to you, not attack you. Fishlin. Better not have this blessing. If she hadn't confirmed that the system wouldn't harm her, she would have acted earlier. Next, she saw the dark green liquid on her wrist form into a bracelet-like object around her hand, with many sharp spikes growing on it. Fishlin was stunned in place. System, this is... It seems the mutated cactus really likes the host. It separated a part of itself to protect you. Carefully, Fishlin poked the spike on her right wrist. It didn't feel sharp but rather soft, like a cat's belly. She remained silent for a moment, then said, "How about I call you Xian Xian from now on?" As soon as she finished speaking, the mutated cactus on her wrist wriggled and rubbed against her arm, seeming to like the name very much. Fishlin didn't expect that the fierce-looking mutated cactus was actually quite affectionate in private. She reached out again to touch the spikes and suggested, "Xian Xian, I know you can understand me. Can we make a deal? Just retract your spikes a little. That way, it will look better and also help to numb enemies." The next moment, the sharp spikes that had grown on the dark green liquid circle around her wrist instantly retracted. From the outside, it looked no different from a jade bracelet. Lin Yu's eyes curved slightly as she gently patted the mutated cactus on her wrist. Xian Xian is so obedient. After saying that, she saw the dark green color on her wrist become even deeper. When she noticed that Xian Xian seemed to be about to grow more spikes, she couldn't help but laugh and cry. This mutated cactus was really too tough. But right now, the most important thing was the task at hand. Lin Yu spoke in a soothing tone to the mutated cactus. "It's time for Xian Xian to help me fight zombies. You must not hurt anyone in the base, but if someone attacks you, you don't need to be polite. Do you understand?" Since she was worried that the mutated cactus, just newly born, might not know what zombies were, Lin Yu even took it to the edge of the farm to show it what zombies looked like. She saw the mutated cactus transform into a soft, dark green liquid like a whip, which entered the floodwaters and killed a zombie, then brought back a crystal core from its head. Lin Yu was still worried about radiation from the floodwaters, but to her surprise, she was overthinking. After touching the floodwaters containing zombie virus and nuclear radiation, the mutated cactus was completely fine. Nothing happened to it. Lin Yu's eyes widened as she thought, spending 24,500 gold coins was really worth it. Produced by the system, a true masterpiece. The nuclear radiation in the floodwaters is just a little brother to the mutated cactus. She agreed with what the system said. Since the system's safe zone could even block radiation, it made sense that the system's seed for the mutated cactus wouldn't be afraid of the radiation in the floodwaters. This made Lin Yu very curious about the higher-level planets. She really wanted to see what kind of world it was. After a long while, she took a deep breath and shook off those thoughts. All of this was meaningless now. The most important thing was to survive. Lin Yu refocused her mind, confirmed that the mutated cactus could handle the zombies well, and then relaxed. She hesitated for a moment before finally revealing her secret to Pei Yan. After all, the mutated cactus and Pei Yan were both on her side. She didn't want him to be unfamiliar with the mutated cactus and suddenly become hostile if he saw it unexpectedly. Pei Yan took it well, showing no surprise at all. He simply reminded her to rest well. However, after Lin Yu returned to the villa, she didn't immediately take a shower and go to bed. Instead, she brought the mutated willow tree to the edge of the farm and left it nearby to help kill zombies. After all, the system had said that anything originating from it didn't need to fear nuclear radiation. Naturally, she planned to make use of the mutated willow tree. She also explained to it, like she did with the mutated cactus, just obediently kill zombies. We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of trouble. Although the chance of such a situation happening was low, she knew that someone might be tempted to attack the mutated willow tree and cactus after seeing their strength. After finishing all this, Lin Yu put on her pajamas and went into the bathroom to take a shower and sleep. When Lin Yu came out of the bathroom, towel drying her hair, she saw Pei Linlang waiting in the living room. Pei Linlang immediately stood up and said, "Sister Lin Yu, once you're done resting, take me to the farm to kill zombies." She confidently patted her chest and promised, "I'll obediently follow you and won't run around. If my weapon accidentally gets stuck in a zombie's bones, I'll let go immediately." Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately guessed that Pei Linlang must have gone to the farm when she visited the ranch, or she wouldn't know about it. But she didn't agree right away. Instead, she asked her, "Linlang, do you want to go kill zombies with me? Does your brother know about this?" It's not that Lin Yu was against Pei Linlang killing zombies. She just thought that before doing so, she should at least inform the adults at home. The area near the farm seemed safe, but if a zombie from the floodwaters suddenly pulled out weapons and people together, the outcome would be no different from that young man who turned into a zombie. Pei Linlang wasn't discouraged by her words and nodded obediently at Lin Yu. "I'll tell Pei Yan about it later." "Okay." Lin Yu didn't say anything more. She just nodded and thought that if Pei Linlang really wanted to go, she could have the mutated cactus stay with her for protection. Then I won't disturb Sister Lin Yu's rest. Having received the answer she wanted, Pei Linlang left happily. Not long after, someone patted her shoulder. Startled, Pei Linlang turned around and saw Qingquan. She was a bit speechless. "Brother Cheng, why are you here?" Qingquan secretly beckoned to Pei Linlang. "Come with me. I have something I need your help with." Pei Linlang followed him to the backyard of the villa, looking suspicious. "Brother Cheng, what's all this secretive stuff about?" Talking about this, Qingquan looked very sad. Since Lin Yu returned from Linchuan City, he had been acting as a tool to reinforce various items. Just when he thought he was about to succeed, his supernatural ability upgraded. Just when he believed he could finally turn things around and no longer be a tool, Lin Yu suddenly dropped a shocking news. All the materials had to be reinforced again. Qingquan could almost see that every time his ability improved, he would need to reinforce the items again. It was truly a heartache. He rubbed his hands and looked seriously at Pei Yan. I just want you to help me ask Linyu if I can go with you guys to fight zombies or something. Thinking about Cheng Xiangbei's miserable situation, Pei Yan felt nothing and even wanted to laugh. She forced herself to hold back her smile, but her shoulders kept trembling. When she looked at Cheng Xiangbei with a puzzled expression, she said seriously, I'll tell Sister Linyu for you, but I'm not sure if she'll agree.
Don't blame me if she doesn't.
No, I won't blame you. Linyu didn't know what was happening between the two. She dried her hair and went to bed. Meanwhile, the mutated cactus and mutated willow trees had started wreaking havoc at the edge of the farm. Unlike other survivors who hesitated before killing zombies, the two of them turned into countless dark green tendrils that plunged into the floodwaters, grabbing zombies and wrapping around them. The dark green tendrils were slimy. Once they stuck to a zombie, it was impossible to shake them off. In just a moment, thousands of tiny punctures appeared all over the zombie's body. When the tendrils retracted, the green color seemed to deepen slightly. The thick willow branches, as big as arms, accurately and fiercely stabbed into the zombie's head to reach the core. Then, other branches curled around the zombie's body, and with a cracking sound, they started chewing. In a short time, the mutated willow tree was covered with zombie corpses. The sound of chewing flesh was so creepy, it sent chills down people's spines. People who didn't know better might think it was eating chips. The survivors watching this were stunned. This was just too absurd. It was beyond crazy. It's incredibly powerful, almost to an extreme degree. Not only does it not fear the zombie virus or nuclear radiation in the floodwaters, but even the zombies that everyone finds difficult to deal with are fragile, like paper in its hands. If it weren't for those two strange mutated plants that seem harmless to everyone, the survivors would have already been scared and running in all directions. However, many clever people suspect that these two extremely powerful mutated plants might be connected to Linyu. This makes everyone respect Linyu even more. Seeing this scene, Qinling's heart sank uncontrollably. His fire-type supernatural ability was only recently upgraded to the 2nd level. If he faced those two mutated plants, he wouldn't stand a chance at all. And fighting against Linyu, whose strength was unknown, was even more daunting. His face darkened almost like it could drip water, and his eyes looked unclear and gloomy. Qinling's expression quickly returned to normal. Fortunately, they had already entered the Qingquan base, so it wasn't too late. He still had plenty of time to plan carefully. Earlier, during Wei Lan's repeated attempts to block him, Qinling had sensed her suspicious intentions. So, after entering the Qingquan base, he didn't seek her out but kept his distance. To avoid being recognized, he even smeared a layer of black ash on his face, blending in with the survivors and staying unnoticed. Since the high temperatures had come suddenly, Linyu only asked everyone to hand over a 1st-level crystal core to temporarily seek refuge in the base, not truly join Qingquan base. Naturally, she wouldn't hear the system announcements. To avoid revealing himself, he didn't show that he had awakened a fire-type supernatural ability and pretended to be an ordinary person working with everyone. Qinling lowered his head and moved further away from the mutated cactus and willow trees. With the addition of the mutated cactus and willow trees, Pei Yan's pressure eased significantly. He no longer had to run around following the survivors' calls for help. Instead, he could rest and catch his breath. Although Dubai couldn't enter the floodwaters to fight the zombies, it was not idle. It kept patrolling the farm, and as it wandered, it unexpectedly arrived at Qingquan Ranch. It immediately saw the little goose chick in the pasture. Dubai's big, round eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe what it was seeing. It blinked twice to confirm it wasn't seeing things, then excitedly let out a loud cry and rushed toward the sign that read Goose House.
Gaga, gaga, gaga.
20 geese inside the goose house looked up, puzzled, at the creature outside the wooden fence.
Gaga, gaga.
Hearing the response, Big White became even more excited. It communicated with the young geese inside the house, Gaga, and then a hint of sadness appeared in its eyes. How come? Those little ones seem a bit silly? No, I need to ask Lin Yu about what's going on with these goslings later. But now, the harvest time at the farm was approaching. Big White hesitated, but decided to put this matter aside for now. Food was the most important thing. Gaga. It made calming sounds to the 20 little goslings and then headed toward the Qingquan base. Meanwhile, Zhou Ran and the others had already picked up their tools and headed toward the farm. Seeing survivors coming and going along the path from Qingquan base to Qingquan Farm, Zhou Ran couldn't help but be amazed. Anning, Boss Lin really takes good care of us. He covered our food and shelter. Otherwise, we'd be working just as hard as those other survivors every day. Yao Xiaoning smiled softly. Yes, some people thought we were foolish back then. Now, they must be regretting it. They exchanged a smile. But then, thinking of Xiongzhan, Zhou Ran's eyes showed a hint of sadness and loss. I wonder if Xiongzhan is dead or alive. If he hadn't been near Qingquan base at the time, even if he had survived the sudden rise in temperature, he wouldn't have made it through the flood. It's a pity, but not necessarily a tragic loss. Zhou Ren also felt guilty that Lin Yu had been so kind to him, but he hadn't done well with what she asked. Yao Xiaoning understood her boyfriend's feelings. She gently patted his hand to silently comfort him. Zhou Ren held her hand back. Anning, after we finish harvesting the grain at the farm, I plan to go see Boss Lin. Okay. Soon, 20 workers arrived one after another at the farm. They ignored the different expressions of the survivors at the edge of the farm, who were killing zombies, and divided their tasks clearly to harvest the crops. 3 hours later, all the grain at the farm had been collected. Since most of the crops planted on the farm this time are fruits, everyone needs to be careful not to damage them. A small mistake could ruin the fruit, so everyone should be more cautious. Because of this, some time was lost. The harvested fruits were stored in the space by Big White, and later they would be handed over to Lin Yu. The workers find it much easier to plant now. This time, they only need to plant some grass. Compared to planting rice or fruit trees, planting grass is much simpler. There's no need to dig holes. Just evenly scatter the grass seeds on the soft soil. At this moment, the workers don't know that Lin Yu has unlocked a new ranch. They all look at Zhou Ran curiously. Brother Zhou, why isn't Boss Lin planting grains this time? Suddenly, we're just planting grass. I feel like this grass isn't really useful. Zhou Ran shakes his head, as if remembering something. He pauses and tells everyone, you can say these things in front of me, but when it comes to what Boss Lin wants us to do, we just do it. It's best not to ask too many questions. If they want to keep this job for a long time, it's better to keep quiet. Everyone's focus sharpens, realizing they might have been overstepping. They quickly shut their mouths and nod in agreement. Anyway, Zhou Ran has already given his warning. If anyone is foolish enough to offend Boss Lin and lose their job, it's not his problem. After that, he doesn't pay attention to their expressions and walks quickly toward the villa. Zhou Ran's activity is limited to the front yard of the villa. When he arrives, he happens to meet Cheng Xiangbei and hurriedly calls out, Brother Cheng, do you know if Boss Lin is here? Cheng Xiangbei sees it's Zhou Ran and doesn't hide. Lin Yu is sleeping right now. Do you need to see her? Want me to pass a message? It's nothing urgent. I'll come back later. Zhou Ran? Before he finishes, a curious female voice is heard. It's quite a coincidence. 5 minutes earlier, Lin Yu was woken up by her preset alarm. As she finished getting ready and came downstairs, she overheard the conversation between Cheng Xiangbei and Zhou Ran. Boss Lin, you're awake? Big sister, you're awake? Zhou Ran and Cheng Xiangbei speak almost at the same time, but Zhou Ran sounds more surprised, while Cheng Xiangbei is more excited. Lin Yu nodded at the two of them, then saw Cheng Xiangbei leave excitedly. She was confused about what Cheng Xiangbei was suddenly up to. However, Lin Yu didn't pay attention to Cheng Xiangbei and instead turned to Zhou Ran. Did something happen at the farm? Zhou Ran organized his words, scratched his head awkwardly, and looked a bit guilty. It's about the thing you asked me to help find Xiongzhan with before, Boss Lin. From his expression, Lin Yu guessed what he wanted to say and quickly waved to stop him. It's okay, if you didn't find him. It's not your fault, she said. Then she also looked a bit scared. Luckily, you didn't go out to find him at that time. If something had happened to you because of me, I would really feel guilty. Zhou Ran was very touched. I'm glad you don't blame me for not going out immediately to find him. Oh, why would I blame you?
Let's not talk about that.
I did have a new job to give Xiongzhan back then. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yu said, although I didn't find Xiongzhan, I want to ask you for another favor. I need to hire 5 more employees. Their main tasks are feeding the animals, collecting eggs, milking cows and sheep, and cleaning every day. If anyone has relevant experience, they will be considered first. Zhou Ran initially thought Lin Yu believed the farm's workers were too slow, so she wanted to hire more people to improve efficiency. But after patiently listening to Lin Yu's requirements for the staff, he was stunned. This was a bit different from what he imagined. He hesitated and asked, Boss Lin, what do you mean by this? Lin Yu chuckled softly. It's nothing, just my supernatural ability upgraded, so I've had some new changes. She decided that, no matter who asked, she would always use the upgrade of her supernatural ability as an excuse. Whether they believe it or not, she would just stick to it. Zhou Ran looked stunned. How long ago was her last supernatural upgrade? And now she was telling him her ability had upgraded again? He couldn't imagine how powerful Lin Yu had become. His mouth opened slightly, and after a while, he finally found his voice. Congratulations. An upgrade in your supernatural ability is a good thing. With you here, the safety of Qingquan base can be better protected. Zhou Ran was not bothered by what kind of supernatural power Lin Yu's ability turned into after her upgrade. Instead, he smiled and congratulated her. Lin Yu simply smiled without speaking. Seeing this, Zhou Ran took the initiative to say goodbye. All right, Boss Lin, you should get busy. I won't bother you anymore. I'll handle the recruitment of employees. Okay. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. In fact, even if Zhou Ran hadn't come to find her today, she would have gone to see him herself. She was used to Zhou Ran and felt more at ease leaving this matter to him. Not long after Zhou Ran left, Cheng Xiangbei arrived with Pei Linling. He looked around and saw only Lin Yu, and he couldn't help but exclaim softly, wasn't Zhou Ran just here? He went to handle some things for me. Do you need to see him? I was just asking. Cheng Xiangbei shook his head, then winked at Pei Linling, signaling her to help him speak quickly. Pei Linling nudged him lightly and whispered, you go ahead. Cheng Xiangbei widened his eyes and lowered his voice almost to a whisper. Didn't we agree before that you would help me talk? If you don't tell me first, how can I help? Cheng Xiangbei glared and said, you go first. You go first. After you. Come on, you first. Lin Yu watched the two whispering and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Big brother Chen Linling, what are you two whispering about? If you have something to say, just say it directly. After being pointed out by Lin Yu, Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Linling looked a bit embarrassed as if caught. But since it had come to this, Cheng Xiangbei braced himself and finally spoke. Well, I just want to ask if I can go to the farm with you guys to fight zombies this time? At first, Cheng Xiangbei hesitated a bit, but as he kept talking, he became more fluent. He decided to just spill everything. He described how hard he had been working recently, almost making people feel sad and tearful. Pei Linlong's mouth twitched at the side. Big brother Cheng even asked her to help speak for him, but he didn't seem to need her help at all. After all, Pei Linling didn't even get a chance to interrupt. Lin Yu cleared her throat softly, feeling unexpectedly guilty. It seemed she had indeed used Cheng Xiangbei as a tool for a long time. Although she was thinking this inside, she showed no sign of it on her face. Instead, she looked at him with curious eyes and asked, how are the upgrades on the ship and the boats coming along? When Cheng Xiangbei heard this, his first thought was, it's over, I'm doomed. He had only upgraded 3 ships, and about 1/3 of the boats still hadn't been upgraded. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt like a deflated balloon, weak and powerless, and said, I understand. Lin Yu looked confused and asked, what do you understand? Cheng Xiangbei looked tired and said, forget it, little sister. You don't need to say anything. I'll go back and continue upgrading the ships. Lin Yu hesitated, still not saying anything. What exactly was Cheng Xiangbei imagining? Could it be that he thought if she didn't let him upgrade all the ships and boats, She wouldn't agree to let him go zombie hunting with her?
It seems Lin Yu was right.
Cheng Xiangbei really believed that as long as he didn't finish upgrading those items, Lin Yu wouldn't let him go kill zombies. It wasn't that he was unhappy inside. He just found constantly upgrading objects a bit boring. He really wanted to go kill zombies to relax and get some fresh air. He sighed inwardly, realizing he still needed to hurry and upgrade those tools, or else this toolman life would never end. Just as Cheng Xiangbei made up his mind, he suddenly heard Lin Yu's voice. Cheng Xiangbei, what are you running for? I didn't say I wouldn't let you go zombie hunting. I just want to ask how your progress is. Cheng Xiangbei suddenly turned around, his eyes shining with excitement. Little sister, do you mean you're willing to take me along to kill zombies? Lin Yu smiled wryly and nodded. Cheng Xiangbei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed as he touched his nose. I thought. Lin Yu gave him a half-smile and glanced at him sharply. You thought that if I didn't finish upgrading those items, I wouldn't agree to let you go zombie hunting? Hearing this, Cheng Xiangbei shook his head vigorously, looking serious. Nonsense. Big sister Lin Yu isn't that kind of person. Pei Linling couldn't help but chuckle and gave Cheng Xiangbei a thumbs up. Brother Cheng, you really are something. Maybe this is the art of language. All right, since you want to go with me to the farm to kill zombies, then from now on, you must listen carefully to what I say. Cheng Xiangbei nodded politely. Lin Yu told the two about what happened to the young man and emphasized that they must be very careful. Pei Linling had already heard about this from Pei Yan, but she listened carefully and looked serious. Seeing that both of them remembered, Lin Yu thought for a moment and looked at Pei Linling sideways. Did you tell your brother? I told him. Pei Linling hurriedly nodded, afraid that if she answered slowly, Lin Yu would stop talking to her. Lin Yu nodded and said, Then take your weapons and come with me. The two were very happy and each took their knife and wolf-tooth club, following Lin Yu toward the farm. Lin Yu chapped her green bracelet on her wrist, instantly knowing where the mutated cactus was, and led the two straight toward it. When Pei Linling and Cheng Xiangbei reached the edge of the farm and saw the two fierce mutated plants, they were so shocked they couldn't speak for a while. Pei Yan immediately sensed Lin Yu's arrival. Just as he was about to put away his knife and walk over, two figures moved even faster than him. It was the mutated willow tree and the mutated cactus. Like they were fighting for attention, they rushed in front of Lin Yu and started wildly shaking their branches. The colorful crystal cores tangled around them fell to the ground with a cracking sound. Pei Yan, Pei Linling, Cheng Xiangbei. The survivors present. Don't ask why, just envy. Pei Yan's temples twitched. Besides Pei Linling, now there were two more plants fighting over Lin Yu. His face darkened visibly. But when he saw that Lin Yu didn't immediately pay attention to the attacking mutated cactus and willow tree, but instead nodded slightly at him, his frustration suddenly disappeared. Pei Yan strode over to her, looked at her expression, and asked, Why not sleep a little longer? I just woke up, she replied. Just these two normal sentences, but Pei Linling sensed something was wrong. At that moment, she remembered what she had forgotten. She looked at Lin Yu, and then at Pei Yan, feeling puzzled. When she was not around, something must have happened between Lin Yu and her brother. She had already sensed that Pei Yan was acting strangely, but when he suddenly changed the subject, she forgot about it. Pei Linlong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Soon, she received a deadly glare from her own brother. Pei Linlong's mind froze. She quickly looked away, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiangbei was completely unaware, marveling at the mutated cactus with an amazed expression. Lin Yu patted the mutated willow and cactus gently, then looked up at Pei Yan. Go back and rest now. She paused briefly, then continued. We are here, so don't worry. Pei Yan's eyes were deep. Have you handled everything? Yes, everything is done. You should go rest now. Pei Yan softly warned her. Be careful. Then he turned to Pei Linling. Stay close to Sister Lin Yu, and don't cause her trouble, understand? I understand. After receiving her answer, Pei Yan turned and left. Lin Yu told the mutated cactus to watch over Pei Linling and Cheng Xiangbei, Then she picked up her tang sword and joined the team fighting zombies. There was still a long time before the mutant tree seed matured. Lin Yu didn't want to waste the fruit it would produce, so she aimed to raise her abilities to level 4 during this period, then consume the fruit for maximum benefit. While fighting zombies, she kept an eye on Pei Linlang and Cheng Xiangbei, noticing they handled everything smoothly without incident, which eased her mind. About an hour later, Chen Chen finished resting and arrived. Among the survivors, the 2 mutated plants were very easy to spot. He immediately noticed them and then saw Lin Yu beside the mutated plants. Chen Chen silently observed for a while, surprised. When he left earlier, the mutated plants hadn't appeared. After a rest, 2 incredibly powerful mutated plants had suddenly grown. It was obvious they were connected to Lin Yu. No wonder she survived the siege of hundreds of thousands of zombies. She could even get such powerful mutated plants. Chen Chen stopped watching and joined the zombie-killing team. Meanwhile, Zhou Ran had already returned to his dorm at Qingquan base. Yao Xiaoning was waiting there. When he saw Zhou Ran come back, she quickly stood up. How did it go? Zhou Ran shook his head. Boss Lin didn't think I failed to do what she asked. Before Yao Xiaoning could speak, Zhou Ran quickly grabbed his girlfriend's hand. Come with me. I'll tell you while we walk. Yao Xiaoning looked suspicious, unsure why he was in such a hurry. Only when they took the elevator downstairs did she learn the full story from him. So, Boss Lin asked you to help her recruit 5 employees? Boss Lin was probably eager to get the workers on site, so I asked you to come along and help arrange it. Yao Xiaoning nodded but didn't ask why, since she already knew that the employees needed to have work experience. They discussed briefly and decided to go to the place where survivors gathered, those who had taken refuge in the base during the heat wave. Zhou Ran and Yao Xiaoning were smart and didn't directly ask about Lin Yu recruiting staff. Instead, they split up and pretended to chat casually with the survivors. Maybe because of the flood, the survivors weren't very wary of strangers approaching them. As they talked, Zhou Ran and Yao Xiaoning subtly gathered information. They asked what the survivors did before the disaster, how many people were in their families, and learned everything in detail. In the end, they found 5 people with relevant experience. 1 couple had run a livestock farm before the disaster, and 2 men and 1 woman had worked in related fields. Zhou Ran told them to keep quiet and then took them to Lin Yu's villa. But when they arrived, they found Lin Yu wasn't there. Zhou Ran guessed she might have gone to the farm to deal with zombies. Fearing she'd be anxious to get her staff on duty, he took the people there first. On the way past the farm, Zhou Ran quietly observed the expressions on the 5 faces. When they saw the crops, they didn't show greed or desire. Maybe because the farm only grew grass, everyone's faces stayed calm, which was a good sign. Zhou Ran didn't want to bring back employees who might betray her or be untrustworthy. He lowered his gaze and kept his emotions in check. This way, when they arrived, Lin Yu looked surprised, as if she hadn't expected Zhou Ran to finish the task so quickly. On the way here, the 5 of them already learned from Zhou Ran that Lin Yu was hiring employees. Now that they see her in person, they feel both excited and nervous. The excitement comes from the fact that none of them have the ability to fight zombies, so being able to get a job that can support themselves in this end-of-the-world situation is very lucky. The nervousness is because they worry they might not get the job. Trust is important. If you trust someone, you won't doubt them. Lin Yu naturally trusts Zhou Ran's judgment. She told Cheng Xiangbei and Pei Linlang that she was going to speak with the 5 people, then looked at them and said, "Come with me." Compared to Lin Yu, who was clean and even smelled faintly of body wash, the 5 people's faces were dark and their clothes were torn and yellowed from wear. This was their first time getting close to Lin Yu. Plus, they might soon face a job interview, so they all looked a bit nervous and uncomfortable. Lin Yu noticed this and calmly started talking about livestock farming to distract them. Maybe because she was discussing a topic she liked and was good at, they gradually relaxed. Before they knew it, they arrived at Qingquan Ranch. When they came here, they were thinking about how to get the job, never imagining that it was actually related to raising animals. Now, in the end of the world, Animals were either infected with zombie virus or mutated, becoming very aggressive toward humans. How could they still be farmed normally, like before? So, even though Lin Yu kept talking about related topics, they didn't think much about it. When they saw the wooden sign hanging above the wooden fence with the words Qingquan Ranch, they were stunned. Especially when they saw the chickens, ducks, and geese nearby, they were so shocked they couldn't even straighten their tongues. One middle-aged couple instinctively took 2 steps back. If they hadn't seen those chickens and geese stay quietly in their nests, and if their eyes hadn't shown a bright red glow, they would have run away immediately. They would never forget that day when the end of the world broke out, and the chickens in the farm stuck their heads out of the cages, with bright red eyes, making strange sounds, and violently hitting the iron cages. At that time, the middle-aged couple didn't think much of it. They were so relaxed that they were about to check on the chickens when suddenly, they heard loud screams coming from deep inside the farm. Then they saw the workers in the farm start biting each other. One worker's face was torn apart, showing bloody flesh that looked abnormal. After the workers began biting each other, they turned their attention to the couple. They crawled on the ground with their limbs in strange, unnatural positions. The middle-aged couple were so frightened they screamed. When they rushed outside, they saw that all the workers had turned into zombies. They ignored the chickens and ran out of the farm as fast as they could. They thought they would be safe outside, but the situation outside was just as bad. Fortunately, the farm was in the suburbs, so there weren't as many zombies as in the city. The couple drove away in their small delivery truck. On the way, the wife desperately tried to call their daughter at university in the capital, but all she got was busy signals. The couple suddenly felt dizzy and worried that their daughter might be in danger, but they didn't want to believe it. They looked at each other and saw the sadness in each other's eyes. They immediately understood that both of them were thinking of the same place to go. Lin Yu didn't know about their past. After showing everyone around the wooden fence of the farm, she spoke up. Here's a basic overview of Qingquan Farm. The work here is simple. Your daily tasks are feeding and watering the animals and keeping the farm clean. When the animals grow up, you'll need to collect eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, and also milk cows and sheep. As for wages, I will provide free accommodation inside the Qingquan base. You can see the rules there yourself. I won't go into details. Each month, you'll get the same as Zhou Ran and the others, 10 jin of rice, 5 heads of cabbage, and 1 jin of pork. Because Qingquan base has clean drinking water, Lin Yu deducted the water from everyone's wages. She didn't tell the 5 that they were still in the probation period. If they performed well later, their wages could be increased. However, Lin Yu planned to raise Zhou Ran and the others' wages at the end of this month. They had done a great job working on the farm, and they had never stolen any food from the farm. Moreover, the ranch staff were also helped by Zhou Ran to find jobs. It is now time to give them a raise. Each person receives 15 jin of rice per month, 10 heads of Chinese cabbage, 5 jin of pork, 10 eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, 3 jin of apples, and 500 milliliters of cow and sheep milk each month. In a post-apocalyptic world where all land is contaminated by rainwater carrying zombie virus, it is almost impossible to eat fresh vegetables and fruits. This salary is very generous. It would be difficult for others to afford such wages, but Lin Yu is different. She has a farm and a ranch, so these supplies are just a small matter for her. Lin Yu thinks it's fine to treat her hardworking employees well. She shifted her thoughts and looked at the 5 people. Now, on behalf of Qingquan Ranch, I sincerely invite you. Would you like to work at Qingquan Ranch? Do you want to work at Qingquan Ranch? Without a doubt, the answer is yes. As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, the 5 immediately replied, of course. This is a good job that's hard to come by. In their eyes, this job is even better than working inside the system before the end of the world. Who can do what Qingquan Base does? Resisting floods and zombie attacks. Maybe even the capital city can't be as safe as Qingquan Base. Not to mention safety, the wages are also very tempting. What is the essence of killing zombies for crystal cores? Isn't it just to solve their basic needs? Working on the ranch is much easier than killing zombies, but the results are the same. Everyone had no hesitation and immediately agreed. Two women among them even had tears in their eyes, despite being surrounded by tall men over 180 meters. They held back their emotions, bowed deeply to Lin Yu, and expressed their gratitude sincerely. "Thank you, Boss Lin, for giving us this opportunity." As soon as they finished speaking, a system notification sounded in their ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed side mission 4. Please recruit 5 employees for the ranch. Current progress. May 5th. You have earned 1,200 gold coins and a small incubator. Just when they were about to doze off, the system delivered a pillow. Lin Yu blinked. If the system had a physical form, she would really find it hard to resist kissing it. Lin Yu was still worried about not having an incubator. She wondered how to turn those eggs, chicken, duck, and goose eggs, into fluffy little chicks, ducklings, and goslings more quickly. Compared to incubating eggs one by the mother hen, using an incubator would definitely be faster. Suddenly, the system delivered an incubator to her. Lin Yu was overjoyed. She smiled and told a few people, "Just focus on doing your work. By the way, your staff dormitory is in Building 2 at Qingquan Base. Check the floor and room number with the numbers on your arm. Now, everyone can start working. For water, you can bring some from the villa. Also, feed the animals daily. They're not picky and will eat whatever you give them. I'll have to bring some over later. As for tools..." Lin Yu paused, then took out brooms, dustpans, cutting boards, knives, buckets, and other supplies she had stored in Linchuan City before. "Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Everyone did have a question. That was, "Who is Dubai?" The middle-aged couple asked, voicing everyone's doubt. Lin Yu slapped her forehead. "Dubai is a big white goose. That's its name." The 5 of them were stunned. Who could tell them how a big white goose could deliver feed for over 100 animals? Even if it fed all those animals in one go, it would need dozens of pounds of feed. How could one big white goose carry all that? It was probably during Dubai's secret evolution that they weren't present. Lin Yu didn't know what they were thinking, but once she confirmed no one had further questions, she hurried back to the farm. She found Dubai, gave a quick reminder, and then joined the zombie-killing team. Meanwhile, the new staff at Qingquan Ranch had already rolled up their sleeves and started working. Since the feed hadn't arrived yet, the 5 of them first cleaned the ranch. While they cleaned, the animals in the ranch behaved very well. No noise, no fuss. The 5 were so surprised their jaws almost dropped. Having worked in animal husbandry for many years, they knew animals usually made some sounds when cleaning. But the animals at Qingquan Ranch were incredibly well behaved. So much so that it was almost unbelievable. When the big white goose brought the feed over using its space ability, the 5 people had just finished cleaning the pasture. As predicted by Lin Yu, they saw that there really was a big white goose coming over. But where is the feed? The 5 looked up and down at the sturdy white goose several times, but they couldn't see any sign of the feed anywhere. If they didn't truly believe in Lin Yu's character, they might have started to think she was joking with them. The white goose snorted through its nostrils and looked at them with a hint of disdain. Is this the new employee taking care of the little ones? A trace of human-like annoyance appeared in the white goose's eyes. These 5 two-legged creatures look so dirty. Won't they make the young ones on the farm sick? The goslings, who are as old as grandchildren, are already a bit silly. If they are cared for by these dirty 5, they might become even more foolish, silly, and sick. That can't happen. Originally, Lin Yu asked it to deliver feed to Qingquan Farm every day. The white goose was reluctant at first, but once it saw the new workers, it worried they might not take good care of its little ones. So it decided to supervise every day. In fact, Lin Yu had the white goose come every day to deliver feed because she was too busy to leave. Too much fresh grass at once would spoil quickly, and since the white goose was the most free at home, she decided to assign it another task. She was good at pushing others around, at managing geese and such. Plus, most of the animals on the farm would eventually end up in her stomach, so now that she had the chance, she wanted to feed them healthy, farm-grown green food, no technology involved. The white goose had no idea about Lin Yu's good intentions. When it saw the 5 employees looking at it with suspicion, a hint of contempt appeared in its eyes.
Gah.
The 5 people inexplicably felt that the goose's expression conveyed the message. Watch me carefully. Look at how clueless you are. Then, they saw the chubby white goose gently peck the ground with its flat beak. In the blink of an eye, a pile of unhulled rice appeared where it had pecked. The 5 employees' eyes widened in shock. Oh my goodness, is this goose also a superpower user? No wonder Lin Boss asked it to bring the feed. I knew Lin Boss wouldn't do things without reason. I think I heard Lin Boss say its name is Dubai. Dubai is really amazing. Big White was smiling happily inside, but on his face, he looked very serious. He called out to a few people twice, then walked over to the goose house and called out twice again. Seeing this, the 5 people here suddenly had a strange thought. It looked like Big White was reminding them to take good care of the little goslings inside the goose house. The 5 workers looked at Big White, who was shaking his tail feathers, and exchanged glances. Could it be that the big white goose was actually a spirit? Not only had this goose gained special powers, but it also seemed to understand human speech. Maybe this is what it means to be better than humans? This realization made the atmosphere in the farm fall silent. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. Compared to Big White, we are no match. Let's just focus on doing our work. 7 days later. At the edge of Qingquan Farm, Linyu noticed that the floodwaters had become calmer. The zombies were no longer being swept into the safe zone by the flood. Sometimes, when trash floated past the safe zone, it made a dull thud. It seemed the flood had stopped. But she didn't feel very happy about it. Even though the flood had stopped, with floods covering many parts of Dragon Country, there probably was no way to release the water. It's good that zombies weren't being washed into the safe zone anymore, but it was also a bad thing. The force of the flood was strong, and even if zombies could swim, they would only be at a disadvantage. Once the floodwaters stopped rushing forward and the water became still, it meant that many swimming zombies could now be moving under the water. In just a few days, the number of zombies might double. This could be a disaster for other bases. But she didn't need to worry about these things because, once the flood stopped, the safe zone could resume its zombie-repelling functions. Linyu sighed lightly and stopped thinking about those worries. Now, most of the zombies near the safe zone had been cleared out, so they could rest for a while. Thinking about the survivors they had taken in before the flood, Linyu felt it was time to check if those people had handed over their crystal cores. She was too busy to check back then, but now she had free time and could look into it. Maybe some people had been sneaking through with bad intentions. Her eyes darkened slightly. She sheathed her Tang Dao and strode toward Qingquan base.